Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story. What if Harry became the most powerful wizard with the Elder Wand? So do 2 blue hearts comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video, and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description. Getting super close to 700 subscribers, and your support means everything. So please subscribe, like, and share this video. It really helps the channel grow and keeps me fired up to make more magical content just for you. Now grab your popcorn, and let's jump right into the story. Freedom from the Dursleys was the happy thought that Harry focused on, as he yelled out the incantation with everything he had. Both his godfather Sirius Black and an earlier version of himself were sprawled out on a nearby bank of the Black Lake, where they were being toyed with by a massive swarm of Dementors. With every moment that passed, the 2 struggling figures were being drained of their life force and were that much closer to a fate worse than death. As Harry focused his entire will on the spell that he was casting, a few extremely important facts continued to swirl at the back of his consciousness. Fact number 1 was that he, Harry Potter, was the mysterious figure who had saved both himself and his godfather just a few hours earlier. The second fact was that he'd managed to save them by creating an absolutely massive Patronus charm, the very same charm that he was currently attempting to cast. The third fact was somewhat obvious and yet extremely important at exactly the same time. He was going to have to pour every ounce of power that he had into the spell he was currently performing, because to do anything less would be a death sentence. A nice try would get him killed and a good effort was just as bad. It was do or die time, literally. With the words of the incantation still echoing throughout the clearing, Harry forced every ounce of his magic down through his wand and out into his spell. He channeled his magic with a reckless abandon, pouring his heart and soul into the process to an extent he'd never even contemplated in the past. He pushed and he strained and he willed the spell to work, but there was a problem, and it was becoming increasingly obvious over time. As Harry continuously tried to force his magic into the Patronus charm, he was beginning to feel an obstruction between his magic and his wand for the very first time. Under normal circumstances, if a spell was too powerful for Harry to perform, then the spell would simply fail and that would be the end of it. This time, however, Harry continued to force more and more of his magical power into the charm without giving up, which was allowing him to feel some form of blockage getting in the way. In fact, the harder he strained to push his magic out through the blockage, the more the connection between him and his wand was beginning to feel like a bottleneck. It felt like Harry couldn't release his magic into his wand, despite the fact that he was willing his body to do so. Was the problem in his wand? No, that wasn't it. His wand had never failed him in the past and it was still in excellent condition. Was he trying to use more power than his magical core contained? No, that wasn't it either. Now more than ever, Harry could actually feel his magic boiling within his body, as if it was bucking and raging to be released. Damn it, now wasn't the time for this. With a growl of fierce determination, Harry disregarded all of the questions growing in his mind in order to focus on the task at hand. He gave up on the whys of his current situation, he banished his uncertainty, and he cast aside his fear. Right now, he didn't have the time for even the smallest variety of hesitation. With clenched teeth and white knuckles, Harry poured his entire will into pushing his magic past the blockage. He would make the spell work. He would save his family. Over the next few endless seconds, Harry's body began to tremble as he started to feel as if he was short-circuiting. What started as a hot prickling along the nerve endings of his arm quickly grew to feel like a strong electric current, and a green glow started radiating out of his wand hand. As the sensations grew in intensity, the hair on his forearm crisped to ashes and his skin started turning pink from all of the unnatural heat he was putting off. Then, even as those things were happening, a second green aura coalesced at Harry's feet, where it began swirling up his body like an updraft made of ambient power. As the magical updraft grew in strength, Harry's messy hair was buffeted around, and his robes started floating weightlessly around his body. Finally, with a loud snapping and sizzling sound, all of the air around Harry's body rippled outward and the chaotic magic condensed to look like a bright green comet trail that was flaring off of his body. Something big was happening. Something immense, wild and unpredictable was taking place, and it was changing the very landscape around Harry's body. The teenage boy standing within the volatile outpouring of magic never even noticed. In his current state of absolute focus, Harry was completely oblivious to any of the events happening both in and around his body. He wasn't paying attention to any of it. Instead, his entire world and everything in it had become extremely small, specific and focused. He'd cast aside everything else but a desperate need to force his magic past that bottleneck and the tension that he could feel building up inside of it. His focus was so singular in its intensity, he never even noticed the wild maelstrom of magic that was swirling around his body. He also didn't notice when a thick but translucent green light began to emerge from within his torso, only to sink back inside of him over and over. The radiant green light bucked, strained and bubbled out of Harry's body, burning random patches of his skin within an uncontrolled wellspring of chaotic power. From a place located deep within his consciousness, Harry's magic repeatedly broadcast a sense of extreme danger and nearly panicked desperation. It screamed at him that he couldn't hold anything back because he was fighting a life or death struggle. Despite the fact that he'd never felt his magic attempting to make contact with him before, Harry felt the connection and recognized it for what it was. His magic was crying for help from the depths of his very soul. With a long, low growl of absolute determination, Harry poured every ounce of magic he contained into both his spell and the bottleneck that was stopping it. As he became increasingly in tune with his magic, he was willing to burn himself to cinders if it meant completing his task. Over a single timeless moment that seemed to last forever, the magical pressure buildup grew exponentially, along with the searing heat centered within his body. Where at first the lava-like heat had centered mostly in his hand, now it was all over his body, as if he were burning himself alive with his very own magical essence. Then, finally, when the tidal wave of magic that Harry was channeling felt like it was going to tear him to pieces, the barrier finally burst. Boom! Instantly and with a deafening crash of sound, Harry's magic rushed out from within his body to fly out in every direction. It was as if his magic was hundreds of tons of water that had been contained inside something as small as a Coke can. In a single instant, a perfect dome of brilliantly bright, green-colored magic exploded outwards and away from Harry's body, leaving him standing in a crater of crushed earth and debris. As the dome of power exploded outwards, a black and smoky wraith was forcefully ejected from within Harry's scar, only to be launched directly in front of him. The wraith screamed its fury, as it repeatedly tried to fly back towards Harry, but an ongoing stream of magic continued to push it back and away. Then, as the dome thinned out and spread, a translucent green shockwave continued off into the distance in every direction. When the shockwave hit Hermione, who was standing just a little over 8 meters to Harry's left, it knocked her clear off of her feet and about 3 meters through the air. In the split second that followed the explosion, the Patronus charm that Harry had been failing to cast all year finally succeeded. The tip of his wand became the epicenter of a laser light show of dazzling white light, as an absolutely titanic corporeal Patronus was launched into the air. The Patronus emerged from the wand at the speed of a bullet and immediately moved to defend its master. The massive stag slammed into the screaming, furious, wraith-like monster, instantly vaporizing it as if it was made of nothing but cobwebs and dust. The wraith didn't even manage to slow the stag Patronus down as it continued to gallop towards the attacking Dementors. After flying across the water in less than 2 seconds, the stag smashed into the Dementors like a high-speed bowling ball through pins. It was violent enough that Harry could have sworn he saw some of the Dementors disintegrate during every massive impact of its horns. Then, when the Patronus began circling the 2 newly unconscious people on the other bank of the lake, its aura was so large that it managed to create a full dome of protection. Finally, the stag started radiating huge bursts of bright light outwards that carried a sense of pure joy and saint-like benevolence. In response to the brilliantly lit Patronus effect, the Dementors screeched and wailed as if they were being tortured. They were also physically blasted away from the white light as if they were being hit by a fly swatter. Soon enough, what Dementors Harry could still see floating across the water, retreated en masse into the forbidden forest. In the peaceful silence that the Dementors left behind, Harry could finally feel all of the damage that he'd managed to do to his body. Very abruptly, he gasped and dropped to his hands and knees, as his body released copious amounts of steam into the cool night air. At just a glance, Harry confirmed that his entire body was scorched with what looked like electrical burns or something similar. At first, he could only groan into his hands, as the damp grass cooled the skin of his forehead. As more time passed by, however, Harry began to feel a little bit better and he hesitantly took a second look at his arm. What Harry found this time was a welcome surprise to say the very least. Upon further inspection, his burns weren't quite as bad as they'd initially looked. After stretching and flexing both his hands and his arms, Harry was pleased to find that he still had full mobility despite the red rawness of his skin. As his body's condition continued to improve, Harry suddenly felt capable of movement again, so he immediately turned his attention towards finding his friend. It didn't take long. Hermione was at the edge of the clearing, propped up on her elbows, coughing for breath and staring at him. One thing was immediately obvious to Harry. If Hermione was seeking any kind of explanation from him, then she was destined for disappointment. The fact of the matter was that he'd been looking for exactly the same thing from her. At this point, he was seriously hoping that his most scholastically inclined friend knew what the hell was going on, because he didn't have a clue. Unfortunately, after taking just a single look at Hermione's visibly confused expression, Harry realized that she was just as lost as he was. Damn. In the end, Harry just shrugged his shoulders in a defeated fashion as he drew his glasses off his face. I have literally no idea what just happened, he finally admitted in a somewhat sheepish tone of voice. What part of all that did you understand? Almost nothing, Hermione groaned back, as she finally retrieved some of the air that had been knocked out of her. Good. I appreciate the solidarity, Harry grumbled, mostly to himself. It may have been the adrenaline or the near brush with death, but Hermione giggled and then laughed hard at Harry's immature muttering. He just sounded so sulky after having done something so incredibly, unbelievably impossible. When Hermione finally calmed down again and managed to push herself back up to her feet, she dusted herself off and then crossed her arms in a huff. Harry, seriously. This is nothing new and you know it. Nothing ever makes sense when it comes to you. Look, I want to obsess over what just happened just like you do, but unfortunately, we don't have the time. We need to go now, Harry. We only have a matter of minutes to be at our next destination. Ah, okay then. Fine. We'll freak out later. Good plan. I'm pretty sure Buckbeak's just over that rise there. Harry pointed at an outcropping of rocks in the distance. Nodding her understanding, Hermione started jogging towards both Harry and the outcropping that he'd just pointed at. Then she very suddenly stopped in place, as she shivered from head to toe. It was only as Hermione approached Harry's side that she started to feel something extremely out of the ordinary. It felt as if Hermione was walking up to a very strong electrical current, except that it wasn't really a physical force. Then, as she stepped even closer to Harry's side, goosebumps started forming along her skin and she knew exactly what she was feeling. Anyone who'd ever been around an extremely powerful wizard knew what this particular sensation was, but Hermione didn't know what to make of it. An aura shroud at this distance, and with this much power. The sensation Hermione was feeling was that of amazingly strong magical power saturating the very air all around her. It felt as if she was walking through a powerful wizard's aura shroud, but with one or two important distinctions. The aura shroud she was standing in wasn't being forced out by a wizard who was trying to intimidate her, but rather the magic was free-floating and lazy. Looking over at Harry, Hermione saw that her friend was just standing there and cleaning his glasses. This was odd. Harry, Hermione began, in a somewhat strained tone of voice. Can you dial down on the aura shroud please? You don't need to force out that much power anymore. After replacing his newly polished glasses, Harry turned back towards his friend with a confused expression upon his face. Hermione. I don't understand. I don't have an aura shroud. I've never had one. I'm not powerful enough for that. Harry was completely confused because Hermione was saying nonsense with a completely serious look upon her face. One thing he did know for sure was that he didn't have an aura. Even while hugging him in the past, Hermione had never sensed a magical aura around his body. After taking a very deep breath, Hermione moved a few steps closer to Harry, where she stared him in the eyes. Harry, listen, at the very least I don't think anyone at Hogwarts has ever completely destroyed a Dementor before, including Dumbledore. I'm tired of you marginalizing yourself. Sure, your grades aren't the best in the school, but then you turn around and make the fantastical look merely difficult. You are not a weak wizard. In fact, I'm beginning to think that perhaps you're a little closer to Merlin's side of the spectrum. After looking around the clearing in wonder for a few more moments, Hermione snapped out of her daze and pointed at her friend. Besides, are you trying to tell me that you don't feel a huge cloud of your magic just free floating around you all willy-nilly? It feels like I'm neck deep in your personal space, and I'm still 3 meters away from you. During the moments that followed, Harry checked himself out because Hermione was right and there was something else there. At first he couldn't quite grab a hold of it. He knew that something was different, but he had no idea how to observe it within himself. Then, very suddenly, he felt his perception stretching outwards in profoundly bizarre ways, and the entire world around him seemed to open up. Crying out, Harry cradled his head, because now that he could feel it all, the new sensations and extrasensory perceptions were almost overwhelming in their intensity. Holy gods! He could feel, he could move, he could interact with the world around him. Without even being able to explain it, one thing was immediately obvious to Harry. Up until now, his essence, his soul, whatever it was that made him who he was, had been tightly compressed. Not only that, but since he'd always been in that state for as long as he could remember, he'd never noticed that something was wrong. Now that the intense squeezing feeling was finally gone, Harry felt light. He felt unencumbered. He felt as if he could move easier, not physically but magically. Then, as he closed his eyes and paid attention to the right things, Harry could actually feel Hermione's aura within the range of his ambient magic. Holy gods! A wizard's range of ambient magic or aura usually only extends about half a hand's length away from their body. If you get this close to a witch or wizard, then you might be able to feel, some more than others, another person's magical presence or aura. A wizard's aura shroud is widely considered to be a far more intimate level of closeness than mere personal space, because to invade it is to begin feeling the truest essence of the person. Suffice it to say, if you find yourself within someone's ambient field of magic, aka their aura shroud, and they don't want you there, it's considered extremely rude. And Harry Potter was currently smothering Hermione Granger within his aura from every direction. A gasp escaped Harry's mouth as he suddenly realized just how gigantic his newly released aura shroud was, as well as the awkward implications that such a thing might have on his social life. How is any of this possible? Harry barked, while staring at his hands for answers. Hermione, what's going on? It feels like you might as well be sitting on my lap for God's sakes. Hermione could only nod at her frantic friend's words because, point of fact, that's exactly how it felt. Harry, I do understand your concern, but we're both just going to have to get over it for now. We really do have to get moving. Forcing herself to move past the awkwardness of the situation, Hermione ran up and grabbed Harry by the hand. Even then, she felt like she might start blushing any second. Less than a minute later, Harry and Hermione hopped on Buckbeak's back and flew off into the night. In the end, Harry and a still rather skittish Hermione returned to the hospital wing just in time for the 3 hours the time turner granted them to come to an end. In fact, since they were right on schedule, they encountered Headmaster Dumbledore just as he was exiting the room. For the first second and a half, Dumbledore didn't look the least bit surprised to see the two teenagers just standing there in front of him. It was only as Dumbledore finished closing the door behind himself that he began to look confused. We're back, Harry quickly announced. And we were successful. Dumbledore briefly grinned at that news, but then he began to look confused again. Drawing in a rather deep breath, he pierced Harry with a stare. Harry, exactly how and why are you channeling so much of your magic into the air like that? Dumbledore was dumbfounded by what he was feeling at the moment. He was over 140 years old and he'd never felt anything like the mass of ambient power that he was currently standing in. Well, at least not from a human. Harry looked at Hermione, who looked back at him, and then they both turned back towards Dumbledore. Well, we kind of had an adventure again, Harry replied, in a somewhat sheepish tone of voice. I ended up having to perform some very intense magic and I've been stuck this way ever since. Turning towards Hermione, Harry gave her a wry grin. I'm lucky I've got someone like Hermione watching my back. She managed to stay on task even though she felt like I was being a right pervert to her. Despite his cavalier tone, Harry's expression contained a very real apology and Hermione didn't miss it. She nodded her understanding at her friend before turning back towards Dumbledore. Harry's telling the truth, minus the pervert part. While smiling at Harry again, Hermione crossed her arms in a very stern don't mess with me pose. His aura shroud feels more like a rather comforting hug. The two teenagers smiled at each other again, before suddenly breaking down into several hard fits of laughter. Truth be told, their hippogriff ride had felt a little too intimate for either of their comfort, but with those words they'd managed to successfully move on. They both knew that they were all but family, so it would take far more than this to cause them issues. As the two Gryffindors continued to joke around with each other, Dumbledore took the time to perform a little passive Occlumency on the two of them. His aim was to discern their real thoughts on the aura shroud that Harry was generating. As he'd suspected would be the case, neither of the teenagers had a single clue what had happened to Harry, and they were both looking to him for answers. With that much figured out, Dumbledore pulled his focus back into himself. He didn't have to be a mind reader to know that Harry and Hermione had a story to tell. "Okay, you two. How about you come back to my office? I'd be interested in hearing about your exciting night in the hospital wing." Harry and Hermione nodded enthusiastically. When Harry, Hermione and Dumbledore were released from Dumbledore's pensieve, the two teenagers stumbled several times and almost fell to the floor. Entering and exiting pensieve memories felt a lot like using the flow to travel, and neither of the muggle-raised teens were any good at it. After Harry and Hermione recounted what they'd done earlier in the evening, Dumbledore had asked if he could witness their memories for himself. They'd all just re-watched Hermione's version of Harry's actions from several different angles. Now that they were all back in the here and now, they walked across the room and fell into their respective seats like marionettes with their strings cut. Dumbledore and Harry dropped to their asses a little harder than Hermione did because they were both stunned by what they'd just witnessed. Oh sure, Harry had been the one performing the spell, but he'd been entirely consumed by getting past the blockage that was stopping him. He'd only been peripherally aware of the spectacular light show that had taken place around his body, and until now, he'd barely noticed the black wraith that had been ejected from inside of his scar. Looking down at the skin of his arms, Harry noted that the blisters and redness covering his body were healing with an unnatural quickness. His clothing was still pretty much ruined though. Slowly turning towards Harry, Dumbledore gave the boy a very meaningful look. "Harry, I think we need to investigate all of this in the hospital wing with Madame Pomfrey." Nodding his head in complete agreement, Harry slowly rose back to his feet. At this point, he was more than ready to get control of his aura shroud. He was magically brushing up against Albus Dumbledore, and it was giving him a case of the willies. As the three of them walked back towards the hospital wing, Harry's carefully controlled sense of optimism finally began to fail him. By the time they arrived at their destination and took their first breath of sterile, medically scented air, he was beginning to feel a sense of impending doom. The sensation grew that much worse when they finally walked into the hospital wing, only to have Madame Pomfrey come flying out of her private alcove looking rattled in the extreme. Looking down at his feet, Harry rubbed a hand along the back of his neck. Madame Pomfrey had just reacted to his presence while he was still a little over 6 meters away from her. The fact that she'd already felt his shroud could only mean that the problem with his aura was getting worse, rather than better. His shroud was even wider than it had been an hour ago. After taking one long look at young Harry Potter, Poppy Pomfrey pointed back towards the bed that he'd been laying in just an hour earlier. "Sit, now." After obediently nodding his head, Harry continued to stand where he was, with noticeable hesitation plain to see upon his features. Madame Pomfrey, I'm really feeling quite alright at the moment. Truth be told, I feel like I've been wearing enormous iron manacles around my magic until now. As awkward as I know this is, I feel like I can breathe right now. I feel like I can feel for the very first time in my entire life. I agree that I need to stop touching everyone, but..." With no way to really explain how he felt, Harry looked down at his feet again. He was feeling extremely conflicted at the moment. After clucking at Harry's nervous expression like a mother would, Madame Pomfrey put her hands on her hips in a very stereotypical fashion. "Harry, right now, standing 3 meters away from you, I feel like you're rubbing against my body, magically speaking of course. It's too much for an old widowed witch like me to handle, so let's find out what's going on with you, shall we?" While blushing a vibrantly bright red, Harry realized that Madame Pomfrey was right. He couldn't keep invading other people's personal space just because his current lack of control felt good. He needed to man up because doing the right thing very rarely meant doing the comfortable thing. Walking across the room, Harry took a seat in his traditional bed and then looked back at the elderly healer. "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey, and I apologize for the trouble." Laying back on the mattress, Harry stared despondently up at the ceiling. He was far too frustrated with all of this to make nice with anyone anymore. In fact, now that nothing else was occupying his attention, Harry started getting pretty upset that his life can't ever just be normal. "It's no big deal to me, Harry," Hermione injected softly, from where she was sitting on his left. "It's not like I haven't hugged you before anyway." When her words failed to comfort her friend, Hermione grabbed at his cheek and forced him to look at her. She had a plan. Even if Harry wouldn't cheer up for himself, he would cheer up for her. "Listen, Harry, can you cheer up a bit for me? Your magic isn't as comfortable as it was before." Until his friend brought it to his attention, Harry hadn't noticed the difference that his mood was making within his shroud. Hermione was right. He could immediately sense the change that had taken place within his magic. His aura was obviously reflecting his negativity in how it felt to those around him. It felt chilly and grating at the moment, as it projected his negativity out into the world. Well, damn, Harry couldn't have that. He refused to allow himself to foist his upset feelings upon his friends. Very suddenly, he decided that if he absolutely must surround everyone in the room with his aura, the very least he could do is channel some positivity into it. Over the next couple of seconds, Harry focused on how lucky he was to have Hermione in his life, warming up his aura quite a bit. Almost immediately, Dumbledore and Pomfrey looked more at ease, while to Harry's surprise Hermione sank to her chair like she was taking a nice hot bath. "Oh Har, that's quite nice. Feel free to think I'm amazing some more," Hermione whispered, as she leaned back and closed her eyes. Harry smiled as he projected a sense of how much he'd enjoyed seeing her as a half-human, half-cat hybrid, complete with ears and tail, via Polyjuice. Hermione suddenly blushed a deep red as Harry somehow made himself understood. She never heard him say a word, but she was under the impression that Harry was extremely amused by something very funny, cute that she'd done in the past. Despite her somewhat unjustified feeling of embarrassment, she was happy that her friend was happy again. As the two teens kept each other occupied, Madame Pomfrey approached Harry's bed, so that she could perform a medical diagnosis spell. The Exomorbus spell is designed to impart information regarding anything of significance that has been altered within a wizard's body or core within a certain amount of time. A huge portion of what it takes to be a good healer is whether or not a person is gifted at the simple charm that she was about to perform. Indeed, the charm itself is quite easy to complete. It's the ability to accurately interpret the various information the charm imparts into the mind of the caster that is the truly difficult part. Poppy Pomfrey was one of the best healers alive and was frequently asked to diagnose people from all over the world from her home base here at Hogwarts. As she completed her Exomorbus spell, Madame Pomfrey motioned for Dumbledore to join her. Then, when he stepped close, she tried to whisper into his ear, but in her excitement she was far too loud to keep a secret. "Dumbledore, that thing that you told me to ignore is completely gone." Dumbledore immediately nodded with a look of relief upon his face. After that mysterious statement, Madame Pomfrey returned her attention back to her diagnosis spell. Over time, she began to look more and more upset at what she was finding. As more and more time went by, Madame Pomfrey's increasingly unhappy expression started freaking Harry out. The fact that she was losing her composure made him want to jump out of the bed and shake the woman for answers. He didn't. He controlled himself. Madame Pomfrey was focused on her spell, so he forced himself to stay still and out of her way. Instead, Harry continued projecting funny and/or embarrassing Hermione memories towards his best friend in order to try to stay upbeat. At this point, Hermione looked insane, because she kept blushing and/or laughing at irregular intervals, as she was affected by his shroud. By the time 4 minutes had passed, Madame Pomfrey was starting to turn a ghostly white color, causing Harry's nerves to be stretched to their limit as a result. His hands clenched tightly at his sides, when suddenly he caught sight of tear tracks running unnoticed down her cheeks. Madame Pomfrey just didn't do emotional. The fact that she was crying was a sign of the apocalypse if ever he'd seen one, and he suddenly feared whatever it was she had to say. When Madame Pomfrey finally found the root cause for Harry's current condition, she tore her eyes off of the boy, so that she could glower at the headmaster instead. Dumbledore, you senile old goat. The boy lying next to me is both a miracle and an impossibility. Oh, you have some explaining to do, and you're going to do it now. Harry was given an Aramis Servientis potion, Dumbledore. He was given a permanent bondage potion as a baby. Your meddling should have gotten Harry killed by the time he was 4 years old. At first Dumbledore looked completely stunned by Madame Pomfrey's words. He was legitimately shocked, which caused him to look back and forth between Harry and his healer several times in rapid order. Thankfully for everyone involved, the man's confusion didn't last very long. After just 2 or 3 seconds, the bewildered look slipped off of Dumbledore's face, at which point he began to look absolutely livid instead. He visibly boiled over with rage as he straightened and stared right back at his healer. I tasked a man that I trusted with giving Harry a simple accidental magic bind. The potion he was supposed to give Harry would cease to exist by the time he was 4 or 5 years old. I did not ask him to completely strangle a baby boy of his magic. Dumbledore was losing it big time now, and his magic was flaring all throughout the room. As the headmaster's rage-fueled aura was projected out into the room to commingle with his own, Harry learned several different things at exactly the same time. Dumbledore was way more emotional than anyone would ever have been able to catch just by looking at his carefully bland appearance. Hell, Harry could actually feel the man magically repressing and controlling his own roiling, bucking emotions. If Harry had to guess, he'd say that Albus Dumbledore, paragon of virtue and light in the magical world, was trying to stop himself from committing murder. Next, Harry sensed that the headmaster owned 2 wands. One wand was in his robe pocket like normal and one was resting in a secret holster around his right thigh. Harry could also tell that the man was obscenely strong, obviously, and his body was literally riddled with defensive magics. While Harry had absolutely no idea how it was happening, he was picking up an uncontrollable flood of information through his magical senses, and it was being channeled into him all at once. In fact, as more and more information was forced into his mind, Harry began having trouble focusing on the here and now. With all of the extrasensory distractions being foisted upon Harry's overburdened mind, he was having trouble organizing his thoughts in any helpful, structured way. Soon enough, Harry had his hands on his temples again, because there was way too much new and he couldn't keep up. Lots and lots of new information, new feelings, new emotions, new awareness of the living things around him, and new senses that he couldn't begin to name let alone interpret. In a moment of desperate need, Harry yelled out into the completely quiet room. "Headmaster, you're overwhelming me with information right now. I need you to restrain your magic. Damn it, control yourself," Harry berated himself over and over. He didn't have time to continue unraveling like this. He needed answers ASAP, so he couldn't afford to be completely consumed by Dumbledore's aura. Dumbledore's out-of-control anger was halted right in his tracks by Harry's amazing pronouncement. Over the next couple of seconds he strangled his magic back into his body and then turned towards his student with a serious expression on his face. "Harry, what did you mean by what you just said? Your magic is picking up information for you." Dumbledore was completely flabbergasted. For the 4th or 5th time in just a little over an hour, he was losing track. Crossing his arms across his chest, Harry gave Dumbledore his most no-nonsense look. "No, not this time, Dumbledore. I think we should start at the beginning. Why am I an impossibility and why should I be dead?" With a nod of her head, Madame Pomfrey walked over to Harry's side and sat down at the edge of his bed. "Harry, when you were an infant it appears you were performing a lot of accidental magic." She stared at Dumbledore, waiting for confirmation, and then she sighed when the man reluctantly nodded his head. "It sounds like Dumbledore asked a colleague of his to create a common potion that would have kept you from accessing most of your magic. Its only purpose would have been to contain some of your magic, until you were out of infancy and more in control." When he realized that the story was going to be told whether he liked it or not, Dumbledore stepped forward and crouched down next to Harry's bed. "Try to understand, Harry. You were going to be living with the Dursleys, and they don't appreciate magic. You were floating, turning things blue, and vanishing vegetables. You were a magical terror of a baby. Of course your parents were extremely proud of it all, but Petunia and Vernon would have put you in an orphanage the very first time it happened. I wanted to give the Dursleys a chance to love you like the family that they are. That's the reason why I asked an associate of mine to brew a potion to bind your magic for a few years. It seems I seriously misjudged the man's character. At this point, Dumbledore's teeth were about to shatter from the way he was gritting them. For Hermione's sake, Harry kept his aura light even as his reply to Dumbledore was not. Headmaster, if you thought that those people would ever come to love me, then your associate wasn't the only person you judged poorly. Dumbledore blanched, then started to say something in his own defense, but he was interrupted when Madame Pomfrey stepped in front of him. After physically pulling Harry's attention away from Dumbledore, Madame Pomfrey turned to give the headmaster the stink eye over her shoulder. While the man definitely had some explaining to do, now wasn't the time. Harry's anxiety was slipping into his aura and Pomfrey needed to explain the situation so that he'd calm back down. Turning back around, Madame Pomfrey locked eyes with her charge and prepared to explain a great many things. Listen carefully, Harry, Pomfrey demanded as calmly as she could. The person who brewed your binding potion created a very rare variation that's both extremely illegal to make and far too immoral to administer. He gave you a potion called Aramis Servientis. This potion is used on extremely strong and dangerous magical beasts to permanently bind their magic inside their cores. If it's used on a wizard, any wizard, then they're immediately rendered into a squib if not killed outright from shock. As Madame Pomfrey continued her explanation, Harry found himself becoming more and more confused. Madame Pomfrey, he began slowly, with intense levels of confusion written on his face. I know I'm not the best student in my year, but I'm not a squib either. If I focus hard enough, I'm definitely capable of performing magic. How can I be? For perhaps the first time since she'd performed her diagnostic spell, Madame Pomfrey smiled, as she patted Harry softly on his shoulder. Harry, that's exactly why I just said you're a miracle. You shouldn't have been able to use magic at all, and that would have been the ideal outcome for an adult wizard. Circumstances are much, much more dire for any poor infant administered that particular potion. There's no easy way to say this, so I'm just going to be blunt. Harry Potter, you should be long dead. At Harry's blank look, Pomfrey rubbed his hand and gave him a soft, warm smile. Let me try to explain, Harry. First of all, wizards aren't merely people with magic inside of them. Wizards are their magic, period. Magic isn't just something we can access and use, but rather it's incorporated in our very souls, incorporated in our bodies, and it's just as vital to us as our life's blood is. Unlike muggles or non-magical creatures, wizards need their magic just to grow and develop as they age. A normal wizard is completely saturated in their own magic as they grow older, which is the reason why we're so comparatively healthy, strong and long-lived. I can't even begin to explain the wide variety of ways the binding on your core has stunted and damaged your body up until this point. Madame Pomfrey shook her head and looked at the floor as she continued. The common accidental magic potions that are usually given to babies only suppress extra magic that can lead to inconvenient accidental spells and such. Those potions leave behind plenty of magic for the babies in question to develop at a normal pace. What you were given, Harry. Madame Pomfrey shook her head again and wiped away a stray tear. You shouldn't have been able to grow at all, have normal useful organs, develop the brain you have, the coordination, thought, all of it. You should have died a mass of undeveloped organs and tissues by the age of 3 or 4 at the most. Hermione was beginning to cry at this point, so Harry took the time to project how much he loved her for punching Malfoy in the face earlier that night. While Harry's efforts to cheer her up were well-intentioned, all he'd managed to do was make Hermione feel worse. Harry was such a good, kind person, and he always had to suffer like this. The injustice of it all was making her cry, and Harry's kind attention was just fuel on the fire. While it didn't look like it was working, Harry tried to stay positive as he asked the question that needed asking. So, then, how am I alive? For the first time in a very long time, Madame Pomfrey wasn't 100% sure. She had a theory, of course, but it was just so fantastically improbable. Either way, the boy deserved an answer and she was going to give it to him. Harry, I am a very qualified healer. I'm not just some ordinary school nurse. Hogwarts pays me extremely well to be here, because I have seen it all and I have done it all. That being said, I cannot definitively explain how you're both alive and as highly functioning as you are. The best I can do for now is a theory, which will need to be verified over the next few weeks. My theory is this. You have a very adaptable magical core, unbelievably versatile magic and more power than any 10 fully matured adult wizards put together. I also think you may have more potential for wandless magic than Merlin did. Dumbledore's face quickly swiveled toward the elderly healer. How do you know this? Madame Pomfrey gave Dumbledore a frustrated look at his interruption. Like I just said, I haven't confirmed anything yet. I only have a theory because it's literally the only way Harry could have lived past infancy. I think Harry's magical core refused to just give up. I think it began straining against the bindings, creating a series of small, fast-repairing leaks time and time again. These leaks wouldn't have lasted long enough for any noticeable amount of magic to get through at any one time. Under normal circumstances, only trace amounts of magic would have been released every time a leak was created. For that reason, I believe Harry's core was pushing and straining to create those leaks at max power 24 hours a day, all day, every day. Madame Pomfrey turned back towards Harry as she finished her explanation. Harry, what I've described would be the only way your core could provide enough magic to keep you both alive and developing. As Harry digested everything he'd heard so far, Madame Pomfrey rubbed a comforting hand up and down his back. She wasn't finished her explanation yet, not by a long shot, but there was no need to overwhelm her charge. A few moments later, when Harry appeared to understand what she'd already explained, Pomfrey turned back towards Dumbledore. The next impossible thing toddler Harry accomplished would be what he did when he finally managed to force his magic out of the bindings. Pomfrey turned Harry's chin to her and addressed him directly. Harry, just because your magic leaked out of the bindings and was free of your core, doesn't mean it could have achieved anything alone. At that point it would have become separated from your magical core by the bindings. The magic would have become completely directionless with nothing to guide it, becoming what is commonly referred to as ambient, free-floating, magic. Any of the magic floating directionless around your body would have needed to be manually or intent-ordered into acting on your behalf. I personally believe magic is somewhat sentient, but for the purposes of regenerating and developing your infant body it would have needed real intent-based directions from a wizard. What I'm about to say is a fact and is one of the irrefutable laws of magic. Your magic would not have just leaked out of your core and fixed you for no reason. Ambient magic just doesn't do that. Ever. You would have to have been willing the magic to do the things it did to keep you alive. I can't begin to explain how you were able to do it, Harry. You, as an infant, through willpower alone, forced the separated, directionless, ambient magic floating in and around you, to do very specific jobs as you grew up. You subconsciously, wandlessly, willed magic that was separate from you, to continually repair your bones, hair, organs, skin, brain, heart, the list goes on forever, and you only would have been 3 years old at the time. I tend to believe your young age and ignorance actually helped you survive it all. You didn't know that it was supposed to be impossible. All you knew at the time was that you were in excruciating agony and you needed the pain to end. When Madame Pomfrey turned back towards Dumbledore again, her face held nothing but 100% certainty. If Harry can't completely master wandless magic, then no one on Earth can. Turning back towards Harry, Madame Pomfrey took a very deep breath. Harry, this is going to be a very uncomfortable summer for you. For the length of Madame Pomfrey's explanation, Dumbledore had been staring at Harry as if he was a zoo animal, but at the healer's newest warning his head snapped towards her, with an audible crack of his neck. You're not saying... Oh yes, Madame Pomfrey replied, with the exact same certainty as before. Just like how a magical child grows much faster once free of even the weakest magical binding, Harry here is about to experience some extremely rapid development. Harry, I mean no offense when I say this, but you're a 14-year-old with the physical maturity of an 11-year-old. Harry could only nod his head because what Madame Pomfrey was saying was perfectly obvious to everyone. After patting Harry on the shoulder again, Madame Pomfrey rose back to her feet. Well, I'd wager that by the end of the summer, you'll look 16 at the very least. I need you to understand this, Harry. Whether or not you're physically here, she gestured to the hospital wing. This summer I own you, body and soul. You will follow my every command. You will eat like a madman, take my disgusting magical health supplements and work out religiously in order to ensure you develop correctly. You'll need to do all of these things despite the fact that your body is going to pain you like Skelegro is being forced down your throat every morning. Harry, I know very well that you're tough, but this summer, I'm going to make you cry. Pomfrey smiled at this point and patted the side of Harry's face. I wouldn't even bother if you weren't worth it. Dumbledore started trying to interject. With no warning whatsoever, Madame Pomfrey rounded on Dumbledore with the ferocity of an alpha predator. No. The boy's situation is not under control, Albus, you old fool. This is no time for Harry to be starved, beaten and locked up in his bedroom, Albus. I will quit your service if you push me on this. Hermione gasped and her hands flew up to her face. At first Harry was shocked that the healer knew all about the Dursleys' particular form of parenting, but when he really thought about it he shouldn't have been. He'd been a patient of hers often enough in the past and his many scars weren't exactly subtle. In that moment, while Madame Pomfrey was flying to his defense, he grew to love the woman like family. For the last 3 years, Madame Pomfrey had spent the lion's share of her time completely livid with Dumbledore over Harry James Potter. She was a professional, so she could easily see the signs of terrible abuse every time the boy was in her care. She'd informed Dumbledore immediately after meeting Harry for the first time, but Albus had said that it was under control and necessary for the boy's own protection. Gods only know what nonsensical plan Dumbledore was referring to, but Pomfrey was determined to finally make the man see reason. Turning towards the stubborn old headmaster again, Pomfrey gave the elderly man her most no-nonsense look. Look, there's a second reason why Harry can't go to his Muggle neighborhood right now, and it's more immediately pressing. Harry has to retrain his magic all summer starting immediately. As things stand now he has zero control over his magical aura shroud. Even though his shroud isn't actually all that dangerous, if Harry steps foot in a Muggle-populated area of Britain, he'll destroy the Statute of Secrecy almost immediately. Dumbledore couldn't help himself. He looked at Poppy curiously. Rolling her eyes at the headmaster's willful ignorance, Madame Pomfrey gestured towards the old wizard with both of her hands. Oh come on, Albus. Isn't it obvious? Even you would find it almost impossible to project an aura shroud like the one Harry's currently releasing. Keep in mind I'm talking about maintaining this level of shroud for mere moments, not the casual way that Harry's filling this room. It's completely absurd how widespread and hungry Harry's magic has become, and I'd wager it's a direct result of him surviving the binding. In order to get literally anything magical done, including living and growing, Harry's core has had to push magic outwards like it was the end of the world, all day, every day. Now that the bindings containing his magic are destroyed, this has become Harry's new normal. Madame Pomfrey gestured expansively at the cloud of ambient magic that they were all just standing around in. Harry Potter has no idea what it even feels like not to be forcing out every scrap of his magic, at full power, at all times. The fact that he could get out of bed in the morning, walk, talk, go to classes, focus in those classes, play Quidditch for God's sakes, it's all remarkable beyond measure. Everyone in the room took a moment to fully digest just how incredible it was that Harry was alive, intelligent and sane. They all collapsed where they were, exhausted because of what they'd just learned. Dumbledore, Hermione and Madame Pomfrey just sat there, feeling like they were magically rubbing up against Harry. After a few quiet moments passed, Harry projected to Hermione how much it had meant to him when she'd had his back during second year. When everyone else in the school had forsaken him as the so-called heir of Slytherin, Hermione had been the only person who didn't shy away. While Hermione didn't know the exact memory that Harry was thinking about, the fact that he cared about her was obvious. Over the next couple of seconds, she found herself smiling and sobbing at exactly the same time. Turning back towards Harry, Dumbledore shrugged in an expressive way. Well, there's 3 more days in the school term, Harry, but I'm sorry to inform you, you're going to be staying here. He gestured to the ward. I'll find some Occlumency books for you to study in the meantime. They've just become extremely important to you, if you ever want to exist normally amongst your peers. Occlumency, Harry repeated, without any recognition in his voice. Yes, Dumbledore replied, in a rare businesslike tone. Occlumency is a brand of magic centered around controlling your mind and your thoughts. At a basic level, it's only intended to protect your thoughts from mind reading. In the wizarding world, mind reading is called Legilimency. At Occlumency's most advanced levels, you can build a mindscape and attain broader control of your body, memories, emotions, and most importantly for you, Harry, your magic. Dumbledore laughed, even as he shook his head. Well, at least you'll be motivated, Harry. Unless You don't want to walk into the Great Hall and magically rub up against all of the girls, in every house, all at once, do you? After turning vaguely white at the prospect, Harry laughed and shook his head. That sounds extremely dangerous, sir. Exactly, Dumbledore replied, with a smile. For the last few days Harry had been quarantined like a leper in the hospital wing of the school. During that time, no one had ever bothered explaining to him where he'd be spending his summer. At first he'd fantasized that he would be sent to stay with his godfather Sirius. Too bad the man was still the #1 fugitive in the entire country and hiding out gods only know where. No, it seemed that Harry's presence wasn't welcome anywhere at the moment, so he had no idea what Dumbledore was intending to do with him. For obvious reasons the situation was less than ideal and Harry resented the fact that he was being kept in the dark, again. There was a bright side however. For the entire length of time that he'd been kept in the hospital wing, Harry had been meditating and building the foundations of what would become an extremely well-occluded mind. After reading no less than 5 books on the subject, Harry had decided that if he had to sit around then he might as well be constructive with his time. At the moment he was a captive audience, so he was thankful that the Occlumency books were as interesting as they were. There was also the fact that Harry in particular would get a lot out of this particular branch of magic. In the past, whenever Hermione accused Harry of being both mercurial and broody he'd never been able to defend himself. He couldn't. He didn't have a single leg to stand on. His poor emotional control paired with a shite childhood wasn't doing him any favors in that regard, and as a result he'd never been what anyone would call the life of the party. Now that he'd read all of these Occlumency textbooks, Harry knew that there was actually something he could do about his lack of emotional maturity, and the prospect had him excited. Hell, just a few days earlier, Harry saw for himself the benefits of attaining powerful Occlumency through Dumbledore. His headmaster had used Occlumency to rein in a peak of anger so intense he'd never seen anything quite like it. Wait, seen. Harry had a definite feeling of having seen Dumbledore's anger, and not just through the man's rather obvious facial features. Harry began to think that his magic was going to provide him a lot of information, if he could ever get control of it. There was also a more obvious and immediate reason why Harry needed better control of his emotions. He was currently broadcasting them out into the world through his magic, and affecting the people around him in negative ways, and he refused to allow this to continue. Harry could not allow his moodiness to infect the people around him like a black cloud all the damn time. With that thought in mind, Harry curled his feet under himself again and began the breathing practices recommended in all of the Occlumency books. He found himself centered with relative ease, after many, many failed attempts, and he began attempting to seek out his magical core. Harry. Cracking open his eyes, Harry saw that Hermione had come to visit him again. She was in on the secret regarding his magic, and didn't seem to be overly bothered by the intimate environment his magic created. Harry had always known that Hermione was down for a hug, so he went out of his way to make sure that's what his shroud felt like for her. As his friend sat down in the chair next to his bed, Harry projected what it felt like to receive a Hermione hug, legendary. While generating the emotion in his shroud, Harry was momentarily lost in the memory involved and a small wry grin spread upon his face. Hermione arched an eyebrow at Harry's grin. "I don't think I like the thought that just went through your head, Mr. Potter." Grinning at his best friend, Harry had to concede that Hermione could see right through him like no one else he knew. "I just remembered that you were the very first person to ever hug me, and then I realized just how ironic this whole situation is. For the most part, I still find myself shying away from casual affection, and yet I'm invading absolutely everyone's personal space, to throw around big, unwelcome hugs." In the end, Harry's joke was completely ignored in the face of something far more important. Hermione hadn't known until just that moment that she was the very first person to ever hug Harry. She didn't actually intend to react so strongly to this new information, but the question spluttered out of her mouth unbidden. "Ever, Harry? Your relatives never, in 11 years. After shrugging dismissively, Harry eased back against the bed's headboard and nodded a little more seriously. Truly, he couldn't even imagine any of the Dursleys trying to hug him, and the very idea of it gave him a case of the shivers. At Harry's confirmation, Hermione collapsed into the chair next to his bed, completely blown away. She briefly thought about hugging her friend right then and there, but Harry was finally revealing some of his life to her, and she didn't want to scare him off. Without moving a muscle, she drew in a very deep, calming breath, counted to 5, and then smiled at her friend as if his life wasn't completely heartbreaking. "I'm impressed you told me all that, Harry. Is the Occlumency training helping you?" "Well, no. I don't think there's a convenient magical solution that has me spilling my guts," Harry replied, while gazing up at the ceiling. But then he propped himself up using half a dozen stolen pillows and grinned aside at his most studious friend. "The truth is, I've been meditating like 12 hours a day for the last 3 days. I'm feeling pretty damn centered at the moment." Both Harry and Hermione grinned at that because yeah, that would definitely do it. "I do feel like I'll be good at this Occlumency stuff pretty soon though," Harry offered in an offhand manner. "Just before you entered the room, I was aiming to encounter my magical core. I think I felt it nearby." Shrugging his shoulders, Harry waved his hands noncommittally. "I guess when it comes to magic, I can say something vague like, I felt it, and it might actually mean something, huh?" "Not in arithmancy though," Hermione countered, in an amused tone of voice. "Hermione, back to what we were talking about before," Harry ventured. "I was thinking." "Go ahead," Hermione said, still acting nonchalant. She pulled out a book and settled it on her lap. "Well, I think I might adopt you as family, Hermione." Harry wasn't looking over at Hermione right now because despite his casual tone he was feeling a little bit embarrassed. "My family sucks, so I'm going to steal you from yours." "Okay then, I'm your sister. I demand full disclosure." Harry arched an eyebrow in question. "Tell me all about your life," Hermione explained, while looking up from her book with a serious expression. "Tell me everything, and I'll be your sister for life through anything. I know you think your upbringing makes you weak, but once you train your Occlumency, you'll see that it's exactly the opposite." At first, Harry nodded his understanding, but then he shook his head. "I'm going to train my Occlumency first then. Afterwards, I'll get back to you. I'm still going to call you sis whether or not you give me permission or not though." Harry smiled up at the ceiling again because yes he would, and he was already feeling pretty damned good about it. Hermione smiled even as she shook her head. "Well, I had to try, didn't I?" Smiling softly at his best friend, Harry put a hand on her forearm. She was right after all. Hermione did try and she never ever quit, it just wasn't in her nature. "I appreciate how you've always tried my own. I know I need to talk about it at some point, but it's all just so messed up and awful. I'm not quite there yet sis, but when I am I'll let you know. Self-awareness doesn't always make you strong it seems." Smiling back at Harry, Hermione took her new nickname in stride. Harry really did love her like family, and she could feel that much in his shroud. On the other hand, she thought her friend was selling himself short. "Harry, I think strength is a relative thing where you're concerned. You bounce back and forth on that front from one second to the next. You'd sacrifice every ounce of yourself until there's nothing left to save your friends. Making yourself vulnerable, sharing your life and feelings is another matter entirely." While Hermione's words made him feel just a little bit embarrassed, Harry still ended up nodding his agreement. He'd put himself in danger for his friends without any hesitation several times in the past and they both knew it. Exposing himself emotionally on the other hand. Well, that felt all but impossible and scary in a massive way. Turning his body towards Hermione, Harry leaned a little closer to his newfound sister. "Actually, Poppy told me something 2 days ago that's changed how I look at my shyness and introversion. She explained that I might be an isolated person. Like I am as a direct result of the bindings that were on my core. She said that up until 3 days ago, I'd never magically felt anything around me before. She implied that the binding of my magic would have made me feel like I was all alone in the entire world, even while I'm completely surrounded by people. I know I can feel you now and it's making me feel emotional." Hermione extended a hand to hold Harry's. "I've always been with you, Harry." Squeezing his sister's hand in return, Harry smiled. "I knew that my own, I just never felt it." Looking up at the wall clock, Harry saw that it was almost time for the train to leave back to London. As reluctant as Harry was to see his friend go, he pointed at the clock to inform Hermione of the time. At Harry's prompting, Hermione looked at the wall clock and then blanched in alarm. "You're a lifesaver, Harry. I need to hurry to the entry hall. I was distracted because you've become the most relaxing reading environment on the face of the planet." Giving her brother one last smile, Hermione scrambled to pick up all of her assorted books and quills. Then, when she was packed and ready to go, Hermione turned her attention back to Harry. "As soon as you know where you're going for the summer, you will all me, won't you?" "Of course," Harry replied, as that much was completely obvious. Later that evening, after Hermione left to catch the train, Harry was meditating again, in an attempt to reach out for his magical core. Despite the fact that he hadn't found his core just yet, Harry was still extremely surprised by his current level of improvement. According to all of the books that he'd read so far, his thoughts should already have rudimentary shields in place just because of the meditation practices he'd been performing. Of course the barriers he'd built until now wouldn't be enough to stop a skilled Leglemancer, but they should allow him to feel it when someone is rooting around in his head. That much wasn't the most dramatic achievement of the last couple of hours, however. At this point, Harry's consciousness was drifting around inside of his spiritual center. He'd managed to reach such a profound state of meditation, he was free-floating deep within himself and looking around. There was a problem that was keeping him from advancing, however. He was supposed to be on the lookout for what other people claim looks like a light off in the distance. He was wondering just how you'd tell where to go when the whole damned place is blindingly bright. Ah, shucks. Harry was suddenly grateful that he was alone within his own spiritual center, because he was feeling pretty damned embarrassed. As it turns out, he'd found his core a long damned time ago. It was just absolutely enormous. With this new realization, Harry was able to successfully embrace his center and move on to the next step. Very suddenly, Harry found himself standing in an empty, rock-strewn plain, with overcast skies and very little else to catch one's attention. Despite the grimness of his current surroundings, Harry knew not to be upset at what he'd found. This was what he'd been aiming for after all. He'd been meditating for days to clean up all of the trauma and emotional clutter that was waiting for him inside of his head. If he hadn't done all of that ahead of time, he probably would have hated the garbage he'd have found in here instead. It probably would have looked like his cupboard back at the Dursleys or something. So now Harry had found himself in a kind of desolate but relatively clean environment. Excellent. A person's mindscape when they first see it usually has some emotional significance to the person, which is why most people generally build around it as a central figure or a core. Harry had read all of Hogwarts's books on Occlumency and had come to the conclusion that for the best results, you should build from the bottom up. What Harry really wanted to do first is organize his memories and emotions. Too bad a book called Mind Over Matter said that doing so was a bad idea. According to the book, a defenseless and orderly mind is just an easily read and exploitable one. What that meant was that Harry needed to get Hermione to defend her mind as soon as possible. Her brain was like a computer, so she was probably the most easily mind-read person on the face of the planet. Harry's idea was to start with the very basics, but in new and creative ways. His plan was to make a vast sphere encompassing everything for as far as he can imagine. Since he was Muggle-raised, Harry had no problem picturing the world as a sphere, and that was what he was going to try and do. From what Harry had been told, he had an absolutely gigantic magical core, so there shouldn't be any harm in aiming for a much larger than normal mindscape. He wanted his mindscape to have absolutely enormous shields, under which he'd have a lot of space for further development. Then, as time goes by, he'd add layers of defenses inwards at his leisure. To start with, however, Harry was going to keep things simple. He pictured a rock globe beneath his feet approximately the size of the Earth and with a similar density. About a minute later, and for seemingly no reason, Harry knew deep down that the deed was done. It was time to move on. Next, he imagined an unbelievably vast sphere completely encompassing his new world. This sphere was made of 5-meter-thick stainless steel and was as high as the ozone layer on Earth. Almost immediately, Harry's mindscape became pitch black, causing him to smile in triumph. The darkness let him know that his efforts were getting results. After picturing a radiant ball of light, Harry made it travel across the sky relative to real time on Earth. It wasn't a real sun, but rather a humongous warm light attached to the inside of his steel ozone layer. Soon enough, his imagery worked once again, and he knew it because suddenly Harry was standing in a sunlit field. As hard as it was to believe, Harry had pulled off the fantastical. Defying all common sense, and every book he'd ever read on the subject, he'd officially succeeded in creating an entire planet to use as a mindscape. "Just try to find my important memories," Harry growled, with a somewhat feral smile on his face. Despite his successes so far, Harry knew that he'd need to be methodical while bolstering his metallic barrier shields. While he knew that the barriers were in place, he wanted to confirm their strength for himself. According to all of the books on the subject, building defenses is the easy part. Checking the defenses for weaknesses and firming them up is the hard part. Over the next minute and a half, Harry mentally designated portions of his planet with latitude and longitude lines, so that problem areas could be marked and located later. Next, Harry pictured a vast army of Fox lookalikes as a workforce. He had a mental picture of them all flying around and checking his defenses. When next he opened his eyes, Harry found himself standing in front of hundreds of thousands of phoenixes. "Okay, Fox," Harry began in a loud but friendly voice. "I need you all flying patrol and checking my defenses. If you find a weakness in the barrier or anything else that might be troublesome, mentally prompt me and I'll deal with it." For a few moments following Harry's instructions, the entire clearing was basked in the beautiful sound of thousands of phoenixes singing. Then, the moment ended and the phoenixes were flying off in every direction. "Okay, let's see what I can build for myself now that it won't be completely defenseless." Harry looked down at his feet and smiled. The best part of having an entire planet to work with as a mindscape was that the very earth at his feet could become a natural defense against intruders. With that in mind, Harry decided to steal some security ideas from the real experts, the goblins. Out of nowhere, a hatch opened at Harry's feet and he started descending into a newly revealed underground room. After taking the time to make the hatch an extremely large yet inconspicuous-looking boulder, Harry closed the hatch and then headed down the rest of the stairs. The room he found himself in wasn't large or ostentatious because it didn't need to be. It was just a small whitewashed room with a single elevator in the back wall. Standing in front of this elevator, Harry took his time imagining what he needed in his mind. He poured his entire focus into creating an elevator shaft going straight down for over 5,000 kilometers, until it was near the planet's core. Even as he worked, a grin formed unbidden on Harry's face, because he appreciated how literal he was being. The planet's core was also where he'd housed his magical core, and the idea was just as amusing as it was cool. The lion's share of Harry's memories and emotions would be organized at the bottom of this elevator shaft, below multiple levels of protection and fail-safes just in case. Then, when he was ready, he'd travel even deeper to gain control of his magic within the planet's core. Over time, Harry started getting mental prompts from his Phoenix army to strengthen or thicken areas of his ozone layer defenses. He was relieved to find that he could firm up these areas to the Fox Army's satisfaction without too much effort, and the progress was extremely satisfying. For perhaps the first time in his entire life, Harry felt like he was gaining control of his own destiny and circumstances. In fact, Harry was finding this whole process just as empowering as it had been to find out he was a wizard. While smiling at his own out-of-character optimism, Harry bounced on his toes and shook out his hands. "Okay, it's time to finally get my brain sorted out. Bring it on." Around midnight, a very miffed Madame Pomfrey brought Harry out of his meditation. She was frustrated with him for sitting cross-legged on his bed all night when he had perfectly adequate covers. What this meant for Harry was that it was time to attempt a state of meditative sleep. The books he'd read so far stated that if he practiced, he could go to his mindscape in his sleep, and there'd be very little difference than when he was awake. According to the books, entering his mindscape in his sleep would increase the quality of his rest, and he could also get some work done while he was at it. He'd also read that if you're magically powerful enough, your perception of time would even move slower while inside your mindscape. Harry didn't think he was being arrogant when he assumed that time within his mindscape was going to end up moving quite slow indeed. Smiling up at the school healer, Harry apologized for his poor sleeping habits, lay down under his covers, and fell asleep while utilizing his meditation practices. The next day was officially the first day of summer vacation, which of course meant that the school was completely empty of students. Now that he wouldn't be magically rubbing up against everyone, Harry was really looking forward to some freedom from the hospital wing. When he woke up just before breakfast, it was to find Madame Pomfrey standing over him and carefully scrutinizing his body. "Harry, have you noticed that your scar is a little less red and angry?" It looks like it's already beginning to fade. Madame Pomfrey's question was asked, as she poked and prodded at him with her wand. This had become a daily ritual since 3 days earlier, so her charge didn't make a fuss about it. The truth was that Harry hadn't been paying any attention to his physical body for the last couple of days. He'd been preoccupied with his emotional and spiritual well-being rather than his looks, so he hadn't noticed his scar at all. Now that it was being brought to his attention, however, Harry was happy to hear that he'd stand out less in public places. Smiling cheerfully, Harry rose out of bed and gave the elderly healer a good morning hug. For obvious reasons, Harry hadn't been able to hide how important Madame Pomfrey had become to him. His aura screamed, family, to her, and although his feelings of attachment had surprised her at first, she'd soon started treating him as such in return. After pulling away from the hug, Harry slowly drew a hand along his scar. No, I hadn't noticed, Poppy. To be honest, I've been focusing more on my interior than my exterior for the past few days. I've been building a mindscape. Poppy, as Harry had started calling her, looked startled at first, but then she arched an eyebrow in her curiosity. Am I to believe, Harry, that in just 4 days' time you've advanced your occlumency to the point that you're developing a mindscape? Harry smiled mischievously even as he shook his head in the negative. I'm not making just any old mindscape, Poppy. It's a world. It's an entire damned planet. Language, Harry, Poppy replied automatically, in a low voice. Truly, she hadn't really even noticed his swearing. She was far too busy staring at him as if he had 2 heads. Harry, that kind of scope in a mindscape would take an ordinary wizard half a century to build. They'd have to build outward from a focal point, and it'd be extremely demanding to accomplish. While Harry was well aware of how things would work for a so-called normal wizard, he also knew that he just didn't fall under that category anymore. Neither his thoroughly ingrained low self-esteem nor his desire for modesty could deny the reality of his current situation. Case in point, what he was about to describe to Poppy was about as far from normal as it is possible to become. Well, I did build my mindscape out from a focal point, just like you described, Poppy. I just did it all at once and very, very quickly. My focal point right now is just an empty field, in the middle of nowhere, on a facsimile of a planet. Using the idea of a planet as my inspiration, I've created an ozone layer made of 10-meter thick high-grade stainless steel that I'm using as my occlusion barriers. I figured that there's no such thing as overkill when my goal is to protect both my mind and my magic. I was even thinking of having an armada of Star Wars and Star Trek spaceships orbiting my planet. It sounds like fun. Having completely forgotten about Poppy in his enthusiasm, Harry was happily monologuing his plans all by himself. For a little over a minute, Poppy just stood there, as Harry Potter described the most fantastically absurd mindscape in the entire history of wizard kind. When he was finally finished rattling off his future plans for orbiting laser platforms and ocean-bottom military bases, she shook her head and palmed her face with her hands. An entire damned world indeed. A very long time ago, Poppy had come to understand that it was best to just go with the flow when encountering situations beyond mortal understanding. With that idea in mind, Poppy decided to return to business as usual, which of course meant medicine. Walking over to a table, Poppy returned with a large bottle filled with a vile green-looking liquid. It's time, Harry. Drink this. When she caught Harry's look of foreboding, Poppy's face became extremely stern in response. Listen carefully, Harry. I can't stress enough how much strain your body's going to be put under this summer. You are going to need way more than just the average nutrition to fuel it all. Despite the look that had slipped onto Harry's face, he hadn't actually intended to give Poppy a hard time about taking the potion. He was no stranger to aches and pains, but he'd noticed his body beginning to feel a little tender yesterday afternoon, and he had every reason to believe that it was going to continue getting worse. Without another word, he stepped forward, took a hold of the green sludge, pounded it down his throat with a noticeable wince, and then waved at Poppy for her continued attention. He knew he needed to be as honest as possible if Poppy was going to help him get the best results. Truth be told, Poppy, I think it's already started. I can feel the beginnings of strain in most of my joints, but no really significant pain quite yet. With a small jump of extreme surprise, Poppy launched towards Harry and grabbed a hold of his shoulders. Wait, are you serious, Harry? You're already feeling strain on your body. Holy gods. We need you up and feasting as soon as physically possible. If it's happening this quickly, you're going to be getting noticeably taller and thicker with every day that passes. Okay, I understand, but why do you think my growth is happening this dramatically? Harry didn't mind the idea of growing and healing, but at the same time he was already feeling pretty tender and he didn't like the alarmed look on Poppy's face. Start getting dressed and I'll explain, Poppy replied, with a look of barely concealed impatience on her face. When Harry didn't immediately move, she refused to continue talking until he started throwing on some of his ill-used and poorly fitted workout clothing. Here's the deal, Harry. Yours is a simple and yet extremely rare situation. Now that your magic has unlimited access to your body, it's running roughshod all over you because it doesn't like what it's found. Right now it's making up for all the delays and damages its absence has caused you throughout your life. Up until this point, you've manually, albeit subconsciously, grown and maintained your body, but even though you've managed to survive, that doesn't mean you're anything even resembling healthy. Your entire body is about to explode with physical changes, and trust me when I say that there'll be nothing the least bit subtle about it. We need you extremely well fed and then you need to start a running routine ASAP. I'm concerned that you're going to be off balance if you don't train, because of your new height and body shape. There isn't much I can do from a magical standpoint to counteract the fact that your center of gravity will be changing drastically this summer. Nodding his head, Harry looked up at Poppy as he tied his shoes. Sounds rough. I assume then that I'll be camped out here this summer. Harry tried but failed at keeping the hope out of his voice. I haven't been informed of any alternative plans, Poppy allowed with a small but triumphant look upon her face. What I do know is that you're never going back to Privet Drive ever again. When Harry completed several overjoyed fist pumps in the air, Poppy kept to herself how hard she'd had to fight to keep him from going back to his relatives. That Dumbledore was a real piece of work. Internally, Poppy fumed at the man. Blood wards my ass. Finding out that Harry's hard-won magic had been fueling protective wards around an entire house and family all those years had pissed Poppy off like nothing she'd ever heard in her entire life. How was the boy supposed to spare the magic for that kind of grand undertaking when he was fighting for his own survival and trying not to become a vegetable? When Harry caught the elderly healer going all maternal on him again, he walked over and pulled Poppy into yet another hug. He really was completely overjoyed and he knew exactly who to thank for his newfound freedom. Well then, Poppy, you own me, just like you said. I'd do just about anything to stay here with you for the summer. Do you have the facilities for working out? I've always liked the idea of weightlifting, but it's never been possible with my body type and housing situation. I clocked how much slower time is in my Mindscape, and I've got it up to 3 times faster in there so far. I can probably create an obstacle course and run it in my sleep using whatever body type one have at the time. For the second time in less than 10 minutes, Poppy was completely floored by the latent magical ability of the boy standing in front of her. A normal Mindscape might make it up to 1.5 times faster, but that's only if you're an absurdly strong wizard like an Albus Dumbledore. After she spent several silent moments recollecting her calm, Poppy turned back to Harry and smiled. After you complete a lap around the lake, I'll show you one of Hogwarts' best-kept secrets. It's a utility room that can become whatever you need it to be. The only reason I even know about it is because I've worked here for 57 years, and I stumbled upon it by mistake. Before that though, let's go harass one of the school elves to take care of your food for the summer. After taking a half-dozen steps towards the door, Harry stopped in place as a smile formed on his face. Dobby, Harry quietly called out. Poof! A small body was now firmly wrapped around Harry's right leg, hugging him as hard as it could. Great Wizard Harry Potter calls Dobby, he exclaimed, in what sounded like total rapture. Hey there Dobby, Harry offered, feeling a little awkward but happy to see the little elf. I didn't expect to see you so fast. Where are you staying these days? Dobby be staying at Hogwarts, Dobby called out joyfully. They say that free elfesses are welcoming here. Harry smiled down at Dobby again, both because he was safe and because he was nearby. That's great to hear Dobby. Poppy here claims I'll need a very large diet for the summer with a lot of different elements involved. I'll need triple servings of fats, proteins, carbs and vegetables of all varieties. Judging by my projected growth, we're really concerned that I'll end up deficient in essential stuff like iron, protein and calcium. Do you think you can help me take care of all that Dobby? Dobby be serving great Harry Potter, sir, the little elf exclaimed, while completing a bunch of very muggle-looking fist pumps. I be overjoyed, sir. Turning back towards Harry, Dobby suddenly adopted a bashful look upon his face. I be wanting to ask you something as well, great Harry Potter, sir. The little elf's new nervous demeanor was quite the surprise, so Harry kneeled down to get closer to his level. You've always been there for me, Dobby. How can I help you? I be overjoyed being's free, sir, but I's not the healthiest of elfesses because of it. Dobby fear bad masters and was waiting for trusted wizard to be in's need of an elf. Dobby looked up at Harry with perhaps the most sanity he'd ever had in his little brown eyes. Would great Harry Potter, sir, bind Dobby to his service? Out of a reflexive dislike of servitude, Harry almost immediately rejected Dobby on the basis that he should be free. At the very last instant, something Dobby had just said stopped him in his tracks. Leaning even closer towards the little elf, Harry's face started reflecting concern. Dobby, is being free bad for a house elf's health? After slowly nodding his head, Dobby looked at the floor and clicked his heels together bashfully. House elves be gaining their magical power and abilities from masters, sir. We be magical creatures, sir, and without master's magic we start to waste away. Right now, Dobby taking what he can straight from Castle Hogwarts, but he is not bound to the headmaster. It is not best arrangement for Dobby's health, sir. After hearing all of that, Harry didn't have to think long before he made up his mind. Dobby, if I bind you to my family, I want you to call me Harry and remain a close friend of mine. Do you understand? Immediately, Dobby's eyes started leaking huge amounts of tears, but he nodded solemnly. Tell me how I would bind you to my service, Dobby, Harry ordered, while smiling at the little elf. At Harry's words, Dobby started bouncing around the room with a completely ecstatic look upon his face. Then, when he finally collected his calm again, he scampered back to Harry's side and began his explanation. Just hold on to Dobby's shoulder and channel some magic into him. I's be doing the rest, healing Dobby's body and declaring that magic is Dobby's master's. At the mention of healing, Harry took a really careful look at the little elf's body. Sure enough, he did look a little more run down and shabbier than he had just a year earlier. There was no need to hesitate anymore. Dobby needed the help and there was no reason not to give it to him. Dropping both of his hands onto Dobby's shoulders, Harry looked the little elf in the eyes. Dobby, you've been a good friend to me. I would very much appreciate having you in my family. With that said, Harry started channeling his magic into the elf with an ease that he'd never felt before. While he was momentarily startled by the immensity of it all, his magic sang happily as it rushed out of him and into the little elf's body. In no time at all, Dobby's body started glowing, and then as the process continued he began trembling violently under Harry's hands. Under normal circumstances Harry would have let go in alarm by now, but his magic seemed to be screaming at him to go on for just a few seconds longer. Off on the sidelines, Poppy shook her head as she stared at the hugely exaggerated power transfer happening right in front of her eyes. She rolled her eyes at the grandiosity of it all, because she, like most wizards, knew exactly what a normal binding was like. Under normal circumstances, all it would have taken to bind the elf was enough power to fuel a Wingardium Leviosa. What Harry was doing right now was not a normal binding ritual. After several more moments spent channeling a large amount of power directly into the elf, Harry's magic was finally satisfied and he started easing his hands away from Dobby's shoulders. Just before he let go, however, he felt some of the power he'd released rush back throughout his body. The magic appeared to create a connection of some kind between master and servant that left both Harry and Dobby staggering away from each other. After regaining his balance, Dobby the house elf shook out his body and then looked himself over in a moment of complete amazement. He was taller, healthier and younger than he'd ever been in his entire existence. He also looked somehow more dignified, graceful, if that's a word that can be applied to a house elf wearing a tea cozy and mismatched socks. Another immediately noticeable change was that Dobby had a capacity for complex, abstract thought that he'd barely even known existed before. When Harry's new house elf finally looked back up at him, he was surprised by how sharp his friend's eyes had become. Before the elf even said a single word, it was obvious that he was far, far more intelligent than he'd been just a few moments earlier. Despite his newfound intelligence, Dobby opened and closed his mouth several times as if he didn't know exactly what to say. Finally, he took a very deep breath and smiled. Harry Potter, sir, has just flooded me with thousands and thousands of times more power than was necessary for such a binding ritual. Laughing softly, Dobby shook his head as he rapidly pieced together a more human grammar set. Suffice it to say, we have a very strong bond, Moss. Harry, but I'm also, more than I was. Not only that, I have taken in your history, Harry. Your deeds and bravery are inside of me now. Thank you, Harry. By the end, the elf was choking out his words through an outpouring of tears, and he was very clearly overwhelmed with emotion. Nodding his understanding, Harry patted the elf softly in the shoulder. I'm happy for you, Dobby. Now, on to the next order of business. How do I change up your uniform without freeing you by accident? While he offered a somewhat watery smile in his amusement, Dobby didn't look surprised in the least that Harry was being so accommodating. I would suggest you just tell me how you'd like me to look and I will take care of the rest. Once again, Harry nodded his understanding. Any elf that serves with the Potters will wear a uniform. Black is probably best, official looking, comfortable, complete with a house crest if I have one. In response to Harry's ignorance, Dobby smiled in a rather rakish way. Harry, it appears I know more about your family history than you do. You, of course, have a family crest as well as a family history dating back to before Merlin himself. Over the next few seconds, Dobby laughed at both his new brain capacity and the fact that for the moment at least he was more knowledgeable about the magical world than his master was. Then he beamed at Harry again because the boy was so inherently kind. Oh Harry, I'm going to enjoy making and owning a uniform. I can wear my colorful socks without clashing or tarnishing your family's honor. It'll have to wait however because I must first make sure that you're well fed. While he hadn't actually intended to supercharge Dobby when he'd completed the binding, Harry couldn't help but smile at the elves' newer vocabulary and intelligence. Take what time you need to design the uniform to your satisfaction. I will do so, sir. Now, do you want to dine up here or in the Great Hall? The elf looked like the question was merely rhetorical as he was already preparing to leave. I'd like to be out of this room as soon as possible, Harry exclaimed. The Great Hall would be perfect. With a snappy salute, Dobby nodded his head and then was gone. Unlike when other elves apparate, there was no pop to even signify that he'd left the room. For the gods only know what time that morning, Poppy was left just staring at Harry while shaking her head. Hermione was right. Nothing is ever ordinary with you, Harry. That was a very good thing you just did for Dobby. Now let's go. I want you using your body as much as possible, as soon as possible. 3 weeks later. Biting the bullet, Harry dropped himself into the bath along with an inarticulate gasp. As the ice swirled around his body, Harry was forced to grit his teeth to keep them from chattering. A magical world, he breathed to himself. Magical healing and charms for every ache and pain imaginable. Still, both the common cold and growing pains are an unsolvable problem. Well, contrary to all of his bitching, Harry was actually allowed to take 2 pain potions a day. Any more than that, however, and they'd start interfering with the rest of the magical tonics and fortifying potions that he was forced to ingest every single day. The only problem with his current pain potion intake was that 2 of them were nowhere near enough, even when taking into consideration Harry's more than impressive pain tolerance. Slowly but surely over the past couple of weeks, Harry's body had officially transformed into a torture rack of different aches and pains. It felt like every time he sat down, he was lurching and vibrating with new cell division and rapid growth. If the process didn't hurt like a shot to the balls taking place all over his body, Harry would have been pleased that he no longer looked like a 10-year-old. He officially looked 11 now. Too bad he was really almost 14. Well, whether Harry appreciated the discomfort or not, he was growing fast and that was for the best. As it turns out, movement and adrenaline is a good way to ignore a person's aches and pains, so Harry was almost always moving these days. For the 5th day in a row, Harry had just finished his 10-mile run around the Black Lake in record time, and he'd most likely break his newest record again tomorrow. Now that he was finished with the running, Harry was due in the room of requirements to lift weights for the rest of the morning. The activity was a good distraction, but it also meant that Harry was tearing up his muscles in new and creative ways on a regular basis. Despite the fact that ice baths suck, Harry found himself taking several of them a week, in order to soothe constantly torn and rebuilt muscles. Pop. Appearing completely unprompted to save the day like a superhero, Dobby suddenly handed Harry a dark brown smoothie. At first the elf had been completely silent while performing the elves' form of apparition teleportation. It was only after Harry was nearly startled off of his feet a few times that he'd started entering rooms with a small but cheerful popping sound. Dobby smiled as he watched Harry enjoy the smoothie that he'd invented. "I think I've perfected it with this one," he announced, while gesturing proudly at the drink. "It should taste more like a normal gym-goer's protein smoothie than the liquid death that it actually is." About a week earlier, Harry had expressed how much he hated Poppy's magical nutrition tonics, and doing so was one of the best things he'd ever done. While at the time, he hadn't actually expected Dobby to do anything about the problem, the elf had immediately dedicated all of his new and prodigious intelligence towards improving the tonic's taste. As Harry took a sip of the new and improved magic body-fortifying tonic, he sighed in satisfaction. It was delicious. "It's official, Dobby. You're a genius and I have no idea how I ever lived without you." When the graceful elf bowed, he somehow conveyed all of his newfound confidence, without drifting too far into arrogance territory. "You forget, Harry. I know your life thus far. I'm surprised that you're walking and talking, let alone capable of being concerned about the taste of anything. I will never allow your life to resemble what I found when I studied your past in my memories." The elf looked completely vengeful for a second, to the point that Harry wondered about the Dursleys' continued health. "It appears I have an apology to make, by the way." Suddenly Dobby looked nervous, which had become out of character ever since the binding. Canting his head to the side in his confusion, Harry gestured for his house elf friend to relax. "Apologize for what, Dobby? You've been a fantastic help to me." Very suddenly, Dobby looked like he might just cry or maybe even hit himself, despite the fact that he was no longer in the habit of punishing himself. I had the best of intentions and it was hard to work within the bounds of my old master's orders, but I wasn't a help to you last year. Quite the opposite, in fact. I was a hindrance to you on several different occasions." Reaching out, Harry took a hold of Dobby's shoulder because he understood what his friend was referring to and he didn't want him to worry. Dobby was talking about the floating cake, the barrier at King's Cross Station and the rogue bludgers hunting him down during one of last year's Quidditch matches. Over the next couple of seconds, Harry stared into Dobby's eyes to impress upon him how serious his next words were going to be. "In all honesty, Dobby, I forgave you long ago for all of those things, for one very important reason. You are one of perhaps 3 people that I've met since coming to the magical world that have only ever acted in what you thought was my best interest. There was no way that helping me would benefit you and yet you tried to do so anyway. I saw you hurting yourself every single time you came to see me, and I could never hold those events against you. You're a valued friend to me, Dobby." Tears were slowly leaking down the elf's face, as he nodded slowly and seriously to his new master's words. "I didn't have the intelligence at the time to better circumvent my old master's orders. I am glad I will be better capable of serving you, Harry." Harry was extremely pleased with both Dobby's attitude as well as the fact that he was calling him Harry now. On the other hand, there was a problem with Dobby's last statement that he needed to address. "Dobby, I expect us to have an open exchange of ideas from now on. There will be no need to circumvent me. Just act as you think is necessary and then explain the whys to me after the fact. Are we understood?" The house elf smiled and bounced around in his enthusiasm. "Oh, Harry, I'm so fortunate to have you." After cheering the elf in return with his smoothie, Harry drained the drink in one large chug. He smacked his lips exaggeratedly and lay back in the water for a few more seconds to ease his shoulder pains a bit. "And I'm lucky to have you, my friend. I'm freezing to death now, do you think you can pass me a towel?" After his bath, Harry quickly made his way towards the room of requirements. As he entered the hallway it was hidden in, he ran into a man that he hadn't seen in quite a while. "Harry, my boy, I was waiting for you here. I have a new article to add to your already burdensome daily schedule." Dumbledore was leaning against the wall exactly where the room of requirements would open. While walking up to his headmaster, Harry smiled in greeting and rolled up his sleeves. "Okay, sure, but first I want you to test out my Occlumency shields." Truth be told, Harry had been waiting for a chance to try out an intrusion attempt for at least a week now. Are you sure, Harry? The usually enigmatic Albus Dumbledore was unable to hide the surprise from entering his face. Surely it's too soon for you to have built up any true defenses. While his first instinct was to laugh like a lunatic, Harry just smiled guilelessly instead. If Dumbledore's mind was blown, then it was his own fault for underestimating him. Well, I have been working pretty hard on this after all. Humor me, please. After nodding his head with just trace amounts of condescension on his face, Dumbledore became serious and stared into Harry's eyes. After about 10 seconds spent like that, he shook out his head, smiled, nodded, and agreed that yes, the boy's shields were strong. I'm extremely impressed, Harry. Passive Occlumency is useless to me now. Care to try the real spell? Without a trace of hesitation, Harry nodded his agreement. After pulling out his wand, Dumbledore pointed it between Harry's eyes. Leglemons, he quietly intoned. Harry immediately felt Dumbledore's consciousness free-floating in space outside of his mental shields. 10 seconds later, when Dumbledore's consciousness finally returned to his body, he looked at Harry with a completely stunned expression on his face. Harry, was I orbiting a completely shielded planet just now? With his prank a success and a mischievous smile on his face, Harry nodded towards his headmaster. Yes, sir. As you just saw, I have a very large mindscape. I imagine it'd take a Leglemonster quite a while to find anything of note in my mind, and I'd be causing them pain the whole entire time. Harry was extremely pleased at this point, and there was just no way of hiding it. Then he remembered something that he needed to consult his headmaster about, so he wiped the self-satisfaction off of his face. I do need your help with something though. I keep finding a wormhole of sorts inside of my barriers that I've repeatedly had to close off. I don't know where it leads to, except that I know it's not of my making. I currently have it suspended inside the center of a small black hole, inside a stainless steel vault, inside several more creative traps. Containing it isn't the problem. It just refuses to disappear completely, sir. For just a split second Dumbledore looked extremely troubled, but then the expression was gone and he was smiling again. I completely agree that we'll need to look into the matter, Harry. In the meantime, however, I'm going to take you somewhere off Hogwarts's property to meet a friend of mine. I met him while I was doing some organizing for an event taking place at Hogwarts this year. His family's situation is rather unique. So unique in fact that they may be able to help you with the rather incredible aura shroud I'm standing in. While he wasn't using a lecturing tone, there was still a mild sense of rebuke in Dumbledore's words. Sighing his understanding, Harry looked down at his feet and shrugged in a defeated fashion. Headmaster, I've been trying a lot of different things so far, but I've had no luck whatsoever at keeping myself to myself. I've been building my mindscape lately and I'm almost ready to sort my memories into a more useful form. All of the books I've read so far agree that true magical mastery in your core is dangerous to attempt until you've first mastered both your memories and your emotions. Dumbledore looked impressed at first, but then all of a sudden he looked very sad instead. Harry, I think that process is going to be extremely hard on you in particular. To properly sort out your memories, you are essentially forced to relive them. I am sorry that my negligence allowed it to happen, but I've become aware that your life hasn't been an easy one. We all know how you react to Dementors, Harry. This will be of several magnitudes worse than that. Oh, crap. Harry hadn't really thought about how he was going to have to interact with his awful back history if he wanted to master his memories. As the true scope of what he had waiting for him truly dawned on him, Harry began to feel a sick sense of impending doom, as well as an intense desire to avoid the task altogether. Then, he suddenly realized just how badly he was freezing up, and his hands squeezed into white-knuckled fists at his sides. Shaking his head at his own weakness, Harry resolved himself to doing whatever it took to gain control of his life. Then, when he looked back up at his headmaster, it was with a deadly serious expression upon his face. Headmaster, I won't be welcome in magical society or any society, the way I am right now. I gather you just felt me lose my nerve and then pull myself back together. I will not continue broadcasting myself to the world like this. Smiling gently down at Harry, Dumbledore patted the boy on the shoulder. You're a very special boy, Harry. I don't think I've ever met someone as brave in all my years. Now, if you will follow me to my office, we have a flow trip to undertake. Good, good, yelled out the burly man, as he approached Fleur at a jog. Now, What do you think you did wrong? Mr. Garner, I can think of nothing except that I did not see the oil, Fleur replied back, as she slowly rose back to her feet. Mr. Garner nodded and extended a hand to help the young lady stand up. Yes, you were too busy taking pride in your successes up to that point to witness my indirect actions. After huffing in annoyance, Fleur looked chagrined at the implied disrespect of her actions. After waving a hand dismissively, Mr. Garner grinned at his student's continual tendency to pout. Listen, don't get me wrong, Fleur. You're a remarkable young witch, but after pride comes the fall. Gesturing at the oil slick, Mr. Garner smiled at his own play on words. Today was an excellent spar and you are improving at a truly monstrous pace. I imagine you'll be very prepared for this tournament you're so dead set on entering. I don't approve of you putting yourself in unnecessary danger, but you should be more than ready to take on any other student-aged witch or wizard. Even going so far as to become fluent in English, he drawled to himself, in a voice laced with barely concealed contempt. Although an amused smile had slipped onto her face, Fleur shook her head at her trainer's hoity-toity French elitist principles, ignoring the fact that she was exactly the same. Don't misunderstand me, Mr. Garner. I am entering this tournament because I'm the best. I wish my school peers to know it, and become unable to deny it. I am tired of being called arm candy, when I am so much more than that. Rest assured, I have no interest in meeting some Englishmen, if that is what you are alluding to. Mr. Garner laughed and nodded at that, but Fleur could still see that he was against the idea. Suddenly, both trainer and student became aware of a hurried-looking servant running down the lawns in their direction. After taking a single look at the sweaty man, Fleur assumed that he needed her for something. How can I help you, Arnold? Huff, 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 yes my lady, you can help me. Arnold looked a little worse for wear at the moment. Your father calls for you, my lady. You are to receive guests this morning in your father's study. The rather abrupt summons to her father's study wasn't a very big concern to Fleur for one very important reason. During her first year at Beauxbatons, Fleur had been harassed on a daily basis with random, pushy and one-sided marriage proposals, until she'd finally approached her father for help. Ever since then, the men involved had been carefully investigated and then thoroughly dissuaded from ever approaching her. Nowadays, if a man wanted to extend a marriage proposal to her, they knew to go through her father first or they'd end up living in Siberia. Then again, it wasn't like approaching her father had ever worked out in anyone's favor either. Not that such things mattered. The fact of the matter was these boys were completely wasting their time. If anything, Fleur was incensed beyond measure by the very idea that she could be traded off like cattle to any of the lusting boys at her school. Not one of these so-called sophisticated gentlemen could even look her in the eyes, without drooling and unraveling like poorly made practice dummies. Over time, Fleur's father had answered her enthusiasm with his own, being a very protective man himself, with the end result being somewhat predictable. Adrien Delicor was usually a sweetheart, but where daughter was concerned, he became scarier than Merlin in a rage. Fleur had started almost feeling bad for those potential suitors that came demanding her attention, almost. After flipping her hair behind her shoulders in a dismissive manner, Fleur returned her attention back to Arnold. Tell my father that I will need a shower and a change of clothes, but that I am on my way. Arnold nodded and left without another word. He was desperate to escape the heat of the day in his fully embroidered uniform. Upon emerging from the flow, for a single wonderful moment in time, Harry thought that he'd finally done it. He thought that for the very first time ever he was going to remain on his feet after exiting the flow. Unfortunately for Harry, that was the exact moment that his entire body seemed to tilt 45 degrees to the right, his feet completely left the floor, he dropped towards the ground like a sack of potatoes, and he slammed his right elbow into the carpeted floor. Damn, Harry muttered to himself about how dumb magical travel was from the heat that he was making on the floor. That was what 10 flow uses under his belt. So far he'd never managed to stay on his feet even once. Harry consoled himself that he'd grown almost 3 inches in the last 3 weeks, which meant that there was a pretty good chance that his rapid growth was exacerbating the problem. While he was still extremely small for his age, he was growing at a tremendously fast rate. It wasn't a very effective pep talk, but it was better than nothing, and Harry was ready to move again. Groaning like a 90-year-old, He pushed himself back up to his feet, and then slapped at his legs to clean the soot off of them. It was only when he'd managed to clean away the last of the evidence, that he heard soft, musical laughter coming from across the room, and he realized that he'd been performing for an audience. Turning away from the flow, Harry saw that both Dumbledore and a stunningly beautiful blonde woman were staring at him from near the doorway to the room. By all appearances, both of them were amused by his antics and they weren't all that concerned about whether or not he knew it. Well, damn. After a split second where his frustration almost slipped out into his aura, Harry regained control of his temper and projected a glacial calm throughout the room instead. Oops. Apparently his imagery had been a little too effective. The stunning blonde woman just shivered from head to toe as if a cold draft had traveled up her back. Deciding to change tack again, Harry immediately pictured himself flying upon his broom instead. Up until now it had been his most useful mental imagery because it always seemed to create a healthy and vibrant atmosphere for the people around him. Belatedly, the beautiful blonde woman seemed to catch on that her amusement had annoyed her guest, because her amused expression rapidly transformed into one of gentle understanding instead. I apologize for laughing at you, Monsieur Potter. Truly I understand that you are not in frequent use of Z-flow. I admit that I ate Z mode of travel as well, but after many, many falls I now manage to stay on my feet. As the beautiful woman spoke, she also approached Harry so that she could help him clean his shoulders and arms of soot. It was literally the last thing that he would have chosen to do, but as the woman brushed her hand down the back of his shoulder, Harry flinched involuntarily at the casual contact. At the woman's startled expression, Harry immediately gave her his most apologetic look. To his surprise she'd begun doing the exact same thing, so they found themselves mirroring each other. For a few extremely long moments, the woman continued staring into Harry's eyes, as if they could come to understand each other through sheer force of will. The moment of mutual staring only came to an end, when the woman suddenly started smiling at him again. Then, over the following moment, the woman completed a slow and nonchalant step out of his comfort zone. One thing was becoming obvious. This woman was going well out of her way to convey that she hadn't taken any offense from Harry's knee-jerk reaction. While he wasn't thrilled that he was being treated like he was made of glass, he still appreciated the woman's kindness, so he returned her smile to the best of his ability. When the bubble popped and their odd moment came to an end, time seemed to resume and Harry finally realized that he hadn't said a single word since he first emerged from the flow. Harry wondered why he was always such an awkward guy. Pull up Harry P, use your words. After taking a deep and calming breath, Harry addressed the woman who was still staring at him expectantly. Ahem. Hello and thank you for welcoming me into your home. My name is Harry Potter. Pardon me, I'm sorry but who are you? At Harry's question, the beautiful blonde gasped in surprise, and then gave Dumbledore a look of long-suffering frustration. "Et seems I must apologize again, Ari. Apolline Delicor is my name. I would, Avenue introduced myself to you earlier, but I thought you already knew who I was. You see, I would, Avenue expected our esteemed, Eadmaster, to per APS share where et is you are visiting this afternoon. How silly of me." Apolline gave Dumbledore one last rather pointed look before turning her attention back towards Ari. "Z-man is enigmatic is he not? Evasive even." While Harry couldn't have agreed with Apolline more, he'd long ago realized that there was nothing to be done about it. Dumbledore would never be candid or forthcoming about anything at all, and Harry had given up on changing that a long, long time ago. Well, no matter. Harry currently had several other concerns to focus his attention on, with Apolline being one of them. Apolline Delicor was beautiful, yes, but she was also more than that. Despite the fact that she was at least a dozen years his senior, he found his eyes following her every move around the room and her very presence was enough to give him goosebumps. It was noticeable enough that Harry was having to force himself to remain on task, when what he really wanted to do was stare at her in fascination. "Words, Harry, use your words. I understand your dilemma, Apolline, and I see no problem with your introduction. I was only told that your family might have some experience with what I'm currently unable to control." Harry gestured around the room that he was currently flooding with his magical shroud. "I admit I'd have liked to get to know you better before we became so intimately close, magically speaking. When Apolline broke out into a second bout of very musical laughter, her entire face lit up with childlike enthusiasm. Yes, I will admit it's like nothing Avenue ever felt before, monsieur. You are emitting so much power. If I were to do the same, I would render myself unconscious within just 10 minutes. Harry was extremely intrigued by what he'd just heard. You emit an aura shroud like I do. Not like you do, Ari. Oh, can I call you, Ari? Apolline gave Ari an eager look as if she desperately wanted to be casual acquaintances. Harry could only nod. He wouldn't have been able to say no to much at all with her giving him such a plaintive expression. I and my daughters, who you will be meeting soon enough, are what's called Vila. We, Avenue a similar ability to yours that develops around puberty, and we also struggle to control EET fully, especially at first. Your aura is intense, no. EET feels like we are. Apolline stopped there and changed tack into a more useful direction. Our auras, Vila auras I mean, are altogether different than yours, Ari. If you felt the full power of our shroud, EET would not make you feel close to us, but rather, EET would make you want to be. With that rather mysterious hook, Apolline gestured for Harry to follow her towards their main study, so that they could further discuss his situation. In the end, Apolline's words were the clues that Harry had needed to finally understand his abnormal fixation with her. Using his magical senses, Harry focused on any magic being emitted from within Apolline's body. While she wasn't projecting a shroud of any kind at the moment, Apolline did seem to have some kind of nearly invisible passive attraction field, and Harry was being affected by it. Interesting. The knowledge that Apolline's body was affecting her surroundings using extremely subtle magic actually made the solution rather simple. By straining his mental muscles a bit, Harry managed to start manipulating some of his magical shroud. While he wasn't very accomplished at controlling his aura shroud for any length of time, pulling a little extra magic around his body to act as a shield or a buffer didn't seem to be a problem. The point of his barrier wasn't to stop physical objects from reaching him, which would have been extremely difficult to pull off, but rather to interfere with any passive magics that entered into his personal space. As he followed Apolline out of the entry hall and through the hallways of her home, Harry nodded in satisfaction, because he'd successfully negated her effect upon his body. All that was left at that point was the fact that Apolline was a graceful and beautiful woman, and magic had nothing to do with it. After taking a long hot shower, Fleur changed into a nice but simple blue sundress. She didn't go to any great lengths to impress, for she didn't want to encourage any man who may be pushing for her hand. Exiting her rooms, Fleur began walking as slowly as possible towards her father's study. Often she could miss the ugliness that followed her father's rejections if only she was just a little too slow in arriving. Turning around a corner in the ground floor hallway and heading down the hall, Fleur saw her father's study and heard the sound of conversation from inside the room. Well damn, so much for dodging the ugliness. Wait, what? All of a sudden, Fleur could feel a massive aura of unrestrained magical power emanating from within her father's study, causing a bead of sweat to break out on her forehead. Instantly, Fleur regretted her earlier cowardice, as she dashed down the length of the hall towards her father's study. It appeared that things were becoming heated within, and several different wizards were unleashing every ounce of their magic all at once. With no hesitation whatsoever, Fleur sprinted the last 5 meters of the hall and burst through the door of the study with her wand at the ready. 2 minutes earlier, Apolline showed Harry and Dumbledore to the main study, where they were to meet with her husband, the noble lord of the family. As they walked, Harry took in the tasteful decorations, comfortable-looking furniture and warm elegant colors. The house probably wasn't what you would call a mansion, but it was both large and impressive to someone from a cookie-cutter suburb in Old Surrey like him. Several professional-looking servants quietly and efficiently did their jobs, as Apolline escorted them through the halls. Then, when they were just about to enter the study, Harry couldn't help himself. He stopped, looked at Apolline and asked the question that was nagging him. You have no house elves? None. We employ a servant staff composed mostly of wizard-raised non-magicals, squibs, replied a large and imposing man from behind a desk. And by extension my family deal very much with muggle politics in this house, and it was always extremely hard to explain why the house was so inexplicably clean. I gifted my house elves to Apolline's sisters and mother when I married her. They're all very well taken care of now, and the house elves are happy as well. The man smiled as he gestured for Harry and Dumbledore to take seats in front of his desk. "My name is Adrian Delicor, and you have already met my lovely wife, Apolline. I knew you were here before I even saw you, young man. I'll readily admit, I'm interested in how something this extraordinary came to happen." Adrian waved his arms around in an expansive motion regarding the magic free-floating all around them. Then he smiled at the two of them and steepled both of his hands atop his desk. After giving Adrian a nod in greeting, Dumbledore took a seat as if it was made of glass. He looked nervous for a few more moments and then visibly firmed up his resolve. "Adrian, today's talk will work best if we've all exchanged magically binding oaths. Harry and I will swear that everything we are about to say in this study is true, and you will swear to keep it a secret so long as it remains a secret." At Adrian's noticeably unhappy reaction, Dumbledore raised his hands to gesture for time. "It's not a matter of trust, Adrian, because I do trust you. This is rather a matter of extreme importance and will be very hard to believe without the oaths." Very suddenly and without any prompting whatsoever, Harry's entire body swiveled towards the study door and he adopted a startled expression upon his face. Smash! With the loud crack of broken wood, the door was kicked right off of its hinges to fly halfway across the study. Flying right alongside the door, a teenage blonde dashed into the room, with wand drawn and an offensive spell on her tongue. Dumbledore was only just beginning to move by the time Harry had completed a roll out of his chair and yet another roll across the room. By the time the door crashed onto the floor, Harry was in a crouch behind an upended side table with his own wand pointed back at the girl. "Enough!" Everyone in the room stilled at the booming voice of Adrian Delicor. He stood with his hands outstretched, clearly demanding that the hostilities come to an immediate end. "This," he began, while gesturing at the heaving young woman who'd just burst into the room like a professional hitwizard, "is my eldest daughter Flur." She must have felt Harry's aura shroud and thought that it was becoming hostile in here. At first, Fleur didn't back down even an inch. She just stood there with her wand pointed at Harry and a fierce expression set upon her face. Then after several very drawn-out moments, she slowly nodded her head at her father's words, and the ferocity in her eyes dulled just a bit. It didn't take long for Harry to realize that even though this Fleur girl was aware that she'd misunderstood their circumstances, it would still need to be him that makes the first peaceful overture. Case in point, Fleur's wand was still pointing directly between his eyes and she wasn't budging in the slightest. What a brat. Ah, fine, whatever. Be the bigger man, Harry P. Without saying a single word, Harry straightened to his full height and returned his wand to his pocket. He kept an eye on the angry blonde in front of him, mostly because she still had her wand pointed at him, but he was also self-aware enough to know that there was a second reason. Fleur Delacour was the most strikingly, devastatingly, mind-breakingly, soul-crushingly beautiful woman Harry had ever seen, even covered in a sheen of sweat and with a fierce, angry look upon her face. She was a tall, thin, curvy, platinum blonde, with flawless skin and eyes that were so deep a blue that they looked more like perfectly cut sapphires. Even that description didn't do this girl's beauty any justice, however, so Harry's mind started drifting towards more dramatic words like ethereal, angelic or sublime. Shaking off that out-of-character and unproductive line of thought, Harry checked with his magic to see if his senses were currently being enchanted. He wasn't. This girl was the real deal. Gods. Then, as the two of them continued to just stand there, Harry began to sense that the opposite was actually happening. This girl, Fleur, was actively restraining a magical aura just like her mother was. There was a lot going on within her body magically speaking, and she wasn't as proficient as her mother was at controlling it. Finally, with a start, Harry realized that he was still just standing there and staring at the girl. Damn, 2 for 2, Harry. Someday, if you try really, really hard, you might actually introduce yourself to someone like a normal human being. By some miracle, Harry managed to control his blush as he bowed politely, said a quick, "It's nice to meet you, Fleur," appended the side table and then returned to his chair. He didn't think he could have formed a more complicated greeting even if he'd wanted to. Fleur was just that disarming in her beauty. Fleur was having just as much trouble looking away from the little boy who just rolled across her father's study as if he were a seasoned auror or soldier of some kind. He was what, 11, surely not even 12 years old, and yet he was exuding a shroud of magic so strong the hairs on the back of her neck were standing on edge. with every single second that passed. Fleur was becoming increasingly angry due to the boy's closeness within her magical senses. Does this boy know nothing about either manners or restraint? He was being far more intimate with her than she'd ever allowed a man to become in the past. Why was her papa not ending this boy for his impertinence? Looking away from the boy for the very first time, Fleur glanced towards her father, only to find him giving her a very meaningful look and pointing at a chair. Fleur decided not to talk, and risked giving away just how angry she truly was. Nodding her understanding, she took a seat on the other side of the desk, finishing a triangle with her mother. That was a very impressive exhibition of reflexes, Adrian pointed out, in an attempt to smooth the room back to a semblance of calm. I would be interested in hearing more about the life that makes a boy move like you do. Needless to say, I'm also interested in your rather extraordinary problem. While the silent standoff had been happening between Harry and Fleur, Dumbledore had been magically fixing the study door. At Adrian's words, he heaved a sigh of relief and leaned forward towards the man. I was talking about the oaths that we would make. I don't like to imply that I don't trust you, Adrian, but Harry here is worth the extra assurances. He's a very special boy. At Dumbledore's words, Harry felt his face starting to heat up, so he focused on flying high in the sky. He did not want to inject bashfulness into the room, screaming out his embarrassment to everyone in the process. Adrian didn't react for several moments, during which time he carefully scrutinized Harry. In response to Adrian's scrutiny, Harry injected apology, honesty and necessity into his shroud. Since he had no control over his shroud, Harry figured he might as well use it to their advantage. With a small, amused snort, Adrian smiled and leaned back into his chair. Yes, I think we will make the oaths. It's rare that a person can convey their good intentions as clearly as the young man sitting in front of me. When Dumbledore looked over at Harry, there was both appreciation and gratitude in his eyes. Yes, he is in fact rather noble, so far as I've witnessed in the past. Turning back to Harry, Dumbledore gave him an extremely serious look. We'll be making the oaths first, Harry. Once you've made the oath of honesty, any lie that slips past your lips will kill you. Be very, very careful what you say from here on out. When Harry nodded seriously to his headmaster's warning, Dumbledore seemed to relax in his chair just a fraction. Pulling out his wand, Dumbledore took a deep breath before he began the intonation. I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, swear on my magic that for the next hour, while inside of this room, I will speak only the truth. So mote it be. Once Dumbledore was finished making his oath, he completed a quick lumos proving that, so far at least, he still had access to his magic. Harry, if you would. Dumbledore gestured at Harry to follow his lead. Harry slowly pulled his wand while keeping Fleur in his peripheral vision. She was still staring at him and it was keeping him on edge. I, Harry James Potter, swear on my magic that for the next hour, while inside of this room, I will speak only the truth. So mote it be. Harry's attention was briefly diverted by Fleur's gasp of surprise, but then he quickly produced a lumos and put his wand back into his pocket. Adrian pulled out his wand next and intoned, I, Adrian Noel Delicor, swear on my magic to keep any information given to me during this meeting to myself, so long as it remains a secret. So mote it be. Adrian also performed a lumos before putting away his wand. He gestured for his family to follow his lead and they quickly completed the same vows with exactly the same results. Adrian leaned back into his chair and then smiled at both Harry and Dumbledore. I am very much looking forward to this story. It has been built up so much by the circumstances, but I think for once it might deliver to the, what is the word? Hype. Dumbledore gave Harry a look that was clearly meant to convey that he would be the one telling the story. It was pretty obvious that he didn't want Harry talking any more than was necessary with the honesty oath in effect. Harry nodded, relieved that he could continue being a wallflower. Next, Dumbledore turned towards the Delicors, assuming a very calm storytelling posture. I assume that you all know quite well the circumstances of Harry's childhood, up until the night of his parents' murder. Yes, Adrian admitted in a very solemn voice. My condolences, Harry. I met both of your parents once at a ball and they were wonderful people. While nodding his head, Harry noticed himself starting to feel a little down. Right away, he thought about flying again, and the atmosphere around them became light and carefree as a result. What almost nobody knows is that after that night Harry was taken to live with his Muggle relatives. It's unfortunate, but those relatives hate magic with a violent passion. At Adrian's extremely unhappy look, Dumbledore put up his hands in a defensive gesture. There are circumstances in regards to that decision, and I've recently been apologizing about doing so quite often regardless. If you would at least allow me to explain why I did so first. Adrian nodded, but he still looked extremely unimpressed. Harry found that he appreciated Adrian's protective attitude and warmed up to the man quite a bit in that moment. Dumbledore saw that everyone was listening again, so he continued with his story. Yes, Harry was taken to live with his Muggle relatives because of a ritual his mother performed on him just moments before she sacrificed her life for him. All of a sudden, Adrian looked as if he was experiencing a eureka moment. The boy who lived, the most famous boy in the magical world. When in reality it was his mother's magic that. Adrian suddenly stopped in his tracks to look apologetically at Harry. After noticing Adrian's look, Harry nodded his understanding and lack of offense. Then he remained quiet for a few moments longer, before adding his thoughts to the conversation. I've never believed that I, as a 1.5-year-old baby, was able to kill anyone, let alone Voldemort. At everyone but Dumbledore's wince, Harry quickly apologized for making them feel uncomfortable, and then he summarized his thoughts. The moniker, the boy who lived, means absolutely nothing to me. I'd much rather the general public celebrate my parents' bravery. Adrian nodded his approval at that statement and then gestured for Dumbledore to continue his story. Lily Potter's sacrifice conveyed to Harry the protective blood magic that saved him, and it continued to work even after that night ended. Unfortunately, the stipulations to the magic were that Harry continue to live with blood relatives. Dumbledore sighed and adopted an unhappy expression before he continued. The Dursleys, his relatives, are uniquely unkind people, and Harry didn't have anything even close to resembling a happy childhood. At this point Harry was staring at Dumbledore, because this was the very first time he'd ever been told about the blood wards. Dumbledore looked at Harry for several moments with that sad look still in his eyes. You have my apologies, Harry. I know it wasn't easy up until now, but I believe it was absolutely necessary. For several moments in a row, Harry didn't do or say anything at all. He didn't know what would be safe to say considering the oath of honesty. Finally, he came to a decision and simply nodded his acceptance. Truthfully, Harry didn't agree with his headmaster's decision, at all, but he didn't believe that the man's intentions had been overtly malicious. With a nod of his own, Dumbledore returned his attention back to the Delicors and put his hands upon his lap. Harry was a magical baby, the likes of which are hardly ever seen on the face of the planet. Instead of looking for moments of incidental magic in him, it was more a matter of enjoying the rare moments that he wasn't magically altering or disappearing the objects, toys or people around him. Dumbledore smiled at Harry, who was once again forced to avoid radiating embarrassment. This was of course unacceptable if Harry was going to live with his blood relatives and be safe from reprisals. Death Eaters were still running around unchecked, thus the blood wards were still completely necessary for Harry's safety. For that reason, I asked a colleague of mine to create an accidental magic binding potion for the boy. My only intention was for Harry to have less instances of accidental magic so that he could coexist with his relatives. Dumbledore's expression became bleak at this point, and he shook his head sadly. My colleague, as it turns out, decided that he'd rather have Harry die in a particularly cruel and painful fashion instead. He brewed and administered to infant Harry Potter an Aramis Servientis potion. The two adult Delicors gasped in horror while Flur merely looked confused. After Dumbledore saw Flur's confusion, he continued his explanation for her benefit. The Aramis Servientis potion has been highly illegal to brew for nearly 80 years now, and it's never mentioned at any school worth attending. I'm not surprised that you haven't heard of it. It was originally created to defang extremely powerful and dangerous magical beasts such as Noondoos and their ilk, but much later it was administered to the worst kind of dark wizards in lieu of summary execution. It's a very powerful magic sealing potion that's designed to contain a magical creature's magic inside of its core both perfectly and indefinitely. This potion was administered to Harry Potter before he turned 2 years old. Everyone in the room looked sick at this point, but they also looked extremely confused. Both of the Delicor parents were staring at Harry, while wondering how he was alive and sitting right in front of them. Dumbledore was looking at the ceiling now, and it appeared that he wasn't comfortable with the subject matter that he was moving into. When he finally did look down at the Delicors, it was with an expression of grim resolve upon his face. Harry and I have consulted a very learned, very experienced healer, who has explained to us a great many things. Over the last few weeks they've all been verified by every magical means the medical field has to offer. Harry Potter is a medical and magical miracle. All three of the Delicors just stared at Dumbledore as he shamelessly acted for additional drama. They were leaning in and very clearly impatient to hear the rest of the story. We all know what should happen to any infant that doesn't have access to its magic, Dumbledore began in a chilling monotone. What should have happened to Harry is not a pretty picture. As a magical baby strangled of his magic, the following things should have happened over the following 2 years, give or take a few months. He shouldn't have been able to continue developing at all without access to his magic. His organs should have started to break down on him and his brain should have rapidly atrophied to a mere mush. Harry should have been falling apart in a gruesome fashion by the time he was only 3 years old and dead in terrible ways by the time he was 4. Instead, Harry Potter accomplished the seemingly impossible. Everyone in the room was completely captivated by this point, and they were staring at Harry as if he was a zoo animal. Dumbledore nodded at everyone because he could see that they understood the scope of what they were hearing. He took one more very deep breath both for drama's sake and because he still had a lot to say. Harry's magical core is strong. God's strong is nowhere near the correct word in terms of scope. His core is absolutely gigantic and infinitely versatile. His magical core immediately started straining outwards against the barrier containing it over and over for God's only knows how long. Over time Harry's core started creating thousands of infinitesimally tiny leaks in the bindings for mere seconds at a time. That wouldn't have been anywhere near enough, Adrian pointed out in a low tone of voice. No, it wouldn't have been enough, Dumbledore repeated meaningfully. It wouldn't have been enough unless Harry's core started pushing enough power to create a Patronus charm against his bindings, all day, every day, which we now know for certain it began doing. Dumbledore gestured at Harry again before turning back towards the Delicors. Harry here has been straining his magic against the bindings on his core with that much intensity since he was a little over 2 years old, without ever stopping for even a second. His core has been straining to accomplish feats of power that could kill a man even while Harry was asleep, merely so that he could continue to exist and grow. Dumbledore sighed loudly and dramatically. What I've described so far isn't even the most miraculous part of this story. The Delicors' eyes had wandered to Harry just now, but at Dumbledore's words they snapped back towards the old man. Dumbledore leaned closer, elbows on his knees, and his face was all seriousness. Harry also had to force disconnected, directionless ambient magic to fix his body as he grew. The Delicor family's eyes snapped back and forth from Harry and Dumbledore because not one of them could see what Albus's point was. Dumbledore gestured to a flare of magic that he created in the air for just an instant. The magic that I just released would still have been usable to me because it was still a part of me. Any magic that Harry's core managed to force outside of the barrier would have lost any connection it had to him whatsoever. It would at that point have become free-floating, ambient, directionless magic. Well then, why is Harry alive and sitting in front of me? Adrian was extremely confused now, and he wasn't worried about how indelicate what he'd just asked was at all. Dumbledore gestured for patience with outstretched arms. Harry as a toddler was without a doubt a very unhealthy, very unhappy, very uncomfortable child. He was experiencing loss of motor function, dizziness and racking pain in his body, as his bones, tissues and vital organs very slowly fell apart. Truly, the list of aches and pains Harry would have been experiencing are nearly endless and would only have been getting worse over time. As we now know, Harry's core was thrusting his magic out into the world around him by that point, but Harry wouldn't have consciously known about that now, would he? All toddler Harry would have known was that he was hurting all over, all the time, and he needed it to stop. In his desperation and fear, toddler Harry started wandlessly controlling his disconnected magic to repair and renew every aspect of his body, both essential and mundane. Wandless magic is a feat of amazing skill that very few wizards can accomplish with even extremely simple spells, but to accomplish silent, wandless magic of that caliber, while utilizing magic that isn't even connected to your magical core anymore it's the reason why I was able to use the word Miracle, to describe Harry, while under a magically binding oath. Dumbledore paused for a moment so that the Delicors could take a few breaths and close their mouths again. We've discerned that toddler Harry repeated this extreme feat of wandless magic over and over again, until at some point, he began doing it subconsciously. We've also concluded that Harry became so good at using this disconnected magic, he lived his life relatively normally until just 3 weeks ago, and was none the wiser. Of course, Harry's body has always been on the smaller side, and until now he's never had much physical strength to speak of. He's also lived his life completely isolated magically from the world around him. While that may seem like no big deal at first, trust me when I say it's a wonder that he's even sane right now. Harry would have felt like he was all alone in the entire world, because his core, part of his soul, was isolated to that extreme. I admit I should have seen the signs that something was wrong in the shyness and isolation of such an extraordinarily kind boy. Too much. Harry officially couldn't look at anyone anymore. At this point, he was focusing his entire attention on keeping his emotions under control and free of embarrassment. Dumbles, you're laying it all on a little thick, aren't you? Harry shelved his mutinous thoughts as he continued to follow along with the story. Dumbledore dramatically shook off his self-recrimination as he addressed the Delicors again. Anyway, I'm moving on to the present now. 3 weeks ago, Harry was forced by circumstance to cast an extremely strong Patronus charm to repel over 100 Dementors, in order to save himself, his best friend and a distant relative of his. Up until that moment, Harry was a completely average student receiving completely mediocre levels of success in all of his classes. While that isn't a remarkable resume for a normal boy, keeping in mind the fact that every spell Harry's ever cast has been a product of wandless magic, it's. Dumbledore was lost in thought for several moments before he abruptly shook his head and returned to the here and now. Anyways, for the most part, Harry's been regarded by the student body at Hogwarts as being an unrivaled seeker in Quidditch and a mysteriously isolated character with many rumors of great deeds following him around. Unbeknownst to the student body, most of those rumors are actually based on the truth. Harry has, in fact, saved the entire school from at least 2 separate incidents of extreme danger. Gods. Harry saved the school twice while suffering under the handicaps that I just described to you all. Dumbledore looked like he was only now figuring that idea out, and he was completely stunned as a result. He finally returned from his own shock again and addressed the people staring at him. Oh, I'm sorry, it's all just too remarkable to even contemplate now that I'm really thinking about it. The things Harry accomplished while. Very suddenly, Dumbledore smiled at Harry and patted him on the shoulder. Well done, my boy. Dumbledore returned his focus back on the Delicors and continued his story. In repelling the amassed Dementors, Harry was forced to engage in a battle of wills between the barrier containing his magic and his core. I've personally witnessed a pensive memory of the event in question, and let me assure you that it was some of the most deadly magical pyrotechnics I've ever witnessed in all of my years. If Harry had failed to shatter the bindings on his core like he did, he'd have died instantly. I'm 100% certain of it. Harry wasn't exactly surprised by the news, but Dumbledore had kept that little factoid from him until right that second, and it was very distressing. Harry ended up looking at the ceiling to control his emotions, because the Delicors were staring at him like he was a zoo animal again. Seemingly unbothered by the reactions he was getting from the rest of the room's occupants, Dumbledore continued his story undaunted. During the event I'm describing, Harry was fiercely determined to save his friends, so he persevered over the Aramis Servientis potion for the very first time ever in recorded history. He shattered the core bindings within his body into millions of pieces, and his magic immediately careened outwards out in all directions. The pensive memory of that moment resembles nothing so much as it does an aftershock from a powerful explosion. Harry's magic spread out in a dome of power so strong it knocked the person whose memory I experienced several meters back and clear off of her feet. Immediately after that, Harry's wand produced a Patronus charm so immensely powerful it's the first in recorded history to have ever completely destroyed a Dementor. All told, Harry rendered 34 Dementors down to nothing but a few tatters of black shroud, according to their rather irate handlers. I had to do quite a bit of work to keep that under wraps, by the way. Dumbledore looked like he expected Harry to feel remorse, but the boy in question only shrugged. A moment later, Dumbledore merely shrugged in return and then looked back at the Delicors. Almost immediately after the event ended, Harry and his companion became aware that he was completely flooding a 4-meter-long radius with his magic, at all times. His magic shroud's radius has increased to 8 meters or 16 meters in circumference since that day, as his magic has stretched out and settled into place. If anyone else, myself included, were to force this much magic out of their body, they would die within a matter of minutes. Harry here has quite literally always been pushing his magic outwards as hard as he possibly could since he was only about 2 years old, which is why this much strain has become completely ordinary for him. It is, in fact, rather impossible at this point for Harry to do anything but press his power outward with all of his magical might, as if he's preparing to fight a war. Dumbledore paused then, so that his words would have the most meaning, showmanship, and he drew in a very deep breath. Harry is not trying to invade your personal space, and he does not desire to be indelicate. He has been struggling to wrestle his magic back into his body since day one, with no success whatsoever. In the past 3 weeks, Harry has begun constructing one of the most impressive Mindscape occlusions I have ever witnessed, but so far he isn't at the level of approaching his own magic. He'll first have to master his memories, then his emotions, and I want him to take his time in this endeavor. I fear madness for Harry, if he hurries down memory lane, reliving the kind of life that he's lived in the process. Dumbledore looked about as defeated as anyone had ever been in that moment. I'm well aware that I've been instrumental in creating the life that Harry's lived thus far. In my guilt and responsibility, I began approaching absolutely everyone I trusted, that could potentially help Harry control his magic. Adrian, when I got to know you at our meetings and you allowed me to meet your family, it felt like a miracle had occurred. If anyone in the entire world is uniquely qualified to teach someone to control magic that's determined to run rampant, then it has to be an extremely accomplished Vila. Following the end of Dumbledore's story, the study was completely silent for several minutes in a row, with the exception of Flur quietly sobbing in the corner. Every once in a while Apolline looked at Adrian for his reaction, but he continued to look like what he'd heard had broken him completely. Eventually, Harry felt an aura foreign from his own, emerge from within Apolline's body. It was red and smelled, yes it smelled good, and Harry found himself blushing at how intimate it was. It begged to be loved, lusted over, and it flowed back into Apolline in a very fast-paced circular motion. It reached out, conveying her response to their request, and it prompted Adrian to join the rest of the world with gentle caresses. Immediately and without having to be told a thing, Harry knew that Apolline loved her husband very, very much. Slowly but surely, Adrian came out of his daze to look both apologetically and lovingly at Apolline, and Harry could see that he was aware of the aura but was only minimally affected by it. When Adrian finally returned his attention back to Harry and Dumbledore, his expression was clear and under control again. You were right, Dumbledore. The oaths of honesty were extremely important. If not for the oaths I'd never have believed. Anyway, Adrian trailed off again for several moments, before shaking himself out and squaring up to stare Harry in the eyes. After hearing a story as remarkable as all that, how can we do anything but help as we can? No. Dumbledore and Harry slumped in relief at the news and were quick to offer thanks as they could. Harry also flooded his aura with gratitude, which went a long way towards restoring the room to normal, as they all laughed at how transparent he was. As the meeting lost its razor-sharp intensity, Harry sensed a bright pink aura sidling up to the study door and listening to their conversation. In response, Harry looked over at Adrian, and gestured over his shoulder at the newly repaired study door. We seem to have company, and if I'm not mistaken it's a rather young Vila, Harry whispered. Apolline immediately smiled a wide and happy smile, as she snuck quietly towards the door. Very suddenly and without any warning, she yanked open the door, startling a little girl and scooping her up in her arms. Without further ado, Apolline began kissing the girl's face all over, even as she marched back into the room and settled back into her seat. The somewhat stunned little girl looked around the room questioningly from her place atop her mother's lap, before she began rattling off a lot of very fast French to both her parents and Fleur. Harry noticed that Dumbledore could understand the little girl's words, at which point he became quietly but intensely jealous. This is Gabrielle Delicor, announced Adrian, in English. She is my youngest daughter. Turning towards Gabrielle next, Adrian smiled warmly at her. do you think you can use some of that English you've studied with Fleur, to speak to our guests? Gabrielle nodded and began to speak English very, very slowly. I am, being Gabrielle, and who, am you? Oh wow, that was cute. Both Dumbledore and Harry started smiling because to do literally anything else would have been impossible. Gabrielle was just as disarming as both her elder sister and her mother, but only because she was unrelentingly adorable. Harry could only assume that she was completely spoiled rotten by absolutely everyone that laid eyes on her. She was like a miniature of her older sister, only she had lighter blue eyes that just screamed the words innocent and happy at the top of their lungs. Harry would have hugged her like a teddy bear in that moment had he been completely suicidal. Dumbledore turned towards the little girl while adopting that look of paternal approval that he seems to do so well. I am Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore at your service, young lady. He gave a small courtly bow before returning to his seat. Feel free to just call me Albus. Harry immediately gave his headmaster a sidelong look paired up with an arched eyebrow. Just Albus, huh? He thought to himself, looking back at the angelic, because that is the correct word, little girl. He spoke very, very slowly for her benefit. My name is Harry Potter. I am very pleased to meet you. The little girl had barely even reacted to Dumbledore telling her who he was, which is why Harry was quite surprised when he finished introducing himself. Gabrielle's face instantly turned a bright pink and then she exploded into rapid-fire excited French to both her sister and her parents. She appeared to know exactly who he was. This time it was Dumbledore's turn to look at Harry with an arched eyebrow. I thought I was the one with a chocolate frog cart around here. Harry could only shake his head despite the grin of amusement that was forming on his face. It's because you have too many names, of course. They're easily forgotten. Both Harry and Dumbledore scoffed at that and some of the tension that had built between them eased. I suggest, Adrian began slowly, that we move into the dining hall and have some lunch. The arrangements may take a while to figure out, and I want to free you from the risky confines of your magically binding oath. I also need my wife to explain to me how she can help you. While easing out of his chair, Harry grimaced because his stomach chose that exact moment to grumble both loudly and angrily. Harry was reminded of a rather pressing need that might end up massively inconveniencing their brand new friends. It seemed impolite to burden the Delicors with his nutrition needs, so he had some arrangements to make. Thankfully, the Delicors were already staring at him because of his unbelievably loud stomach. Is it okay if I call my house elf too? Bring me my lunch. I have some pretty specific dietary needs right now, and I'd prefer that I don't immediately become a massive burden to you all. Adrian looked curious as he rose to his feet and walked to the door. Oh, what are these dietary needs? I need to eat an entire day's calories with every single meal all day and take special nutrition potions on top of that, Harry replied sheepishly. I wouldn't want to burden you with all of that, so I'd like to have the food brought to me. Adrian pondered that and then smiled at the boy standing in front of him. Perhaps I can allow that just this once, Harry, as we don't have food of that caliber prepared for you. But, we are good hosts, so in the future we will be feeding you. Harry nodded gratefully. I appreciate that, sir. I've grown almost 3 inches in the past 3 weeks and that kind of rapid development requires a ton of different foods. The process of growing that fast has been quite uncomfortable to say the very least. Everyone in the room minus Albus looked completely floored at what Harry had just so casually explained. Adrian was the first one to come back to himself this time. Okay then, young man, let's move on to the dining hall. Fleur Delicor had never felt more embarrassed in her entire life than she did as she walked to the dining hall with her family. She'd blown it big time and there was no excuse for her behavior. She'd assumed a great many things this afternoon and she'd been incorrect in every single one of them. She'd assumed that it was a suitor in her father's study and she'd been wrong and arrogantly so. She'd further assumed that someone was so enraged over not getting her hand in marriage that hostilities were happening. She'd barreled into the room with her wand raised like a barbarian, shaming her father because of her unbelievable arrogance. She'd viewed the boy across the room from her with unconcealed contempt, seeing someone lesser. She had in her arrogance believed that he was nothing more than an inconvenience, foisting his aura upon her with impunity. She in her arrogance had believed that he was doing so on purpose in order to be inappropriately intimate with her. Fleur had just 30 minutes earlier left a sparring match, where her personal weakness, arrogance had been pointed out to her. Fleur was in a tailspin of furious thought as she digested all of that in The Ballad of Harry Potter. The Ballad of Harry Potter, incredible, remarkable, unbelievable. Yes, oh yes, both Harry and Dumbledore had sworn magically binding oaths on their honesty, but she still found it to be so. No single man should be able to withstand so much heartbreak, physical agony, abuse and extreme isolation, without becoming naught but a monster in return. The boy currently sitting across from her at the dining room table was completely incapable of concealing his emotions. He was kind, quiet, shy. Harry Potter was an open book to absolutely everyone at the table, and they all found themselves humbled that such a monstrous upbringing could foster such a considerate young man. At the moment, Harry was visibly demanding that his aura create a relaxed atmosphere through sheer force of will, as they could all see that he himself was nervous. Fleur was interested to find out what mental imagery Harry used to control his emotions like he does. She was also interested to find out what he really thought of it all. Harry looked like an 11-year-old, underfed, poorly clothed boy. He did not look like the boy who'd done all of the impossible things that Dumbledore just finished describing. Surviving under those circumstances, fighting and destroying Dementors. On the other hand, the way that Harry had moved when Fleur first burst into the room, and the way Dumbledore had explained his story. Dumbledore's story had left just enough ambiguity that Fleur was forced to make her own conclusions. She'd concluded that Harry was used to being in dangerous situations. That life or death struggle wasn't even all that uncommon for the boy. Why, of course Harry Potter should have to fight for his very life against the closest things to devils on the face of the earth. The elderly wizard had mentioned this incident as if he was saying, "Oops, some milk was spilled, my mistake, moving on." As Fleur thought about it further, she came to the conclusion that Dumbledore was a little too loose with both his school and his personal morality. Harry had saved the school twice more while he was a student there. He'd have been 11 or 12 years old at the time. Suffice it to say, Fleur had a lot of questions for Harry Potter. The real problem was that she'd ruined any chance she might have had for answers. She'd almost attacked the boy not but 15 minutes earlier, so now she couldn't figure out how best to approach him. There was also another reason why Fleur was unraveling into a silent and stony stillness. For the first time since she'd turned 14, Fleur was struggling to control her own magical allure. It kept radiating out of her in quick bursts before she was able to slam it back down again. She wasn't releasing a strong allure, thank the gods, but it was continuously happening every few minutes and it was maddening. Of course, it didn't take a genius to figure out the reason behind Fleur's newest problem. Harry Potter's magic was blanketing the entire house as if they were standing on top of 10 intersecting ley lines of power. Harry Potter was a walking Stonehenge of magical power, and Fleur was starting to hate the boy because of what it was doing to her magic. At exactly the same time, Fleur was angry at herself for disliking the boy over something he couldn't control, but in the end that just served to make her resent Harry Potter even more. Long story short, Fleur Delicor was struck silent for the first time in her living memory, and it was killing her with frustration. Easily the most interesting person that Fleur had ever met had just asked his house elf for his lunch. He had politely asked the most well-dressed house elf Fleur had ever seen, if he could please bring him the food that was prepared for him. Fleur was building even more questions as time went by. Why does Harry wear badly repaired, bottle-capped glasses when he's an ancient and most noble lord worth a fortune? Why does he wear naught but rags when his house elf looks fantastic? At this point, Fleur was maintaining a cool, calm persona out of sheer necessity. It was either that or start screaming questions at the boy sitting across the dining room table from her, like a complete lunatic. She watched with carefully concealed jealousy as Gabrielle run roughshod all over the boy, with her much weaker allure flying around at full power. And Gabrielle really was being very demanding of Harry's attention, whispering dozens of questions into his ear which he answered kindly in low tones that were of no use to Fleur. If there was any consolation in Fleur's current situation, it was the fact that Harry appeared to be resisting the effects of both Gabrielle's weak allure and the allure that was leaking from within her own body. Maybe he didn't even notice, but that was too much to hope for. Fleur just added that to her growing laundry list of questions. Was Harry weak or strong in regards to Vila's allure? More and more with time, Fleur found their current situation completely unacceptable. There was no man on this earth that was able to deny her information for long. She would wait for the opportunity to advance on the boy this afternoon. Harry Potter had many questions to answer for her. Harry didn't usually make a spectacle of either his meditation practice or the time he spends in his mindscape. He usually just found a quiet place and got to it. Tonight, he was going to need some extra precautions. Tonight, he'd be sifting through his most painful memories in order to get them out of the way. The reason he was approaching the task with any optimism at all was because he currently had some very unique help that would normally cost a fortune. Vilas are very, very special ladies. They're the world's best psychologists because they can astral project themselves into your dreams or dreamscapes, mindscapes that happen while you're sleeping. Harry was about to take a potion to help him fall asleep early in the evening, and then Apolline was going to help him deal with his memories. Apolline had explained what they had planned to the rest of her family over dinner, at which point Adrian had suggested that the show be moved to the living room. He thought it was wise that the healing happen in a neutral environment, where he could watch over them. That's the reason why Harry was currently laying down on a summoned bed in the middle of the Delicor living room, flanked by the Delicor parents. It was enough to make him grateful for the sleeping potion. Getting himself into a natural sleep felt just a little bit impossible under the circumstances. Turning his head to the side so that he was facing Apolline, Harry vented his current thoughts, in a voice that was just a little bit slurred. Am I asleep already? This feels just a little bit surreal. Apolline smiled from the chair she'd arranged right next to Ari's bed. Not yet, Ari, but any second now you will be. That was a very strong sleeping draft, so it should work on even your crazy metabolism. Just as Apolline finished speaking, Flur marched into the room, dragged over a chair and then took a seat on Ari's right. Apolline, Adrian and Harry all looked at Flur in completely unconcealed surprise. Flur, Harry slurred out, fighting off his growing drowsiness for the moment. This procedure will be extremely intimate as well as unpleasant and you still seem conflicted. Are you sure about this? Harry was feeling both oddly touched and unnecessarily nervous at exactly the same time. In response to Harry's question, Fleur looked down at the boy with an extremely determined look on her face. You listen here, Ari. I may hate the effect your magic has on mine, but I also dislike the idea of you hurting yourself. You want honesty from me, right? Well, here it is. I want your magic under control ASAP, and I want to help keep you safe. Easing back into the mattress again, Harry sluggishly smiled up at the ceiling. Defying all common sense, he'd found Fleur's barbed explanation rather comforting. That was a very passive-aggressive answer you just gave me, Fleur. Welcome aboard, Apolline. Can you give Fleur some calming draft like the one you took? My reactions to my memories won't be pretty. It'll be a long and upsetting night if you're not prepared. Apolline and her daughter looked at each other for just a moment, before Fleur drank back a dose of the strong calming draft. As he started losing consciousness, Harry smiled softly at the two ladies. Thanks in advance. I'll see you in a. In the next instant, Harry found himself free floating in space, waiting for the two Vila ladies to come and join him. For security reasons, he'd made this patch of space the designated spawning point for anyone trying to enter his mindscape. The problem was he wasn't sure if it was appropriate under the circumstances. After a few moments of consideration, Harry took the time to make a bubble of warm air surrounding himself. The idea was that when the Delicor ladies arrived, they'd be comfortable without ruining the view. All of a sudden, two hands dug deep into the meat of Harry's shoulders, as a very surprised pair of Vila began floating in space at his sides. While Apolline was making no secret of how amazed she was, Fleur's reaction was quite a bit more complex. Free falling, in orbit, in space. Really, Ari? In a direct contradiction to her words, Fleur's eyes were flitting around in poorly concealed interest. With an expansive arm movement, Harry gestured at his mindscape planet far below them. Let me ask you this, Fleur. Where do you think my memories are? In the wake of Harry's question, the two Delicors just floated there for several seconds, staring down towards a white painted metal shell surrounding an entire planet. The shell had the words, "Think again," painted on its surface in massive red letters. Think again, Fleur prompted, in lieu of actually answering Harry's question. Yeah, Harry hedged with just a little bit of embarrassment leaking into his voice. It's a play on words. This whole place is supposed to represent my mind. Think again. Get it? Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Snicker, giggle, giggle. Both Fleur and Harry turned to look at Apolline as the woman slowly but surely unraveled into a childish fit of happy giggles. Turning his body back towards Fleur, Harry pointed back at her mother as if the woman's amusement vindicated him. My mother laughs at all of my father's dad jokes, Fleur pointed out in a deadpan voice. She's not what I'd call a discerning audience. Well, I think it's funny in a sarcastic kind of way, Harry defended with his arms crossed. I also think it's my mindscape, so it's my opinion that really matters. Your spiritual center has what amounts to a smart-ass no trespassing sign on the front door, Fleur pointed out, with her own arms crossed and her chin up in the air. Sue me for thinking it's in poor taste. Oh well, pardon me for the rudeness of my welcome, Harry drawled, in a voice just oozing fake concern. I imagine your mindscape rolls out the red carpet for any passing Leglymancer who decides to drop by. If by rolling out the red carpet you mean an endless sea of white-hot flames, then you'd be correct, Fleur replied with a noticeably smug expression on her face. Vila are naturally defended against mind intrusions. Our mindscapes can become very warm at a single moment's notice. Huh, was all Harry could think to reply to what he'd just learned. It was a cool enough little factoid that he almost forgot how annoying Fleur was currently being, almost. Achoo, achoo. Both Harry and Fleur turned around when their stare-down was interrupted by some very fake coughing sounds. When the two teens looked in her direction, Apolline gestured for Harry to focus on a stretch of space off in the distance. Are those really what I think they are, Ari? At Apolline's direction, Harry scanned the area, and then started grinning in a moment of fanboy enthusiasm. Oh, yeah, I created a couple of Star Destroyers and the Death Star from Star Wars, as well as the Starship Enterprise from Star Trek to serve as the welcome wagon out here. I'm not really all that sure how effective all this will be against a powerful Leglymancer, but they do look damned cool. For about 2 minutes, Fleur and Apolline just stared out at the scenery, as they grew more and more accustomed to life in free fall. The moment ended when Fleur suddenly remembered that they had business to attend to, and she floated over to Ari's shoulder. Can we get this show on the road now, Ari? After nodding in silent agreement, Harry quickly started floating the three of them down towards the planet. While they were clearly moving very fast, for several moments it felt like the planet was merely growing in size rather than getting closer. Soon enough, all they could see in front of them was white painted metal, and it felt like any second they were going to crash like bugs against its surface. That's when it happened. A ridiculously massive, layered and fortified blast door opened up to admit them. Ari, just who do you think is trying to break into your mind? Admittedly, Apolline was awestruck, but she was also confused as to why Harry would bother with such a grand undertaking. I created my mindscape to be this big and this heavily fortified for 3 reasons, Harry began, while lifting up 3 fingers. The first reason is because there's at least one extremely strong wizard out there who wants in here. Harry gestured towards his own head while dropping a finger. The second reason is because I was stuck in the hospital wing at the time with nothing better to do, and as it turns out I'm extremely good at this stuff. The third and most persuasive reason is because my magic is insistent that all of this is necessary. As they approached the planet within the shell, the ladies were further floored by how beautiful Harry had managed to make it all. It was a full-sized and fully developed planet with different climate zones, ecosystems, rainforests, oceans and deserts. It even had cities with varied architecture styles and shapes. It was also very, very empty. Harry might be good at imagining things into existence in his mindscape, but even he'd never be able to populate a world full of free-thinking individuals. To do so would be the work of 100 lifetimes, and it'd also be completely pointless. That begged the question though. Why, Ari? At this point, Fleur was looking at Harry like he might just be a lunatic. By studying Fleur's facial expression, Harry belatedly figured out what Fleur was trying to ask. Ah, I see. I created an original planet and made it impossibly huge and complex. Why do you think I did that? So the things that are important are well hidden. Apolline was scanning the world they were flying over with a completely mesmerized expression on her face. Nonetheless, she still managed to add her thoughts to their conversation. Yes and yet no at exactly the same time. Everything you see before you is a red herring, Harry replied happily. Every single inch of this planet is just waiting to explode with traps and magical creatures. The buildings are all what they appear to be, but at a mental prompt from me this entire place can become a death trap." As he spoke, Harry gestured to a forest well outside of any urban area, and over the next minute they flew towards it. They finally landed in an empty field next to a large but nondescript boulder. "Ah, I see, so this massive spectacle is an equally massive waste of both time and effort." Even as the unpleasant words slipped from Flur's mouth, she was looking around at everything that they passed. Turning back towards the teenaged Vila, Harry made a point to have Flur catch him rolling his eyes in a way that screamed, "Typical bitchy Flur." While he did understand the complex feelings that were driving her passive-aggressive behavior, that didn't mean he had to like it, or condone it as if he deserved it. The location that they were about to visit was quite literally the most intimately private place Harry could possibly imagine. With that much in mind, he didn't have the time or the patience necessary to endure Flur's barbed commentary. In the end, that's the reason why, when Flur looked like she might snap at him for rolling his eyes at her, Harry held up a hand to get ahead of her. "Flur, seriously. Just shut up. You volunteered for this, I hope, out of a desire to support me. Please don't make me regret your presence." Flur recoiled as if Harry had struck her. After an extremely bizarre moment in time, during which Apolline had to figure out where she stood on this matter, she beamed an extremely proud smile at Harry for telling her daughter where to put it. She was legitimately happy that Harry was finally learning to assert himself, because Flur would walk all over him if he wasn't careful, and now that wasn't such a concern. Apolline really did want Harry and Flur to become friends at some point, but she wanted them to become real friends. Flur didn't need any more of the mindless toadies she seemed to collect over at Beauxbatons. With his unhappy deed accomplished, Harry abruptly turned away from a visibly guilt-ridden Flur, flew towards a massive random boulder, and pushed it over as if it was as light as a feather. Apolline and Flur stared at the boulder in their surprise. To them the stone hatch clearly looked like it weighed about 10 tons. Underneath the boulder was a stairwell leading down into the earth. The two ladies shook their heads at the lengths Harry had gone to. Flur, Harry and Apolline ventured down the stairs and then entered a simple but imposing-looking elevator. Harry pressed the M button on the elevator's wall panel and they immediately began descending. "How deep, Ari?" Apolline was leaning against a small window panel that was displaying layers of the planet's crust blurring by at amazing speeds. "3/4 of the way to the core of the world," replied Harry. "We should be there in about a minute." Snapping her fingers in realization, Flur started laughing. "Core of the world, magical core. Cute." Harry smiled happily at Flur's much more natural interaction even as he stuck his tongue out at the girl. "You can't argue that I've created some great natural defenses. You could wander around in my mindscape for years and find absolutely nothing of value." Both ladies just nodded. Flur couldn't have argued with that even if she wanted to. Soon enough, the three of them arrived on the memory floor and the elevator came to rest with a soft melodic ding. The door slid open to reveal what would under normal circumstances be an extremely opulent library, except for two things. It was huge beyond measure, going on for miles, and the books were lying around everywhere, scattered across the floor. When Flur and Apolline looked back at Harry, Flur had her hands resting on her hips. "Please tell me you did something intelligent to make this go faster." Having never set foot in his library before, Harry was currently looking at his own handiwork in satisfaction. "As a matter of fact, I did. When I mentally decided that my memories would look like books, I made a color code. The darker the color of the book, the worse the memory involved. Black books are seriously bad memories. Now I just need to grab them, experience them and file them away. I'm happy to have the healing and support when I exit the books, but I have to warn you. I suspect my reactions are going to become pretty ugly." At Harry's words, Apolline stepped closer, caught his attention and then shook her head. "Ari, I had no idea you expected us to wait out here while you relive the memories alone. That's just not a possibility at this point. We are both empathically linked to you right now. While you will be the one reliving the memories, we will witness them as well." Swallowing heavily, Harry looked down at his feet. He hadn't realized just how exposed he was about to become. It would be the very first time ever that he allowed anyone to know, to understand. Then he was shaking his head and turning away. "I'm not sure that I can do that, Apolline. I'm ashamed of how weak and defenseless I am in almost all of these memories. I didn't know this would be a viewing gallery. I'm also afraid that you'll take damage just by witnessing the things I've experienced." Raising her hands palms out, Apolline smiled softly as a soothing sense of calm and love began radiating out of them. "You want the magic hands that will heal your psyche and help you keep moving, Ari. Then you need to suffer the knowledge that we find out about you. My daughter and I are strong, Ari. We can handle it. You called me family, Ari. Let me help you." For several moments, they all just stood at a standstill. Harry was still extremely reluctant, but over time, when Apolline refused to back down, he nodded his head and allowed her to hug him. "Okay then, I designed this place to order my memories from newest to oldest. As we move along, the books we encounter will be younger and younger versions of me." The ladies both nodded at Harry, then at each other, then they fanned out to look around. Fleur, Apolline and Harry started walking through the immensely long and relatively thin rectangle that made up the library's only room. They moved slowly because a lot of the books were grays or browns and they didn't want to miss a black. It was Apolline that saw the first black book and she immediately called them both over. When she pointed to it, Harry walked over with quite a bit of trepidation. Across the cover, the book said the words Chamber of Secrets. Turning back towards Apolline and Fleur, Harry smiled reassuringly. "Okay ladies, this one's more like an adventure movie than anything abusive. Just keep in mind that I do survive this memory, and the only permanent injury I take from it is this scar on my right arm." Harry briefly pulled up the sleeve of his sweater to show the ladies the scar. "I imagine it's a black book because of how scared I was at the time and how painful it was, but as far as bad memories go, I gave as good as I got and that helps me deal." The two Vila women nodded and then watched as Harry picked up the book. As Harry's consciousness was drawn into the book, he became the Harry from his memory, except that he knew he wasn't. That's the only way to describe how it felt. Apolline and Fleur found themselves watching Harry's memory almost like they would in a pensieve, only they were much closer to it, could sense Harry's emotions and were picking up a lot of the context involved. They instantly knew about the magical petrifications that had happened that year, they knew that Harry was a Parseltongue, they knew about the extreme isolation he experienced, even in his dorm room where his friend Ron hadn't spoken to him in several weeks. They also knew about his friend Hermione worrying about him and the research that she'd been doing. Finally they learned about the King of the Serpents as the contents of Hermione's note flashed through their minds. The information that they received had both Fleur and Apolline watching on pins and needles as Harry walked through the dark, gothic, skeleton-riddled tunnel. Harry opened the chamber's door using Parseltongue, and the ladies had their first glimpse of the Chamber of Secrets. As the memory played out, the Vila tried desperately to remember that these were just memories. It didn't matter. Even though they succeeded, they were still terrified. Tom Marvolo riddle, I am Voldemort and then a 50-foot snake. Harry was running, hiding, a phoenix, a hat, a sword. The phoenix pecked out the basilisk's lethal eyes, but was killed in the process. Then Harry was fighting the snake. He swerved, he dodged, he shoved the sword right into the beast's brain through the top of its wide open mouth. When Harry pulled his arm free of the snake's mouth, one of the basilisk's fangs had ended up lodged deep inside of his forearm. Both Fleur and Apolline gasped in horror as Harry stumbled away from the basilisk and yanked the fang out of his arm. Despite how freaked out they were about what they were currently seeing, neither Fleur nor Apolline could help but wonder how Harry was still alive. Basilisk poison is lethal without exception. The complete lethality of basilisk poison is a well-known and well-established fact, and yet they both knew that Harry did in fact survive this encounter. The Delicor ladies closely observed the puncture wound on Harry's arm, as it steamed and smoldered like a pitch-black fire in his flesh. As they watched over his shoulder, Harry managed to stumble across the room and then fall to the floor near the red-headed girl, Ginny. Tom's spectral persona started to gloat about his impending victory, as the basilisk poison rapidly coursed throughout Harry's body. Groaning in agony, Harry writhed on the stone as the veins underneath his skin became riddled with eerie black lines. After slowly rolling onto all fours, Harry closed his eyes, clenched his teeth and his entire body tensed up as if he were lifting an unbelievable amount of weight. Over the next few moments, green lines of pulsing, ambient magic appeared to spread along Harry's veins, counteracting the poisonous black lines. It looked as if his body had become a battleground between twin armies of black and light green serpents. All throughout his body, his veins were changing from black to green and then back at irregular intervals. As this was happening, Harry's body twitched and popped and moaned and growled. He punched the floor beneath his body, as if the stones were the source of his agony. They weren't. It appeared that Harry was desperately willing his magic to heal his body, but he wasn't strong enough to completely destroy the venom. A stalemate of some kind had been reached, but at a cost. Pain. Harry was being tortured as his body fell to pieces and was regenerated over and over again. Nothing changed for well over a minute, during which time Harry gasped and groaned in an intense cocktail of misery. The Delicor ladies had no idea how the boy was still resisting, in the face of this kind of suffering, and with no real end in sight. They just floated there watching, as he strained and fought against what seemed like his inevitable death. Then, with a small but beautiful trill, a baby phoenix suddenly landed on Harry's arm, where it began releasing copious amounts of its tears directly into the wound. Suddenly both Apolline and Fleur understood. They knew exactly how Harry had survived to meet them, and twin triumphant smiles bloomed across their faces. Harry had held out long enough for the phoenix to reincarnate, and it had saved him with its healing tears. At the last second, just as Spectral Tom was about to become corporeal, Harry brandished the basilisk fang as a weapon. He didn't aim to fight Tom at all, but instead he impaled the journal right through the middle. As the poisonous fang melted the journal, Tom's handsome appearance transformed into the wraith that he really was. Then, in a flash of blinding light, he was rendered down to nothing. Harry had destroyed the book and saved the damsel. As the memory faded to black, it was to the sight of the roughed-up boy shaking Ginny awake. Harry, Apolline and Fleur stumbled across the library floor as if they'd been launched back into their bodies. As they regained their balance, Fleur and Apolline looked at each other and then down at Harry. He'd fallen to the floor but was already rising to his feet again. The boy's body was shaking a little bit, but otherwise he appeared to be handling the memory just fine. Harry just shrugged and shook his head to clear his mind of the lingering pain and panic. Yeah, that was an extremely unpleasant experience. Without another word, he turned the black book into a pebble, put it in a bag and cinched it at his waist. After dropping their hands on Harry's shoulders, Fleur and Apolline started radiating soothing comfort and healing, even as they mended his mind. Apolline was also sending Harry quite a bit of maternal affection, although she was barely aware of that fact. As she worked, Fleur watched Harry closely, before turning away with a frustrated expression on her face. Dumbledore did mention 2 times that you saved your school, but I ended up making light of it. What is wrong with this school of yours? At first, Harry just grinned at Fleur's question, but then the smile slipped off of his face and he shrugged helplessly instead. Gods only knew why Hogwarts was the way it was. Fleur's words also brought to mind the next memory that they were about to encounter and the fact that Harry should give the girls some advanced warning. Listen, ladies. The next memory we're going to encounter will most likely scare you both, because of what it implies. Just be prepared. Harry didn't say anything after that because there was no easy way to describe what he was talking about. He just looked around for the next black book. After a few seconds spent just staring at Harry's back, Fleur and Apolline followed his lead. The next book was labeled The Third Floor Corridor on the left, Philosopher's Stone. Despite the warning he'd already given, Harry turned towards the ladies with a look of concern on his face. Due in part to the panic reaction people tended to have when this next subject was brought up, Harry wasn't going to just spring it on his friends. It was bad enough that they'd had to see him destroy a remnant of the man. Okay, it's time. Are you both still under the influence of the calming draft? Both ladies nodded. All right then. Harry sighed and gestured at the black book on the floor. This memory features a man possessed by the real Tom Riddle. I assume you've realized just whom it is I'm talking about. Both women visibly shuddered in response but stood their ground. Yes, he's alive and out there somewhere. He's currently far less than human but far more than a ghost. He's trying to find ways to get himself a new body. This next memory is the second time the two of us met each other, at the end of my first year at Hogwarts. Of course, the first time I encountered him, I was only an infant. As Harry finished his explanation, he picked up the book and began to look at it. It was Harry's first year at Hogwarts again and the two Vila were being tugged along for the ride. Both ladies were quickly brought up to speed when dozens of relevant memories formed in their heads unbidden. As a result, both Fleur and Apolline learned a great deal about Harry's entry into the magical community. What they both thought was especially shocking was Harry's small stature at the time, looking more like a 9 or 10-year-old than the 11-year-old he really was. Then, there was his extreme ignorance about literally everything magic-related. Harry loved Hogwarts right from the very beginning, yes, but he was also lost, scared and having to figure it all out as he went along. As the memories settled, the Delicor ladies began getting angry at the connections that they were making. From an outsider's perspective, it was obvious that Harry had been set up to look completely incompetent upon entering magical society, especially considering the unreasonable expectations everyone had heaped upon his shoulders. Harry was the so-called boy who lived for God's sakes. He was literally the last boy on the face of the planet that should be kept completely clueless to his own heritage. As all of the context involved in the current memory finished settling into place, Fleur and Apolline also learned of the various clues that Harry had encountered throughout the year. The Gringotts Vault break-in, the ongoing pain in Harry's scar, the troll attack, the attack during his first Quidditch game, and winning regardless Norbert the Dragon Hatchling, the Mirror of Arised, Snape and the Wraith in the woods, Hagrid and his pet Cerberus Fluffy. All of these separate incidents came together, as the Delicors watched Harry and his friends make their way through the corridor's various tests. By the time Harry drank the fireproofing potion and walked through the final door, the two French ladies also thought that he was about to confront Snape in the chamber beyond. They were wrong, just like Harry had been. When Harry entered the chamber containing the Philosopher's Stone, he was extremely surprised by who he found. Professor Quirrell stood there, which meant that he was far more capable than he'd been acting all year. When Harry failed to sneak up on the man, Professor Quirrell demanded that Harry assist him in figuring out the Mirror of Arised. Harry refused. They dueled, after a fashion. Harry fought bravely, but he didn't even know how to cast a Protega shield at the time, so he was subdued with almost embarrassing ease. Quirrell spoke to a voice emanating from somewhere unseen. At the voice's order, Quirrell took off the turban that he was wearing, and Harry saw the face of evil embedded into the back of the man's head. Harry's scar exploded in pain, causing the being in Quirrell's back to laugh maniacally. Voldemort attempted to convince Harry to join forces with him, but the boy defied him over and over. In the end, Harry was physically hoisted in front of the Mirror of Arised, at which point the Philosopher's Stone settled into his pocket. In his steadily building frustration, Quirrell physically attacked Harry, only to find out that his body disintegrated wherever their skin made contact. Without any hesitation, Harry went on an immediate offensive, screaming in agony as he grabbed at every square inch of exposed skin he could find. It was painfully obvious to both of the Delicor ladies that although Harry's skin wasn't falling off, making contact with Quirrell's body was hurting him badly. After a short but vicious struggle, Quirrell's body was destroyed and Harry collapsed to the floor. Whatever magic had destroyed Quirrell's body had exhausted Harry, to the point that he was unable to reach his feet again. Unfortunately, that was the moment when Voldemort's wraith exploded out of Quirrell's ashes, screamed in rage and flew directly towards Harry's body. The wraith entered Harry's chest, where it began a full possession attempt. Harry writhed and moaned on the floor for several long moments, before screaming the words, "Get out of my body." Harry's body exploded with green-tinted magic and Voldemort's wraith was ejected from within his chest with the force of a bullet. The wraith was damaged and was forced to make its escape. After gasping for breath and trying once again to reach his feet, Harry passed out slumped against the mirror. Instantly, both Harry and the Delicors found themselves back in the library. While the two Vila staggered and stumbled, but managed to remain on their feet, Harry immediately fell to his knees, where he began shaking violently. After a long moment of shocked stillness, both Fleur and Apolline rushed towards Harry's side. Alongside their healing ability, they both began radiating feelings of soothing comfort, calm, healing and in Apolline's case love. "I've never remembered the possession attempt until now," Harry choked out. "I think I was obliviated. Until now, I've been led to believe that Dumbledore saved me." The two French Vila looked grim as they hovered over Harry, helping him move on and heal with their empathic abilities. Fleur began to leak some affection inside of her comfort without even realizing it. After a little under 2 minutes passed, Harry finally managed to climb back to his feet again, where he turned to address the Delicors. Well, okay. According to the mechanism that tracks time in my Mindscape, we've been in here about 20 minutes real time now. If you're willing, I'd like to keep moving. Despite the fact that Harry was still visibly shaking, he still looked determined to finish his task. After catching each other's eyes, the two Vila decided not to comment. It would have been a waste of time anyway, as Harry had started walking away already, and they were forced to jog to catch up with him. As they walked along, Harry began to talk again, but for the first time since they'd met him he was noticeably avoiding making eye contact. Slowing almost to a stop, Harry turned to look at the Delicor ladies before staring down at his feet again. I want to explain something before we go any further. The rest of my memories are neither heroic nor brave nor anything even remotely comparable to those two words. I'm just a weak little boy with no means to defend myself, and I'm under the care of my relatives. At the tail end of Harry's explanation, he found another black book called The Week of the Hogwarts Owls. He grunted in a particularly grim sort of way, picked up the book as if he was tearing off a band-aid, and they were immediately launched into the memory. Harry Potter had received a Hogwarts acceptance letter by owl delivery of all things. The boy didn't even know what the letter contained yet, but what he did know was that its contents had earned him a severe beating that left him crawling into the safety of his cupboard. The next day it became clear that this Hogwarts place wasn't going to give up that easily. 4 letters were all delivered this time, instead of 1, and Harry was once again savagely beaten. The day after that, 10 letters arrived, and the two Vila were forced to watch as Harry was cut to bloody ribbons with a metal coat hanger pulled straight. The next day letters began coming out of every nook, cranny and hole in the Dursleys' house, exploding onto every exposed surface available. At the sight of it all, Harry broke out into mad, out of control laughter because of the silliness of it all, before he was once again beaten to a bloody mess by the infamous coat hanger. These events repeated themselves daily for the next week, and by the end of it Harry could barely move due to partially healed lacerations and bruises collecting all over his body. Hundreds of owls were now sitting on the roof of number 4 Privet Drive, and in response Vernon was approaching Harry with murder in his eyes. Petunia, ever the voice of reason, stopped Vernon from his course of action because he'd stained her new carpet with all of the blood. She quite calmly explained that they'd go somewhere remote to finish the very necessary deed. Harry was unceremoniously trussed up like a pig for slaughter, put in the boot of their car, and taken to a small island just off the coastline. Later that night, when Vernon started to drink himself into an incoherent rage, Harry knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that he was just minutes away from death. That is, of course, the exact moment when Hagrid knocked the cabin's front door right off of its hinges, interrupting the Dursleys' little party. Harry would always be grateful that Hagrid had come to fetch him, inadvertently saving his life in the process. Hagrid was far too decent a bloke to understand the Dursleys' true intentions that night, and Harry never had the heart to inform the rather naive giant about the truth. Once again, Flur and Apolline were expelled from the memory onto their feet only to find Harry dropping to his butt on the floor. This time was worse than the last few memories however, as this time they found Harry shaking and shivering against a railing. Despite his obvious discomfort, Harry rapidly changed the memory into a pebble and then stashed it in the sack with the rest. Apolline and Fleur quickly moved over, bathing Harry in positive emotions and smoothing over raw hurt with everything they had. At this point, they both began sending out feelings of love and affection without even having to think about it. When Harry's head slowly rose up from his chest and he smiled at the two of them, they didn't know how to react at all. All they knew for sure was that they'd hugely underestimated the depth of Harry's suffering. Despite Hogwarts' many faults, I like it there, Harry whispered, as he rubbed at his temples with his palms. Hogwarts is dangerous, of course, but I'm not a helpless victim there. I'm allowed, and even expected to, defend myself there. It is refreshing. Harry looked exhausted at this point, but that didn't stop him from pulling himself back to his feet. Let's move on, shall we? Despite their growing misgivings, the Lady Delicors could only follow along as Harry walked further into the library. Apolline was the one who saw the next memory book. When she pointed it out, Harry smiled, which surprised the two Vila. This memory was a milestone for me, Harry admitted, as he gazed down at the book. It's not a well-known fact, but I'm a Parseltongue. I know it's supposed to be a dark skill, but I've always been one and it's actually helped me out in the past. This memory is indeed painful, but it's also important. Harry picked up the book and they fell away into the memory. Despite the fact that it was Dudley's 11th birthday that day, the Delicors could see that the Dursleys were extremely frustrated. There was nowhere for Harry to be and there was no one else available to foist the boy's unwanted presence upon. Their house was being fumigated that day and the cat lady next door was out of town. The Dursleys hated to have to do it, and they were very vocal in their frustration, but they were forced to take Harry with them to the zoo for Dudley's birthday party. While the Dursleys marched around the zoo, they all went into the snake house where this unbelievable thing happened to Harry. A python that was just sitting there in its glass-walled cage replied to Harry's voice, and he, somehow, defying all common sense, understood the snake in return. In that moment, Harry was overawed by the wonder of it all. He didn't care that it was impossible and very likely to get him in trouble. It was magic. He was taking part in magic in real time and it wasn't by accident either. Later, Dudley pushed Harry over, at which point he accidentally vanished the glass wall of the snake's cage. Things became hectic after that and Dudley accomplished a ton of very girly screaming. The beating that Harry ended up receiving that night was particularly vicious. Harry ended up with a broken arm, a broken wrist, a messed up knee, and 2 swollen shut eyes. When he was finally thrown into his cupboard, racked with pain and completely blind, Harry ended up feeling quite pleased with himself because the snake had gotten away. The snake had been good people after all. This time when they were ejected from the memory, Harry smiled a somewhat feral-looking smile even as he shook from head to toe. He was still trembling from the remembered injuries but the 2 women could see in his eyes that he liked his own defiance in the memory. After stashing the memory in his sack, Harry growled out the words, "No sweat, let's continue." The 2 ladies followed him quickly with their hands outstretched, feeding him support, healing and comfort. It didn't take long for Flur to find the next book but she didn't like the look of it, so she just stared at it without saying a word. It was so pure a black color it looked like a Dementor's shroud. Shaking herself out of her fugue, Flur very reluctantly pointed the book out to Harry. Harry's eyes narrowed to flat discs when he looked down at the next book because it was called Freak in all caps. Then, when he turned towards the 2 Vila, his face looked haunted. "Ladies, this one's going to hurt." Although the 2 Vila immediately reached out to stop him, they were far too slow. Before they could reach out and catch his hand, Harry had already bent over and scooped up the book. The 3 of them once again fell into the memory. While Harry had no idea how it was happening, nor did he know how impossible it was supposed to be with his core bound the way it was, Harry was still performing accidental magic a few times a year. Thankfully, he was rarely ever caught, but there was this one infamous time. He was running from schoolyard bullies that were being led by his cousin Dudley, and they all had him hemmed in by the school's walls. All Harry wanted at the time was to be, not there, that was all. All of a sudden, Harry found himself on the roof of the school, with about 9 witnesses loudly claiming that he'd teleported there. By the time the teachers had finished calling in the Dursleys, Harry already knew that he was in for some major pain. The problem was that if he avoided going back to Privet Drive the punishment would only grow exponentially larger over time. Just like every other time he'd ever run away in the past, eventually he'd be caught, dragged back to the Dursleys and then. Well, long story short, while it sucked big time, the wisest choice of action was to just get the beating over with. The best that Harry could hope for was that he made good time to his cupboard, so that Vernon gets a chance to cool off a bit. Once again the context of the memory had the Delicor ladies shaking in both anger and rising anxiety. The isolation, the abuse, the injustice. It all hurt too much and yet they both knew this was only the beginning. As soon as Harry arrived home, he was ambushed, grabbed and bodily thrown into a wall, which broke his right arm. That's when he saw a metal bar resting on the heating element of the stove, and he thrashed around like a fish trying to get free. As Vernon held him down and growled the word freak over and over, Harry struggled with all his might. It wasn't working. Due mostly to the man's bulk, Harry couldn't get out from under Vernon and the look of madness in his eyes almost had him pissing himself. In the end, Harry was both weak and injured so his struggles were useless, and he was finally punched into a painful form of stillness. After grabbing the superheated metal off of the oven, Vernon ripped open the collar of Harry's ill-fitting t-shirt. Then, with a twisted smile on his face, he unceremoniously shoved it against his chest. Harry screamed and thrashed, but he was being held down by the man's immense body weight and still couldn't struggle free. Over the next minute, he took the brand that would be present over his heart for the rest of his life. Until the very day he dies, Harry would have the word freak burned into his chest in big bold capital letters. As soon as they cleared the memory, Harry dropped to his back, clutching at his chest. With an inarticulate sob, rolling onto his hands and knees, he started punching the floor in an uncontrolled fit of extreme rage, breaking open his hands and spilling blood onto the floor. An instant later, Apolline and Fleur were on their knees right next to him, holding him still while bombarding him with soothing comfort and love. Fleur looked at Apolline over Harry's shoulder and saw that they were both beginning to look a little scared. This was so much more, so much worse than they'd expected, and by the looks of things they were barely even getting started. Eventually Harry rolled over and just sat there looking down at the book in his hands. Belatedly, he turned it into a pebble and then he drew in a very long and shaky breath. "We're making good time. Thank you for helping me. I now know for certain that I couldn't have done this alone." Rising to his feet, Harry marched off, on the lookout for more horrifying memories of abuse, with a grim resolve that was almost frightening. Both Apolline and Fleur bit their lips as they trailed along. They wanted to stop Harry, but they knew to do so would be unwise. With every memory that Harry managed to gain control over, the healthier his mental state would become. What they were doing was an absolutely vital task, and not just because it would allow him to control his magic. In the end, even knowing all of that didn't help very much, and the Delicor ladies were completely miserable. Over the next 2 hours, Harry, Fleur and Apolline found and then relived 18 more terrible beatings that would have crippled a normal Muggle boy. It appeared that Vernon Dursley knew all about Harry's ability to heal from the worst of his injuries, allowing the man to lay into the little boy without a single care in the world, and then justify his actions after the fact. Harry Potter was a freak. He needed his freakishness beaten out of him, or it would get worse and affect those around him. It was Fleur who saw another black book with a sinister-looking title. She couldn't help herself. She stood in front of it instead of pointing it out. She was hurting for Harry and wanted him to take a break. He was looking around with a single-minded determination now, and he'd stopped talking or making any noises. Eventually, Harry looked in Fleur's direction and then seemed to look right through her. Soon enough, he was walking towards her and Fleur thought she might cry. She finally stepped out of the way of his approach, but she didn't bother hiding her frustration. On the ground behind Fleur was a book with the word, "idiot," for a title. When Harry first saw it, his downcast expression grew very complex. Whatever this memory was, it appeared to hurt Harry emotionally far more than it did physically. Without saying anything at all, Harry bent down and slid his hands underneath the book's cover. Harry Potter ran home that day with a perfect mark on his maths test. He was still quite young at this point, and still desperately seeking approval the so-called normal way. Even the Dursleys couldn't complain about him getting a good grade in school, right? Well, unfortunately, Harry hadn't factored Dudley into the equation. Dudley Dursley is as dumb as a Dementor guarding a school. He'd failed a similar test given on exactly the same day by exactly the same maths teacher. Normally, the teacher wouldn't even bother making house calls, but Dudley's grades were so abysmal he called up the boys' parents to inform them of his concerns. It was only when Vernon started getting noticeably angry at the teacher for badmouthing his son that the man began singing Harry's praises as if doing so would make Vernon feel better. Little did the teacher know, the reckoning Harry was about to go home to. When Harry ran into the house with his perfect test, Vernon's head immediately snapped towards him like a robot. "Well, if it isn't the idiot," he spat out in a cold but brutally angry tone of voice. After blanching in surprise, Harry immediately swerved and started moving to enter his cupboard. It was no good. Vernon had locked it closed. Then he saw a shadow looming over him from behind, and a squeak left his mouth in his rising alarm. By the end of the day, Harry Potter would barely be able to move an inch, with most of his body a mass of dark purple bruises, at which point he was thrown like a bag of garbage into his newly unlocked cupboard. Needless to say, Harry very carefully kept his grades completely mediocre from that day forward, a defense mechanism that followed him all the way to Hogwarts. When the two Vilas and Harry were ejected from the memory, Harry slowly dropped to his knees again, and pressed his hands against his temples. Apolline dashed towards Harry's side, immediately followed by Fleur, who pressed her forehead down against his shoulder. "We need to stop this, Ari. It's too much, too fast." Removing a bandage always stings, Harry breathed out in return, as he turned the memory into a pebble and stowed it away. "In that last memory I was quite young. I think my abuse memories are running out, and then we'll encounter my struggle against the core bindings." Standing back up, Harry quickly turned away from the Vila and started moving further into the library. At this point, despite the highly potent calming draft that she'd taken, Fleur was unable to stop crying. Who lives this life and continues to function? Why her Harry? It hurt too much. Even as Fleur asked those questions of herself, Apolline and Harry were steadily moving away. With one last silent sob, Fleur wiped her tears, and ran to catch up. Harry found a memory that he was surprised was even a black book at all. It was called, Who Am I? And it apparently featured his first day of primary school. Harry turned towards the ladies and shrugged in an ambivalent fashion. "Well, no big deal. This one has only the normal garden variety of physical abuse." With that said, he grabbed the book and they dropped away into the memory. By law Harry Potter had to be sent to school. The Dursleys didn't want to send him, and they'd made that opinion very clear. A freak like him would only bring shame upon their family. They had no choice in the matter however, so he was given an apple and sent off to the school bus. While walking into his school and then his classroom, Harry weathered the staring as well as he could. He was wearing the most ridiculous mixture of colors and shapes for clothing, so he was standing out way more than he was comfortable with. Taking a seat at a desk, Harry waited for further instructions. As the teacher began calling out names, Harry felt a flutter of concern growing within the pit of his stomach. The two Delicor Vila immediately seethed in anger at the reason for Harry's anxiety. "Harry Potter," called out the teacher. "Harry Potter," he called out again, while scanning the sea of young faces. Moving on, the teacher read out the rest of the names before marking Harry Potter as truant. When the teacher was done however, he noticed that there was a student who hadn't replied present to any name on the list. He approached the boy, knelt down and smiled. "Are you Harry Potter by any chance?" The boy looked up at the teacher and shrugged helplessly. "I don't know, sir. I've never heard that name before." The teacher leaned much closer to look at the pale, gaunt little face of the boy sitting in front of him. "What did they call you then?" Harry looked up at this man, this teacher, and he told the truth without a single care for the consequences. Even while reliving this memory, Harry couldn't figure out if his words were a cry for help or picture-perfect ignorance. "My relatives call me boy or freak, sir." Needless to say, Harry spent the rest of the day in the principal's office, as the Dursleys were questioned by the police. The beating the newly revealed Harry Potter received later that week when he was returned to Privet Drive kept him from returning to school for yet another week. When Harry, Apolline and Fleur emerged from the memory, the ladies were surprised to find a completely ambivalent expression upon Harry's face. "Are you okay?" Fleur was giving Harry an odd look now, as she and her mother released comfort and care into him in heavy, healing waves. After shrugging his shoulders noncommittally, Harry tried to grin and failed. "Yeah, sorry, it's okay. That's more of a bittersweet memory for me really. I was very happy afterwards to finally have a name of my own." At this point, Apolline looked both pissed off and confused. "How did the Muggle police not arrest these Dursleys? How can it be possible that you were left in their possession?" "Good question, and I have no idea. I remember wondering that same thing literally all of the time." Harry ran his hands through his hair. "By the time I went back to school at the end of the following week, the teacher had inexplicably forgotten just how concerned he was. I've experienced that same negligence from adults all my life. Do you think I didn't reach out for help from anyone who would listen? As a child, I approached several teachers, priests and police officers for help, and I was forgotten or deserted every single time. When I was a little older, I ran away over and over again and I fought to stay away, but somehow I was always tracked down by the police and dragged back to the Dursleys, despite my protests and begging. In the end, I was always the one treated as if I was in the wrong. Eventually, I stopped trying to run away because the beatings I received afterwards were always particularly gruesome." The two Vila immediately gave each other a very significant look. Compulsion charms. Obliviation. Both. Well, that should be near the last of them, Harry finally sighed out as he looked around the room. There's a lot of dark gray in here that we're skipping, but I should be able to chip away at those on my own. Let's get this over with. I need to see how I handled myself as a 3-year-old. Harry began walking again with 2 extremely concerned Vila hovering at his shoulders. There was a very thick and extremely black book called 2 Years of Extremely Poor Health, laying on the floor in front of them. Harry looked back at the ladies and tried to smile but failed. Well, it looks like we can save a lot of time. It appears that I can experience all of my body's various health problems all at once, and find out how I handled it. Apolline looked at Harry as if he were crazy. Yes, Ari, that sounds just marvelous. Let's just drop you into an avalanche of pain and illness. I want you to take a break, Ari. Harry closed his eyes and firmed up his posture. Ladies, it's already 9:30 p.m. and your bodies are awake. If we wait much longer you'll both doze off and I'll be left in here alone. I only see these 2 memories left. Harry pointed at the sickness one and one that they could all identify instinctually. There was a blacker than black book that was somehow radiating a green light. I suggest we get to work so it's finally done. Fleur and Apolline were extremely upset now and were losing their will to go on despite the fact that Harry was right. Harry gave the 2 women another questioning look, at which point they both nodded with sad expressions. Harry grabbed the book below him. Toddler Harry was lying in his cupboard, where he was in the midst of becoming very, very upset. His body was, not a body anymore, but rather a prison of poorly fitted flesh and bone. He was in terrible pain all day, all the time, and it was getting worse with every single second that passed. He couldn't move anymore and he feared that this was his end. It had all started with his right hand not moving right, then it was the arm. Later, he'd started having nosebleeds and migraines. If he just had those problems right now it would have been a good day. Harry's legs had stopped working properly and he'd lost all of his hair. He ached all over, the world was dimming around him, and he didn't know what to do. The people who fed him didn't look all that upset and they didn't come when he cried. Harry was desperate and didn't know what to do. His heart beat funny in his chest and he felt something wrong within his torso. As the Delicor ladies learned the context of Harry's memory, they found themselves unable to fully comprehend what the toddler was experiencing. They couldn't. It was too awful, too inhumane, too everything. The one thing that the Delicors did fully understand was that the Harry that they were looking at didn't have much time left to salvage his situation. After just one look at the toddler's body, both ladies knew exactly what he was experiencing. Harry Potter was in the midst of experiencing his death throes. In truth, Harry had been at death's door for quite a while now, as slowly, ever so slowly, his body fell apart. His body had betrayed him over and over for what felt like his entire existence. Harry Potter's brain didn't work well anymore. He was slow and dizzy, but he did still have memories. Harry Potter remembered a before. He remembered warmth, good smells, a comforting embrace. He knew those things existed, and he wanted to experience them again. Toddler Harry began to get angry. Without truly understanding what he was getting so upset over, he railed against the injustice of it all, and he strained to do something about it. He poured every scrap of his will into that one desperate idea. He poured his entire focus on making a change, any change, because Harry Potter wanted to live. All of a sudden, Harry felt the presence of some indescribable something, just at the range of his understanding. It was a feeling of potential. Toddler Harry grabbed onto it like a man drowning and held on for dear life while screaming internally, "Help me. I don't want to die, I want to live." There was a bright green light and his body was enveloped in a river of soothing magic. Over time, toddler Harry Potter began to feel relief. He felt his worst pains begin to ease. He was also able to think again, and was so comforted by that fact that he immediately fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Harry, Fleur and Apolline collapsed out of the memory in a tangled heap of limbs, at which point they didn't even try to separate. Instead, they held onto each other, desperately seeking comfort. Harry curled into a ball and shook uncontrollably as he started hyperventilating for real. The ladies on top of Harry were pouring both healing and positive emotions like care, love and comfort into him. They were crying and shaking just at the sight of what had happened to Harry as a toddler. The boy's skin had been peeling off and he'd possessed different-sized malformed parts instead of working limbs. He'd been stowed in that damned cupboard like garbage as his body slowly fell to pieces, and he hadn't experienced a single moment of human kindness that entire damned time. Fleur and Apolline didn't move for several minutes. They just held Harry tightly as if he was trying to get away. When Harry's breathing finally evened out, he uncurled from his ball and looked up at the ceiling. He took in the two ladies curled up next to, on top of him, and then he smiled for their benefit. "Thank you, ladies. I don't know what I'd have done without you. Now, we're almost done." Slowly rising back up to his shaky feet, Harry turned around to face the two Vila hovering nearby. This time, the smile he gave his two female friends was entirely unfeigned. Apolline and Fleur really truly cared about him, and he could feel that much in their magic. Reaching out, he rested his hands atop the Delicor lady's shoulders. "Look, we all know if I'd confronted my past alone, I'd never have emerged a sane man again. I can't begin to describe to you how grateful I am. Thank you again." Both Apolline and Fleur just shook their heads while smiling to the best of their ability. Harry didn't owe them anything and he knew it. Harry slowly approached the last black book and picked it up. Out in the real world, Adrian was sitting in a chair while watching over his wife, daughter and Harry Potter. The boy was quite obviously having a very hard time of it. Over the last half an hour, 2.5 hours Mindscape time, Harry Potter had shook, writhed, screamed, cried, sobbed, flailed, shuddered and gasped. He'd shown all the hallmark signs of someone being tortured to death by Cruciatus, and it was unnerving for Adrian to witness even here on the outside. His wife and daughter weren't showing such intense reactions, but they'd definitely be dehydrated when they returned, because they'd been crying off and on for 4 hours straight. Adrian began to worry that Harry Potter's life was doing damage to his family. Just as Adrian was becoming truly concerned, Harry shuddered and went still. Adrian ran up and checked the boy's vitals, only to find that he was physically fine and sleeping. Several minutes went by where there was no outward movement by the young man. Finally, just as Adrian was thinking of trying a very strong enervate spell to wake the boy up, Harry's eyes snapped open by themselves. For several seconds, Harry just lay there staring at the ceiling, with a thoroughly exhausted expression upon his face. Then, he turned towards Adrian and coughed to clear his throat. "Your family," he whispered out. "Your family saved me my sanity. I am forever in your debt." Adrian nodded and leaned closer. "My wife and daughter. We are here," replied Apolline, coming out of her trance. She looked like she could sleep for a week. Fleur awoke from her trance a single second later, at which point she immediately began staring at Harry with her usual laser-like intensity. Despite looking just as drained as her mother, she quickly moved to settle on the edge of Harry's bed. She then did something that surprised her father into slack-jawed stillness. She leaned in closer so that she could start rubbing softly at Harry's chest. Harry appeared to be just as surprised as Adrian, because his eyes snapped open, and he gasped in a deep breath. "Will you show us, Ari?" Fleur's voice was just above a whisper as she leaned in and grabbed Harry by the shoulder. "We aren't done until you face this. You need to be beyond this." Apolline looked torn at first, but after several moments passed she finally nodded her agreement. "Ari, we are here for you and this is the time." For several moments, Harry continued to look at the ceiling, without any outward emotion on his face. While Adrian had no idea what his wife and daughter were talking about, he could easily see that the girls were asking a lot from the young man lying between them. Finally, after about half a minute passed where he didn't respond at all, Harry snapped out of his indecision, sat up in the bed and regarded the Delicors. "It will probably come as no surprise to either of you ladies that no one has ever seen what I'm about to show you. I shower alone and I wear long-sleeved clothing even to this day because I will not be pitied. In the last 5 weeks, they've improved in appearance due to my body's rapid transformation. They're silver and smooth now rather than red, angry and bumpy. Nonetheless, they're still dramatic, ugly." Taking a long and shuddering breath, Harry slowly rose to his feet and then walked into the center of the room. Apolline and Fleur pulled Adrian onto the couch, where they wrapped their arms around his torso seeking comfort. As Adrian began to understand what he was about to see, his face turned pale in concern. Fleur looked especially affected by what Harry was about to reveal. She was sitting up, leaning forward and staring at the boy as if he might try to run. As Adrian stared at his eldest daughter, she suddenly turned back towards him and begged for patience with her eyes. Adrian began to understand that his daughter was about to do what she thought was necessary, and she didn't really care what it would look like. Adrian slowly nodded his head. He could kind of guess what she had in mind. In the center of the room, Harry continued to look away from Fleur, Apolline and Adrian. While he was well aware that it was irrational, he was terrified of their reaction to his current appearance. Logically speaking, Harry knew that the Delicors weren't going to be unnecessarily judgmental about his appearance. Not even Fleur at her bitchiest had anywhere near that level of cruelty in her. Knowing that didn't seem to make what he was about to do any easier. At exactly the same time, Harry knew that Fleur was right. He couldn't continue living the way he was. He needed to truly put the past behind him. Fine. He was going to show them. Despite his tenuous resolve, Harry didn't want to see their faces when he started the reveal, because he knew he'd chicken out if he did. Wrapping his fingers around the hemline of his large, messy sweater, he took one last calming breath and got to work. Slowly at first, but then all at once in a determined movement, Harry ripped off his sweater. Next he did the same with his jogging pants. When he was done, Harry stared at the far wall in nothing but a pair of dark blue boxers. Sure enough, Harry heard 3 separate heavy and startled gasps. He suddenly found that he was freezing in the warm air of the living room, and he might even be shivering a bit. Not much, but a bit. Time seemed to slow down because Harry was too much of a damned coward to turn around. He didn't want to know. Several moments of painful quiet followed, as Harry stood there frozen in the middle of the room. Then, with no warning whatsoever, there was a hand gently pressing into the skin of Harry's lower back. It was a small, cool, and smooth hand, and it slowly trailed the whorls and splotches covering his back. Nothing had been said yet, but Harry found the tension in his body easing as he focused on that hand. The hand started low and slowly rose, finding all the different points of interest as it crawled up Harry's back. When it encountered particularly large pockets of silvery skin, the hand always dwelt there, slowly, gently tracing them, and Harry shivered for more than one reason. Historically, his scars had always been sore, but nowadays they were just sensitive to the touch. When the hand trailed up towards his shoulder, Harry could sense that he was about to be turned around. As he predicted, the hand started pushing gently on the back of his right shoulder, and he turned as he was led, but with his eyes averted left and down. Starting low again, the hand started rubbing against Harry's lower stomach. His well-developed abdominal muscles were actually something he took pride in nowadays, but the view was ruined by what covered them. Same as before, whorls and lines of silvery scars dominated the landscape. The hand trailed up the length of his stomach, following the scars but noting the muscle. It was more of a whole hand rubbing him now, taking in more of his skin. It rose slowly, following whatever lines or definition took its notice. Harry was definitely trembling now. There would be no denials later, because this was blatantly obvious. The hand rose to just under Harry's chest, where it rubbed across his sternum and then paused atop his collarbone. Then the hand rubbed downwards towards his left pectoral muscle, where it stopped over the single most disgusting thing that had ever been done to his body. The hand slowly traced the letters, beginning with the F, a finger moved over slightly to an R, it rubbed over an inch to an E, it swept down and back up to an A, and finally slid over and found the K. The soft hand was resting over Harry's heart atop his chest where lies the burn scar of the word freak, immortalized in silvery skin. Fleur Delicor, the most beautiful woman in the whole damned world, was exploring every last inch of his deepest, darkest, most secret shame. Harry couldn't look up even to save his own life, but he stood perfectly still as the hand ran upwards from his chest to slide up the side of his neck. The hand slid its thumb in front of his ear and then hooked the rest of its fingers around the back of his neck. Harry and the hand stayed that way for a few incredibly long seconds, until very suddenly, he was drawn a step forward. As Harry's body made contact with Fleur's, she immediately wrapped her unused arm around his waist. The hug was loose at first, but it tightened more and more over time. The hand resting behind his head moved further round his shoulders until it became an arm pulling him flush against her body, and a head of perfect platinum hair was pressed in down below his chin. Then, there was a wetness dripping against his chest and running down the length of his stomach, and Harry's breath hitched within his chest. The sobs were quiet, but Harry could feel them in the shaking of Fleur's shoulders and the wetness on his skin. Fleur Delicor was sobbing and Harry didn't know what to do. Apolline moved in next, to join in on the hug from behind her daughter. She shored Fleur up against Harry's body and gently put her hands on either side of his face. She was crying as well, but she was also in her element as she sent wave after wave of comfort into the two teenagers. Harry knew that he also needed to help Fleur, who was shaking now and looked like she might collapse. He closed his eyes and screwed up his will. He flooded his aura with the memory of them caring for him in his mindscape. He filled his thoughts with the two of them shoring him up with their care, keeping him sane. He radiated intense love and gratitude to the family around him, bathing the room in a Patronus effect. Fleur choked out a gasp only to start sobbing all the harder. The boy, man, Harry, didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve any of it. He was good, he was just, and he'd lived such a monstrous life. She shook and she cried in his arms for a very long time. Adrian was shocked silent by the sight in front of him. Harry Potter had more odd silver scarred tissue on his torso, legs and arms, than he had empty untouched areas of skin. It was, in fact, oddly beautiful, he suddenly realized. He was shocked that he might feel that way about the signs of a lifetime of abuse, but he did. The scars were mesmerizing. They traveled his body in whorls and lines like a painting made on flesh, and it was obvious that his magic had intervened quite a bit on his behalf. At exactly the same time, Adrian watched as his daughter was more physically intimate with a man than he'd ever seen or would ever simply allow. He couldn't even stop her, because damn it right now it was necessary. His wife soon followed suit, and Harry was being dog-piled by female Vila. Then, not to be outdone, Harry flooded the entire house with caring and positivity, as if he refused for them to remain sad over him, and they sobbed all the harder. The poor boy had no idea that he'd just staked the two Vila through the heart with his actions. Fleur and Apolline wanted to hurt with him, they wanted to hurt for him, so his actions were having the opposite effect. An hour went by, during which time the three of them found the floor and held tightly to each other. Very few words were spoken, but the message was conveyed nonetheless. Harry was not to blame for what had happened to him, he was not a freak or an idiot, and he wasn't ugly. He was Harry Potter and his past was behind him. 5 days later, Surrey. Petunia Dursley stood in her kitchen and stared out the window at her long-suffering garden. After all the years of the freak doing the yard work, she'd forgotten just how tiring it actually was. She couldn't seem to do even a fraction of the work the boy had been doing, and a lot of little neglects were beginning to pile up. Petunia couldn't figure out what she was doing wrong, but the grass was brown, the weeds were gaining traction, and the flowers hadn't grown this year except in small lackluster patches. That prissy little bitch Tiffany from across the street had even pointed it out to her lately, asking quite cheerfully that she'd please not allow her property to become an eyesore. It was also very embarrassing. The amount of work that the freak had done every day to repay them for suffering his presence had been truly immense. Then, as Petunia looked at her brown lawn, she thought of another role that the boy had filled while he was here that she wanted him to take back. He was a vent. He was a distraction. He kept her hubby Vernon occupied, allowing him to release his frustrations in a healthy, productive way. Now that the boy was gone, Petunia feared that he would start looking to his family to release those same tensions. Vernon was becoming short with them as of late. He was having troubles at work, was constantly grumbling about the injustice of it all and something about self-entitled, punk kids. Vernon was wearing all that stress home and snapping at both Duddykins and her far more than he used to. It was a subtle thing. He didn't outwardly look different, except there was a specific sneer on his face and a tone in his voice that was leaking out more and more over time. There was a reason that she didn't like the sounds of it. It was the tone he'd used with the boy who used to live in the cupboard. Vernon Dursley hadn't had a good day at work, again. It all started a little while back when he'd caught some young man standing around, loafing in the staff room. Vernon had gone on a much-needed, long rant, about how useless the man was being, just standing around. Vernon never got to vent like that anymore, and it had felt really good after so long without. Too bad the man hadn't been some junior worker of the company. He'd been Mr. Mason's, Vernon's boss, son Taylor Mason. Taylor had been quick to ask if this was normal behavior for a senior member of the company, and he demanded to know his name. Taylor had been completely incensed that he could arbitrarily be yelled at by some fat, red, idiot, in a terrible suit, as he'd called him. Taylor had marched right into his father's office, followed by a spluttering Vernon, and had point-blank asked for Vernon to be terminated from his job. Mr. Mason had replied that unfortunately that wasn't how businesses worked and that you needed a valid excuse. Then Mr. Mason had stared at Vernon, as his son explained what had occurred in the staff room. After that Mr. Mason calmly told his son not to worry. He'd looked directly at Vernon as he described to his son how the process of drumming up a paper trail to fire someone worked, and that he'd get right on it. Vernon had felt the executioner's axe on his neck ever since that day. Finally returning home, Vernon collapsed into his spot in the dining room chair, boiling over with stress. Little did he know, he was being watched by a beautiful, but invisible pair of unbelievably furious witches. Just a few months earlier, random witches and wizards entering the Dursleys' property would have been completely impossible. Well, not anymore. Now that Harry was gone, the Blood Wards had failed entirely. Good riddance. The wards had taken large portions of Harry's ambient magic to charge on an ongoing basis. The two foreign witches were left wondering how in the nine hells Harry hadn't been sapped completely dry of his life-giving magic to earn this so-called protection. Now that the Blood Wards were gone, there was nothing left to stop them from being here. So here they were. The gorgeous pair of invisible blondes were currently layering both the Dursleys and their property with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of jinxes and minor curses. None of the spells the invisible witches were casting were overtly violent in nature. There was just a mountain load of them. The witches layered the jinxes so heavily that it would be a century before they disappeared, if ever. The jinxes were cast in the household's walls, beds, floors, objects, clothing, furniture and fridge. In fact, the only area of the house left untouched was the cupboard under the stairs. It would be the only source of relief available for the Dursleys, if they ever found out about it. The Utrumleptresitfungant jinx is a very poorly named and rather obscure spell that grows rampant mold and mildew on its target. It was cast in any wall space available, both visible and not, including air ducts. The Putredine jinx is another charm designed to bring rot in all its forms, and it can affect either wood or food. The entire house wasn't covered in the jinx because it would collapse if that were the case. Instead, the spell was cast inside of the fridge to an absolutely absurd degree. From this point forward, the Dursley family would need to eat any food they bought immediately, lest it go bad. The Vermsvoka jinx is like a siren song to vermin of all shapes and sizes. All manner of roaches, bed bugs, lice, mosquitoes, earwigs, centipedes, moths, mice and rats would soon be flocking to the structure as if it was a paradise. The beautiful witches performed a screening spell to keep away illness-ridden versions of these pests. It wasn't a kindness. They weren't looking to kill the family off so easily. The Pulvislata charm is like a magnetic force to attract dust. It's actually a rather useful charm because it can attract dust away from a home to a designated location outside the house. Too bad the beautiful witches were casting it on every available surface in the house. It would attract all of the dust and dander for miles. From this point on, the neighbors would find their lives a little bit easier, as the Dursleys' lives became quite a bit harder. The Labolata jinx was a stain jinx. Every single surface of the house, as well as all of the clothing, was hit several times and would be massively prone to persistent stains. The Perdita jinx is a prank jinx commonly used by children. It can make specific items easily lost or misplaced. The two beautiful witches made sure to hit every item that was conveniently sitting around. They targeted one sock of every pair, ties, belts, jewelry, shoes and every tool in the house like pots, pans, knives, dusters, fly swatters, etc. The Scabicarant jinx is a general feeling of being itchy cast over a wide area. The witches cast the jinx in every room except for Harry's cupboard. The Delormaxima jinx causes people in specific areas to be massively prone to spilling things. Every room was hit with this just in case the Dursleys tried to eat or drink anywhere other than the kitchen or dining room. The Nuimpedient jinx causes anything hit to have a massive tendency to clog or leak. Not one pipe or vent in the entire house was left untouched. The Dursleys would soon find it an intense struggle to shower, use the toilet and wash dishes. Hell, even their central air and heating would be less effective. The Capturm jinx causes random and surprising chilly drafts to float around a room until it's dispelled. It wouldn't be, ever. The Aphaka jinx was cast on the lawns and gardens. It would cause the entire span to become rampant with dandelions. The fodder jinx is a common and immature jinx that causes a foul smell to follow an object everywhere, activating at random intervals over time. The house was coded in the spell that would activate at different times, in different rooms, so that the family would have to move back and forth for relief. The Iterina jinx or common tripping jinx was layered all over the damned place. It was nowhere near the stairs because the beautiful witches were playing a long-term game. They had no interest in allowing a stair fall death to end any of the Dursleys' suffering. The Frictio jinx or friction spell was cast on the car and would decrease fuel efficiency dramatically. The Subusnegate jinx is a spell to decrease a fuel's efficiency. It was originally designed to help put out dangerous chemical fires but would work on gas as well. It was cast inside the family car's gas tank. It would soon take nearly a whole tank of gas to get to and from work. The Exariot jinx is a power-draining jinx and was cast on the car battery casing. No matter how often the battery was replaced, it would soon go dead in record time. The Rubigo jinx causes rapid rust development. It was cast on every non-essential part of the family car. The Sudor jinx was put on the Dursleys themselves, as they milled around. It would cause them excessive amounts of sweating. The Balbature jinx was another jinx put on the Dursley family themselves and would cause them to develop a stutter. The Twingier jinx was put on every member of the family and would cause them all to twitch like drug addicts at irregular intervals. The Sensibilatum jinx was put on the family and would increase skin sensitivity to uncomfortable levels. It would only make what was to follow feel even worse for the family. The simply named Acne jinx did exactly that. The entire family would experience a plague of pimples on their faces and shoulders from that point forward. The Capulum incrementum charm was a rather useful charm designed to regrow hair as fast as possible in case of accidents. Too bad the two beautiful witches had hit the Dursleys in every body part not located on their heads. The Congregandi jinx was put on the entire Dursley family and would create in them a tendency to hoard objects. The family would soon find it very hard to take out the trash, but rather they would feel an intense desire to collect it instead. The Oblati jinx causes forgetfulness. The entire family was hit by this jinx but only at a minor level. They would soon find that they had trouble remembering what they were supposed to be doing way more often, but would remember their problems quite clearly. A runestone ward anchor was magically placed below the foundation in the basement. It had no other purpose but to release waves of ambient magic at irregular intervals. This was actually quite an expensive addition, even though it was a very small ward stone. All that the invisible blonde witches wanted to have happen was to create an atmosphere where electricity wouldn't work for more than a few moments at a time. The house would be an electrician's nightmare for decades to come. Finally, the two beauties cast a strong compulsion charm on Petunia and Vernon Dursley in regards to themselves and each other. The compulsion would assure that the Dursley parents would never even consider killing themselves, killing each other, moving away or purchasing newer belongings. They could hurt each other if they wanted to, but outright murder or suicide would never even occur to them as a possibility. If when that spoiled brat Dudley decided to run away from home to live on the streets, then find they'd be keeping tabs on him magically from here on out to make sure he doesn't get up to no good. To a certain extent, Dudley was merely a product of his environment, so he was being given a chance to redeem himself. The Dursley parents, on the other hand, would feel an intense stubbornness in regards to changing their home, car, clothes, toaster, etc., and they would fight to keep them if necessary. The very beautiful witches desired that the Dursley parents don't try to move away from Privet Drive. A lot of their work was placed on their home, car, and they didn't want to have to do it again, although they would if they had to. When the beautiful witches were finished hitting Dudley, Vernon and Petunia with all of the mischief-level jinxes listed so far, they turned their focus towards the Dursley parents alone, and then got down to the business of ruining their bodies. They peppered them both with nearly 100 minor curses that would cause every non-lethal but intensely uncomfortable health ailment from arthritis, to headaches, to restless leg syndrome, to pink eye, to wax blockage of the ear canal, and everything in between, to happen again and again at irregular intervals. The two beautiful witches cast curse after curse after curse for hours and hours and hours on end. It was an exhausting day's work, but they went at it with a will. Of course, Vernon Dursley was the primary target of the two invisible beauties, and they had something special in mind for him. The elder of the two beautiful witches was gifted at Arithmancy, which she used to create an appropriate punishment for the man. It took 4 full days to cook up, but she'd managed to design a rather nasty and magically taxing curse that was going to be intent-driven by Vernon's own out-of-control hatred. Over about a 20-minute period of time, the two beautiful witches tandem cast a so far unnamed curse on the hateful man, that was designed to only be as bad as he himself makes it. From that moment forward, every time Vernon Dursley thinks a cruel thought about another person, his arms, legs, back or torso would be subjected to a very specific scorch mark that would appear over a few hours' time. Every mean-spirited word, thought or deed he does to another person, would from then on be engraved into the flesh of either his upper arms, shoulders, thighs, stomach, back and chest. The filthy words the man thinks about other people would end up looking exactly the same as the red, raised, ugly brand that the monstrous man had given Harry Potter, pre his miraculous transformation. Unfortunately, the branding process wouldn't feel like anything at all, let alone hurt as bad as what Vernon had subjected on Harry. To make the curse that painful would have been too magically powerful for even the two of them working together. If they'd had the power to perform the spell in a way that made Vernon feel the same pain Harry had, then they probably would have done it that way. In the end it didn't matter, because what they cast on the man was going to be poetically appropriate in a way that pleased them both. If Vernon Dursley began feeling immediate pain upon thinking cruel things about people, he might eventually change his way of thinking and the punishment would end. There was only a very slim chance a man as sick as Vernon would learn his lesson, but that wasn't a chance the two beautiful witches were willing to take. No, they were not here today to improve this man's thinking, and they were not here to teach him a lesson. The two beauties were exacting a terrible form of vengeance. There would be no chance for redemption for either Vernon or his wife. Both of the blonde witches were 100% certain that Vernon Dursley's body was about to become a very, very unsightly and gruesome mass of angry, scornful, racist, sexist and hateful words. The two invisible beauties had brought 3 pepper-up potions each, and yet they were still completely drained by the time they apparated home. It was all worth it to the both of them. No one would treat Harry like the Dursleys had and get away with it. The Dursley family would soon come to understand what hell on earth truly is. Tomorrow, the two beautiful witches would be visiting the house of a Marjorie Dursley, where they'd be doing some very similar things to her life. They were also going to need to save those dogs from her and find them a proper home. Nothing, not a single thing on the entire face of the planet, is more terrifying than an enraged and protective Vila. Severus Snape found himself scouring the countryside, approaching every Death Eater that he knew for a visit. He would meet with them and use Occlumency to ferry out where the Horcruxes were. He knew that he was acting suicidal, but he had no choice in the matter. He'd broken a magically binding oath and had been given only one way out. He'd thought by having a Death Eater friend of his imperio him into brewing and administering the potion to Harry it would absolve him of blame in the eyes of magic. He'd had his friend obliviate his complicity to the plan and he'd thought that he'd be safe from the consequences of his oath to Dumbledore. Too bad Dumbledore was intensely strong and had revealed his long-buried memories as if it was nothing. Snape had immediately started dying until Dumbledore had extended him just one chance to live. He either die by the broken oath or attempt to find the Horcruxes. Snape was now on a suicidal hunt for Voldemort's soul containers and he'd already found the location of 2 of them. He lived his life in a constant state of panic that they'd be too well hidden, and he'd fail. Severus Snape's very life hung in the balance. 2 weeks after the Delicors helped Harry heal his mind. Leaning back in a rather comfortable lounge chair, Harry kept an eye on the littlest Delicor, so that Apolline and Adrian could go and see a matinee movie together. He was watching Gabrielle swim in their massive backyard pool, while trying to manipulate his magic in and around his body, and gently shaking his head at the girl's persistent attempts to draw him into the water. Over the last couple of weeks, Harry had become quite tan in the sun of southern France, but that didn't mean that he'd just been sitting around all day doing nothing. He'd continued his daily rituals of running the obstacle course, dueling with Lupin, weightlifting, magic manipulation and Mindscape meditation, altogether making this summer the most dramatic and rewarding period of time in his whole entire life. Speaking of dramatic, Harry was 6 foot tall. For the moment, gods only knew how tall he'd be tomorrow. He was smack dab in the middle of an extraordinarily dramatic growth spurt, and was developing the kind of body he'd only ever dreamed of having in the past. A body he was making the most of by trying his hand at a ton of different things. Over the last couple of weeks, and mostly at Appeline's urging, Harry learned how to ride a horse and a bicycle as well as how to dance, and yet the woman still wasn't satisfied. Appeline also wanted to teach him how to play tennis and golf, how to skate, how to ski, and how to play the piano. She claimed that his long, nimble seeker fingers would be perfect for the instrument. At the very least, learning the piano would probably have to wait a little while longer, as Harry had like 250,000 other things to focus his attention on at the moment, but that reality was kinda tough for him to deal with because he didn't like letting Appeline down. One thing that Harry definitely hadn't done yet is go swimming with Gabrielle. He'd been avoiding it even though the Delicor parents had quietly explained to the little girl that he had many scars. He knew for a fact that they'd brought the mini Vila up to speed because Gabby immediately ran up to him and assured him that he was beautiful to her and not to worry. Even just remembering that, Harry smiled down at the innocent little girl bouncing back and forth in the water because, Dia, that's cute. Yeah, Harry was feeling pretty at home at the Delicor household these days. He came over every single day to learn more about manipulating his magic with Appeline, but afterwards, he usually stuck around for 2 or 3 more hours, learning how to hobby, and/or trying to finally relax his incredibly overstimulated body. I almost never worked. Beyond the fact that Harry's in a state of flux and magically supercharged body did not want to sit still, he rarely ever managed to just laze around the Delicor manse doing nothing, because to do so would make him feel lazy in comparison to someone else. Fleur Delicor was moving like a bat out of hell. In the 2 weeks since Fleur joined Harry in his Mindscape, the two of them had hardly ever spoken to each other, which Harry wasn't taking the least bit personally because Fleur Delicor was currently a very busy woman. On a daily basis, she was taking part in a never-ending series of full-contact duels, spell diversity puzzles, magical core strengthening drills, and high-speed transfiguration sessions that had Harry shaking his head in wonder. Unfortunately, or fortunately, Harry couldn't make up his mind which. The main reason why Harry knew just how hard Fleur was working and what exactly she was working on was because his magic was following her around like a ghostly cheering section. Of course, Harry would never admit as much to Fleur, as he already knew that she'd be completely incensed with him if he did, but over the last couple of weeks, his magic had taught him how to perform over 36 useful spells simply by observing her in action. And yes, Harry was well aware that his magic was invading Fleur's privacy in a really big way, but there wasn't much that he could really do about it. His magic was determined to find different ways of affecting the world, and it wasn't cooperating when he told it to back off. It was also informing him that he was about to have company. Just sitting around being lazy, Ari. After turning around in his seat in response to the beautiful feminine voice, Harry's eyes suddenly widened to the size of saucers, and his body temperature started skyrocketing. Fleur Delicor stood just outside the back entrance to her house. In all of her skin-tight, royal blue, competitive swimsuit-wearing glory. Deep within Harry's mind, a nuclear explosion of powerful arousal suddenly detonated, incinerating its surroundings in the flames of white-hot sexual desire. Figuratively speaking, on the outside, Harry merely released a tiny little URK noise, before his face grew warm with the beginnings of a blush. His mind occlusions prevented his body from doing more, by helping him contain and regulate his more powerful emotions. It was a new skill, it was a close call, and it was a level of self-control Harry was grateful to have just a single moment later. After gliding up to Harry's side, Fleur carefully, noticeably, scrutinized the current state of his face, his eyes, and then his body, at which point a look of unconcealed satisfaction grew across her far too gorgeous face. It appeared the woman did actually desire that he be attracted to her, just not too attracted to her. Yeep. As per the norm, Fleur Delicor was being an exceptionally fussy young woman. Or maybe Harry was the one being a little bit unfair. It wasn't as if Harry couldn't understand Fleur's standards. Feeling desirable to the opposite sex is a positive thing for absolutely everyone, both men and women, and that included Fleur. On the other hand, being truly irresistible to a dangerous extent, is not. What Fleur wanted from him really wasn't all that complicated to figure out, and it also shouldn't be impossible to pull off. At least in theory. In practice, the woman's current attire was doing terrible things to Harry's body. Well, no matter, from now on, Harry's body would do what he wanted it to do, not the other way around. A standard that Harry immediately enforced by slamming almost, but not all, of his lusty desires behind the extremely well-fortified walls of his occlumency barriers, before drawing in a very deep breath, and then returning his attention towards the pool. "I'm Gabrielle's lifeguard this afternoon," Harry finally replied in response to Flur's earlier question. "Speaking of which, I don't think I've ever seen you swim before." "No, you haven't," Flur slowly responded. Harry glanced aside at Fleur, expecting the woman to continue talking like, you know, a normal person would. It didn't happen. She just stood there, staring down at Gabrielle with an extremely complicated expression upon her face. For the second time in less than a minute, Harry realized that Fleur wasn't actually trying to be difficult with him, and he was jumping to conclusions. Something had the woman a little bent out of shape at the moment, a little bit uneasy. It was time to ask a better breed of question. "Is there a reason for your sudden interest in swimming, Fleur? You don't look like you're aiming to relax." While looking down at the crystal clear water of the pool, Fleur unconsciously hugged herself in a nervous reaction that ended up showcasing the deep cleavage of her breasts by propping them up atop her forearms. Truly, she hadn't intended to do anything the least bit provocative, and she wasn't actually aiming to get a reaction out of Harry, this time, still. When Harry's eyes immediately widened, his cheeks pinked, and he rapidly shook out his head, Fleur was forced to smother a full-faced smile. Goddesses help her, but she really did enjoy pushing the limits of Harry's magically fortified self-control. Now if only she couldn't figure out why. Instead of smiling, laughing or grinning like she wanted to, Fleur simply shook her head in a negative and then gestured down at the water. "I'm not aiming to relax, no. I must be prepared. Water is the polar opposite of a Vila's elemental affinity, fire, and I'll admit I don't like swimming. I will be swimming once a day for the remainder of the summer, in order to get over this weakness." At the tail end of her explanation, Fleur turned her body to stare at the side of Harry's face. "You will join me in the pool, I think. I know you're completing a very taxing workout regimen every single day, so soaking in the water will be good for you." Very suddenly, and for seemingly no reason, Fleur breathed out a small sigh of relief, as she released some of her most pent-up allure, and allowed it to swirl around Harry's entire body. Then she wasn't the least bit surprised when his eyes immediately widened, his skin flushed a bright red, and his breathing quickened to match his heart rate. What did surprise her, was when he abruptly bounced to his feet, and then moved 2 meters behind her so that she was standing between him and the pool. Fleur couldn't have contained it this time even if she tried. A wide, warm, and extremely amused smile grew clear across her face. Harry's reaction just now, he was unable to keep his eyes off of her body, but he was also determined to keep Gabrielle safe, so he moved to a location where he could keep an eye on them both. Chef's kiss, perfection. Fleur couldn't even imagine a better reaction even if she tried. Of course this just made it even more important that Harry do exactly as he was told. "I won't be accepting no for an answer, Ari," Fleur asserted in an incredibly sultry little purr of a voice, then she paused and drew a hand up to her own voice box. She hadn't even known she was capable of producing that kind of voice. Of course, by the time Fleur was finished demanding that he join her in the pool, Harry was quite busy diluting her allure within a dense wall of his own magic, just so that he could continue breathing and thinking. Holy gods! For the very first time since Harry met Fleur, she wasn't holding back her allure, which, when coupled with her off-the-charts baseline sex appeal, was putting him at serious risk doing all manner of foolish things. Things that he simply couldn't afford to do if he truly wanted Fleur to trust him, to consider him different, to feel comfortable spending time with him. Despite the mischievous expression that Fleur just finished giving him, Harry knew that this was actually a very important moment for the two of them. Fleur was extending him some trust for the very first time, so now it was time for him to prove that she could. As quickly as possible, Harry shunted as much runaway attraction as he could behind his mind occlusion barriers, drew in a very deep breath, and then did his level best to look both calm and unruffled. Needless to say, he very seriously doubted that he looked anything but hot and bothered at the moment, but Harry figured it was his actions that mattered right now, not how he looked while doing them. It was also around this time that Harry remembered what Fleur was actually ordering him to do, and he didn't know quite how to respond. Fleur, he hedged in a slightly chagrined tone of voice. For the most part, I'm no longer body conscious, but I haven't been swimming because I'm being considerate of Gabrielle. Even though she nodded seriously at Harry's words, Fleur didn't move to take control of her allure, and it grew thicker around his body over time. I am not worried for my sister at all, Arian. Do you know why? Harry merely shook his head. Gabrielle is an innocent. She won't even realize what your scarring truly means, and thus, she will be fine. I want to see if you can swim, Mr. Potter, so don't test me on this or we'll find out if you are in fact resistant to my allure. Fleur smiled at that idea, as it might even be fun. Wait, what? Making use of the sensory abilities afforded him by his aura shroud, Harry checked the amount of allure that Fleur was actually hitting him with, and he was shocked by what he found. Fleur wasn't even releasing 1/3 of the allure that Apolline had brought forth at the beginning of the summer, and yet it was chipping away at his self-control with a devastating efficiency. Upon realizing that Fleur was still majorly holding back, Harry merely shook his head in abject surrender. Fleur, I don't want to find out, so please have some mercy on me. I am myself, but my body's not feeling cooperative. Fleur adopted a very pleased smile on her face, as she raised her arms towards the sky to stretch her back like a cat. I understand exactly how you feel, Ari. Up until recently, I was finding your presence extremely tiring. Your magical power is very strong and it makes mine respond in strange and unexpected ways. I've been having a lot of trouble restraining my allure as it seems to want to pull around your body with a will of its own. Well, no longer. Now it will be you that has to fight the demands of your body. It'll be interesting to find out whether or not you're really a gentleman, Ari. Even as he nodded his head at Fleur's mixed explanation and challenge, Harry continued to bolster his self-control using his newfound Occlumency skills. He could already see that being completely swamped with Fleur's allure was going to be the norm from now on, and that it was going to take a lot of getting used to on his part. At exactly the same time, Harry walked back over to the lounge chair, where he started unclasping his new Birkenstock sandals. A movement that didn't go unnoticed by Harry's current charge. At the speed of a bullet, Gabrielle bounced up the poolside ladder, and sprinted across the pool deck so that she could glomp Harry's side possessively. Are you finally going to go swimming with me, Ari? By this point, Gabrielle was adopting a pitiful little pleading voice while piling on the cuteness like a damned avalanche. Of course, Harry could only nod in complete surrender as he rose back up to his feet, and then started pulling his t-shirt over his head. So pretty, Harry heard from a young voice from just a few feet to his right. Fleur had been right, after all. It didn't appear Gabby understood what it was she was actually looking at. Your skin looks like a painting, Ari, she called out, in her enthusiasm. Yes, replied Fleur, in a teasing purr. He is rather striking, isn't he? And just like that, Harry found himself blushing again, but this time it wasn't because of Fleur's looks or allure. Instead, it was in response to the way that her eyes were scanning every last inch of his still growing body. Drawing in yet another very deep breath, Harry wrestled his body back under control again, turned his full attention back towards the Delicor sisters, and then moved to give his new friend some assurances. Fleur, over the last few weeks, I decided I want to become more like your father. You know, like a gentleman, a real one, with class and composure and maybe even some sophistication. I have no intention of letting your allure make me any less. Over the next couple of seconds, a very complex-looking smile bloomed across Fleur's whole entire face. While at first it was both warm and genuine as she loved her father very much, it soon became noticeably mischievous and predatory instead. We shall see then, Ari. With a small but amused shake of his head, Harry turned towards the pool, approached the ladder and dipped his toes into the sun-warmed water. He was just about to enter the pool, when he was suddenly blasted from behind by a tidal wave of allure so overwhelming he immediately stumbled forward, fell and clumsily splashed into the water. For several different reasons, Harry took his time returning to the surface. The water was cool and refreshing and it was helping him regain control of his overheating body. When he did finally resurface, he looked back up at the pool deck only to see Fleur grinning smugly down at him. With a scream of unbridled enthusiasm, Gabrielle leapt into the water next, and she was hanging off of Harry's shoulders a single heartbeat later. As per the norm, she was also throwing around her steadily growing allure, allowing Harry to see the direction that his summer was going. He was doomed to hide behind his occlusion barriers for the remainder of his vacation. Truth be told, Harry was actually quite pleased that Fleur was beginning to relax her restraints around him. Apolline had explained that it was a sign of trust, and Harry was determined to take it as such. Oh sure, Fleur was currently couching these changes behind a battle of wills of some kind, but her words and intentions were usually a lot out of sync. After grabbing a hold of the little girl snuggling into his back, Harry gave her a hearty toss across the pool. She squealed in delight and doggy paddled back, eager to repeat the act. As Harry played with Gabby, he took in the rest of the pool, and decided it was about time he figure out his front crawl. The best he'd ever been able to accomplish was an advanced version of the same doggy paddle Gabrielle was currently using, and considering how seldom he'd ever been to the pool, he was actually quite pleased with even that level of skill. Gabby screamed her happiness as Harry threw her again, but this time she splashed into a vast pile of pool noodles that had her undivided attention just a single moment later. While enjoying this momentary reprieve, Harry caught sight of Fleur approaching the deep end of the pool in his peripheral vision, and he watched her pad atop a diving board at its center. Then, when the woman very gracefully dove into the water, he found himself rolling his eyes. Maybe grace is inherent in all adult Vila and they're incapable of being otherwise. Harry didn't know. All he did know was that Fleur was swimming a picture-perfect front crawl in his direction. I have trouble seeing any weakness in your swimming, Harry noted, when Fleur rose to her feet in the shallower water. It's not swimming that's the problem, Ari. My Vila nature does not agree with water. The more I grew into my magical heritage, the less comfortable I felt while submerged. While my physical strength is decreased only a little, my magic is very difficult to channel in here. Currently, I am barely able to perform a lumos while submerged underwater. It was interesting to Harry that a race of magical beings would be so polarized by an element. Does it follow then that you would be resistant and strong magically in heat or fire? Fleur looked somewhat impressed despite herself. Yes, Ari. We are safe from all but the hottest magical fires, and in our avian forms we can throw around a very specific type of magical fire called passion fire. Are humans elementally aligned to something? Harry was relaxing now as he became wrapped up in the conversation. Fleur smiled even as she shook her head. Most humans are not. Some are, but the element is random and associated with their nature as a person. I would associate you with Earth, Ari, stubborn, immovable and most importantly, mundane. Fleur grinned at her own joke. Harry put his hand to his chin in a thinker's pose. I think that you'd be fire then even if you weren't a Vila then. Unpredictable, spirited and beautiful until there's no air left in the room. As soon as those words left Harry's mouth, neither he nor Fleur could maintain eye contact anymore, and Harry started kicking the living crap out of himself. A moment later, when he finally managed to look back in Fleur's direction, he made sure to look contrite. My apologies, Fleur. I had good intentions just now, but that wasn't appropriate. Fleur's face immediately broke into an amused grin as she found herself in a situation that she'd never experienced before. Harry was the very first person to ever apologize for complimenting her appearance. Ari, she began, laughter filling her voice. I'm not angry. I get it. Vila are beautiful. It is in their nature, in their magic. I do not dislike that part of myself, for that would be denying my heritage. What I dislike is the alienation I experience because of it. Your presence is annoying to me because around you my allure flares and I am helpless to fully control it. On the bright side, I am shamelessly pummeling you with my allure as we speak and you are doing just that, speaking. If it were any other man, they would be struggling not to drown while trying to impress me with some childish feat of strength. At my school, even my scrupulously contained baseline allure is too much for most men to handle for any real length of time. I have very few friends because of the complications this causes. Harry had never even thought of Fleur's baseline allure as being a problem. It meant essentially nothing to him. He didn't even have to take notice of it for the little effect it had on his body. Knowing that made Harry arch an eyebrow as he asked a question. Your baseline allure is essentially as strong as Gabrielle's best efforts right now, correct? Fleur nodded. Gabrielle's current allure shouldn't affect people to the extremes that you're describing, Harry said, with his brows knit together in frustration. Even without my magical shroud intervening, it only made me a little bit fonder of her in the beginning. I believe these men you're describing are using your allure as a convenient excuse. Either that or they're extraordinarily weak-willed and undeserving." With a scoff that was part amusement and part resentment, Fleur crossed her arms under her chest. "Tell that to the women at my school then, Ari. According to them, I'm a legendary home wrecker of some kind." For the second time in less than half a minute, Harry found himself furrowing his eyebrows in frustration. If a boy decides to dump his girlfriend merely because he's been exposed to your charms, I'm pretty sure he'd eventually have left her even without your involvement. I know how you operate around boys, after all. You're very distant, cool, difficult to get close to. You do have a point, Ari, but I'm pretty sure you're underestimating the strength of both my passive allure and your own resiliency at exactly the same time, Fleur immediately corrected. When I walk down the halls of my school, random boys profess their undying love for me on a semi-regular basis. Well, okay, fine then, maybe I'm just having trouble relating, which isn't actually a new problem for me, Harry mused as if to himself. Even before my magic was released, I found it hard to compare myself to most of my classmates. With me it's always been results may vary greatly. For instance, I can make a very strong Patronus charm, but I faint like a damsel in the presence of Dementors. I'm extremely susceptible to the way they affect their surroundings. Ari, of course Dementors hurt you more than most, Fleur responded in a soft and understanding tone of voice. I mean, they specifically target painful memories. Fleur stopped speaking there because she already saw that Harry understood her meaning. Then a question she'd been meaning to ask for quite a while was suddenly slipping from her mouth. You have experienced many Dementors then, Ari. You say they make you pass out. How do you know this? Unbeknownst to Fleur, she was moving a little bit closer to Harry, with every single word that she said. At first, Harry struggled to find a way to explain the situation without making the government of magical Britain sound like a bunch of imbeciles, but then he just gave up and said it like it is. Dementors were stationed around the perimeter of Hogwarts last year. They were placed there in order to catch an escaped fugitive that they thought was targeting me. I'll explain that story to you some other time. Anyway, the Dementors were very poorly controlled and ran amok several different times. On 3 separate occasions, I ended up losing consciousness because the Dementors sought me out. It even happened once during a Quidditch match, and I fell 50 feet to the ground. By this point, a hand was covering Fleur's mouth as she resisted a desire to curse out both Dumbledore and magical Britain in general. Later, I ended up being introduced to a boggart that liked to turn into a Dementor around me with very similar results, Harry continued with a sigh. When I harassed a professor friend of mine for help, he began training me to perform the Patronus charm, but for quite a while I didn't show any improvement at all. As it turns out, I was subconsciously seeking out the experiences that the boggart Dementor kept bringing me. Fleur was stunned by Harry's words. But why, Ari? Why would you seek out those awful feelings? Leaning in a little bit closer, Harry dropped the pitch of his voice so that he wouldn't be overheard by younger, far more innocent ears. Until very recently, the memory that the Dementors forced me to relive was also the only time I'd ever heard my parents' voices. Fleur's face transformed into one of both painful remembrance and yet more confusion. She'd seen exactly what memory Harry was describing and it was far too hurtful to be any form of reunion. Harry saw Fleur's sad and confused expression, so he struggled to find a way to explain his self-harming behavior. Fleur, I know it was unhealthy for me to seek out that memory, but look, every single time I'm around a Dementor, I relive my parents' deaths. Imagine how complicated it was for me. The most painful memory that I have, also couched a very important idea. What idea? By this point, Fleur had moved very close to Harry now without ever noticing her movement. My parents loved me and were willing to die for me. Harry breathed the half a foot it took to reach Fleur's ears. I heard it in their voices over and over and it warmed my heart more than the chocolate ever could. My parents loved me so much their own lives became unimportant when I was in danger. Harry looked down and waved a hand at his scar-crossed body. I wear the signs of the Dursleys' form of parenting and I always will. For that reason, it was overwhelming to me that my mom and dad cared so much about me. It also hurt like a knife to the heart, but I still sought it out over and over. I'm clearly not a good example of sound mental health, Fleur. Not yet anyway. I'm working on it every day. As Fleur fell into deep thought, She absently reached out to run a hand along the smoothed-out silver brand running across Harry's chest. They stayed that way for a while, just watching Gabrielle using a floaty mat to flutter kick her way across the pool. Cute. After the moment finally came to an end, Fleur turned back to Harry, and began pressing her hand even harder against his chest. Here's what I think, Ari, I believe, that your life experiences so far will serve to add contrast to the life you'll live from this point forward. You have known sadness, great sadness, but that will allow you to feel the good that much more strongly. Life is all about the ups and downs. No one who's felt your shroud can deny that your range of emotion is incredible. You feel so much. You make even Vila, the most passionate of beings, look aloof. Is that just a kind way of calling me bipolar? The lopsided grin didn't leave Harry's face even as Fleur lightly slapped his cheek. In the end, both Harry and Fleur laughed as they moved closer to Gabrielle. The little girl had begun giving them both pleading puppy dog eyes from the shallow end. 2 weeks later. It took a little longer than expected, but Harry's eyesight was no longer reliant on corrective lenses. After waking up this morning, he'd found that his glasses made his eyesight worse rather than better, at which point he'd tossed them aside with a smile. As he went about his day, Harry enjoyed the sight of completely normal, mundane things, as if he were seeing them for the very first time, because everything was so clear and defined and detailed in the extreme. He performed his morning run way faster than his best record and blew through his weightlifting with gusto. Harry had a smile that just wouldn't go away, as he used the flow to the Delicor home and then slammed face first into the floor. Damn! Picking himself up off the floor, Harry dusted himself off using a quick flare of his magic. Then he stiffened and his head whipped towards the entry hall door. In the split second that he'd flared his magic, Harry's normal 8-meter range of sensory perception had become more like 20 meters instead. In that single instant, Harry had felt something extremely out of the ordinary. After yanking out his wand, the first thing Harry did was perform a disillusionment, invisibility, spell upon his own body. The second thing he did was force all of his ambient magic to occupy a much greater distance away from his magical core. He didn't force out more power, but rather he sought greater range for the magic that was already floating around his body. This successfully thinned out his magical shroud, to the point that he wasn't immediately noticeable to everyone within throwing distance. Of course, with his shroud spread so thin, it didn't serve very well at feeding him information, but at the moment, Harry needed invisibility far more than he needed people's shoe sizes and star signs. Bam! Creak! Slam! The door to the entry hall suddenly burst wide open to slam against the adjoining wall, as a wand was pointed into the room. After taking a look around the room, a wizard wearing Muggle-style military BDUs performed a Rebrum Revelio spell. Nothing happened. If there'd been anyone in the room using an invisibility spell, the revealing spell he'd cast would have painted them a bright red color. The unknown man shook his head at himself. He'd thought he felt a flare of strong magic in here, but now he was second-guessing himself. Closing the door, he returned to his patrol. The Rebrum Revelio spell had indeed worked, painting Harry's body a cheerful red color for just a single instant. Thankfully, by that point, Harry was already hiding behind the entry hall door, tucked into the corner of the room, and not even 3 feet away from the man. Phew, that had been way too close. A few moments earlier when he'd flared out his magic, Harry had sensed 8 strange wizards walking around the Delicor home, with the Delicors themselves clumped together within Adrian's study. This had felt extremely suspicious to Harry's newly sharpened brain, and he'd just barely managed to react in time. Now that he had a spare moment to think, Harry started putting together a plan of action using his decreased magical senses. Despite how vague his senses currently were, Harry could still tell that there were 2 people patrolling the hall. 2 people patrolling the yard, 1 person near the front door and 3 people standing in the study with the Delicors. It was time to get to work. Sidling up to the entry hall door, Harry held his breath as he waited. He could just barely tell the direction the men were looking, as they moved up and down the hallway. It appeared their patrol route was from study to main entrance and back. Finally, when the moment was right, Harry made his move. After quietly easing open the door, Harry silently cast 2 stunning spells into the unaware men's backs. Then, before they could noisily fall to the floor, Harry made them float them with a silent levitation spell, brought them into the entry hall and Incarcerus spelled their unconscious bodies. After confiscating both of their wands, he hid them in a vase-like poker stand, near the fire. Leaving the entry hall again, Harry cursed himself out as he belatedly cast a silencing spell down upon his feet. He needed to be perfectly silent, if he was going to have a single hope in hell of making this work. Moving towards the front door, he waited until the lone merc looked in the other direction, before stunning him from behind. Once again, Harry levitated the man back to the entry hall, where he cast the same magical bindings around his arms and his legs. Moving swiftly back towards the front door, he cast a silencing spell upon the window casing before slowly and carefully easing it open. The two men outside were walking a patrol route while keeping each other in line of sight at all times. These men were professionals. What were they even doing here? Never mind, it didn't matter. They were attacking the Delicors, their asses were grass. Easing his wand out of the front porch side window, Harry targeted one of the two patrolling mercenaries, and then he waited. He wanted to be able to put down the second mercenary before the man even knew that they were under attack. What that meant was he needed to do something a little more oblique than before. When the mercenary that Harry was aiming at stood up straight with both of his feet planted, Harry immediately cast a silent Petrificus Totalis at him. Then, as quickly as he could, Harry aimed his wand at the second merc. He'd done it. His stunning spell hit the second merc long before the man ever noticed that his partner was frozen in place. This time, when the second merc was rendered unconscious, Harry didn't catch him with a levitation spell. He just watched as the man's head slammed against the pavement with a rather satisfying thwack. Serves him right. While levitating both of the newly unconscious men through the front door, Harry paid close attention to the three remaining mercs occupying the study. Soon enough, he'd replicated his earlier actions with his most recent victims, leaving all of the mercs in an untidy and slightly homoerotic heap. Belatedly, Harry also collected all of the men's wands from within the poker stand where he'd stashed them. He wasn't dumb enough to just leave that many wands laying around to be discovered. Back in the hallway, Harry slowly approached the study while looking for a place to stow the wands. He saw a maid's closet up ahead and pushed the wands into a bucket of dirty water. As he did this, he also checked each wand for magical compatibility with himself. He was going to have to be very fast when he finally entered the study, so he needed to be as prepared as possible. To Harry's surprise, the last wand that he checked shot off some red sparks and a small lick of fire at his insistence that it take his magic. Good enough, he thought, as a grim look slipped across his face. Mercenaries have no right to complain when they get their wands destroyed. As he slipped up next to the study, Harry started hearing raised voices inside. It sounded like the mercenaries were making demands, and Adrian was persistently stalling. Good man. Adrian must be waiting for me to call for help. Damn, I should have called for help. During the next few moments, Harry shook off that thought for two very important reasons. He didn't even know the local law enforcement's flow name right now, and Dumbledore was off doing something with the ICW, International Confederation of Wizards. Harry shrugged off his self-recrimination and then continued preparing to enter the Delicor study. After silently approaching the door, Harry held out both wands as he took several deep, preparatory breaths. Okay, plan, Harry P. Safety of the family comes first, so project a shield around them. Can I even do that? Most shields form around the wizard who casts them because that's where their magic is. Or a shroud, Harry said to himself in a very quiet voice. Looking down the hallway, Harry intoned, Protega, while focusing his attention on some of his ambient magic, and a golden shield appeared floating in the air. Okay then, I can do amazing things now. Moving on. Plan A is enter the room, shield, stun, dodge, stun, break. Harry moved towards the door and then waited for his moment. The Delicor family had been eating breakfast when they'd been betrayed by someone on their servant staff. That was the only way this could have happened. The wards around the Delicor manse are very specific to only allow in certain individuals, but since Adrian employs a human servant staff, he also created several placards that could be used by part-time staff to fill in for these people. The placards could be worn on a lanyard and would allow a worker to bypass the wards. A full set of these placards were normally kept secured in a safe in Adrian's study. Even as he and his family were being trussed up and tossed into his study, Adrian saw these placards hanging around the attacking mercenaries' necks, and he realized exactly what it meant. It was someone under his employ who put this grand scheme together. The mercenaries swooped in both quickly and quietly. They snuck in from both entrances at exactly the same time, and they hit the family en masse with a crossfire of incarcerous spells. Within less than 10 seconds flat, the mercs relieved the Delicor family of all their wands and then put allure dampeners on all of the women. All in all, it was an exceptionally well-executed operation. Adrian would have been impressed if he weren't so completely incensed. The men were big, tough, professional, and they didn't speak at all unless spoken to by their leader. The leader himself was a large, blond man, who claimed his name was unimportant. Instead of introducing himself, he immediately started making demands for all of their money and jewel valuables. It looked like he wanted to clean their house out of valuables before he got to the real purpose of his little visit. Adrian knew with a sick certainty that the mercenaries weren't really here simply to rob them of their valuables. Instead, their real targets were Flur and Gabrielle. It was painfully obvious considering the fact that these mercs came prepared with 3 highly illegal allure dampeners. Unbonded Vila are coveted by the very worst types of people in the world. Slavers and slave owners are notorious for kidnapping unprotected Vila for sexual slavery purposes. Adrian also knew that these slavers never leave witnesses behind, so if help didn't arrive soon, he and Apolline were both going to end up dead. In the end, Adrian knew that his only real hope was to stall for time, so that when Harry arrived, he could call the Aurors for help. Thus, Adrian had become carefully stupid in his dealings with these men, drawing out the process of robbing him blind as long as he possibly could. All of a sudden, Adrian felt Fleur stiffen in her ropes against his back and then just as quickly relax back into her restraints. She'd been discreetly struggling against her bindings all morning without ever giving up, so Adrian was surprised when she suddenly stopped altogether. Then, when he took a look over his shoulder, he saw that she was gazing in the direction of the entry hall, where she seemed to be tracking some, so far unknown, movement. After about a minute, Fleur gave Adrian an exceptionally meaningful look, followed by a small, almost non-existent, grin, and he knew. Adrian knew that it had happened. He knew that Harry had arrived. Slowly and discreetly, Adrian started moving Fleur and Gabrielle in between him and his wife. He didn't know what the Aurors' intervention would look like, but what he did know was that it was going to be very fast and violent. The French Auror service wasn't known for being subtle or even particularly skilled, causing Adrian to worry that his family would all be killed in the magical crossfire that was sure to follow. With all those thoughts and fears swirling around within his mind, Adrian began the very difficult job of waiting and not making the situation worse. The house remained quiet. Harry had arrived a while ago, had he not? Where were the Aurors? Why was there no change? Boom! The study door violently exploded open. Out of nowhere, a golden glow was suddenly surrounding the entire Delicor family, in an impossibly large and full dome that throbbed with magical power. Both the mercs and the Delicors looked to the ruined study door just in time to see stunning spells being cast from an invisible someone, who was moving around just inside of the entryway. A mercenary went down unconscious in the corner, as he'd been caught flat-footed by the sudden attack, and didn't react in time. The remaining 2 mercs were much quicker to raise Protega shields, and some of their poorly aimed return curses ricocheted off of the dome shield surrounding the family. The remaining mercenaries were barely even aiming at this point, but were instead just spamming fast and deadly curses, in the general direction of the door. Scorch marks began littering the wall near the door, but so far, no shield had ever been erected in defense. Instead, many stunning spells came from several different places on that side of the room, indicating that there were at least 2 people coming to the Delicor's rescue. The rescuers, stunners, were all of excellent aim, so the 2 remaining mercenaries spent most of their time ducking behind their own Protega shields, rather than casting attacks of their own. Following a curse of both anger and frustration, the mercenary leader yelled out the words, "Cancel their invisibility." Acting together in a way that was obviously well rehearsed, both of the remaining mercenaries tandem cast a Hominum Revelio spell to end the disillusionment spell hiding the rescuers. It didn't work. While an invisibility spell did actually waver to reveal the smudged form of a man, it somehow managed to hold up against both of the mercenaries' combined efforts, and the rescuer immediately disappeared again. In the end, what the Hominum Revelio spell did reveal wasn't the identity of the Delicor's mysterious benefactor, but rather, a rapid series of footsteps could be heard coming from near the door. It appeared a silencing spell had been negated, and the unknown rescuer was much too busy to reapply it. Now that the two mercs knew the general location of one of the rescuers, the follower merc yelled out an Incendio Maxima spell that sent a wide blast of fire hurtling towards the source of the footsteps. The overly large fire spell slid all around the dome shield surrounding Adrian and his family like a brilliantly bright orange blanket, as it soared across the room towards their savior, and there were several rapid thumps near the door, as an invisible rescuer dove and then rolled to avoid catching fire. The unknown rescuer's roll slammed her into the bookshelves to the right side of the door, where books began to fall atop their invisible body, revealing their location, and for the first time since they first entered the study, she silently erected a Protegus shield in front of their body. The shield formed in place just in the nick of time. Within the next 2.5 seconds, the Protegus shield blocked no less than 3 cutting curses and 2 unknown dark blue curses, before the shield abruptly disappeared, and 2 Avada Kedavra spells ruptured open the wall. It appeared the unknown attacker had rolled out of the way of the death curses because she had known that no shield would work to block them. All of a sudden, rapid footsteps could be heard moving in irregular directions all throughout the room. The mercenaries tried to follow the noise with their wands, but the footsteps were moving far too fast and in irregular directions. Very abruptly, the follower mercenary was sent flying backwards, trailing a spray of teeth and blood from a massively broken nose. Adrian wasn't a boxer, but even he knew the signs of a hard haymaker punch to the nose when he saw them. Now that he was all alone, the leader merc cursed loudly in both frustration and newly mounting fear, before turning his wand directly towards Adrian's face, and casting mass amounts of curses at the Protegus shield surrounding his family. The merc clearly wanted possession of his hostages, and he didn't care if he killed some of them in the process. Over the following 10 seconds, the shield warped and wavered but continued to hold against no less than 5 shield-breaking curses, 4 blasting curses, a bone breaker, 4 cutting curses, 2 gouging curses and a boiling red spell that Adrian had never even heard of. The spells all exploded with light and color as they impacted against the shield like artillery fire. Every spell was cast in a scream and with the full might of the mercenary leader casting them. As more and more of the curses thundered against the shield, Adrian heard Gabrielle screaming in fear, from where she was curled up against his back, and he found his hand slipping into hers because it was all he could do. The shield started warping inwards until it was just inches from Adrian's face, but it still miraculously held. At first Adrian didn't catch it in all of the chaos, but he finally caught on that one of their invisible benefactors was yelling at him. "Cover Gabrielle's eyes." Adrian reacted immediately, throwing his body directly on top of Gabby to cover her entire field of vision. Boom! As soon as Adrian covered Gabrielle, an explosion could be seen from where the knocked-out follower merc had been standing. A grunt of pain was torn from an invisible rescuer's mouth, and a massive boiling red blasting curse careened across the room. The overpowered blasting spell crackled with unspent power as it slammed into the mercenary leader's newly erected Protegus shield, ripped through the shield as if it was made of wet tissue paper, and then blasted the man back into the wall with all the force of a bullet train. The mercenary leader's body smashed into the wall so hard that at first he was stuck in place like a swatted fly. The man's mangled body was cratered at least half a foot into the wall, where it was held in place by the splintered wood surrounding it. Then, after several moments passed, the mercenary leader slowly crumpled forward and dropped to the floor, followed by plaster and pieces of wood that covered his body like a blanket. In the sudden silence that followed the duel, Adrian quickly scanned the room, looking for the invisible wizards that had just saved their lives. Whoever they were, they remained invisible, even as they moved about the room with the efficiency of house elves. After the 2 follower mercenaries were incarcerated, the golden shield surrounding the Delicors suddenly vanished. The unconscious men were then levitated out the door and laid out in the hallway. The ropes and allure dampeners that covered the Delicor ladies were severed by silent low-level cutting spells, and the fire that was growing near the study door was put out with an Occlumency spell. Only then, when the Delicors were both free and safe, and it was finally okay to stop running around, did Harry Potter finally realize that he was still invisible. He suddenly appeared, seemingly out of thin air, looking just a little bit embarrassed. Adrian's eyes widened when he first saw who their mysterious team of rescuers really was, but then he just nodded his head and put his surprise aside. Now wasn't the time for disbelief. Climbing slowly to his feet, Adrian immediately collected Gabrielle up into his arms. The poor girl had been far too brave for far too long and was now crying and trembling violently in his arms. As he ran his hands gently through Gabby's soft blonde hair, he turned to look at the young man again. "Harry, what about the other men?" Adrian was speaking quickly and in a very quiet voice. Harry's eyes were scanning the Delicor family closely, looking for wounds when Adrian asked his question, but when he saw that they were all unharmed, he turned to give the man his full attention. "I stunned and incarcerated 5 men that were patrolling the building before I came in here," Harry quickly assured. "My magic is informing me that I've caught them all, and the manse is safe. All of the mercs are trussed up in the entry hall for pickup by the French Auror service." Harry briefly looked sheepish before he continued his explanation. I don't know the flow name for the Aurors in this country. I apologize for acting on my own, but I couldn't think of any alternatives." After a moment, Harry's expression became stoic again as he gestured down at the 2 unconscious mercenaries. "I'll add these 2 to the pile for pickup and..." Looking down at the leader's mangled corpse, Harry sighed quietly. "And I'm sorry that Gabrielle's being exposed to this. I was looking to cast non-lethal, but in the end I just wasn't good enough, and that last man was tearing down my shield." Harry's tone made it very clear that he was trying to convince himself rather than Adrian. Nodding his understanding, Adrian gently placed a hand on the young hero's shoulder. "What you've done is not an evil act. It was in defense of others. You should feel no remorse for protecting those important to you." At Adrian's words, Harry stopped studying the bloody, torn knuckles of his right hand and the scorched, bloody mess of his left. He turned towards Adrian, stepped a little closer, and allowed a somewhat troubled expression to grow upon his face. When he replied, it was quietly, seriously, and for Adrian's ears only. "It's not the remorse I feel that bothers me, Adrian, it's the lack thereof." After a few moments passed, Adrian nodded solemnly before giving the young man a very meaningful look. "And that too, Harry, is human." With a small nod of his head, Harry turned away from Adrian and made himself busy again. Within the next 10 seconds, he'd cast a reparo spell on the study door, and was levitating the 2 unconscious mercenaries towards the entry hall. As Harry marched out of the room, Adrian was engulfed in the arms of his newly sobbing wife. He returned Appeline's hug with Gabrielle sandwiched tightly in between them, and turned towards Fleur, intending to drag her into the hug as well. He found her staring down at the broken body of the mercenary leader. It was hard to say what she was thinking about, but she was in the thick of it, and she wasn't pulling up. "Come," Appeline suddenly called out, as she hustled everyone to gather around her eldest daughter, pulled Fleur into a tight hug and began smoothing out her stubbornly still perfect hair. "Listen, Fleur. Ari is capable of doing what is necessary when it must be done, and that is all. Let us be grateful that he is who he is." Appeline paused then and gave the girls a serious look. "I'm willing to bet that Ari isn't in a very good place right now. We will give him space for an hour, and then thank him when we've all calmed down." Appeline gave Fleur a significant look and the girl nodded her understanding. With that sorted out, the Delicor matriarch tugged her daughter close again, squeezing her tightly. Fleur finally caved and put her head in her mother's chest like she did when she was just a little girl. Less than an hour later, the French Auror service had come and gone, and for the most part, the investigation was complete. As it turns out, the mercenary who'd been standing watch in the hallway outside of the entry hall was the elder brother of a part-time cleaner. The man's brother had worked for the Delicors off and on for about 6 months now, and he'd stolen the placards a few days earlier. A warrant was being sent out for the ex-cleaner's arrest. When scrutinized under priori incantatum spells, the mercenaries' wands all revealed that they'd performed many illegal and dangerous spells, further confirming their guilt. That was a good thing too, since the Aurors weren't all that impressed with Harry's less than detailed recounting of his involvement. Which made sense. In an attempt to keep matters from being a humongous spectacle, Harry tried to portray the mercenaries as poorly trained and easily bested. Unfortunately, no one believed him. It seemed the Aurors present knew these men, so they knew that Harry was oversimplifying his story in the extreme. They also gave him some very pointed looks when he'd handed over a wand that was burned to its core and falling apart. "You used this wand?" The Auror who asked the question looked disbelieving. "Yes. It was of poor compatibility and didn't last long," Harry replied. If it was that bad a compatibility to you, then how did you manage to get it to do anything? The Auror was arching his eyebrows and clearly didn't believe a single word that Harry was saying. Harry just shrugged in response. A few stunning spells and such, nothing major. I don't remember very well because it all happened very fast. Adrian interposed himself on Harry's behalf and squared up against the Aurors. Harry here saved the lives of my entire family today. Can we not nitpick small details like this? After just a few seconds hesitation, the Auror backed off out of respect for Adrian, but he did end up giving Harry another disbelieving look before he turned away. A situation that was made even more awkward, when the Auror was forced to make 5 separate float trips to remove the 7 unconscious mercenaries and the diseased merc leader from their home. Harry approached Adrian while cleaning his newly healed hands with a wet paper towel. Can you confer my apologies to Apolline for skipping lessons today? I'm going to meditate out in the nice weather for a while. Harry shrugged with a look of chagrin on his face. I've gotten in the habit of staying on top of these kinds of memories now that I'm able to. I'll be outside working on my tan. Adrian nodded and smiled at the teenage hero. I'll tell her, Harry, but before you go. You once told me you owed my family a debt for services rendered. We are even now, I should think. Harry, what you did today was the single most amazing act of bravery I have ever seen in my life. At first, Harry looked a little embarrassed, but after a few moments passed, he finally nodded his understanding. He also accepted Adrian's clap on the shoulder. Now, you may go get your brain squared away, Adrian drawled while gesturing out the door. Don't worry, I'll keep Gabrielle occupied. Harry smiled at Adrian, who really was good people, before walking towards the house's back doors. Not even a minute later, he'd made his escape to the backyard, where he was confronted by a truly beautiful summer's day. The day was sunny and warm but not too warm, and Harry thought that it was all very interesting. He finally decided that English weather is always suitable for violence and death. All this sun, on the other hand, was counter to his current mood. Then again, as he looked at the sunbathed, beautiful landscape all around him, Harry decided that he couldn't complain. Over the following 15 minutes, Harry entered his Mindscape, where he quickly found the one medium gray memory book that was laying around unsorted. After reliving his actions from earlier, Harry filed the memory away under violent and traumatizing, in a vault in his library. He wouldn't forget his actions, but the memory was kept far away from his subconscious. He didn't want to give himself gray hairs or an ulcer later by neglecting to deal with bad memories. When Harry came out of his meditation, it was to the feeling of long smooth hair against the back of his neck, a warm back pressing against his own, and a strong allure blasting against his consciousness like the heat from a furnace. Flur clearly. Gabrielle might get close to him right now, but the allure. Are you by any chance attempting to distract me from my brooding by giving me a nosebleed? Harry had asked the question as casually as he could, but he was also being serious. His body was currently doing some very dramatic things, because of the allure coupled with the feeling of Flur's back against his own. No, I'm not consciously doing anything with my allure right now, replied a beautiful voice from behind Harry. Your magic is everywhere right now, Ari. It's filling the entire property, and since it's making me lose control, I came here to its source. Harry only realized in that moment that Flur was right. He was actively campusing the entire property with his magic and keeping an eye on everything. He was surprised by Flur's reaction though. His magic shouldn't have bothered Flur, because it was so widespread and thin. Harry arched an eyebrow unseen by Flur. I see. You're reacting to it still, Harry hedged in a carefully neutral tone of voice. To be honest, when I first figured this out, I was hoping that it would be an improvement for you. My magic's spread so thin right now, it's barely visible even to my own senses. Granted, it's still an invasion of your privacy, but I thought I'd become more subtle. At the tail end of his words, Harry suddenly dragged his aura shroud as close to his body as he could, and he felt Flur shiver into his back at the sudden influx of his magic. He also felt the amount of allure that she was releasing increase, even as its effect on his body decreased. Harry's magic made Flur's allure leak out of her body. That much wasn't new. What was new was Flur's ability to sense trace amounts of his magic, and it had him dying with curiosity. Hey, Flur, how do you still feel my presence when my magic is spread so thin? When Flur shrugged again, Harry could feel the movement against his back. I am no expert in magics never before seen on this planet, Ari. I felt you spike your power as soon as you entered the house, and I could follow your movements while you decimated those goons. I was an obedient damsel in distress. I allowed you to swoop in to save me. I truly resent and dislike you for saving me, of course, but only because I felt powerless and weak while it was happening. When Fleur was finished delivering her explanation, the two of them simply sat there together for a good long while. I wonder if I will ever have an uncomplicated emotion regarding you, Ari. Fleur's voice was very, very quiet, but the question sounded genuine. Harry smiled as he shrugged into Fleur's back, but because their current mood felt somber he kept his voice low. I'm not so concerned about that, Fleur. I like the way you explain your complicated feelings, the whys and hows are of interest to me. I also know that you care in your own way and as often as you can. What's a little bit of dislike between friends? Fleur shook with silent laughter into Harry's shoulders and smiled for the first time since coming outside. There is a reason I'm so honest, Ari. I understand the effect that fickle people can have on a person. I have several so-called friends at my school who secretly hate me. They value me as a resource and are respectful because I demand it, but they do not like me. They envy what they do not understand. Looking up at the sky, Harry took in a very deep breath. I have one friend that I can count on. She's my sister in every way that counts, and without her I'd be all alone in a crowded room. We share another friend named Ron. Once he sees that I've become physically large and magically powerful, he'll inevitably react as if I've done it specifically to make his life harder. Fleur didn't respond or move this time. Her allure didn't go away either, but Harry hadn't expected it to. It seemed to pulse like a heartbeat, and for some reason that made Harry smile. Will you duel me at some point this summer? Fleur asked the question without any warning, and her shoulder withdrew from Harry's back while she asked it. Once the question was asked, however, she collapsed back into Harry's shoulder again, as if she'd used up all of her energy. I will if you'll forgive me something first. Harry was nervous about what he was about to reveal to Fleur, but he wanted to be honest with her. Depends, replied Fleur. My magic is nosy. It's been following you around during your training sessions, learning your spells and your movements. I'm not consciously doing it, but I'll admit that I'm not fighting it tooth and nail either. Despite your greater skill, I'd probably have an unfair advantage the first time we duel. You ask too much, Fleur declared in an immediate huff. I am well and truly furious with you, Ari. I'm sore. That's enough, Ari. Don't apologize. Fleur sighed heavily as she felt all of Harry's muscles tense up at her outburst. Ari, listen. I think the reason I find you so infuriating is because I am angry at you, but I also realize that I have no real right to be. You are a magical creature, Ari, your magic does what it must both for you and despite you. I don't think calling you a wizard is even the correct term anymore. As Harry relaxed again, he leaned back against Fleur a little harder for a second. Now that, Fleur, was a very complex thought, and I enjoyed every single second of it. I have no idea what that means in regards to our deal though. Once again you're describing textbook conflicted emotions. You're a psychologist's wet dream. With that Harry started laughing and Fleur joined him after just a few seconds. When the two of them were done laughing, they lapsed into silence again because as per the norm there was a disconnect of some kind between the two of them. Harry wondered how two very similar people can have such a gap to cross all the time. Fleur wondered why she couldn't be more straightforward. She had questions she wanted answered. She was compelled to know more about Harry, but she didn't fully understand why, and she couldn't seem to get past her pride. My favorite color is green, Harry announced, at great length and for seemingly no reason. Royal blue, Fleur replied immediately and in a single gasp of air. She flushed a bright red in the seconds that followed, because her response had revealed exactly how eager she was. I like flying, Harry pointed out. I like flying, slowly, Fleur replied, in a much more genteel tone of voice. My favorite food is treacle tart, Harry tossed out. Anything sweet and baked is fine by me. I am blessed with a Vila metabolism. So are you, I suppose. Fleur smiled. Up until now, my best course in school has always been defense against the dark arts, Harry declared. Charms or runes, Fleur replied. If I can't play Quidditch, I suppose I'll try to be an Auror. At the tail end of those words, Harry sighed when he realized he wasn't being completely honest. Well, to be honest, I'm not sure if that's what I really want to do anymore. I don't like the idea of a career that puts me in dangerous situations. I end up in those naturally, and seeking them out on purpose just seems stupid. It's just, defense used to be my only good subject and I wanted to play to my strengths. There's also the fact that my dad was an Auror back before the war. According to my house elf, at the very least I have a seat on Magical Britain's Wizards Council waiting for me. I want to work on wards, charms or become a healer, Fleur listed off in an offhand kind of way. I haven't made up my mind yet, but I have the masteries to pursue an apprenticeship in any of those careers. I do not see being undecided as a sign of weakness. A person's career should be their passion, so I'm still debating my options. Fleur shrugged into Harry's shoulder. Whoa, literally everything you just said was completely inspiring, Harry offered, in as sincere a voice as he could muster. Yes, I know, I'm amazing. Yeah, sure, Harry drawled out, as if he'd just lost all of his former enthusiasm. I'm going to continue with the tit-for-tat revelations now. Please do. Well then, here's a juicy one. I've never had a romantic relationship before because all of the girls at my school stare, whisper and giggle, and it freaks me out. Once again, Harry realized that he was only telling a partial truth, so he amended his statement. There's also been a huge obstacle in the form of my legendarily awful self-esteem. I've never felt worthy of anyone's time or care. I've only recently started fixing my poor self-image in my Mindscape. Have you ever had a crush or a romance? Short answer, no, Fleur began in a dismissive tone of voice. Long answer. All of the men that I've met at school become incapable of rational thought around me, and my father would probably murder them if they could. After a short pause that was similar to Harry's, Fleur also expanded on her answer. There's also another issue that I rarely ever talk about. I don't like, trust, or find most men appealing. I don't socialize well with either sex. I've always been deeply afraid of rejection, so I've never extended anything to anyone, ever, Harry added. I am afraid of deep water, and being accepted for all of the wrong reasons. I don't accept anyone because I question their motives, Fleur explained. I want a wife and a couple of kids someday, but it's hard to imagine. I frequently think that I won't live a very long life, Harry admitted. I want a family as well, but I also find it hard to imagine. Finding a very strong wizard who can function around me is one thing. Having him come to accept that our children will most likely end his family line is another thing entirely. Fleur seemed to sag into Harry's back as she continued her explanation. Hybrid Vila like my mother and myself almost always have daughters, thus we are very rarely chosen to be the primary wife in an old or noble family. I already know that I'll never accept being merely a concubine. My mother has suggested that I find someone with a humongous family with many sons so that the issue isn't relevant. Ellipsis. I was obviously never able to, but if I could have, I'd have played the Muggle sport football, soccer, Harry injected into the newfound silence. I took dance, equestrian sports, figure skating, the piano, the cello, and I'm very good at football. I am tall and fast. For a single second, Fleur smiled at her win over Harry, but then she felt bad immediately after. Damn the boy. You would be beautiful dancing and figure skating, but I can't seem to picture you playing football, Harry admitted. I'm a center forward in football, all offense, not helpful in any other way, Fleur immediately countered. Yes, I am beautiful while dancing and figure skating, naturally. Vila, remember. Just take the compliment, Fleur, Harry said mildly. Today's the very first day in my natural memory that I don't need to wear glasses to see. I've been staring at everything in wonder all day. Even while stunning the goons. There has never been a Vila that needed glasses until they are several generations removed from the bloodline. There's a beauty focus in our genetics and it dictates that we be free of physical problems. It is all very convenient. Fleur sounded satisfied and kind of wistful at exactly the same time. I have no particular desire to disappear from the Muggle world, Harry added, in an attempt to move away from the subject of the physical. I like the music and movies and the world is absolutely enormous. I want to see it all, not just the so-called reputable magical locations. I have no idea what my favorite movie is. I haven't had the opportunity to find out yet. I suspect it'll be Star Wars. Fleur shook her head at the stereotypical movie choice before she responded. Muggle fashions are always 100 years ahead of the magical world, thus, I will always be current in Muggle matters. I dislike wizarding music in the extreme and prefer Muggle all the way. My favorite movie is Princess Bride. We have a media room underground, well outside of our wards, and accessible by tunnel. My father's a genius. That's the single coolest thing I've ever heard, Harry enthused with a laugh. You know, spending time with your family is like the ideal that I always thought living in a magical world could be. Ron, the guy that I described before, he has a large magical family and they're all good people, but they act like Muggle technology is bizarre or as complicated as rocket science. I've never seen Princess Bride, but it makes me want to ask if you were ever a princess for Halloween. Do you celebrate Halloween? Yes, my family is very progressive and current in Muggle matters, but since my papa deals politically in both worlds, that's only natural. No decent parent would keep their children away from Halloween, and yes, I was a princess twice and a ballerina and every other stereotypical girl costume you can imagine. Fleur didn't need to ask if Harry had taken part in Halloween, so she didn't. Harry shook with quiet laughter into Fleur's shoulders as he thought about Fleur dolled up like a princess. Then he really did picture it and the laughing abruptly came to an end. I don't think my heart can even take seeing Gabrielle in a ballerina costume. I know it's at least partially the allure, but she's so damned cute it hurts my heart. Did you look exactly like her? She looks like a younger you. If Gabrielle is giving you problems, I would have killed you, Fleur declared with extreme levels of confidence. I used to bankrupt our father at Christmas. When I first met Gabby, I thought she'd cause me money problems too. Turns out I'm extremely wealthy and it was a house elf that told me. Harry rallied from his darker thoughts and then blasted Fleur with positive emotions. Do you want to be rich and influential? I was about to say or happy, but that's not quite right. It's just that the wealthy people back in England seem to hate each other and take satisfaction from their perceived superiority. I don't think that's a life, it's just a sham. Your parents seem to achieve both and it's helping me change my attitude. Fleur was frowning at yet another instance of Harry being neglected and marginalized. She and her mother had already talked at great length about Dumbledore and their suspicions about his actions. Ari, have you ever wondered why the adults in England keep you unsupported and ignorant like they do? It is my opinion that everyone can see that you're special and they're actively trying to keep you small. I'm not exempting your headmaster in this, by the way. Yes, there are many stupid wealthy people in France as well. It has a lot to do with the how rather than the how much. My father is helping people and he is content with that. He is also very, very good at what he does, thus he makes a lot of money. I would like to be wealthy and influential within the circle of my own achievements. I don't want to be an accessory to someone else. At this point, Harry wanted to turn around, but he didn't want to end the tenuous moment of peace that they were enjoying. I've been describing myself for 3 years, to everyone who will listen, that I am just Harry. I wanted to make myself small because of the hyphenated name that I've been so unceremoniously shackled with. At the time, I thought that I wanted to make myself more relatable. Now that I'm reliving my life through my Mindscape, I've realized that I'm just afraid of standing out, of not living up to the ideal, other than being afraid of blanket acceptance. Do you have any personal insecurities? I already know that you're confident. Fleur was quiet for several moments before she finally answered. When she did, it was with a long sigh and shoulders that were just a little bit slumped. I wanted to say no just now, but that wouldn't have been the truth. In my country, Vila are accepted better than many a country, but even here we're still marginalized. I am seen as being arm candy. I am not seen as having my own merit beyond my looks. I seek to prove my worth to both my peers and my school. I'm about to take a great risk in doing so. A part of me is afraid that I'm not good enough, not strong enough, that others' opinion of me is correct. Fleur. Gods, Harry choked out in his surprise. You can't be serious. My magic has been stalking you around these lawns for weeks now, and there's nothing weak or ordinary about you at all. You're so far above the norm, I thought there were impossibly high standards in France. Harry was completely incredulous at this point and was shaking his head against the back of Fleur's. I was so certain of it, I even asked your mother about it. She had a really good laugh at my expense. During the next few seconds, Fleur's elbows began digging into Harry's ribs, as she very abruptly lost her composure and started preparing for a rant. Well, why do you think I find you so frustrating, Ari? Here I was, cruising along, thinking I was capable of crushing everything in my path. Then this poorly dressed, broken glasses wearing, 11-year-old looking, English, urchin waltzes into my home and oh so casually shows me magic that I can't even begin to explain, let alone do. You disarmed and disabled 7 men today. You saved all of our lives and you were apologizing for not also stunning the 8th. You reacted as if you failed. As if you were to blame in any way, shape or form for the actions you were forced to take. Ari began to try to interject but Fleur immediately elbowed him back into silence as she continued. I watched your every move today, Ari. I truly don't know why, but I can always sense your presence, and I always know where you are. You can downplay it to others if you want, but I saw it all. You were performing silent spell casting, using multiple spells in several different directions at a rapid rate, while under a silence spell, while disillusioned, while running and dodging at high speeds. Fleur elbowed Harry again, just hard enough to punctuate her point before continuing. If any of that isn't enough, you used 2 wands, one of poor compatibility and it caught fire and exploded instead of refused to work. Or how about the fact that for the entire length of the duel you maintained one of the strongest and largest shields that I've ever seen, several meters away from your body? As if any of those things are possible. You were moving so fast that my father thought there were several people fighting. I was humbled, Ari, I was unmanned. I loved you and hated you with such extremes, I felt crazy in that moment. Afterwards, my mother thought that I was shocked by the violence of your actions, but she was way off the mark. I was shocked by how impossible you were and how arrogant I've been. Fleur abruptly lost her wind at that point, and was distracted by Harry's hand on her forearm. Harry was silent for quite a while as he digested what Fleur had just ranted at him, because he'd never really thought about the level of skill he'd been operating at until now. He gripped Fleur's forearm a little tighter for just a second before letting it go, but he was silent for several moments longer before he finally replied. Fleur, I honestly don't think I can become the baseline or the rival that you're trying to make of me, because as you've said, I'm a magical creature and I'm very, very far from normal, but I do know this, every single day since I've met you, you've cast hundreds and hundreds of wildly different spells in endlessly complex patterns to perform extraordinarily specific and technical feats of absurdly powerful magic. You're a strong, ingenious and talented witch, and the fact that I exist doesn't negate how special you are. Not at all. Not even for a second. Fleur sighed, smiled, sighed and then smiled again because she hadn't been aiming for a pep talk just now, but it was working nonetheless. Thanks, Ari. Now that Hurricane Fleur had passed, Harry remained silent for several moments longer to let the tension fully drain. Then, when the timing was just right, he added a little factoid about himself that might cut the tension in half. I dislike snowball fights. Fleur cocked her head to the side in silent but somehow loud confusion. I was never taught how to throw a ball as a child, Harry explained in a defeated voice. I throw like a 6-year-old girl and it's embarrassing. Fleur snorted loudly and then immediately elbowed Harry again. You never heard that, Ari? Oh yes I did, Harry replied, with a wide and amused smile in his voice. It's the newest memory I'm keeping in the for a pensive area I've created in my Mindscape. Harry started laughing as he started getting elbowed back and forth. Want to go watch Princess Bride with me? Fleur sounded bashful, which caused Harry's heart to lurch painfully in his chest. After immediately and emphatically nodding his head, Harry became grateful that Fleur hadn't witnessed the intensity of his eagerness. Well, that depends, he replied casually after a few seconds passed. Is it a documentary about a princess becoming a bride? He injected the joke into his voice. Yes, Ari. That's exactly what it's about, Fleur responded, in a voice just dripping with sarcasm. You will watch it and you will love it. As she finished making that demand, Fleur spiked her allure up quite a few levels of intensity for just a single moment. Yes, mistress, Harry simpered with just enough of a zombie quality to make Fleur spin around in alarm. Harry was just sitting there with a shit-eating grin on his face. Ari! Fleur screamed, as she started pushing him around the lawn in mock affront. No more faking obedience, do you hear me? I expect real obedience. Fleur crossed her arms with an extremely fake pompous expression on her face. They both laughed good and hard. July 31, 1995. After waking up in his dormitory at Hogwarts, Harry tried to rise out of bed just like any other day, only to immediately collapse to the ground instead. It appeared, today was going to be another one of those days. At some point a little over a week ago, Harry's magic-fueled transformation suddenly grew quite a bit more intense, with his body growing taller, faster, stronger, sturdier, more agile, and far more dense with tightly coiled muscle with every single hour that passed. It sounded grandiose, and it was, but it was also very real. Harry's body was being perfected. He was being optimized to the point that his physical characteristics defied the laws of physics. He was simultaneously far too light and too strong at exactly the same time, and he was way too agile to be human. Harry Potter's body was in the process of becoming truly preternatural. And it wasn't the least bit pleasant. Even as Harry knelt there on the floor of his dormitory, he could feel his body shifting, stretching, expanding and contracting in real time, as his muscles, tendons, bones, and even his internal organs were rebuilt, revamped and repositioned within his body. Long story short, Harry currently hurt, badly, and in dozens of different ways, from his head to his toes, every damn second of the day. Pop. Without any prompting whatsoever, Dobby stood at Harry's side with a pain potion already in hand, and Harry smiled at the elf as he drank it down and then forced himself to complete some stretches. Poppy had been very specific that she wanted him stretching immediately after waking up every morning, and then once again before going to bed. Apparently, if you're not careful, taking part in a massive growth spurt can cause hell for your flexibility. Good morning Dobby, and how are you today? Harry smiled at his house elf, / dear friend. I'm excellent, Harry. Today's a very important day after all. Dobby was giving Harry a very pointed look by this point. Okay, I'll bite. Why is today special? Harry looked sideways at Dobby as he slowly pulled on his workout gear. Harry, today is my master's birthday. It's extremely important, Dobby announced pompously. After blinking dumbly for a moment, Harry cupped his forehead with his hand. Well, damn, I completely forgot. There's just been so much to do lately, I've been preoccupied. Harry, you've been growing an inch every 2 weeks or so and completing a training regimen the likes of which I don't think the wizarding world has ever seen. You're also completely in love with a French Vila even if you won't admit it to yourself. I suppose I can see how you'd lose track of time. Dobby liked to point out inconvenient truths. He thought of it as a service of some kind, and now that Harry had given him leave to do what he thought was necessary, he took it with a will. Friends. Harry belted out the word towards the ceiling. Yes sir, Mr. Potter sir, she's most definitely your friend, Dobby announced, as he grabbed up Harry's cast-off pajamas. I'm not even going to argue with you. You know what I think. Harry muttered to himself about empathic house elves as he walked towards the door. Harry. The elf stopped his master at the door. Harry turned around. Happy birthday Harry. The elf was holding several wrapped packages for his master, from several different people. Harry beamed at the elf as he walked back into the dormitory. Now that is quite the surprise. How did you arrange all this? I redirected any mail from your friends from the Dropbox you were using for the summer, to the school and then collected the presents, easy peasy. Despite his words to the contrary, the elf did in fact look massively self-satisfied. Harry had received a book on wandless magic from Myone, a box of pranking gear from the twins and an unwrapped Chudley Cannon's hat from Ron, which made him smile just a bit. Molly Weasley also sent along some homemade fudge which was always surprisingly tasty. After reading all of the cards, Harry realized that he'd have a bit of a time crunch later on. He was going to need to write all of his friends' thank you letters, and gods, time was in short supply these days. As he was leaving the room, Harry heard an ahem from behind him for a second time. Turning around, he saw another wrapped present in the elf's hands. This one was most likely from Dobby himself. Harry returned to Dobby's side, gave the elf a hug and picked up the gift. After unwrapping and opening the box, Harry found himself holding a matching set of silver bracelets. They were simple but elegant and feminine. Dobby, they're beautiful and all, but... Dobby shook his head even as he snorted his amusement. Just hear me out, okay? Harry nodded. Dobby smiled and pointed at Harry. Now, my master is you, correct? Correct, Harry replied slowly, curious where he was going with this. If anyone else calls me for assistance, say, across a great distance, will I hear them like I do you? No. Harry already knew that elf magic didn't work that way. Correct, Dobby exclaimed, as he started getting excited. I made these for you and only I could make them because they're tied to me magically speaking. If you give these to your two lovely young Vila friends, I will hear them when they call, regardless of where I am. I can be more useful to you SAAAAY if mercenaries take over their homes, sir. After the attack on the Delicors, Dobby had been extremely frustrated that Harry hadn't called on him for help, which surprised Harry, because house elves abhor violence as part of their magical makeup, and will do almost anything to avoid committing it. According to Dobby, he was the only elf to attack a wizard in well over a millennia. Of course, that was the moment Dobby pointed out just how narrow-minded Harry was currently being. While it's true that house elves can't intentionally injure witches or wizards without doing their magic quite a bit of damage in the process, what Dobby could have done was house elf traveled the Delicors out of danger, so that Harry could focus on the duel. After the fact, Harry had been immensely embarrassed as well as apologetic, because Dobby was right, and he blew it big time. There were several different ways that his house elf friend could have helped him out that weren't of the offensive variety, and yet the idea had never even occurred to him. Dobby wanted to be as helpful as possible, but the elf wasn't omniscient, so Harry needed to do a better job of using their bond. In Harry's defense, it just felt so bizarre having someone as capable as Dobby bending over backwards to help him all the time. For obvious reasons, Harry was used to taking care of himself or just flat out going without. It was completely surreal to have all of his meals, clothes, chores and miscellaneous tasks taken care of without ever having to even ask. Not only that, but Dobby was turning out to be a real stickler for formality and decorum. No, he wasn't harassing Harry about acting super dignified or anything, but he was immensely proud of being a Potter family elf, and his attitude was infectious. Dobby wanted Harry to know about his family's history, as well as what would be expected of him when he assumed the mantle of Lord Potter. It was just as amazing as it was scary to have someone finally telling him all of the different things that he needed to know, because Dobby's impromptu tutorials somehow made everything feel more real. Harry wasn't just some unwanted kid. He was the orphaned heir apparent of the Potter family, a future ancient and most noble lord, and a member of Magical Britain's Wizard Council. Yikes. Needless to say, Harry currently had a lot to get used to, and he was struggling to keep up. Something that became even more obvious when he finally snapped out of his daze, to find his house elf giving him an understanding look. Ahem. Welcome back, Harry, Dobby said, with a gentle smile on his face. I suggest you take your time learning the various things that you'll need to know. You only just turned 15. There's no need to panic over your adult responsibilities. While Harry was comforted by Dobby's words, his magic seemed to whisper to him about the need to be prepared. Either way, there was nothing to be gained by stressing out, so Harry was happy to follow Dobby's advice. As I was saying, Dobby began, in a blatant attempt to distract Harry away from his worries. These bracelets will allow the girls to contact me only so long as you intend them to. I am your house elf, not theirs. Do you get where I'm coming from? As he finished his explanation, Dobby started smiling again in self-satisfaction. Kneeling down, Harry pulled Dobby into yet another very tight hug. You're the best, Dobby, and I don't know what I'd do without you. I can't wait to get these on the girls' wrists. I hate the idea of them being in danger. Yes, Harry, I'm sure you do. Dobby had a wide cheeky smile on his face now. Now tell me again how you're just friends with the Elder One. Harry looked at the ceiling as he mimed choking something with his hands. Dobby. Dobby just smiled again. Happy birthday, Harry. Pop. Despite the soreness of his body, Harry blew through the rest of his morning workouts, because he couldn't wait to give the bracelets to the girls. He killed the obstacle course to save some time, because he didn't want to slack off on his weights. Then, before he left for France, he ate a rather large early lunch and pounded back 2 Dobby brand magical health potion smoothies. Soon enough, Harry was entering the flow to the Delicors and wham! He found himself on the floor, balancing on his right shoulder. By the time Harry finished curling his body to roll onto his back, the laughter of an entire family was echoing around the room, and he'd have to admit that he was surprised by the welcome he was receiving. Has judging my flow travel become a family pastime now? Harry asked, as he took in the Delicor family filling a nearby couch. Look up, you dummy, Flur demanded, as she rose up to her feet. Straining up his neck to look down the length of the room, Harry saw a banner hanging over the hallway door that read "Happy Birthday, Harry." Harry was very touched, to the point that he didn't know how to react. It was only after he recovered his mental faculties, that he started beaming at everyone and curling up to a crouch. "Thank you everyone. I'm very happy that you remembered my birthday, even though I never told you. It featured in several of your blackest books," Fleur bit out, as the irate expression on her face was slowly replaced by a sinister-looking smile. "Anyway, we thought we might show you what a birthday is supposed to look like." "Yes, Ari, we know it's your birthday today and we wish to celebrate," Apolline added, with a wide and happy smile. "Come, we will force you to eat again and have some fun." Gabrielle chose that moment to run over, and her flying tackle-style hug almost knocked Harry right back onto his back. "Happy birthday," she called out while snuggling into his chest as hard as she could. Harry hugged the little girl back as he rose to his feet, and then began carrying her in a piggyback across the room. Adrian caught Harry at the door with an extremely eager expression on his face. "Are you busy tomorrow, by the way? It's in regards to my present to you." Harry thought for just a moment before shaking his head. "No pressing engagements that I can think of. Just more running and bench pressing, etc." "Good then. Here, Harry." Adrian handed over a ticket that read Quidditch World Cup on it. "The rest of us have had our tickets for quite a while now, but this extra ticket was actually hard to get. In fact, it only became available to me when I mentioned who it was for." Adrian seemed amused that Harry's fame had tipped the scales. At the sight of the ticket, Harry laughed and bounced around in his excitement. "Oh wow, I've never been to a wizarding sporting event that wasn't at my school before. Well, if you only ever get to see one, then this'll be the one to see." Adrian looked extremely confident in his statement. "It's Bulgaria versus Ireland and it's the biggest turnout ever. I'd love to go," Harry exclaimed happily. "What time do I need to be over here tomorrow?" "Actually, you'll probably have to call that rather incredible house elf of yours to bring your things over today, because we'll be leaving well before sunrise." Adrian gestured at his watch. "We'll be waking you up at 5 am on the dot, so that we can beat the lines at the registration areas." Pop. All of a sudden, a fully packed night bag was sitting next to the fireplace, and Dobby was standing next to it with an extremely satisfied look on his face. "I get it, Dobby, you're a miracle worker." Harry was both smiling and laughing at his very dashing and wonderful house elf, and he was projecting those thoughts directly into his mind using their bond. "Yes sir," Dobby replied, as if he wasn't confirming that yes indeed, he was a miracle worker. He bowed gracefully and then popped out of the room. "Oh, that reminds me of something. Fleur, Gabrielle, can you come over here? My rather incredible house elf gave me a present this morning, and it's meant to go to you lovely ladies." Harry rummaged in his pockets and smiled when he found the bracelets. Fleur walked over gracefully while Gabrielle bounced over, ramping up the cuteness to unbelievable levels. Harry beamed at them both. In her rising curiosity, Apolline moved closer as well to peer over her younger daughter's shoulders. "What is it, Ari?" By now even Adrian was hovering nearby in his curiosity. "This gift is mostly to address an oversight of mine that had Dobby rather miffed with me," Harry began with a smile. "He was upset that I didn't have him vacate all of you to safety when the mercenaries were here, and since I never thought to have him do that, I deserve every single second of it." A sheepish expression entered Harry's face, before he shook it off and continued his explanation. "Both Dobby and I have become aware that you beautiful young Vila girls are especially tempting targets, while you're still unbound by marriage. I'll admit that I've been worrying about your safety ever since the attack happened 2 weeks ago. For that reason, my house elf made me these, and I'm under the impression that they're extremely special." Harry turned to Fleur and Gabrielle. "Girls, if you could put these on." He extended the 2 silver bracelets. Fleur and Gabrielle held up the bracelets and then started putting them on. The bracelets resized and changed in pattern to suit the wearer until both girls were cooing in delight at how pretty they were. "These bracelets are magically bound to my house elf, which is why he was able to change their appearance just now by reading your thoughts. He made these bracelets so that you can contact him for assistance when you're in trouble." Harry almost rubbed the back of his neck in chagrin, but he stopped himself at the very last second. More recently he'd been trying to put a stop to that habit. "It's remarkable that even your house elf does things never heard of before." Adrian had a look of wonder on his face. After nodding his head at Adrian, Harry smiled happily at Fleur and Gabby. Even if you girls already had house elves, I'd still want you to wear these bracelets. Dobby is far more versatile than a normal house elf, and capable of solving even extremely complicated problems all by himself. If, for some reason, Dobby alone isn't enough, then there's also the fact that he can contact me. With Dobby's help, I'll know if you girls are in trouble as well as exactly where to find you. Preemptively, Harry started giving the elder sister a no-nonsense look. Fleur, please don't give me your one-woman army, I'm no damsel, I don't need your help, super feminist speech. I'm already well aware of how capable you are, but these bracelets are Dobby's gift to me. He made them for me because he can feel how I worry about you. The bad guys aren't playing fair, Fleur. Neither should you. Fleur had been inhaling a deep breath to tell Harry that she didn't need his help, when he managed to beat her to the punch. Now she had no choice but to relent, because her entire family was staring at her expectantly. It's very thoughtful of you to worry about us, Ari. I will wear the bracelet at all times. It was only after looking back down at the silver bracelet that Fleur suddenly realized she was telling the truth. Good. Harry was relieved that with Fleur's family around, he'd managed to get the hard part over with. Apolline, I gather Dobby didn't make more bracelets because they're exceptionally hard to create. I'm sorry for that. It's been explained to me that married Vila aren't a target, because your bond takes you off the market somehow. Apolline nodded and wrapped an arm affectionately around her husband's waist. Yes. A lot of the benefits we Vila provide as slaves are impossible once we're bonded. Good. I imagine that's a very private conversation, so I won't ask more. Harry was hedging nervously around the idea of sexual slavery and bondage. It was a sucky conversation for several different exceptionally obvious reasons. Shall we eat? The rest of the day was very fun and relaxing for both Harry and the Delicors. Adrian took the day off work and it didn't take much convincing to make Harry do the same with his training. They had a barbecue around the pool, swam, played games and then relaxed in the hot tub during the early evening. After dinner, the Delicors pulled out a birthday cake and some gifts, and Harry was almost embarrassed by how touched he was by it all. He received an extremely nice magically charged watch from Adrian, and a generous coupon applicable at several clothing stores from Apolline. She'd have liked to have bought his clothing herself, but since he kept outgrowing them within a few weeks' time, she'd given up for now. Harry also received a large amount of rather expensive-looking chocolates from Gabrielle, who looked at them with undisguised hunger on her face. Of course, Harry immediately opened the chocolates and tasted one before crooning in delight. Then he offered to share the chocolates with everyone else and waited. As predicted, the youngest Delicor descended upon him like a vulture, and he was once again glomped as she ate almost all of the chocolates. It was cute. Harry had a fantastic time. I'm going to carry my night bag and presents to the guest room, Harry called out, after the gift exchange ended. He walked into the guest bedroom, put his stuff down and then used the ensuite bathroom to freshen up. When he emerged from the bathroom, it was to find Fleur sitting on the edge of his bed and waiting for him. You didn't react at all to not receiving a gift from me. Despite the casual tone of her voice, Fleur was visibly squirming with anxiety. That's because I expected this to a certain extent. You would have avoided a public display of any kind. It's just not your way. Harry sat down next to Fleur and smiled at her. Okay, let me guess. Wand polishing kit. Fleur shook her head. Quill tips, Harry guessed, with absolute confidence in his voice. Fleur shook her head. A football. Harry knew that he was way off, but he was just trying to ease Fleur through her awkwardness. No, but that's not too terrible an idea for Christmas. Fleur was finally smiling now and seemed to have relaxed a bit. Now shut up and close your eyes, Ari. Harry closed his eyes and waited. He eventually felt soft hands drape a slim cord around his neck and a light weight settling atop his sternum. Okay. Open your eyes, Ari. When Harry opened his eyes, he saw a slim, tightly braided, silver cord hanging around his neck. It was somehow bright like it had taken in sunlight and at its end it had a green gemstone attached by an intricate Celtic-esque type knot. Fleur. Harry slowly whispered. This is beautiful. It's a necklace of Vila hair, Ari. They're not necessarily rare, but they are very difficult and time-consuming to make, so Vila don't make them often. I am excellent at charms, and I made this one. Fleur blushed and looked away. This one was made using my hair. That is how they are made. I love it. Harry swiveled back and forth between Flur's red face and the necklace around his neck several times in rapid succession. Then he paused as yet another aspect of the necklace suddenly became obvious to him. My magic feels your magic inside of this necklace. It's not mundane. Yes, you're right. Over time, I have infused a rather large amount of my magic into this necklace. It will protect you from fire up to a certain extent. That is my elemental affinity after all. Fleur was finally rebounding from her embarrassment at this point. I've never received such a thoughtful gift before, Fleur. I love it. I'll never take it off. Harry was beaming at Fleur at this point, and in response she was having trouble not retreating from his room. Since Harry could sense her violent reaction to his enthusiasm, he immediately dialed back his gratitude a bit. He also sent out a calming aura so that she would start breathing again. God, she is terrible at this whole friendship stuff. Thank you, Fleur. I really appreciate it, Harry offered in a far quieter voice, as he rose to his feet and extended a hand to his friend. Now, it's my birthday and I want to watch an action movie. No chick flicks today. You enjoyed those movies, Ari, you just won't admit it. Fleur mimed giving up and allowed herself to be pulled to her feet. If we must, let's grab Gabrielle so that she won't become angry at us. Half an hour later, the three of them were lounging atop a couch, in a wide, comfortable room filled with a wide array of game consoles and media equipment. You would never even know that the room was located quite deep underground, because it was well lit, well ventilated, warm, and tastefully decorated. According to Fleur, the room that they were currently occupying was originally built by Adrian, as a countermeasure against anti-apparition wards. Apparition is the magical form of teleportation. If enemy wizards set up a barrier around the Delicor property to prevent them from apparating to safety, this tunnel would allow them to escape the bounds of both their property and the attacking wizards' barriers. The most ingenious part of the tunnel so far as Harry was concerned, was the fact that it never surfaced outside of the property at all, so it couldn't be used as a means to sneak into the Delicor home. Instead, the highly fortified tunnel ended in a very expensive and magically secure vault about 20 meters below ground level. Harry thought that both the entertainment room and the getaway tunnel were impressive as all hell, and truth be told, it was probably his favorite place in the whole entire house. At the moment, Harry was in the middle of the entertainment room's large, leather couch, with a 7-year-old asleep against his right side and a Fleur leaning against his left. They were watching the movie Back to the Future, and apparently Fleur had seen it like 1,000,001 times in the past because she was beginning to doze along with her sister. We can put on another movie if you want, Harry offered in a low voice, so that he wouldn't wake Gabby. No need, I don't mind falling asleep watching movies. It's the kind of laziness that appeals to me. Fleur yawned expressively and stretched her back like a cat as if to demonstrate her point. As the movie continued, she started dropping off, allowing herself to curl up atop Harry's lap under her blanket. Wake me up when it's time to go upstairs, she murmured quietly, and then true to her words, she was out like a light. While Harry did continue to watch the excellent movie, at this point he was completely distracted by the overwhelming amounts of adorable draped all over his body. He also found himself thinking about what Dobby had claimed so confidently earlier in the day, and realizing that he was, in fact, screwed. Harry Potter didn't understand basically anything about romantic love, but he did know if he loved anyone at all in the whole entire world, it was Fleur Delacour. Lately, Harry had been concealing more and stronger emotions directed towards Fleur behind his occlumency barriers, because he needed to figure them all out, and if he was being honest, they made him extremely nervous. At exactly the same time, he could easily see Fleur completely freaking out, if his feelings were ever projected out into his aura shroud. Her reaction would be completely understandable, after all. At the moment, Fleur needed Harry to be exactly what he was, and that much was completely obvious. It's not easy being a Vila because friendships don't come often and they don't come easy, and Fleur was currently getting a lot out of being his friend. Beyond friendship though, Fleur Delacour was a tall, cold, oxygen-deprived mountaintop that had brought an end to scores of reckless men. Shaking out his head, Harry grinned because he didn't have to figure it all out right this very instant. Fleur wasn't accepting any suitors at the moment, and Adrian was overprotective in the extreme. None of that changed the fact that someday very soon, Harry was going to have to grow the hell up. The next morning, when everyone was rousted from their respective beds at 4:45 am, Harry blinked blearily up at Apolline who, damn her, looked beautiful even at this god's-awful hour of the morning. "I'm up," he muttered into his pillow before he rolled off his bed and abruptly collapsed to his knees on the carpet. He was neck-deep in a really healthy groan before he remembered he had company, at which point he looked up at Apolline, and saw her arching an eyebrow at him in question. Yeah. Sometimes it takes drastic measures to get moving these days. Dobby. Pop. Your pain potion, Harry. Dobby was standing beside Harry, holding the same brown smoothie that he'd begun using to conceal a wide array of equally disgusting potions. Thank you, Dobby. Harry lifted the pain potion from Dobby's hands and leaned back against the bed as he tilted it to his lips. Immediately after taking the first sip, he was extremely grateful that he had such a talented house elf. The smoothie was delicious, and it contained everything that he needed to get up and moving. By this point, Apolline was staring at Harry with a look of suspicion on her face. "Ari, be honest with me. From 1 to 10, how painful is your body this summer?" It appeared the gig was up. Harry could see that Apolline was onto him, but he still tried to wave dismissively anyway. It didn't work. She wasn't buying it. She continued staring at him, until he finally gave in and formed a response. "Truthfully, Apolline, it depends on when you ask. In about a minute, my level of discomfort will be a 3. The problem is, I can only take 2 of these pain potions a day along with all the other magical nutrition potions I need to drink. The pain potions don't remain at full strength all day. Give a number, Ari." Apolline had a no-nonsense look on her face. "Give me a truthful number, please." At first, Harry thought about lying, but since Apolline was uncannily good at sniffing out deceit, he knew it was a waste of time. "Well, it frequently goes as high as a 7 and stays there. It's no Cruciatus curse, but my body's rapidly growing all day and it aches. I don't want you to worry about it, and I definitely don't want you to mention it to anybody. You saw my life history, Apolline, my pain tolerance is off the charts. I promise I'm having a really fun and happy summer." Apolline nodded seriously, but now it looked like she was holding back a wave of sudden emotion. "Ari, someday very soon you are going to live a life free of pain. I wish this for you deserve it." Forcing himself to bounce energetically up to his feet, Harry gently pulled Apolline into a hug. "I know you care, Apolline, and that makes all the difference," he whispered, as he slowly pulled away. "Besides, I have strong occlumency barriers now. Using them I can shunt even excruciating pain into a less immediate area of my mind, and then function relatively normally. Of course, it'd be quite bad for my health to do that for any extended period of time, but..." It was at that point that Harry caught himself rambling and snapped his mouth closed. I'm going to have a shower. I'll meet you downstairs." Apolline just shook her head at the injustice of it all, as she walked downstairs to eat her breakfast. After portkeying to the only location within the Quidditch World Cup staging area that wasn't blanketed under a powerful anti-apparition ward, the Delicors located their campsite in an area of the campground's tent city called the French Quarter. It wasn't as if a quarter of the spectators in attendance were going to be from France, or even close, but since most of the French-speaking audience were camping out in this general area, that's the nickname that it had been given. The campsite the Delicors rented was quite nice, with plenty of space and trees to offer both privacy and shade, and since the Delicors owned a very modern, very normal-looking, and easy-to-operate magical tent, it didn't take long for Harry and Adrian to erect it into place. Dobby helped. In a surprisingly small amount of time, the campsite was organized, a large hammock was strung up between 2 trees, horseshoe pins were staked into the ground, a picnic table was covered in snacks, and the family was settling in as if they owned the place. Not long after, Harry, Flur and Gabrielle decided it was time to finally explore the festivities, so they emerged from the relative privacy of their campsite, into the organized chaos filling the rest of the area. The entire campground was a riot of different languages and colors, as magicals from all over the world converged onto the campground for what amounted to the biggest party of the year. There were food stalls, beer tents, souvenir stores, game tents, gambling, and every type of over-expensive swag you can possibly imagine. As he moved around the different campsites, Harry started to appreciate the fact that he'd learned his French from some very classy and sophisticated people. Almost every time his rune bracelet started getting warm, It was to translate some vulgar or sexual term the likes of which he'd never even heard of before. French people had turned swearing into an art form all its own. It was bad enough that within just half an hour of leaving their campsite, Harry was already debating whether or not he should conjure earmuffs for Gabrielle. It wasn't just Harry's hearing that was being assaulted either, but his magical senses as well. He currently had his aura shroud spread out for hundreds of yards in every single direction in an effort to negate the unwelcome effect that his magic had on the people around him. What that meant was that his magic was currently bombarding him with hundreds of impressions and sensations with every single step that he took. So far, Harry's efforts were worth it purely because they were working. Nobody had noticed his magic floating by like a fog bank as he walked past their campsites, and that was a really big deal. On the other hand, Flur's allure was currently slamming into his rib cage with the focus and intensity of a laser beam before cocooning his entire body and trailing back into hers. Her allure was so strong and so focused upon his body, Harry was afraid to let anyone walk in between the two of them. Anyone without his unnaturally strong tolerance would be instantly allure-thralled into either an obsessive love for the ages or an immediate heart attack. Personally, Harry thought that this was an extremely interesting development, but since he valued his continued survival, he very carefully didn't comment on it. Harry, Fleur and Gabrielle spent the early afternoon goofing around, shopping for merchandise, looking at the sights in the tent city, grinning at all of the ridiculous Muggle clothing and trying not to laugh at some of the accidentally cross-dressing wizards. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the crowds had thickened until the pathways were becoming congested, at which point Fleur linked her right arm in his and he began holding Gabrielle's little hand in turn. Of course, Harry's delusional brain was trying to tell him that Fleur simply couldn't stop herself from holding him, but the reality of the situation was much more mundane. If they weren't careful, it would be very easy to get separated in all of the commotion surrounding them, so it was only good sense to stay physically linked. Nevertheless, Harry found the way Fleur was currently touching him changed up the mood, and made him feel a little bashful. Abruptly shaking off those feelings by foisting them inside of his Mindscape occlusions, Harry forced himself to calm. He couldn't afford to clam up right now because Fleur was uncomfortable around large crowds of people and they were surrounded on every side. She was going to need some attention. She was going to need some support. Man up, Potter. Do you follow Quidditch at all, Fleur? Harry figured this question was just a single step up from asking about the weather, but he also figured that it's the thought that counts. Yes, and at the same time no, Fleur immediately answered. I feel it's necessary to know about the broader aspect of the sport, but I'd never just sit down and listen to it on the Wizarding Wireless. It's a fun sport to watch, of course, so dangerous and fast. When next Fleur looked at Harry, she couldn't prevent the wide, warm smile that grew across her face. If I did not know you well, Ari, I would have liked to see you play Seeker. Now that I do know you, I'd be too worried to enjoy it. Enough danger finds you without you actively looking for it. That's very sweet of you to say, Harry offered in return even as he nodded his head. Yes, okay. Point taken. Gods only know why, but I do frequently get injured at Hogwarts, and I've been hurt several times during Quidditch matches. Oh, do tell. Unbeknownst to her, Fleur started pulling Harry's body closer by their linked arms. Well, there was this one time in my second year when someone charmed both of the bludgers to follow me and me alone for the entire duration of a match, Harry began while grinning at Fleur's sudden gasp of surprise. I was forced to zig and zag all over the pitch while trying to take part in the match, and just before I caught the snitch, one of the bludgers finally caught me and broke my arm. With the snitch in hand, I fell off my broom, and then had to roll around on the pitch to dodge the bludgers that were repeatedly smashing into the earth. In the end, the bludgers were destroyed by Hermione and I was saved, only to have a hack of a professor by the name of Lockhart try to fix my broken arm right there on the field, and vanish all of the bones in my arm instead. I suggest you never need to use Skelegro, because it sucks. At the tail end of his story, Harry abruptly shrugged in defeat and then grinned again. There's a bed in the hospital wing at Hogwarts with a plaque over it that reads, Harry James Potter's bed. It wouldn't be until the following day that Fleur noticed the miracle Harry Potter managed to pull off at the Quidditch World Cup. He captivated her attention so thoroughly, so completely, she forgot where they were and what they were doing. She forgot to stress out about how she was surrounded on all sides by hordes of allure-susceptible men, and she forgot about the anxiety that this fact was causing her. In this anxiety's place, was a level of interest that had Fleur leaning into Harry's body until his cheek was just inches from her mouth, and his arm was being hugged between her breasts. That is, of course, until Harry finally arrived at the Harry James Potter's bed part of his story, at which point, she reeled back to laugh both loudly and honestly, with her eyes closed and everything. After several very long moments of honest-to-God's, joyful laughter, she finally came back to herself and smiled beatifically at Harry. But that was the moment when Fleur saw Harry's completely deadpan expression and she blanched. No, no way, really. After nodding his head, Harry bit his lip in chagrin and then squeezed Gabrielle's hand when she suddenly tried to make a break for a cotton candy stand. Poppy, the healer back at Hogwarts, put it up above my bed at the beginning of the summer, immediately after my magic escaped and I was camping out in there. She and I are really close though, so I'm at least partly certain it's just a joke. Fleur shook her head in a mixture of awe and disbelief. This is going to be yet another thing that I have to confirm for myself while I'm there. Oh yeah, during this oh-so-mysterious event that you're doing at Hogwarts that everyone seems to think I haven't figured out yet. I sleuth out at least one huge mystery a year, Fleur. Who do they think I am? Harry had adopted a look of extreme arrogance and was posing like a hero. Fleur couldn't stop herself from laughing again purely because arrogance looked so foreign on Harry, and the effect was completely surreal. Well then, what's this mystery event then, Mr. Smarty Pants? That's Lord Smarty Pants, thank you very much, Harry drawled officiously. Rolling her eyes, Fleur waved a hand in an unmistakable, get on with it, gesture. It's a two-school cooperative bake sale, Harry finally declared with an extremely stoic and serious expression upon his face. Fleur stared at Harry's admittedly perfect deadpan face for several seconds in a row, before she finally cracked like an egg and started stifling her laughter into a hand. Despite the fact she was trying to end it right from the beginning, she only very slowly regained control of herself, but that didn't stop her from rolling her eyes at the boy. Okay, you play that game, Ari. I am not going to tell you. Harry pouted exactly like Gabrielle would. That look will never work on me. I've been using it for over a decade, Fleur declared with absolute confidence. All of a sudden and seemingly out of nowhere, Harry's left arm was cruelly yanked as a hooded man snapped a large manacle around Gabrielle's right wrist, attached the other end around his left wrist, and then began hauling her off through the crowd. At exactly the same time, another cowled man was suddenly creating a physical barrier between Harry and Gabrielle, with his wand already drawn and a perverse smile on his face. I wouldn't move if I were either of you. I wouldn't want to scar up the pretty birdie, but I couldn't care less about ending a young wizard. As his anger immediately skyrocketed from zero to nearly all-consuming, Harry's body instantly became a blur of rapid movement. His dominant hand flew up in front of his chest to wandlessly banish the cowled man through the newly panicked crowd. Then, even as the man was flying through the air, Harry cast several stunners and incarcerous spells to slam into his body, so that when he finally hit the ground, he was an unconscious heap of ropes. With that cretin out of the way, Harry quickly turned towards where he'd last seen Gabrielle. Shit, the crowd had flowed in the way in just the last 2 seconds. Harry had lost line of sight of both Gabrielle and her kidnapper. With zero hesitation or any restraint whatsoever, Harry started compressing in his massively spread out aura shroud, dragging every amp of his magic back towards his body with every scrap of willpower he contained. As hundreds of yards of widespread magic rapidly condensed to within just 10 meters of his body, Harry also began forcing more and more magic out from within his core. With a growl of fierce determination, Harry continued generating power until the sand at their feet began to tremble and the very air felt like it was vibrating with it. Within just 5 seconds, flat, Harry had saturated absolutely everything in his vicinity with so much ambient magic, he could make out the color of the underwear being worn by every single person for 20 meters in all directions. By the time every single witch and wizard present in the clearing started cowering in fright at the intensity and violence of Harry's aura, he finally finished locating Gabrielle off in the distance, and he began willing his magic to create a barrier of some kind surrounding both her and her assailant. He wasn't specific about what the barrier should be made of, he just called forth as much magical power as he could to circumvent the issue. At exactly the same time, Harry empathically ordered Dobby to either retrieve Gabrielle, or barring that, move all of the bystanders out of the way, so that he could sprint in her direction. And in the single instant that followed, Dobby imparted that the anti-apparition wards were preventing him from teleporting Gabrielle, but that he would open up a road. By the time Dobby's message finished flashing through Harry's mind, he was already moving. As an expanding cone of cowering wizards found themselves being ejected right and left to land softly on their asses, Harry and Fleur sprinted by at full speed through the newly created gap, and caught sight of their target. As it turns out, Harry had created a massive swirling bubble of solid air, both in front of and to the sides of Gabrielle's abductor. Even as Harry and Fleur rapidly approached from behind, Harry caught the moment the kidnapper slammed face first into the barrier, lost his balance and fell onto his back. Both the kidnapper and Gabrielle ended up in a tangled heap of limbs, with Gabrielle thrashing and kicking at the man the whole entire time. Despite Gabrielle's efforts, the kidnapper still managed to scramble back up to his feet, pull down his hood, and look around for the source of the disturbance. That's when he saw Harry sprinting towards him through the crowd. Seemingly unconcerned that there were hundreds of witnesses all over the clearing, the man immediately raised his wand to point it directly at Harry's face. Harry saw the man pointing his wand at his face, but Gabby was in danger, so he picked up even more speed in response, and it was only after the kidnapper cast a Confringo curse directly between his eyes that Harry realized just how stupid he was currently being. In his anger, panic and hurry, Harry had never even pulled out his wand, and he couldn't be sure that he could perform more wandless magic. In the split second that followed, as the red curse grew larger in his field of vision, Harry knew deep down that his magic had him moving like he was for a reason, and that he couldn't afford to indulge in his usual brand of hesitation. Gabrielle, little Gabby, needed his help. He'd cast wandless before by accident, he'd do it again on purpose. He had to do it, and that was all there was to it. And that's when it happened. Time seemed to slow down, Harry's teeth clenched, his body trembled and his dominant arm outstretched in front of his face. In that moment of singular need and determination, Harry managed to create a Protega shield in front of his body without word or wand to aid in the process. With just a single millisecond left to spare, the golden shield sprang to life, and then angled itself upwards diagonally for lack of a better option. Sure enough, the implosion curse rebounded off of the shield to sail off harmlessly to the sky. In the end, redirecting the curse slowed Harry down for just a split second, before he was moving forward at a full sprint again, with his wandless Protega shield still held in place in front of his body. It was also around this time that he demanded Dobby do something about the manacle currently locked around Gabby's wrist. When the abductor caught on that Harry was both armed and capable of defending himself, he growled in rising anger laced with fear, and then started yelling out the curse, Avada Kedavra. The man was too late. By the time the man finished the first half of his curse, Harry was already well within the abductor's extended wand arm, with his own dominant arm swinging up from near his waist. With a primal growl of maxed out fury, Harry delivered a full-strength uppercut into and then through the man's lower jaw. The blow made even more impactful due to the Protega shield that was wrapped tightly around his forearm like a shining golden gauntlet. The punch immediately broke the kidnapper's jaw in several different places, spraying his teeth all over the place as it launched him both up and back through the air. And the manacle locked around Gabrielle's wrist disintegrated into dust as the rest of it was torn away. A little over a second and a half later, and about 3.5 meters back, the kidnapper landed hard, rolled several times through the grass, and then flopped bonelessly to a stop. It was unclear if the man was conscious or not, but it hardly mattered now. He was essentially helpless because he'd lost his ability to speak. Arriving less than half a second later, and armed with her wand, Fleur began incarcerating the downed man at least 10 times more than would ever be necessary. By the time she was done with the man, he looked like a damned mummy and it was obvious that he could hardly breathe. With that done, Fleur quickly scanned the nearby crowd. She was receiving nothing but glassy-eyed, lust-filled, vacant stares. Damn, it was just as bad as she'd feared it'd be. On the other hand, it did provide her with an opportunity. Reeling her right leg back like a professional soccer player, Fleur kicked the downed kidnapper as hard as she could in the balls, once, twice, then a third time with feeling. Then, having delivered just a little bit of road justice, she swiveled her attention back towards Harry. Ari, extend out your aura shroud again now. I'm allure enthralling every man within 20 meters of you and they're already advancing on us. At the moment, Flur was blasting Harry with extremely intense amounts of allure, and while he was highly resistant, nobody else here was. During the time that Flur was dealing with the mercenary, Harry was hugging a sobbing Gabrielle Delicor, and mentally prompting Dobby to find them some worse. It was only after hearing Flur's freaked-out yell that Harry noticed it at all. He was currently being fully immersed within an extremely wild deluge of super-potent allure. Now that he was aware of it, Flur's allure was becoming almost too much for him to handle, and he was just barely managing to maintain control over himself. Then, as he rapidly occluded the out-of-control arousal and desire that Flur was causing him, he finally looked around and he didn't like what he saw. Every man within the surrounding area was staring hungrily at Flur and several men were already moving closer with looks of intense desire on their faces. Oh shit. As quickly as he could, Harry forced his magic out as far as he could in every single direction. He also decreased his magic output until his shroud was barely noticeable anymore. Just a single moment after Harry's magic was properly thinned out, Flur managed to regain control of her allure. Over the following few moments, she sagged into the grass in relief as the men surrounding her visibly shook off the effects and returned to their families. By the time she managed to shakily crawl over to where Harry was cradling Gabby, she was more than willing to join in on the hug. For the little girl wasn't the only one in need of some attention. Fleur, Gabrielle and Harry, they all just held each other tightly in the grass, seeking what comfort they could from the contact. Less than 5 minutes later, the French Auror service arrived to pick up the would-be kidnapper's murderer. They took Harry's extremely oversimplified statement, but once again they didn't seem to believe a word that he told them. Nevertheless, with hundreds of other people present and willing to corroborate Harry's story, they had no choice but to take his words at face value. When a bright flash went off from the milling crowd, Harry saw a man with a camera quickly walking away. The photographer had taken a shot of him speaking with the Aurors over the duo of bound and cuffed men. As the photographer disappeared into the crowd, Harry seriously hoped that the man had no idea who he was. On the way back to the Delicor campsite, Harry held Gabrielle in a piggyback. Well, it was hard to say whether he was holding her or she was holding him. It was very clear that Gabby wasn't going to release his body for anything less than her mother. Harry and Fleur were also holding each other close, but it was less about comfort and more about expediency. This definitely wasn't a good time to get separated. You did it again and this time you did it wandlessly. As they moved, Fleur was determined to scan the crowds around them. Nevertheless, she was finding it difficult not to stare at the side of Harry's face. I was petrified for Gabrielle, so I used everything I had, Harry replied in a very low voice. You felt all the magic I ended up throwing around. I'm not capable of wandless under normal circumstances, and trust me when I say that I've been trying. And that barrier, it was air. I've never done that before. I can't recreate that under normal circumstances. At least, I think I can't. Soon enough, they arrived at their campsite, where Harry released Gabrielle straight into her mother's arms. Adrian listened to the story, hugged Harry and his girls, and then took off at a run towards the Auror tent. He was talking about making sure they crucify the men involved. Literally. When all the dust settled, Harry quietly moved aside to sit on a log by the campsite's fire pit. Performing a small and discreet Ignis spell with his wand up his sleeve, Harry lit some wood and watched it catch fire. Then he started poking at it distractedly with a nearby stick. Now that the scary stuff was over and his adrenaline was dumping, Harry was beginning to feel a little bit tired. There was another thing that he was tired of as well. The targeting of Vila by those damned slaver assholes was really starting to piss him off. When soft footsteps sounded out from behind his back, Harry knew exactly who it was without even having to look. Without a word he slid to the right and Fleur sat down right next to him. For several minutes in a row, they both just stared at the fire without saying a word. You aren't Earth, Fleur suddenly declared. Huh, Harry replied intelligently. Your elemental affinity isn't Earth, Fleur clarified. Of course, that was a very interesting thought, and it had Harry staring at the fire for another minute before he finally responded. Well, it's possible I have an air affinity but it's also possible I just screamed, "Wall!" at my magic with all of my might, and it responded. Harry raised his hand palm up in front of his chest, and tried to will the air to respond. Nothing seemed to happen, although there was a brief breeze that went by. Harry and Fleur grinned at each other. Don't give up, Ari. I know that you're air. You love flying like nothing else in the whole entire world after all. With that said, Fleur slowly dropped her head onto Harry's shoulder, but her eyes never moved away from the fire. Fleur was trembling and Harry couldn't comfort her with his aura without causing her even more problems. He ended up rubbing his hand up and down her lower back in small, gentle circles that eventually seemed to work. When Fleur was calm again, she turned her cheek atop Harry's shoulder and she whispered into his ear. Thank you, Ari. You're a hero. You're an honest-to-God's, dumb, brainless, idiotic, self-sacrificing to a fault, hero. I used to think they were just fairy tales. You sprinted straight at a killing curse today, Ari. While looking up to the sky, Harry took a very deep breath to stall for time. He didn't even know where to begin explaining his thought process from earlier. Well, here goes. I get your point, Fleur. Everything I did today I did in the most dangerous way possible. I was just so desperate and afraid for Gabrielle. No, sorry. That's no excuse and, I know that. I need to be smarter than this, better than this. Heroes don't grow old, Fleur. Heroes don't settle down, have families, do mundane things. Heroes die doing something heroic. I know for a fact that Tom's out there somewhere, Fleur, and, I don't want to live that life. There was nothing Fleur could say to that, so she continued to lean her body against his as they stared down at the fire together. Adrian eventually returned and joined them. Harry had sensed the man in time to warn Fleur to sit up. After Adrian thanked Harry again, he and the Delicors all ate a large amount of campfire sausages and marshmallows, played horseshoes, told stories, joked around, had a beer, a real one, and did their absolute best to truly relax. Eventually, the sun set, and they were called to the stadium by what could only be a very, very large gong. Harry, Fleur, Apolline, Adrian and Gabrielle watched the Quidditch World Cup from a high echelon of the stadium, but not in the minister's box. Adrian had said good riddance to that, because he didn't want to experience a day in the office while he watched the most important match of the year. Harry was happy for the anonymity that being in a well-placed normal admission box brought, when he saw the Weasleys bouncing around up in the minister's box. He had no desire to explain to them either his most recent physical transformation or his company. Of course, Harry wasn't ashamed of either of those things, but he just couldn't help but dread Ron's obvious and somewhat inevitable jealousy reaction. Harry would have to admit that he was amused, however, when Ron almost leapt to his death during the Vila's allure. Fleur huffed loudly as they walked out of the stadium after the game. Those Vila give a bad name to us all. Harry smiled at the fuming blonde even as he very carefully didn't comment. There was nothing to be gained in getting involved in this one, so he didn't. He was attempting to stay in the shark cage where it was safe. He should have known better. And you looked like you enjoyed it. Fleur pointed at Harry in accusation. Harry smiled again, even as he shook his head with his hands splayed out in front of him. Well, yes. I enjoyed several things about the game today, Fleur. Crumb was a genius, the Irish Chasers again geniuses, the Leprechauns were something I've never seen before, and yes in fact, I did enjoy the Vila. Harry raised his hands up even further in response to Fleur drawing in a very deep breath. I enjoyed seeing the Vila render everyone a drooling mess, I enjoyed seeing a fully transformed Vila for the very first time, and the Passion Fire was cool too. I also learned a lot tonight, and I enjoyed that as well. Now, I'm going to answer the question that you really mean to ask. No. I'm not going to use a squad of professional cheerleaders as the standard to which I judge your whole entire culture. Are we okay now? Fleur paused in her indrawn breath and then sighed loudly as the air slipped from her lungs. Then she turned away from Harry for a moment or two before giving him a sidelong look. Ari, what did you think of the Vila transformation? The girl was scratching her ear and may have even looked a little bashful in that moment. Harry's heart took a hammer blow. Harry carefully controlled a blush that wanted to develop on his face due to Fleur's rare moment of vulnerability, mostly because Adrian was around and he didn't want to give himself away. It was hard, in fact, it was a struggle just to put together an opinion, what with Fleur looking so incredibly adorable. Harry checked his magic. Fleur's allure was under control. Holy gods. He was a lost cause. Thankfully for Harry, the Vila really had left a lasting impression on him, so when he wasn't able to amass an opinion, he merely drew in a very deep breath, and started winging it. Well, Fleur, I think it's pretty obvious that Vila are some of the most magical women on the face of the planet. They exist because of magic. It defines who they are far more than it does for a witch or a wizard. I also think they're still beautiful women, even when their bodies take on those distinctly avian features. I found myself mesmerized, not by their allures, but rather because they remind me of the Valkyries from Norse mythology. I can easily imagine them judging the worthy in battle and shepherding brave warriors to Valhalla. They were both fierce and yet extremely graceful, even as enraged as they were. I was left wondering how the Vila of old were ever taken advantage of. Even after everything he'd just said, Harry could see that Fleur still looked a little uncertain, so he gave her a very serious look. Fleur, listen, I have very good reason to empathize with the dual nature of a Vila. I have a wellspring of magic inside of my body and it barely acknowledges my control over it. You once said to me that I've become a magical creature. Well, I tend to agree, but I don't yet know how well I'll be able to control my new state of being. What I do know is that I understand having more than one persona coexisting inside of you. Inside of my body, I have my conscious mind controlling my thoughts, feelings and actions, and then I also have my magic which on a regular basis intervenes on my behalf, without either my knowledge or permission. I don't find it surprising that there are people out there with a lot going on inside of them magically. I'm interested to know how the two halves of a Vila transformation work together, whether it's just cosmetic or if there's an attitude change, how the magic inside them allows for such amazing changes, how much control they have over the transformation, what passion fire even is, etc. I want to know these things both because it's of interest to me and because I have 3 wonderful Vila friends that I'd like to know more about. When Fleur finally nodded her head with a slight blush mixed with a mollified expression, Harry held back the sigh of relief that wanted to spill from his lips. What he'd said was the truth and he didn't want to spoil it by looking relieved. Apolline walked up from behind Harry and put a hand on his shoulder. There's a book that explains all of those questions, Ari, if you want to read it. I would appreciate that, Harry replied, while giving Apolline a thankful look. He didn't ask about the Delicor family women and their transformations, because that felt too personal somehow. Adrian walked up, carrying Gabrielle who looked like she was tired after all the events of the day. I suggest we all go back to our home tonight and relax. It has been a long day and I think our youngest here could use her own bed. I will get some of my people to come pick up our stuff in the morning. That's a good idea, Apolline agreed quickly, while shooting Gabrielle a worried look. I think I would like to sleep snuggled up with my Gabby tonight. Gabrielle gave her mother a tired smile and a nod. Harry and Fleur nodded as well because they weren't concerned either way. Looking over at Harry, Fleur raised her eyebrow questioningly. Movie night. I'll watch any movie you desire tonight, as thanks for Back to the Future, Harry offered. Dirty Dancing it is then. Fleur immediately capitalized on Harry's foolish offer, by picking a movie that showcased her complete lack of mercy for his embarrassment threshold. You could tell by the shit-eating grin on her face that she knew exactly what that movie was going to do to Harry, and the thought of it was amusing her. Harry gave the blonde a sidelong look as he arched an eyebrow at her very romantic, very sexual movie choice. Then he thought that he might have a plan to avoid the awkwardness of it all. Fine. Dirty Dancing, but no complaining when I fall asleep on you. Then Fleur and Harry both turned just a little bit red because Harry's plan had backfired. That was exactly what Fleur had done on him the night before and they both knew it. 2 days after the Quidditch World Cup, Harry Potter somehow, defying all common sense, emerged from the Delicor family's flow facing the wrong direction and moving at extremely high speeds. After trying to dig his heels into the carpet and failing, Harry's body started flipping backwards at a rapid rate, forcing him to complete an incredibly tight back roll directly into a one-armed handspring, which launched him into a series of high-velocity backflips. When somehow, amazingly, Harry managed to control his descent so that he landed on his feet, he found himself staring forlornly back at the fireplace and shaking his head at the silliness of it all. Then Harry turned away from the flow, at which point he immediately froze in his tracks. Unbeknownst to Harry, for the second time in less than a week, he just put on a show for the amassed members of the Delicor family. The reactions coming from the family were a mixed bag from what Harry could see so far. Fleur looked amused at his expense, because she always would be. Apolline and Adrian looked appalled and yet impressed, as if they couldn't figure out what emotion to settle on, and Gabrielle had stars in her eyes as she actively, openly hero-worshipped him, like an angel. Harry wanted to hug her so badly in that moment. Of course, Harry's reaction must have looked equally complicated because after a moment of further staring, they all started giggling. Harry recovered first and smiled at everyone even as he shook his head. "Sue, it's not my birthday anymore. Why the large welcome?" Adrian fielded this question by stepping forward and putting a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Well, Harry, as they say, no good deed goes unpunished. You have been summoned to the French Ministry of Magic later today, for an emergency court session. In regards to a certain mercenary company, persistently targeting young, unbonded Vila." Harry's face started taking on a noticeably vengeful cast. "None other," Adrian instantly confirmed, with a feral grin of his own. "In both instances, the men you captured were members of the same group of people. The group is called the Black Band and they're the major abduction force in France. You may not even realize the scope of what you've accomplished, Harry, so let me be the one to tell you. You single-handedly apprehended 10 core members of the band along with witnesses and evidence of their crimes, which has given the French ministry the legal authority to question these men under Veritaserum, truth potion, which in turn provided them with all manner of information. The Black Band's whole support structure and leadership has been ferreted out because of your actions, Harry, which has led to the largest breakthrough of this kind in well over a decade. The French ministry is convening an emergency trial as we speak in order to put an end to these cretins, and you are a key witness. Thus, I made assurances that you would be there to testify." "Oh." Harry breathed out the word softly, along with a subtle sigh. "I suppose I have to explain my actions during those events then." As apologetic as Adrian was, he was also extremely resolute in this matter. "Harry, I know you have many secrets, but these men are monsters. You will be changing the entire world for the better with your testimony. My co-workers at the French ministry have promised me that you won't need to ingest any Veritaserum, and you'll only need to speak of your actions in this house." The French Aurors spoke to nearly 100 witnesses at the Quidditch World Cup, who all agreed that you did something to save Gabrielle. It appears to have happened too fast for them to fully comprehend what you did, but there are enough witnesses involved that I managed to keep the questions off of that topic. With all that being the case, I implore you to be as honest as possible while you're up on the stand, so that you don't perjure yourself and risk setting these monsters free. As Adrian spoke, Harry walked over to Gabrielle because the little girl was gesturing that she wanted a hug. He picked her up, held her tight and then nodded resolutely towards Adrian. "Of course. I'd never risk those animals going free by any neglect on my part. I'm just reluctant to expose my rather dramatic actions. Speaking of which, how much media coverage can we expect?" Adrian smiled because he'd never once doubted that Harry would do the right thing. "There's no law against being vague on the stand, Harry. I have already expressed that you're a rather private person and don't wish to become a media spectacle. The ministry will try to get ahead of that, but since this is rather big news, the story will get out sooner rather than later. We can only control what parts of the story the news media gets to hear by being very careful about what we say." Adrian grinned wolfishly as he leaned against a nearby chair. "Now, how about you and I go to my study and rehearse what you will truthfully say while you are on the stand?" Le Rouge Chien was a pub just a block down the street from the French Ministry of Magic, and at Harry's request they flew to that location instead of the ministry itself. For obvious reasons. It went without saying that Harry had no desire to drop onto his face in front of any government officials that might be present at the trial. Adrian was highly amused, but he also approved of the idea, and figured that he, his wife, his daughters, and Harry could pick up some lunch before attending the trial. When they all spilled out of the restaurant's flow alcove, Harry literally, and were seated at a table by a very harassed-looking young witch, Fleur took a seat to Harry's left while Gabrielle sat down on his right. Harry was used to it at this point, but Fleur's allure was persistently targeting him like a laser beam and there was very little she could do about it. He had his magic spread out far enough that no one else would even know it was there, but that didn't seem to matter to Fleur's magic at all. Even though several weeks had passed since Harry first learned how to thin out his magic, it remained a mystery why. Fleur's magic always knew exactly where he was, Of course, his more delusional teenage fantasies wanted him to believe that Flur's ability was powered by her great and passionate love for him. Unfortunately, it was pretty obvious that the magic driving Flur's Vila nature was somehow interacting with his absurdly strong magical power, and human emotions had nothing to do with it. Either way, it was still for the best that no one be allowed to walk in between Fleur and Harry if it could be avoided. While waiting for the foot to arrive, Apolline described a spell matrix that she was designing for fun that would sweeten food without adding sugar. Very high-spec housewife Gabrielle described a leaping turn that she was practicing in ballet, and Fleur explained a recent breakthrough that she had in regards to transfiguring metals, notoriously difficult since metals are poor magic conductors. During this time, Adrian and Harry simply sat back and relaxed while taking in the ladies' warm and heartwarming exchange. It was relaxing, it was fulfilling. Harry could see that Adrian Delicor lived an exceptionally satisfying life, and he rededicated himself to achieving the same. But then that moment of comfortable silence came to an end, when Apolline turned in Harry's direction and gave him a very pointed look. "So, Ari, have you been practicing the piano like you promised me?" While Apolline was definitely just teasing Harry with a wildly unreasonable expectation at the moment, she was also very interested in the idea of civilizing the boy into a well-rounded and sophisticated man, and she wasn't afraid to be pushy about it. "Yes, actually, I have, but not in the usual manner," Harry responded with a sly expression on his face. "I read all of the instruction books that you provided me cover to cover so that I could internalize the required material, and then I set up a facsimile of a piano in my Mindscape, a feat of mental imagery that took forever by the way, because it was surprisingly difficult to tune the instrument correctly." Harry gave everyone an exaggerated look of frustration before smiling again and continuing with his explanation. "Altogether, I had to drop in and out of my Mindscape like 100 times with tuning forks in hand to get it just right." The Delicors all found themselves shaking their heads at Harry's unconventional way of doing literally everything, but they also found grins forming on their faces. "You were literally unable to just take your time and practice like a normal human being. You absolutely must do absolutely everything magically and in record time." While Apolline really was exasperated, you could easily tell that she was also extremely impressed. In response, Harry just leaned in and waggled his eyebrows teasingly at Apolline. "Say what you will, Apolline, but I'm already a solid level 3 and progressing quickly. I'm not a genius musician nor have I been playing the instrument since I was young, so I'm way behind and I want to catch up. With the setup I've created, I can marathon practice scales, composition, pieces and techniques, in a stress-free environment while I sleep. I've also managed to saturate both the music and the piano with my magic, so that I can use its extraordinary memory to help me learn faster." By the time Harry was finished describing his magic as having an excellent memory, Apolline was extremely interested in what he was saying and she was making that much obvious in the way she was leaning forward over the table. Of course, that was the exact moment that the waiter returned with their food, and Harry's explanation was put on hold. In the companionable silence that followed, Fleur found herself poking Harry's trim stomach, with a wide grin growing clear across her face. The reason for her needling was simple. Harry currently had 3 humongous meals sitting in front of him, which made him look as if he was about to commit a rather disgusting form of food suicide. Up until now, she'd always enjoyed his obvious embarrassment at what he perceived to be unsightly, gluttonous behavior. For that reason, Fleur always enjoyed teasing him during these moments, and it never seemed to get old. Unfortunately, teasing Harry Potter was becoming harder to accomplish with every passing day. About a week earlier, when Fleur finally just asked Harry why it was becoming so difficult to break his composure, he ended up describing the lengths that he was going to negate the negative impact his upbringing had on his character, as well as how he was highlighting aspects of his personality that would make him a better person. And Fleur was completely blown away. Very few people on the entire face of the planet have the mental fortitude required to face themselves in the very literal way that a highly organized and categorized mindscape forces you to, and that was without having to relive an exceptionally sad and traumatizing life in the process. But that was exactly what Harry was currently doing. Every single night, when Harry went to bed, he was performing a seemingly endless amount of very uncomfortable self-reflection. He was poring over all of his memories and filing everything away under levels of importance. He was figuring out what to work on, What to avoid, what to highlight or reduce, his worst actions, his best actions, how he felt, why he felt that way, why did it hurt, why did it feel good, moments of weakness, moments of strength, why this time and not that time, could it be done differently, was there a better solution, was he to blame, on and on forever. Even as Fleur tried and failed to imagine what Harry was putting himself through, she also knew without a shadow of a doubt that her friend was telling her the absolute truth. She also saw the results of his efforts reflecting positively in his character more and more with every single day that passed, and she felt a powerful upsurge of pride for her best and most inspiring friend. Then, Fleur was suddenly snapped out of her wool gathering, when Harry noticed her palm flattened out against his abdomen, a gesture that she hadn't even known she started making, and he turned a million-megawatt smile in her direction. After turning to regard his very mischievous friend, Harry suddenly picked up a plate full of chips and foisted it up in front of her face. "Oh, Fleur, you wanted some fish and chips, right? I can share if you absolutely must have some." When Fleur immediately made a truly unpleasant face at the food, Harry reeled backwards. "Oh wow, Fleur, I think you should practice that expression to help you drive away persistent suitors." Apolline immediately threw a knuckle up into her mouth to keep from laughing out loud at Harry's commentary. Fleur had the most intense reactions to English food, and it never failed to amuse her. That line was a keeper and she'd be sure to make use out of it later. Adrian laughed quietly and shook his head. "That's right, dear daughter of mine. Do try to control your out-of-control disgust. We've discussed this. It tastes like dog food." Fleur pouted cutely. Harry had to literally look away for self-preservation. Gabrielle grabbed up a chip and ate it with a smile. "I like it," she exclaimed brightly. "Never change," Harry immediately demanded of Gabrielle, while giving the girl a hug and shooting a teasing look over his shoulder. Gabrielle was thrilled. After food and some more light conversation, Harry and the Delicors window shopped their way down the street towards the Ministry of Magical France. The building was smack dab in the middle of a magical area in downtown Paris, so unlike the ministry in Britain, there were very large public doors that could be accessed by foot traffic. As Harry and the family walked up the wide shallow steps leading towards the government building's main entrance, Fleur sidled up to his side and bumped him with her hip, which sure as hell got his attention, and then she started whispering into his ear. "It's going to be okay, Ari. Enormous amounts of completely incontrovertible evidence have already been compiled against these cretins, so all you need to do is tell it like it is." Judging by the way Fleur was fussing over him, Harry figured his rising anxiety must be plain to see on his face. In return, Harry could see in her expression that she was surprised by his current attack of nerves, and she wanted to know what he was worried about. "Well, Fleur," Harry began in a slightly chagrined tone of voice. "I'm mostly concerned about the second-to-last mercenary that I fought in Adrian's study. The man that I punched in the face near the end there will have an idea of what I was doing during the duel even though I was disillusioned. I also have 2 men from the Quidditch World Cup that never once saw a wand in my hand." Turning towards Harry from the top of the steps, Adrian dropped down a step or two to give the boy a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "What you just said is exactly why you'll be delivering testimony second only after me. By the time those men reach the stands, you'll already have made your testimony. Of course, the judge will probably want to bring you back up to the stand by the time the Black Band men are finished spilling their guts, but he won't be able to do so merely because he's curious. It's a good plan and I'm grateful for your help, Adrian." Harry was visibly calming down now, but he still looked just a little bit anxious. After catching on to the fact Harry was still a little nervous, Fleur decided she'd try an alternate route to calming her friend down. "Remind me again why you even want to hide your skills, Ari." In a surprising reaction to Fleur's question, Harry's partially relaxed demeanor suddenly dropped away so that a meaningful expression could immediately take its place. "Here's the thing, Fleur, at this point, I've relived and scrutinized all of my school-aged memories, and in doing so I've noticed something that's just as useful as it is annoying. Almost everyone I've ever met since entering the magical world, both enemies and allies alike, have underestimated me in the extreme, and yes that sucks, but, there is a silver lining, and I have a good example. My first-year defense against the dark arts professor had every intention of murdering me at some point during his infiltration of Hogwarts, but he only really tried once during a Quidditch match because I was far from being his main priority. So your so-called mediocrity protected you then, Fleur mused with a very complicated expression on her face. Exactly, Harry agreed with a nod. I don't plan on throwing away the protection that keeping a low profile brings me for any amount of back-patting or adulation. Of course, I do plan on being an excellent student from here on out, but I have no intention of revealing the full extent of my abilities. Lessons from a man who's seen it all and done it all, Adrian announced in a terribly impressed tone of voice. That's the kind of anecdote that could go in a book. Yuck. I'll leave the writing of autobiographies to shams like Lockhart, thank you very much, Harry replied with a violent shake of his head. Truly, he found the very idea of a Harry Potter autobiography completely repellent. It was bad enough that the magical world's bookstores were swamped with Harry Potter fiction aimed towards little children. Such literary gems as Harry Potter and the Nile Noondu or Harry Potter and the Kneazle King were enough to make him want to hide under his bedsheets. Now that's a story I'd love to hear, Harry. Adrian did in fact look extremely interested to hear why Harry hated Lockhart so much. Apolline and Fleur smiled knowingly at each other. They'd picked up the useless fop's story through Harry's Chamber of Secrets memory. Married men all over the world hate Gilderoy Lockhart, so Harry wasn't really all that surprised by Adrian's reaction. On the other hand, he was definitely amused, which successfully dispelled the last of his nerves. With a nod to convey that he would tell the story at a later time, Harry turned to regard the ministry's front doors, and drew in a very deep breath. The French Ministry of Magic wasn't extremely opulent, but rather its highly polished marble walls were clean, sterile, unadorned and businesslike. One only had to take a single look at the wide and functional lobby entrance flow bank to see that the government of magical France was actively avoiding ornamentation. After walking in through the front entrance doors, the first thing that Harry saw was close to 100 flow banks ejecting dozens of people with every few moments that passed, and a nearly constant stream of paperwork flying from one hallway to the next. A few moments after entering the building, the Delicors and Harry were noticed by a guard who appeared to have been waiting for them, at which point they were quickly escorted through a series of side hallways towards their goal. Then, after stopping at a security checkpoint, they were all asked to deposit their wands, before undergoing a thorough magical scan. In magical France no one, with no exceptions, takes a wand into a courtroom or council session. Harry could see the sense in that, so when Adrian stowed his wand in a recessed container he didn't hesitate to do the same. Leaning into Harry's side as they walked further down the hall, Fleur whispered directly into his ear. Of course this makes you the only one still armed in there, Ari. It is unfair. Harry wasn't able to completely contain a small shiver of arousal as Fleur's warm breath ghosted past his ear. Thankfully, it was a very subtle reaction, so he didn't think she'd notice. Then, when he gave his friend a sidelong look, he could immediately tell that yes, she had indeed noticed. It was during moments like these that Fleur's Vila heritage became especially apparent, judging purely by the immensely self-satisfied smile that was currently blooming across her face. She'd successfully teased someone who's resistant to her allure, and now she was completely stoked about it. Of course, if such a thing were ever pointed out to Fleur, she'd probably balk in a fantastically dramatic way and then avoid talking to Harry for several days in a row. It also wasn't in his best interests for her to find out because he enjoyed the casual intimacy. That's the reason why, with no other options available, Harry just smiled and acted completely oblivious. Unless it suddenly becomes extremely dangerous in there, I'll have no power to speak of Fleur, Harry replied with a shrug. You're the one who can render the men into brainless morons if you must. Fair enough, Fleur replied, while grinning. I have yet to try my full power on you, Ari. At some point in the near future, I'll do it just to see what happens. I am a gentleman and that's all you shall see from me, Harry immediately declared, with his hands on his hips. Then he adopted a wide and mischievous grin as he leaned into within whispering range. Well, I might end up being a gentleman. With an erection, but I will still be a gentleman. Following a gasp of surprise, Fleur's face immediately turned a brilliantly bright red. She broke out into several desperately stifled giggles. Then, finally, when she simply couldn't contain it anymore, she snorted. Throwing her hands up to cover most of her face, it almost looked like Fleur believed she could protect herself from Harry's amusement. She was wrong. When she finally peeked out from underneath her hands, it was to find Harry just standing there, pointing at her face and smiling. Of course, he was pummeled with several dozen dandelion strength punches for his efforts, but it was worth it, every single one. Not fair, Ari, Fleur moaned with her hands fisted over her chest. The crude humor is new and out of character, which is why it was far more effective than normal. When Fleur started pouting at him, Harry was once again forced to hide his reaction behind his much-abused occlusion barriers. As Harry and Fleur joked around, they'd reached the doors to the separate atriums that the various witnesses were supposed to wait in. Fleur wouldn't be speaking today, so she'd be sitting in the pews with the rest of the family, but Adrian would be making testimony, and he'd be going first just before Harry. In the moments before Harry entered his assigned waiting area, everyone moved in to give him a hug, even Fleur, which was really nice because she doesn't normally do public displays of affection. Soon after, Harry was sitting in a small but comfortable room, with a well-padded chair that had Harry reclining back and closing his eyes. Earlier in the day, Harry spent 30 physical world minutes rehearsing his lines in his Mindscape, which amounted to 2.5 hours in Mindscape time. Harry was, in fact, pretty prepared for this, despite the last-minute notice. Finally, after about 45 minutes spent just sitting around, Harry was joined in the room by a rather polite security guard who calmly ushered him towards the courtroom. The main courtroom that Harry was led into was quite large and intimidating, looking more like a modern Muggle courtroom than the medieval-looking ones he remembered from back in magical Britain. The hall also had several hundred people sitting in it at the moment, so Harry would be lying if he said that he wasn't nervous. In the seconds that followed his entrance into the overlarge courtroom, he stuffed all of his anxiety behind his Occlumency barriers, and committed himself to appearing both confident and self-assured. He also walked as gracefully as he could as he moved across the room and then occupied his assigned seat with as much dignity as possible. As the din of hushed conversation and commentary swelled outward from the spectator pews and filled the entire room, Harry cast his eyes around the courtroom, looking for the Delicor ladies. Once he found his friends, he allowed his eyes to linger on them for several seconds in a row, before he turned his attention in the direction of the judge. Lord Potter, a large goateed man behind an official-looking dais loudly announced. "My name is Gerard Fournier. I am one of the heads of France's DMLE and I was an Auror for many, many years. I am judging today's proceedings. Unlike all of the other people here today, you may not know who I am, so I thought to let you know." "I appreciate that, Your Honor," Harry replied while nodding respectfully towards the man. He'd actually been briefed who the judge would be ahead of time, but at the moment looking too prepared was to be avoided. If it became clear that he'd received some coaching ahead of time, that actually made him appear more likely to be dishonest. "We won't be demanding any magical oaths or veritaserum from you today, Lord Potter, but I would like an oath of honesty on your family's honor." Mr. Fournier was looking at Harry as if he'd know the very moment that he lied. "Then you'll have it," Harry declared in return. "I, Harry James Potter, swear to tell the truth on the Potter family's honor." "Good. Moving on then. Mr. Beauchamp here is the prosecuting attorney today and Mr. Damas is the defense attorney. They will both have questions for you today." Harry nodded respectfully again while making sure to keep his posture and bearing as prim and proper as possible, without noticeably doing so. "First off, Mr. Beauchamp will be addressing you," Judge Fournier declared, as he shuffled some paperwork atop of his desk. When Mr. Beauchamp approached, he gave Harry an exaggeratedly reassuring smile before he started addressing the rest of the courtroom. "Mr. Potter, I have heard a rather remarkable testimony from France's Aurors, regarding your bravery on June 16, 1994. Do you think you can give us your version of the events that happened on that day at the Delicor home?" "Yes, sir," Harry answered, as he eased into his rendition of events. "I exited the Delicor family's flow at approximately 1 in the afternoon, and then I quickly climbed back up to my feet." Many small groups of laughter erupted around the room. Harry grinned just a little bit before continuing undaunted. "I immediately knew something was different from normal. Under normal circumstances my poor flowing skills are a source of much amusement for one of the ladies of the house, but I was all alone that day. The two facts are unrelated but both true. The house was also very quiet, which is out of the ordinary, also unrelated but true. When I sensed someone marching towards the entry hall door, I hid. I didn't recognize the fast-paced footsteps or like the fact that someone was wearing heavy boots in the house, all true but completely irrelevant. When the person who I hid from closed the door again, I quietly took a look out into the hall, where I found two tall men wearing Muggle-style military BDUs, Harry continued while allowing a frown to grow across his face. The gear that these men were wearing, their demeanor and the way that they were patrolling a post, looked like trouble to me, so I decided that I needed to act. When I'd hidden earlier, I'd disillusioned myself, so when these mercenaries weren't looking, I stunned them from behind. I levitated them to the entry hall, incarcerated them and removed their wands. At this point, Harry adopted a very chagrined expression, and he allowed a hand to rub at the back of his neck. Unfortunately for me, during the day of the attack, I didn't yet know the flow call for France's Auror service, so I felt I had little choice but to keep moving by myself. I began moving around the house, maintaining my earlier disillusionment spell for fear that I'd be seen and subdued. Over the following 3 minutes, Harry gave an honest recounting of his actions, while keeping the descriptions vague in the extreme, and finally he arrived at the moment he was moving up towards Adrian's study. So at this point, I never actually needed to duel anyone yet, but I didn't think such was going to be the case in the study, so I grabbed a mercenary's wand to use as an extra, Harry explained in an offhand manner. Of course, the wand was of poor compatibility, but it was still better than nothing. I approached Adrian's study and heard raised voices coming from inside. It sounded like someone was making demands of Adrian Delicor. I didn't know who was inside with the Delicors, so I decided to use a Potter family spell when I entered the room. The manual shield was sure as hell a Potter family spell considering he's the only one who can use it. I kicked open the door while still disillusioned and started a shield spell designed to be away from my body in a dome shape. I was then forced to use the wand of poor compatibility to duel, and I can tell you right now that it was less than ideal. I did successfully stun one man but I was unsuccessful with the other two. They couldn't see me, but they were spraying many offensive spells towards my side of the room, and I was running around like a headless chicken. I became so frustrated with having to dodge their spellfire that I eventually went a little muggle on one of them. "Oh how so?" laughed Mr. Beauchamp. "I ran over and punched him in the nose," Harry replied while shrugging. "I was muggle raised so I suppose that makes sense." "That worked." Mr. Beauchamp began laughing but Harry knew that he was just a very good actor. He would have been briefed about all of this ahead of time. "Well, I was still invisible," Harry replied with a shrug. "I've been punched in the nose before, and I can see how it'd be hard to cast a spell afterwards. I was fortunate however, because the man lost consciousness from the punch. At that point, there was only one mercenary left. I turned towards this man just as he began trying to curse his way through my family shield spell and in my concern for the Delicors, I reacted with extreme prejudice. I cast a blasting curse with the poor compatibility wand and like these things tend to do it blew up in my hand, causing me some minor burns. I was very fortunate however, because the spell did end up going off. He was fortunate as well as massively powerful. The last mercenary was killed by my blasting curse and the fighting finally came to an end. I released the Delicor family and performed some minor charms to put the room back to rights. I then incarcerated the two unconscious mercenaries and took them to the entry hall. Adrian soon joined me and Flo called the local Aurors. That is all of it. Mr. Beauchamp wasn't putting much effort in right now because he knew that Harry was finished. "That's the end of the incident up until the time of the Aurors' arrival," Harry replied. Mr. Beauchamp nodded as he turned towards the audience. "What spells did you see the mercenaries use, Harry?" "I saw them use several shield breakers, several blasting curses, several cutting curses, several bone breaker, an incendio maxima, a few dark spells that I've never even heard of that were a dark red color and bubbling, and 2 killing curses," Harry listed off in a grave-sounding voice. "These men weren't merely casting stunners at me. The Delicors and I are all very lucky to have pulled through with no injuries." At this point, Mr. Beauchamp was still smiling at Harry, and he was also gesturing to the audience that they should be smiling at Harry as well. The acting was subtle, but Harry caught it because he grew up in a cupboard within 6 meters of a television. That, Harry, is some of the most impressive luck and skill I have ever heard of. Whatever your methods, we can't possibly argue with the results. I have no doubt, you saved the Delicor girls a fate worse than death. No further questions, Your Honor. Very good, Judge Fournier agreed with his hands steepled on his dais. Up next will be Mr. Damas in defense of Mr. Reginald Harkonnen, accused leader of the Black Band. Judge Fournier looked extremely impatient with this next attorney, so Harry immediately decided to be very, very careful while answering the man's questions. Mr. Damas walked up to Harry's spot on the stand and without any pleasantries whatsoever asked, "Mr. Potter, how old are you?" 15, sir," replied Harry. "Do you expect us to believe that these men were truly attacking the house in question and you, a 15-year-old student wizard, subdued them all alone?" Mr. Damas was putting on a good show of looking completely incredulous. Harry canted his head to the side and just stared at Mr. Damas in a way that conveyed very clearly that he thought the man was a simpleton. After several very long moments spent that way, he finally answered the question in a completely casual tone. "Yes, I do." The spectators filling the pews erupted into rounds of quiet laughter at both the extremely dumb question and the enormously entertaining answer. Mr. Damas looked nonplussed at Harry's confident and succinct answer, and it took him several seconds to recapture his calm. "Okay then, explain to me, Mr. Potter, how a mere school-aged child could take out a group of people that are, supposedly, trained mercenaries. Tell me how that would be possible if these men were really fighting back. I've been informed that the men in question were just visiting the Delicors and were standing around minding their own business. I've been told that this is a blackmail attempt spearheaded by the Delicors." It didn't take long for Harry to think of a brief, honest and ambiguous answer to Mr. Damas's questions, but he still waited a few seconds longer before responding because he needed to regain control of his temper. This man, this Mr. Damas, was making him mad, but since that was exactly what he was trying to do, Harry refused to be baited. "Well," Harry began after drawing in a very deep breath, "most of my success is due to the fact that I was extremely cautious, sir. I used every concealment spell that I've ever learned, all at once, because I knew very well that I'd be in trouble if I actually had to duel several mercenaries. I also used only very discreet spells until I was forced to do otherwise, because I was aiming for stealth the whole entire time. Other than my family shield spell, none of the spells that I cast that day would be especially hard for an accomplished school-aged wizard to perform. Just doing them at the speed he did, silently and overlapping, would be impossible. Once I was in the study, however, I had quite a bit of trouble putting down those men. I won, in part, because of the element of surprise, and because desperation was adding power to my spells. The Delicors have always been extremely good to me. I was very, very determined to keep them from harm. The main study is the most unbelievable part of the story, Mr. Potter." Mr. Damas immediately snapped back with an over-embellished roll of his eyes. "If I am to believe your testimony, you fought 3 men, stunning 2 and then murdering the last. Care to explain how any of that is possible at all?" At this point, Harry was wise to Mr. Damas's game. The man was trying to create enough legal doubt that Veritaserum could no longer be used by making him contradict his own story. He wasn't going to succeed. "You're mistaken, Mr. Damas," Harry pointed in a very cool and composed tone of voice. "I didn't stun 2 men, I knocked one out with a punch to the nose. Also, under both magical France and my native England's laws, I didn't commit murder, because I was acting in self-defense while protecting my friends." With that much said, Harry turned to look at the judge's dais and he raised his eyebrows in an incredulous fashion. "Judge Fournier, would you like me to repeat my entire testimony again so that Mr. Damas can attempt to actually remember it?" Once again, there was scattered laughter from throughout the spectator pews. The judge looked annoyed that Damas was even trying this hard, in the face of all the overwhelming evidence compiled against the Black Band. He was eager to question the accused under Veritaserum, and he couldn't even believe the man thought his shallow arguments were going to stop that process. "I completely agree with you, Lord Potter. Mr. Damas, do you have any truly pertinent questions?" In the seconds that followed Judge Fournier's question, Mr. Damas deflated. He'd quite obviously hoped to trip up a clumsy and nervous teenager. "No, Your Honor. I am done." Mr. Fournier nodded gravely at Mr. Damas, before he turned his attention back towards Harry. "Lord Potter, we thank you for coming today. If you will go back to your atrium room and await us, we will move on to the accused and begin questioning." Harry nodded respectfully and began walking out of the room. He did take a moment to wink at the Delicor ladies as he turned. Once he was returned to the atrium, the guard asked if he'd like a refreshment, and Harry was quite happy to have a large glass of ice water. This has been my most relaxing day at court yet, Harry thought in relief. Fleur sat back in relief as Harry was led out of the courtroom. He'd done a masterful job of telling his story, but Fleur was still enormously happy that it was finally done and over with. The whole thing had been a tightrope walk after all. Due to his desire to minimize his role, Harry was forced to explain his actions in such a way that humor distracted from the deeds themselves. He'd been aiming to poke fun at himself without making a mockery of himself, and it couldn't have been as easy to pull off as he ended up making it look. Needless to say, Fleur was very impressed. The entire time Harry was on the stand, he was both confident and poised, and it looked really, really good on him. In fact, when Harry turned to the judge and asked if the man wanted him to repeat his testimony, insulting that creature Damas's intelligence at exactly the same time, Fleur found herself growing very, very warm, and squirming in her seat. It was just such a genius tactic, and he pulled it off so well that she must have just. Moving on. Not for the first time, Fleur decided not to dwell on her body's frequent and dramatic reactions to her close friend Harry Potter. He was very, very special, and of course he could do that much to her, but he was her friend, and that was what mattered. After Harry left the courtroom, Judge Fournier brought out a parade of mercenaries, who were then given Veritaserum. In the horse that followed, they all candidly and calmly spilled their guts about abducting and enslaving hundreds and hundreds of young women and as many Vila as they could possibly get their slimy little hands on. It disgusted Fleur, and she shivered at her fate if not for Harry's intervention. Finally, it was time for the most concerning men to be questioned. Every other man so far had recounted standing guard around the Delicor home and then all of a sudden being in Auror custody. One man did say that he saw the study door burst open before he lost consciousness, but even then, he hadn't seen anything of note. Judge Fournier turned to a bailiff and waved his arm. "Bring Mr. Schaffner to the stand, please." The guard immediately left the room, returning with the follower mercenary from the attack in the study. Mr. Schaffner struggled every step of the way, but he was heavily restrained and thus was easily hauled to the stand. "Administer the Veritaserum, please," Judge Fournier calmly ordered. One of the guards held Mr. Schaffner back by his forehead. A second guard pried open his mouth with a wooden contraption while a third guard carefully dropped in 3 drops of the potion. The guards backed off several paces as the potion took effect and Mr. Schaffner calmed. Judge Fournier leaned towards the truth-potioned man with his arms on his dais. "Are you Mr. Alfred Schaffner?" "Yes," Alfred replied, in a dazed but clear tone of voice. "Are you a member of the mercenary group, the Black Band?" "Yes," Alfred answered. "Who is the leader of the Black Band?" "Mr. Reginald Harkonnen," Alfred said in a completely calm voice. The fight was drained from him completely now that he was under the effects of the potion. "What were you doing at the Delicor residence on the 16th of June this year?" At this point, Judge Fournier was leaning back in his chair, completely self-assured with the outcome of this trial. "We were contracted through the Black Band to pick up the 2 Vila daughters. They would have been a good source of revenue when they were sold for sexual slavery." Fleur shivered and was suddenly happy that she didn't have her wand. She didn't feel like going to prison for murder right now. "Tell us what happened in the study, and what spells you cast," Judge Fournier demanded, suddenly becoming all business again. "I was standing guard over the Delicor family like I was ordered to, along with my partner Greg Spelt and our band leader Stephen Arno," Alfred began in a monotone voice. "Everything was quiet and we weren't concerned about anything. That's when the study door slammed open, and a golden dome exactly like a Protega, only massive, surrounded the entire Delicor family. I turned and saw Greg get stunned by a spell that came from the seemingly empty door. Stephen and I started casting offensive spells at the door in what we assumed was an Auror task force. I cast a blasting curse, then a blood boiler, then a gouger, then a peeler, then a bone breaker, then several cutting curses, then 2 impact curses and a skin melting curse. None of my spells were hitting anything and we were being pushed back by consistent silent stunners that had a lot of strength behind them. Mr. Arno ordered me to perform a Hominum Revelio spell at the same time as him and I followed orders. We both used Hominum Revelio at exactly the same time and one person's invisibility spell wavered but didn't fail. I began hearing footsteps coming from just within the door, so I cast a powerful Incendio Maxima spell in their direction. I heard a person roll out of the way and hit the bookshelves in the corner. Several books landed on him, her, and for the first time we had a target to aim for. I sent 3 cutting curses and a killing curse at the shape, and Stephen cast at least 2 dark curses that I can't identify before casting a killing curse of his own. The maiming curses were all stopped cold by a Protega shield the invisible person erected before she dropped it and moved out of the way of the killing curses. Almost immediately after, I stopped another silent stunner from clear across the room with a Protega, but I was almost knocked off of my feet in the process. I began to hear rapid running in random directions. I tried to track the footfalls and cast curses at them, but they were too fast, too unpredictable, and too hard to follow. I was still waving my wand around trying to track the sounds when I suddenly lost consciousness. Judging by my wounds when I woke up, I was laid out by a punch to the nose. At this point, both the spectators and Judge Fournier were completely captivated. They were listening to a very different story from the one Harry had told, and yet the details matched each other perfectly. Everyone in the courtroom just sat there listening to the story, completely enthralled with this invisible hero saving the day while performing amazing feats of magic. Fleur didn't know whether to laugh or shake her head in defeat. Harry Potter just cannot do low profile. Goddesses help him. He tries so hard, but he is special and it is impossible. Next, they brought out a Mr. Kenneth Hoyles, who was one of the 2 mercenaries who attacked them at the Quidditch Cup. He was led in, quickly introduced, and then given Veritaserum. The questioning began and went into great detail. After nearly 30 minutes of Mr. Hoyles describing various disgusting and monstrous acts, they eventually arrived at questions regarding his ill-fated attempt to abduct Gabrielle and Fleur. What were you supposed to be doing at the Quidditch World Cup the day that you were arrested? Judge Fournier looked far more interested now than he had been earlier in the afternoon. His interest was presumably because this man had also seen Harry perform magic, and he was curious. Kenneth Hoyles answered the question without any inflection in his voice at all. Me and my partner Henry Abelman were tasked with abducting the youngest Delicor, Vila. We were then tasked to try doing the same with the eldest at Wandpoint. Judge Fournier leaned in on top of his dais, looking like he was watching an extremely well-made film. What happened next, Mr. Hoyles? My partner Henry yanked the youngest Delicor away from a young man with black hair, and then ran off into the crowd. The black-haired boy and the eldest Vila girl turned to pursue. My job was to hold them at Wandpoint as soon as the youngest was grabbed. I was told to take them to a quieter location and dispose of the boy. I threatened them at Wandpoint. I said I wouldn't move if I were them. I told them I didn't want to scar up the pretty birdie but couldn't care less about ending a young wizard. That's when the young man moved way too fast for me to react, even though I already had my wand drawn on him. All of a sudden, without even having time to see a wand in his hand, I was banished through the air, flying across the field and then unconscious. Fleur looked at Apolline, who looked back at her, and they shared a silent moment. Harry Potter would eventually be very, very famous in France, and there was nothing he could do about it. Next, Mr. Henry Abelman was brought to the stand. Veritaserum was poured between the many gaps in his teeth, and he was questioned about his long life of crime. Finally, the circumstances of his arrest came up. Judge Fournier was completely enthralled now and was grinning as he asked this next question. What happened during the day of the Quidditch World Cup when you were arrested? Mr. Abelman had been relaxing in his chair, looking at the ceiling as he answered all of the questions, but for the first time since he sat down, he looked at the judge when next he spoke. It was supposed to be an abduction of the 2 Delicor Vila. I would start by grabbing the youngest and running into the crowd. My partner Kenneth was to bring in the oldest at Wandpoint, killing anyone extra. I grabbed the youngest Vila and made it to around 30 or 40 feet away through the crowd. I was confident that I was safe because my partner would have distracted the other 2 from pursuing me. All of a sudden, I ran into an invisible wall at full speed and fell onto my side. The youngest Vila started scrambling and kicking at me, but I managed to rise back to my feet and look for my attacker. I caught sight of the black-haired boy that I'd grabbed the Vila girl from running in my direction. He'd somehow tracked me down and was closing in on me in an amazingly fast sprint. I pointed my wand at him and cast an implosion curse. I didn't see a wand on him at all, but I think he must have had one in his clothing. He erected a Protega shield that deflected my curse into the sky. It barely even slowed him down. He was approaching really fast now. I was angry. I was scared. I decided that it was best to just end the boy. I began casting the killing curse. Instead of veering away, the boy almost doubled his running speed towards me and was suddenly inside of my extended wand arm. He punched me in the jaw, shattering it and knocking out my teeth. I was helpless at that point, because I was barely conscious and unable to speak. I was incarcerated by the eldest Delicor Vila over a dozen times, until I could hardly breath. She also kicked me in the balls 3 times, hard. The Aurors picked up my partner and I at that point, and I've been in their custody ever since. The healers didn't bother fixing my teeth, and they aren't certain if they'll ever be able to fix my genitals. While listening to the different stories, the spectators in the pews started to completely forget how Harry had described his own actions. They were putting together the pieces now, and the picture was not that of a lucky young hero. The new picture was that of an honest-to-God's hero, who was strong. The crowd was mesmerized by the story once again until Henry described getting kicked in the balls. At that point the spectators broke down into fits of helpless giggles and Fleur blushed a brilliantly bright red. Apolline just put her hand on her forearm and smiled proudly at her. Harry was beginning to get really and truly bored in the side atrium by the time he was asked to enter the courtroom again, but that emotion soon disappeared. The guard who he'd been exchanging completely normal interactions with all afternoon was looking at him funny now, which was setting off alarm bells in his mind. Harry's reception in the courtroom might be a little bit unnerving, judging by the security guard's rather obvious change in demeanor. The man was looking at him as if he was Merlin reborn or something, and to be honest it was pretty damn unsettling. After firming up his occlumency controls, Harry calmly walked out into the courtroom again, where he stood to the right of Adrian. Then, when he turned his head to the side just a little, he found nearly 100 pairs of eyes staring at the back of his head. Well, shucks. Since there was nothing he could do about the new attention he was receiving, Harry just turned his attention back to Judge Fournier. He also altered his posture so that he was standing with as much dignity as physically possible. Judge Fournier was all business when he turned to address the entire courtroom. This afternoon, we interrogated the Black Band members who were arrested at the Delicors, as well as the members that were arrested during and after the Quidditch World Cup. After ingesting Veritaserum, they all truthfully confessed to committing crimes that are many, varied and monstrous beyond measure. I, Gerard Fournier, in my capacity as the judge presiding over this case, have come to a verdict. I find every member of the Black Band guilty of human trafficking, slavery, abduction and murder. Not one of them will ever see freedom ever again. Mr. Reginald Harkonnen will be the first wizard in over a decade that this country will sentence to summary execution. He is far too dangerous to ever join a general prison population. Court is adjourned. Turning towards Harry, Adrian gestured with his head for the boy to follow him. If you truly don't want to talk to the media, I suggest we get you out of here. Judging by the looks that you're receiving right now, I think that at least one of the felons witnessed you performing some powerful magic. A court guard approached and stood before Adrian and Harry. As was promised to you, we have provided a secure flow system to allow Lord Potter a discreet exit from the building. Along with his words, the man showed Harry a glass case containing his wand. If you will follow me, I will return this to you before you leave. Very good. Thank you, Cameron. Adrian turned towards Harry and patted him fondly on the shoulder. We made a real difference today, Harry, and I'm proud of you. I will let you go alone back to Hogwarts because I want to catch up with Apolline, Fleur and Gabrielle as soon as possible. Vila hate crowds for obvious reasons. I understand, sir, replied Harry. I'll see you all tomorrow afternoon. Adrian clapped Harry on the shoulders again and then walked off to join his family. The guard motioned for Harry to follow him. Harry soon had his wand back and was joining the judge Mr. Fournier behind the podium in a well-appointed office. Mr. Fournier had apparently been waiting for him. Mr. Fournier turned towards Harry, from where he was waiting in front of the fire. I was supposed to be gone by now, to allow you to use the flow free of harassment, but I wanted to say just 2 things. Go ahead, Mr. Fournier. Harry didn't quite know where this was going, but he wasn't getting any hostile signals from the man, so he wasn't anxious about his attention. I wanted to tell you that what you did today was clever, but it most likely won't work, Mr. Fournier began in a very candid tone of voice. The smarter people here today know that you're an impossibly strong wizard, because of the different mercenaries' testimony. There was no single instance of them saying you did anything impossible, but there are too many inconceivable things strung together. I promise I'll not say anything on the matter, but there are many people here today who know. We have put out a gag order to try to stop the media from running stories about you and to stick to the facts. We probably won't succeed. Unlike Magical Britain and its government-owned propaganda paper, there are 11 different newspapers here in Magical France, so it's a nearly impossible task to control what is said. I also wanted to thank you for saving those girls and more importantly coming here today when you value your privacy. Harry immediately saw that arguing about how normal he is would be a complete waste of time. Mr. Fournier was extremely sharp. Instead, he just sighed deeply and shrugged his shoulders before responding. I'd have come today either way, but it was also out of my hands. I was asked to come here today while in the presence of one of the girls the Black Band tried to abduct. She goes by the name of Gabrielle Delicor. Have you ever met that little girl by chance? Harry was grinning by the time he finished speaking. Mr. Fournier was quiet for a time, but then he very abruptly started chuckling and shaking his head. Adrian, you sly dog. That's emotional blackmail. She's far too cute to say no to. Yes, I understand. Well, I'll let you go first then, because it's been a very long day. Thank you, sir, and you have a good day as well. With that said, Harry entered the flow and was almost immediately slamming into the floor of Dumbledore's office. Damn. Several weeks later, summer was coming to an end and coincidentally so was Harry's rapid growth, finally. He was finally not in constant levels of varying pain. He was also tall. Harry was taller than Flur by almost 3 inches now, had preternaturally acute eyesight, and the kind of body that rich people pay a lot of money for. His forehead scar was just another silvery faded mark now, even though in the end it took the longest to fully heal. It was also no longer necessary for Harry to eat, like food was going to cease to exist tomorrow, although his metabolism was still extraordinarily fast. And that wasn't all. Just recently, Harry started handily beating Lupin in almost all of their duels. He was capable of starting low-level spells silently, wandlessly, and from well outside of his body using his aura shroud, so he only ever lost when he blew it big time or was extremely surprised. While it was kind of redundant considering Harry's own rather secretive nature, both Lupin and Dumbledore had basically ordered him to keep all of his newfound abilities a closely kept secret. But there was one family of people that Harry didn't have any secrets with, and just the thought of seeing them again brought a big fat smile to his face. Then he sobered somewhat as he called out the flow call of the Delicor manse, because technically speaking, he didn't have an excuse to go over there anymore. Harry Potter was in control of his magic. A little less than a week earlier, Harry finally confronted his magical core in order to hammer out what he needed from it, and what he needed it to stop. He essentially had to convince himself, or at least his subconscious mind, that he wouldn't die if he took a few moments off from pumping out the magical horsepower, and it was just as weird and cerebral an experience as it sounds. Well, there was a lot of weird and cerebral in Harry's life nowadays, because his ability to house all of his magic inside of his body came with a few unexpected benefits and drawbacks. The benefits to perfect control are increased, well, everything. Harry with full power contained inside of his body is a machine. He can run faster, heal faster, see, smell and hear farther. He's optimized like no human has any right to be when his body is saturated with his magic. The drawbacks are that Harry starts to feel a little lonely, disconnected is probably the better word for it. When Harry releases his magic and is in the room with a complete stranger, gods only know what his magic will start picking up. It might come back to him half an hour later and inform him about the person's sexual preference based on 3 or 4 disparate facts that seem completely trivial, but his magic knows. It's like being connected to the world with 20 senses instead of just 5. On the bright side, now that Harry's magic was cooperating with his directions, he was beginning to cast it out his body in tendrils instead of waves. Doing so, he could get just as much information as he used to, just not in every direction and without getting blasted by Flur's allure all the time. Truth be told, Harry frequently allowed his magic out around Flur on purpose nowadays. He enjoyed the feeling of being connected with other people, especially Fleur, and he couldn't help but feel that Fleur enjoyed it as well. None of which changed the fact, Harry had no real business visiting the Delicors anymore, and a kernel of persistent anxiety was bothering him despite the fact he knew better. But then all of a sudden, Harry was far too busy to be anxious for no apparent reason. With a loud, dramatic whooshing noise, Harry rolled extremely quickly out of the flow as if he'd just bailed out from a car, and then came to a very sudden stop using his back against a chair. Ouch! Once again, for the gods only know what time, Harry was caught looking foolish trying to operate the dumbest form of travel in the world, as his ragdoll-esque roll came to an immediate stop against the room's only love seat. Childlike, musical laughter echoed around the room, coming from the direction of the couch. Despite his embarrassment, Harry couldn't help but smile. He could hear the joy in Fleur's laugh and God's help him, it made him feel good. Nevertheless, he was going to make her pay. Fleur Delacour Flo Judge, ladies and gentlemen, Harry declared, in a game show announcer's voice, giving the blonde a very thorough look of long suffering from where he lay there propped up against the love seat. You know what? Let's do an exercise, Fleur. Is there anything on this earth that you don't do with the utmost poise, grace and dignity? Fleur looked thoughtful for several seconds in a row before she finally broke out in a sly little smile. I am completely incapable of eating English food, without looking like I'm being poisoned. My father tells me off about my bad manners all the time. Harry slapped his face and groaned loudly. Only you can hedge a completely honest answer inside of an insult to my nationality, Fleur. I bow down to your supreme wit and cleverness. Fleur did in fact look entirely too pleased with herself. I have this new and intense desire to buy a pensieve to show your family this rather enthusiastic snort you did this one time. As he spoke, Harry propped his head atop his right arm as if he were a model in a pin-up calendar. That would be a costly bit of revenge indeed. Pensieves cost just shy of 10,000 galleons each, Fleur drawled out in a very aloof-sounding voice, but then her face canted to the side and she pierced Harry with her eyes. I think I might take it personally were you to go that far anyway. It's probably for the best that you don't. While rising to his feet, Harry shook his head at Fleur's not-so-subtle threat. Then, all of a sudden, his expression brightened as he had a eureka moment. Aha, I've got it. You do completely suck at something, and I know exactly what it is. And pray tell, Ari. What is this oh-so-special skill? Fleur looked amused, as if she was clearly going to be awesome at it. I have never, not once, in the entire time I've known you, ever heard you tell someone a compliment that wasn't also an insult. I know this extremely well. I'm an amazing guy and yet even I'm batting a 0 with your approval rating thus far. Harry dusted off his right shoulder in the age-old I'm clearly awesome maneuver. It's okay, Fleur. Flattery isn't for everybody. By this point, Harry's arms were crossed and he was giving his friend an over-embellished look of condescension. Fleur gave Harry a very long stare as if her brain was trying to figure out if what he'd just said was actually true. Finally, she huffed and crossed her arms in frustration. If I absolutely must, I will now lavish you with praise, you big baby. Immediately, Harry began grinning like a lunatic. This was going to be good. He put aside the fact that the big baby comment would negate any compliment she gave afterwards. It wasn't worth pointing out. All of a sudden, Fleur leaned in towards Harry in order to gaze adoringly up at him and she also began seriously pummeling him with her allure. Oh, Ari, you are such a big man now you stud. I just love those new arms of yours, they look so strong, good lord. She was laying on the bimbo act strong right now, the sarcastic bitch. Harry was oddly aroused. I miss feeling your aura wash all over me, Ari. Won't you release it all over me pweeease? By the time Fleur was 3/4 the way through her spiel, Harry was completely losing it, and he was about to collapse with laughter by the time he finally made it to the couch. He was being reduced to hysterical tears by the extremely out-of-character play-acting that his overly dignified female friend had just accomplished. Oh my gods, Fleur. That was ingenious, he gasped out, as he finally collected himself. I stick by my opinion that you suck at compliments, but you're still clearly a genius. Then without saying another word, Harry suddenly released his aura shroud, causing Fleur to gasp. Ari, a little warning please. Fleur choked out, for what felt like the dozenth time in just the last week. Harry was always surprising her with his aura these days, because he could choose to keep it to himself, but he often chose to envelop her in it anyway. Of course, she enjoyed the way Harry's shroud felt because he always kept his aura comforting for her, but being embraced in a thick, warm blanket made of her best friend's spiritual essence had a tendency to make her body react in several increasingly dramatic ways, and there wasn't much that she could do about it. Yes, it was really just that bad. At this point, Fleur could only pray to the gods that Harry's essentially omniscient magical senses hadn't picked up her arousal yet. Fleur resolved herself to the fact that Harry Potter was either completely ignorant of sexual matters or he was kind beyond measure. It was impossible to guess which outcome it really was, because in the end, Harry was both. Why would I warn you? You begged me to release my aura all over you just now. Harry had appropriated Fleur's extremely self-satisfied smile by now, and it wasn't going away anytime soon. Or were you referring to something else? Crude humor isn't beneath you, Ari, Fleur pointed out, with a smirk. Apparently not, but I blame you. I was a shy, timid, extremely naive young man at the beginning of the summer. Harry lounged on the couch, sliding right back into the satiny pillows with a groan. Today was his day off. Tomorrow he'd flow to London only to be Hogwarts expressed back to Hogwarts. Yes, mused Fleur wistfully. I miss him. Nice boy, cool glasses. I don't miss the glasses or being shy, Harry replied as he slowly looked Fleur over. Say Fleur, I haven't seen you judging my flow entries lately. What brings you in here today? A rather persistent and ignorant suitor showed up yet again this afternoon, Fleur sighed out with a shake of her head. As we speak, his father is accosting my father to make arrangements for me to become his second wife. He and his extremely influential father are truly relentless, and I'm having trouble not hexing them into infertility. My father has noticed my dilemma and has taken mercy on me. Thus, I have been told to make myself invisible for a while. I thought I could kill two birds with one stone, by judging your atrocious flowing skills while spending time with a student-aged man I don't actually hate. Wow, Fleur, you see, now that was a masterfully done compliment insult just now. I will however, take it at face value and say well gee thanks, I don't hate you either. Even as he said all that, Harry was grinning up at the ceiling because he wasn't terribly concerned about Fleur's barbed statements anymore. She tries. Gods help her, she tries. No one on earth is as bad at expressing themselves as Fleur Delicor, well, with words anyway. Her body expresses itself just fine, but in the end she's a Vila and he was throwing around a lot of extremely powerful magic. A small, soft hand pushed on Harry's stubbled chin, definitely a new development, in mock protest, before Fleur finally decided to hell with it, and leaned her back firmly against his side. Fleur wasn't going to see her Harry for a little under a month, and she was really going to miss him. She knew that he'd long ago figured out how she really felt, but in the end they never spoke of such things. Even though Fleur knew for a fact that Harry cared about her, she still had trouble shaking off her many insecurities, and Harry didn't push. No, he never, ever pushed, he didn't have to. Harry Potter was so damn sensitive to her feelings, Fleur found it completely ridiculous. Even when she was being an enormous pain in the ass, he usually bypassed the getting upset at her step, in favor of addressing whatever her real issue actually was. With that talent in mind, he long ago recognized that her insecurities weren't going to disappear overnight, and he'd accepted her silence for what it really was. He'd welcomed her to become as close to him as she dared, and yet he didn't resist when she pulled away. He'd made her comfort his primary concern, and because of his aura shroud that fact was extraordinarily obvious. Hell, just sitting near the man these days was like taking a warm, massaging, spa bath, inside of waves of empathic acceptance and caring, and Fleur basked in it. Gods and goddesses, it was indescribable. Harry Potter was her friend, he was her family, he cared about her, and as such, he was far too precious to lose. Suddenly, as if the intensity of Fleur's thoughts had drawn his attention, Harry wrapped an arm around Fleur's ribs, to pull her into a warm affectionate hug. In response, Fleur tried and failed to stop the wide and wobbly smile that formed unbidden upon her face. She wouldn't admit it but she loved it when Harry hugged her. Casual intimacy with a Vila was like a miracle. Gods, Harry was so damn special. Of course, Harry didn't hug her anywhere near often enough for her satisfaction, because he still didn't know just how much she loved it. For that reason, it was obvious to Fleur that Harry was currently seeking comfort from her, thus he must be dreading his return to school. "Ari, you're going to be fine," Fleur encouraged after laying her head atop where his chest meets his abdominals, so that she could look up into his emerald green eyes. "Just don't freak out or make any big plays when you see your friends. Roll with the punches and stay close to the people you trust. All the big, strong and brilliant, new, Ari stuff, will blow over soon enough. Don't let the fools make you feel bad for the good things that happen to you." Along with her words, Fleur pressed her cheek against Harry's chest to let him know that she cared. "Thanks, Fleur. I appreciate that," Harry replied, in a very relaxed and carefree manner. He also flooded his aura with warmth, because Fleur's words had meant a great deal to him. Her advice really had managed to put him at ease for now, and that compliment at the end had been spot on for the very first time. Despite the fact that he did feel quite a bit better and more relaxed, Harry didn't bother removing his arm from around Fleur's waist. He was all about enjoying the little things today, and this felt really, really good. For that reason, Harry let his arm wrap even further around Fleur's body so that his hand could splay out over her almost non-existent little belly. "You know, Fleur, I'm not quite sure why I'm even nervous. It's not like I'm returning to school with a third arm or devil horns or anything, I'm just taller. Also, I already have an idea how to improve my friendship situation this year." Fleur smiled even as she arched an eyebrow up at Harry. He'd never mentioned a plan of any variety until now, and she was curious. Harry noticed that he'd caught Fleur's interest, so he decided to wait a few more moments before he answered. In response, Fleur dug a nail into the flesh of his arm and Harry grinned. Okay, here's the plan. Simple really. There's always been a guy in my dormitory that I've kept at a distance for my own selfish reasons. I know I can trust him because of his almost impeccable character, but there's always been a problem. I'm a magnet for danger and he's always been extremely timid. That's why I've been thinking. I'm way more capable than I was before, so maybe I shouldn't be looking for a wingman but rather a dependable friend instead. In the suddenness of her relief, Fleur rubbed her cheek against Harry's chest and curled her arms around his forearm. It did in fact appear that Harry had it all figured out, and that thought bought her peace of mind. "What's this boy's name?" "His name's Neville," Harry replied, while preventing a rush of goosebumps from forming on his arm using his mind occlusions. "When you get to Hogwarts this year, I'll introduce you to both him and Hermione. You'll like both of them. Hermione only ever gets jealous in regards to scholastic achievements. Your rather impressive good looks won't even faze her. Neville might lose his ability to speak when you're around, but that's only because he's shy. He'd never do anything inappropriate because he's an honest-to-God's gentleman." The thought would quite literally never even cross his mind. Fleur smiled both at Harry growing up and the thought of being introduced to his friends. Then she realized that she needed to give her friend some advanced warning about her own school life. "Ari, I don't know any of the men at my school very well, so I'm no help there. And I straight up refuse to introduce you to any of the Beauxbatons women." At first Harry laughed at Fleur's declaration, but then he realized that she was being completely serious, and he arched his eyebrows in surprise. "Why's that, Fleur?" At some point, Harry had begun softly rubbing at both Fleur's ribs and belly. He hadn't even caught himself doing it until just that moment, but since Fleur appeared to be enjoying it, he had no intention of stopping. Fleur wiggled back a little harder against Harry's body, because he was currently doing something completely wonderful to her stomach and ribs, and she didn't want him to stop. Taking her time because she was in no hurry to do anything at all, Fleur sighed happily and then finally answered his question. "Running the risk of insulting you, Ari, I will still tell you this anyway. The chances are pretty good that the women of my school will hit on you just to make me angry. What I just said is not meant to imply that you are not a worthy man, but rather that is how much they would love to find a weakness in me. I have a very strong, cool, and composed image at my school." Fleur huffed and leaned further over Harry, to rest her head on his abs with her cheek pressing against his sternum. "Furthermore, Ari, you are my friend. I am not sharing you with the rest of those catty bitches." When Harry laughed again, Fleur felt his diaphragm rise and fall in a very comforting way. Her hands tightened around his arm in response. "I take no offense, Fleur. I think all you really needed to say is that they're all catty bitches and I'd have been sold. There's only one of those I have any interest in. Harry allowed the hard arm pinch Fleur suddenly gave him without any retaliation, because he still had no desire to release the blonde. Is there anything you're nervous about going back to school? Fleur sighed heavily and snuggled a bit more into Harry's hug. He really enjoyed that. I know it's all of my own doing, but I spend all my time posturing like I mentioned before. I'm in my 7th and final year and would like to set aside time for some fun. I've typecasted myself pretty thoroughly however, so I doubt I'll be able to. Harry tickled Fleur's ribs with his wrapped-up arm, to both get her attention and because her squirming against him was heaven. Pray tell, Fleur, where are you going to be spending the lion's share of your school year? Hogwarts, yes I know and oh you. Fleur leaned forward just a little until they were cheek to cheek and her silky smooth hair began tickling Harry's nose. You do plan on entertaining me this year, don't you, Ari? Harry smiled and tightened his hug just a bit. Well, I'm no court jester, but I can definitely be a friendly face. I've successfully cut through your whole calm, cool exterior, into your warm, gooey interior. I know you and your motives, so I can probably swoop in and grab you without ruining your image. I'll thank you never to mention my warm gooey interior in mixed company, thank you very much. Fleur looked very dignified saying that, up until the point they both started laughing. This is going to be a good year, Fleur. I just know it. Harry was feeling kind of dozy now, because the two of them were melting pretty thoroughly into the couch. Truth be told, I'm more concerned about making up a reason to come here next summer. I'm not above begging I suppose, but a legitimate excuse would be best, because Adrian's, careful. You are Gabrielle's allure outlet, Ari. You keep her safe and healthy by your very presence, Fleur assured with a wide amused smile. You will be welcome here until Gabrielle's both old enough and strong enough to actually seduce you, at which point you'll be banished from here for life. Fleur started giggling into Harry's chest at that. The joke felt more like a prediction than anything else. Hardy har, Harry drawled out, even though it really was pretty amusing and you could hear the smile in his voice. I'm extremely strong against most allure. Your mother's allure was easy to deflect even at full strength, and yet yours is hard to resist even at a quarter the power. I think it must be a matter of personal preference, if there is such a thing with an allure. Fleur arched her eyebrows at that. My mother used her full strength on you, truly. Yep, you could cut the stuff with a knife. When she released all of her allure, it was so thick it literally pushed my own magic away from my body. Harry shrugged even as he slowly ran his free hand through Fleur's infinitely soft hair. It's not a matter of strength because your mother is in fact extremely strong. Her allure just doesn't feel anywhere near as alluring to me. You find my allure that much harder to resist. Fleur was a complex mixture of both pleasure and confusion at the moment. I'm surprised that you're surprised, Fleur, Harry offered as he leaned back and looked up at the ceiling. Appeline's a happily married woman and is maternal to me. I figured it's a case of not being able to suspend my disbelief. I saw the traffic between your parents in their bond that first day, and they capital L love each other. Not even for a second did I believe that she was really trying to seduce me. I just kept that thought in mind and she was only able to make me blush. You believe that I'm trying to seduce you, Ari? Fleur purred the question in her fake seduction voice. It was still damned effective. Looking back down at Fleur from the ceiling, Harry considered how best to answer her question. He could crack a joke to make light of it of course, but it shouldn't hurt to be completely honest this time instead. I know that you're not trying to seduce me up here. Harry softly tapped Fleur's head as he combed his fingers through her hair, but I do think that your body is doing its best. He wrapped her ribs up just a little tighter before running his hand down to her stomach again. There appears to be some kind of genetic imperative that you Vila have towards strong wizards. And you can say whatever else you want about me, Fleur, but I've become strong. Your allure tries to seduce me and it feels very, very different from your mother's. It goes completely haywire every time my magic is around and then I'm stuck using my Occlumency to retain my modesty. Harry was using a boatload of occlusions even as they lay there, so he knew exactly what he was talking about. Fleur laughed even as she nodded her forehead into Harry's chest. You really do have it all figured out, Ari. You don't think our relative ages have something to do with it? Oh, most definitely, and the fact that we're friends. When we first met, you were releasing your allure in strong but brief bursts and visibly hating me for it the whole entire time. I was petrified of you instead of aroused. You stared at me for 4 hours straight and I sweat so much I was dehydrated when I left. Harry grinned at the memory because in retrospect that had been a really good day. Fleur smiled ruefully and rubbed Harry's arm in a form of nonverbal apology. Oh stop it, Ari, I'm getting nostalgic. You know, there's never been a man so capable of comparing allure as you. Everything you are saying is new. To most Vila, strength is the only factor. You're describing compatibility and preference when those things are usually irrelevant. I'm touched that you prefer me over the married one and the 7-year-old though. Both Harry and Fleur laughed at that. Your body kept driving you up the wall to come and talk to me when I was leaking magic all over the place. Harry looked briefly apologetic but Fleur shook her head hard into his chest and he smiled. In another world, we'd have never been friends because it wasn't easy to get past all of the barriers in the way. We would have met, you may even have recognized that I'm a decent person and vice versa. It wouldn't have amounted to anything though. I think we got lucky. The two teenagers sat in silence for several moments, grateful for how things had played out. Abruptly, Fleur turned around atop Harry's chest to give him a very officious look. Ari, today is the very last day of summer and I'm feeling lazy. I am not asking you, I am telling you. We are having a nap together, right here, right this very instant. Try as hard as you can, Fleur, I'll still think it's cute that you want to cuddle. Harry grinned because cutting through Fleur's veneer of bossy feminism was always a rewarding pastime. You couldn't be obedient just this one time, Fleur deadpanned. You know that I'm always down to snuggle with you Fleur, I just don't want to become your submissive. I rather like this new, more confident version of myself. Harry grinned while he kicked off his shoes, turned on the couch and threw his legs up behind Fleur. He also preemptively bolstered all of the occlumency controls on his body to extremely high levels. Fleur was about to pile on the affection and she still had no damned clue how truly devastating it was to his calm. As Harry settled into the cushions of the couch, Fleur rolled over him until she was on top of and to the right of him. She wiggled in closer until she was laying flush to his body and then she slid her free leg up and over his own until it was wrapped tightly around his waist. It was an extremely intimate position and yet they'd encountered it purely by accident while waking up from a nap a few weeks earlier. Far from feeling awkward about it, upon waking up like this they'd both instantly and non-verbally agreed that it was the absolute pinnacle of the snuggling arts, and was therefore completely vital to the both of them. In return, Harry snaked his arms around Fleur's waist again, pulling the girl even tighter into his chest and ribs. Fleur's head was below his chin, near his heart and thankfully below his mouth. Harry loved Fleur's hair but he had no desire to end up breathing it. It had happened one time and had been extremely alarming. As Fleur settled into his body, she squirmed, wiggled, rubbed, stretched and performed other various wonderful, terrible things to his body, and he was forced to clamp down even more on his occlumency control, because she was perilously close to making him react. Case in point, Fleur wiggled even closer than normal as she snaked an arm around his upper chest, shoulder area, and Harry returned fire by rubbing her lower back in slow comforting circles. And just like that, a new and glorious state of perfect comfy was successfully achieved. Both Harry and Fleur completely melted into it, with twin sighs of relief. Gods help him, Harry was completely in love with this woman, and yet at the moment there was nothing to be done about it. Their current position felt like heaven on earth and yet he was forced to contain the lion's share of how he felt deep inside himself. He had no choice in the matter. His true feelings would scare the living hell out of Fleur. As things stood, Harry's aura shroud already contained feelings of truly profound caring and comfort, because Fleur melts right into them as if they answer her every prayer. Her body also reacts in extremely provocative ways, but since Fleur is steadfastly ignoring, in denial of that fact, he decided to ignore it as well. His emotional projections were now conveying emotions that Fleur had to know weren't appropriate for mere friendship, but they very carefully never talked about that at all. And that much was fine. Harry knew that he needed to take his time with this. Fleur was clearly nowhere near ready, and if anyone on Earth was worth the wait, then it was her. With that much in mind, Harry decided to go for a gold star. He wandlessly Accio summoned a sheet from across the room and covered them both up in it. I saw what you just did there and it was very smooth, Ari. You're going to be a lady killer at some point. Fleur whispered sleepily directly into Harry's chest. She lazily gathered up the edges of the sheet and further cocooned herself up into him. I highly doubt that Fleur, but if a beautiful French Vila says so, I just might be okay. Harry's voice was equally quiet, as he was quickly falling off. All Vila are beautiful, Ari. You said an extra word. Fleur's words were mostly just breaths against Harry's chest. No, Fleur, you're beautiful. Being a Vila has nothing to do with it. And then Harry was asleep with just the faintest of grins on his face proclaiming his victory. Fleur could hear the man's deep breathing and she knew in that moment that her Harry had snuck in the last word. She smiled and for perhaps the first time in her whole entire life, just let it go, as she fell asleep to the steady thump of his heartbeat. It was Apolline who saw the two of them napping first. She smiled happily, took a mental snapshot for a pensive memory and then performed a notice me not charm on them. It was necessary to save Harry's life from Adrian after all. Harry was about to leave the Delicors for the last time this summer, and he wouldn't be back for several months. He stood near the flow and made his goodbyes to the family. Gabrielle was in tears and they were the cutest tears he'd ever seen. Harry knelt low and pulled the girl into a tight embrace. He hugged the stuffing out of her. I'll miss you too, Gabby, but I'll be seeing you again. I'm already working on your Christmas gift, okay. Gabby brightened, hugging Harry even tighter before bouncing off all energy and enthusiasm. Turning towards Apolline, Harry smiled with just a hint of sadness in the mix. It wouldn't have been hard to do, but this was my best summer ever. It was basically perfect and I'm saying that even though my body was hurting me the majority of the time. I have you to thank for that, Apolline. I'm returning this to you and if you can figure it out then feel free to market it. Make sure I'm an investor though. Harry laughed as he handed over the translation bracelet. Apolline looked confused. Don't you need it to talk to Fleur this year? Harry shook his head, grinned and tapped at his temple. The bracelet hasn't taught me anything in over 4 weeks. I'm officially fluent in French now. I was only wearing it for sentimental reasons, because you gave it to me. Apolline briefly looked surprised but then she canted her head in thought. Ari, tell me the truth. How much smarter have you become since the beginning of the summer? The bracelet is ingenious but that's too fast, no. Harry smiled and nodded because yes, that's extremely fast even with the bracelet's help. My brain has become very sharp, Apolline. I don't need to repeat things in my mind more than 2 or 3 times maximum to completely memorize them. On the other hand, if I pick up something with my magic, it's in there for good because my magic doesn't play around. I could write an essay on the smell of your allure and you only hit me with it the one time. So your brain is merely genius level intelligent while your magic is eidetic. Apolline smiled brightly as she leaned into Harry's ear. She began whispering to him very, very lowly. Ari, make it work with my daughter, won't you? A Vila and an extremely powerful wizard getting to know each other and becoming close for all of the right reasons is just too rare and amazing. I've never seen the likes of it. She cares about you deeply, Ari, so please treasure each other. Apolline started hugging Harry then and she had a tear going down her face as well. I'll miss you, Ari, you have become family. Please write me as you can this year, okay? Apolline stepped back only after Adrian stepped forward to say his goodbyes. Adrian scrutinized Harry once again, exactly like he had at the beginning of the summer. Harry smiled his most winningest smile, and after a time Adrian started laughing. I had the pleasure of watching you transform from awkward adolescent to confident, mature wizard, in a little over 2 months' time. It was as enjoyable as it was surreal. It goes without saying that there's nothing ordinary about you, Harry, and I expect big things. You're spending the year with my daughter at Hogwarts. For literally the first time ever, I want a man to give my daughter some of his attention. She'll need your support this year. Harry smiled as he glanced at Fleur standing off to the side. I imagine you're referring to this very poorly kept secret, the Triwizard Tournament. I'm in Fleur's corner in that regard. When she's chosen, Harry gave Fleur a piercing look daring her to say otherwise. I will help her in any way I can. Fleur is family, and I will keep her safe. Although Adrian hid it well, there was a trace of relief in his features as he nodded to Harry's words. Good. Then I imagine I'll see you at some point this year at Hogwarts. The family will try to visit for all of the tasks and mini-tasks. Adrian stepped forward and they exchanged a rather fond but manly hug. When it ended, Adrian returned to Apolline, where he put a hand on her back. She was still crying just a little bit and clearly in need of the support. As Adrian moved away, Fleur stepped forward, only to declare, "I'm no damsel for the likes of you to champion, Ari. I'll be winning this tournament with my strength." There was a ghost of a smile on her face even as she yelled at him. Harry nodded at everything Fleur said, but then he shrugged and shook his head. "I have no doubt that you're right, but this is going to be a very cluttered, chaotic year. I'll be keeping an eye open for trouble with or without your permission. Like it or not, I'm a borderline chauvinist, white knight, with a hero complex." "Hear, hear," called out Adrian in a very amused tone of voice. "You tell her, Harry." Apolline laughed and Gabby looked adorable. Fleur shook her head and approached Harry until she was within secret-giving range. She started whispering into his ear, and then smiled when he shivered at the stray breaths she was releasing against his neck. "If you keep your cool and act as if growing a foot and a half is normal, then so shall they. Stay near this, Hermione and Neville. Before you know it everyone will just add your rapid growth to the ballad of Harry Potter. The boy who does impossible things as if he's making toast. We will be reunited soon enough. I will miss you, Ari. Don't let those catty bitches get you down, Fleur. When I get the chance, I'll firmly reject their advances, claiming there's only one Beauxbatons woman for me." Harry smiled softly because despite his joking around, this was the moment that he'd been dreading. Instead of saying the words, Harry injected the pang of loss and loneliness he was already beginning to feel into his aura shroud. He wanted Fleur to know that she'd be missed. As she sensed Harry's feelings, Fleur bit her lip and looked down at her feet. She wished she could be even 1/100th as honest as her friend, but she wasn't and she couldn't. Instead, she stepped forward, hugged him tightly and kissed his cheek before whispering, "You better damn well reject them, Ari. I'm serious." Then they both laughed. 9 o'clock the next morning found Harry leaning against a brick wall hemming in King's Cross Station's platform 9 3/4, because he was quite a bit earlier than he'd intended to be and he didn't have anything better to do. Of course, with all of his belongings already moved to the fourth-year dormitories of Gryffindor's North Tower, he wasn't forced to pack or carry anything beyond the casual clothing on his back and his school robes for later, so there hadn't been anything slowing him down. Being as early as he was, Harry had the time to be grateful he'd pestered Hermione with nearly constant letters for the entire duration of the summer. For well over a month now, he'd described his rapid growth over and over again ad nauseum, and as a result, she'd become adamant that she'd keep her cool. Truthfully, Harry was still a little bit nervous despite all of the letters, but mostly he knew that he was just being silly. Another letter that Harry had sent about a week earlier was addressed to Neville Longbottom, asking the boy to meet him in a coach because he wanted to become closer friends this upcoming year. The letter explained that he'd grown and changed rapidly over the summer, and he had an interest in having friends who would be supportive to him. The letter finally said that Harry trusts Neville because of his excellent character. Unsurprisingly, Neville reacted positively to Harry's letter, because he was an excellent person with far fewer friends than he deserves. Harry took a moment to feel bad about how he'd ignored Neville in the past. Then, following that moment of self-reflection, he dedicated himself to making it up to the boy from this moment forward. The one correspondence that hadn't gone so well despite his repeated efforts was the one between Harry and Ron. Over and over again Harry had attempted to explain that he was undergoing an extremely dramatic growth spurt, because he'd hoped to decrease the intensity of Ron's reaction. Too bad for Harry, Ron didn't seem to get the point. He just continued to repeat how Harry let him down by not coming to the Burrow this year, and how he was missing out. Harry was confused by Ron's belief that he was trying to neglect him, because he'd very clearly explained that he was convalescing from a serious problem with his magic and he wouldn't be comfortable to be around until he figured it out. Above and beyond the fact that Ron's letters were vaguely sullen and sulky, the letters were also brief and for the most part they lacked any meaningful content, as if he couldn't be bothered to write them. He did, however, go on at great length and detail about the mess that happened after the Quidditch World Cup. Apparently his wand had been stolen at some point during the match and then he'd almost been blamed for the dark mark that ended up appearing in the sky. The Delicor family had been way too shaken up over the thwarted kidnapping attempt earlier in the day to have any desire to stay overnight. Thankfully, what this meant was that Harry entirely missed the Death Eater part of the program, and for once he was completely uninvolved. He could honestly say good riddance to that little bit of drama, especially after the day that they'd already had up until that point. Instead, Harry had spent the night cuddled up with Fleur for the very first time, while watching Patrick Swayze seduce a woman out of her pants. Whoa. Suffice it to say, Dirty Dancing is one hell of a movie to watch with a woman like Fleur Delacour lounging on top of you. Harry had almost broken himself occluding his body's extremely intense reactions, and in the end he hadn't even been entirely successful. Oh sure, Harry may not have become hard in his pants, but when Fleur suddenly decided out loud that she was going to teach him how to dance like Patrick Swayze was in the movie, he blushed a brilliantly bright red color even with the barriers in place. Of course, Fleur immediately noticed his sudden loss of control, and from then on she'd thoroughly enjoyed herself at his expense. Thinking back to that whole entire night, and the close, soft, warm, affectionate barrage of completely relentless teasing that Fleur inflicted upon his body, Harry seriously didn't think she even realized just how much damage she was doing to his self-control. The woman prided herself on being the all-knowing and teasing, older girl, and yet she seemed to take his restraint completely for granted. Either way, the contents of that night were one of Harry's newest Patronus memories. As Harry just stood there against the wall, vacantly enjoying his summer memories, people finally started to arrive on the platform and bustle about the train. What this meant was that several people had already noted his presence by the time he returned to the here and now, and the real work was about to begin. Harry had every intention of taking Fleur's advice literally, by acting as if nothing had changed at all over the summer. It was a plan that he could already see would be a little bit difficult to pull off, because he was already having to ignore several people's rather dramatic reactions to his brand new body type. Even with the platform still relatively empty, Harry was already becoming the subject of a lot of staring, and because he was all alone, it wasn't all that easy to act nonchalant. Finally, Harry saw a head of bushy brown hair through the crowd, and he immediately called out, "Hey Hermione. My own. Over here." At Harry's call, Hermione scanned the crowd and then followed everyone's eyes in her friend's direction. After catching sight of him, she immediately sprinted over to engulf Harry in a vicious Hermione hug the likes of which he'd never received before. "Harry, I missed you, you look fantastic." Well, we knew that was going to be the case, but really, so tall, so strong looking, no more glasses, no more scar, your hair's so long, your clothing's new, your clothing fits, this is so exciting and your magic is under control now and…" Hermione finally gasped and bent over, having run out of air a long, long damn time ago. Harry broke out into happy laughter as he swooped in for another long, warm hug, with his long-absent sister. She squeaked out in surprise when he hugged her, but since he knew exactly why she was surprised, he decided not to comment on it. After several seconds of really squeezing the girl, Harry pulled back and beamed a smile at his very best friend. "Breath my own. I missed you too, and yes, I'm quite different. I am, however, going to act as nonchalant as possible. If I act as if nothing is different, everyone else will just follow my lead. So, if you can behave as if nothing's changed at all, that would be for the best." Hermione had been extremely surprised by the very first hug Harry had ever initiated with her by himself, but then she'd quickly realized that this was a fantastic development. She stepped back, studied Harry and decisively declared, "I think you've grown more in maturity than you have in height, Harry. You look so confident and self-assured now." She felt like she could wilt in relief. Her best friend looked so healthy now, and it did wonders for her peace of mind. "I really am very happy for you, Harry. Also, and I'm just being honest here by saying this, you've become completely gorgeous." Harry smiled as he watched Hermione do a little tap dance in her excitement. "Summer was kind to you as well, my own. If I hadn't spent the summer with French Vila, your feminine wiles would be making me blush by now." Harry gave his best friend a full-power perverted leer complete with waggling eyebrows. "I take back my maturity comment," Hermione declared, equally quickly and decisively. She was beaming at him the entire time she said that, however, and Harry smiled back. "Let's go get a carriage, Harry. I imagine Ron will be very late again, so we might as well look to ourselves." Nodding his understanding, Harry tried to be optimistic. Yeah, maybe Ron would keep his cool, maybe. Harry secretly thought there were only two chances of that happening, Fat and Slim. On the other hand, it really wasn't fair for Harry to just write his friend off, and there was always the possibility. Harry had already told Hermione about his concerns, but she remained cautiously optimistic. In the meantime, he knew exactly what to say to keep them both occupied. "Hey Hermione, will you help me get settled into runes and arithmancy this year?" Hermione looked completely ecstatic at that question. "It's funny you should ask that, Harry. I've already set up a revision schedule for you so that you can be caught up with the rest of us within the first week. I don't know how much smarter this new Harry brain is, but I imagine that you'll be fine. I can't even believe what you were able to achieve before with your Swiss cheese brain," she huffed out. "Harry Potter 2.0, Hermione continued in a quiet voice. "It's remarkable and wonderful and I'm so proud and—" Hermione's smile faltered for a second and she leaned in close. "I'm excited and yet scared that I'll be supplanted as top student." Placing an arm on his friend's shoulder as they walked, Harry whispered into Hermione's hair. "So far as I know, I'm very smart but not eidetic to the written word like you are. You're also infinitely more studious than I am, so I think you'll be fine against me scholastically. Fair warning though, on the practical side of things you don't stand a snowball's chance in hell. My magic is a force of nature now, so I don't want you to see me as a rival." Gently, Harry turned Hermione around, held both of her shoulders, lowered his voice even further and stared into her eyes. "I'm being completely serious right now, Hermione. I can accomplish extreme feats of absurdly powerful magic that even I can hardly believe and I'm the one doing them. I want you to be mentally prepared for that to happen because it would break my heart if I hurt you." After looking up at his face thoughtfully for several moments, Hermione slowly nodded her head. "I'm glad you told me that, Harry, and I promise that I'll control my jealousy. I know your concerns about Ron, and I don't want to add to your problems. I do want to excel but I will not resent you for being powerful. That's why you're my big sister Hermione. You always have my best interests at heart." Harry beamed at the brown-haired girl, as they walked down the train's central corridor. When they found an empty carriage, Harry lifted Hermione's bag with ease, which of course elicited embellished oohs and ahs from a smiling Hermione. She was doing a great job taking everything in stride, and Harry loved her to pieces for it. When they finally sat down, Hermione started describing her summer. She'd vacationed in the Muggle portion of France for a lot of the summer, so Harry started talking to her in French. At first Hermione was shocked, but then she became excited that she could practice her French all of the time. Soon enough, they were conversing in steadily speeding up Parisian French and having a fantastic time. Neville soon joined them and they immediately switched back to English for his comfort. At first Neville was bashful and quiet, but Harry was having none of it, and kept drawing the boy into further conversation. "Harry, I'm grateful that you gave me some advanced warning about your rather dramatic puberty," Neville began at great length. "It's going to be yet another thing that goes into the legend of Harry Potter for sure. I think I'd have passed out if this was just sprung on me." Neville laughed quietly and shook his head. Clapping a hand on Neville's shoulder, Harry gave the boy a somewhat serious look. "I warned you because I trust you. It's as simple as that. I fear that I'll have a lot of people reacting negatively to my growth spurt, but I knew for a fact that you wouldn't. I'm also trying to be more confident nowadays. Last year, I'd have been far too nervous to approach you so candidly with a desire for a closer friendship." Neville blushed but nodded. "I can certainly appreciate all of that, Harry. So, pick up any interesting plants over the summer?" Harry's question was a completely shameless and transparent bid to make Neville more comfortable, but he figured it was the thought that counts. The boy had a passion for herbology that bordered on obsession, so the topic was perfect to draw him out. It worked. Neville immediately brightened as he started describing his greenhouses at home in great length and detail. Harry had only heard of even a fraction of what Neville was talking about, but was quite willing to listen and learn what he could. Suddenly, the coach door crashed open to admit a freckle-faced redhead with a wild assortment of half-open luggage. Then, immediately after the boy walked through the door, he froze still like a statue. "Harry?" Ron asked the question with a look of supreme confusion upon his face. "Yes Ron, it's me, Harry," he responded, while smiling and hoping to set a positive tone. "You get." Ron roared at the ceiling in a spontaneous fit of profound rage. "You never told me you were going to look like a bloody Daily Prophet model." As Ron crashed down into a bench, he looked extremely sullen and he muttered, "Every damn time, he gets everything." Harry gave his red-headed, Friend, a sidelong look, with a smile completely frozen upon his face. How was your summer with your family, Ron? Harry was unable to keep himself from slightly embellishing the word family. Ron was too busy staring out the window to answer him. By gesturing towards Ron, Harry non-verbally informed both Hermione and Neville that they owed him some galleons. They'd both tried to tell him that it would be fine, because Ron was his friend and surely the boy wouldn't resent him to such an absurd degree over the good things that happened to him. It was becoming rapidly apparent however that yes, he most certainly could. Harry calmly turned back towards Neville while trying to just ignore the redhead sulking in the corner. So you were telling me about magical pest control, right? Conversation continued around the train compartment without Ron's involvement. Later, Harry belatedly remembered yet another train ride to Hogwarts tradition, and he turned his attention to the carriage door. Does anyone care if I magically bar the door? I don't relish the idea of yet another visit from a certain poncy, blonde Slytherin this year. As nostalgic as it would be to be called filthy words by the textbook definition of a narcissist, I might skip that this year if I have the opportunity. Neville nodded enthusiastically and Hermione looked thoughtful. Only if you'll teach me the spell you use, she finally declared with enthusiasm. Ron didn't answer or look away from the window at all. Harry turned to Hermione and grinned. I'm not going to use a locking charm because that's against the rules and the spell's easily dispelled anyway. Instead, I'm going to fuse the door to the wall surrounding it, which is not against the rules. Harry gave both Hermione and Neville a rather rakish smile. Neville did an extremely muggle fist pump, because Malfoy was a persistent nuisance that he was quite happy to be without. Harry spent the next few minutes showing Hermione the wand movements and the words, and then the two of them sealed the door. It was also a great moment in timing, for only a minute or two after they finished their spells, there was rather insistent knocking on the door, followed by a persistent pounding. A head of poncy-looking blonde hair could be seen through the door's small vaguely translucent window. Harry merely smiled at his friends and then silenced the door with a quick spell. Hermione and Neville looked at each other, then looked at Harry, then they beamed wide in happy smiles. Best train ride ever, Neville declared succinctly. Crossing the compartment, Hermione sat down next to Harry, and looked at him hesitantly until he performed an expansive lay-it-on-me motion with his arms. Then, she looked away from Harry when she finally whispered her question. Harry, could you do me a favor? Harry was intrigued by all of the whispering, which caused him to arch an eyebrow at his auburn-haired friend. I was going to read and I was wondering if you could target me with some magic. I'd be interested in experiencing that wonderful aura shroud of yours for a couple of hours. Hermione looked like she thought she might be asking too much of him. One magical hug coming right up. Harry smiled because Hermione had a guilt complex a mile wide and low self-esteem to boot. He was already planning to mercilessly and relentlessly aura shrouding it out of her this year. Bouncing across the carriage again, Hermione pulled her feet up and a book out. Harry released tendrils of his magic and cocooned her in his memories of a Hermione hug. She immediately started to relax, reading with great speed and skill. With the exception of Ron, it really was the most relaxing train ride that any of them had experienced so far. 4 hours later, the Hogwarts Express arrived at Hogsmeade Station, and Harry unsealed the compartment door so that he and his friends could disembark. As they walked down the train's crowded central hallway, Ron glared at Harry as if his very existence was a personal affront to him, and then he turned his surly expression towards Hermione instead. I'm going to go check on Dean and Seamus. Soon enough, the red-headed boy was stalking off, without ever even looking back. Hermione gave Harry a look of long suffering as they exited the train and dropped onto the platform. For obvious reasons, Harry was quite happy to see Ron go. He'd found it somewhat tiring enduring the boy's spiteful looks and sullen silence. Let's go catch a carriage, yeah. Harry was also eager to move on now because a crowd of students were beginning to gather all around them, where they were openly gawking at him with their mouths hanging open. Harry could deny it all he wanted, but having crowds of people stare at you never really gets any easier. The way everyone was currently gawking at him almost made them look like they were under the effect of a Vila allure, which only served to make Harry sharply miss Flur for a couple of seconds, at which point it settled down to a dull ache again. Shaking it off, Harry pulled his shoulders back and ushered Neville and Hermione to walk directly in front of him. Harry didn't want his new image to make Hermione and Neville look like his entourage. They were his friends and he wanted them respected. Within the next half a minute, Harry, Neville and Hermione exited the train station, and moved up the cobblestone path towards the carriages in the distance. As they approached the carriages, Harry briefly rubbed one of the two thestrals that were standing calmly in front of the carriage. In an immediate response, Neville gave Harry a very significant look, to which Harry nodded and shrugged. Seeing thestrals is seeing death, and Neville was a pure blood, so he'd understand the significance. As they climbed into the carriage, Neville very carefully didn't ask what happened, so Harry decided to take mercy on him. The family I stayed with this summer was attacked by mercenary slavers, Nev. Harry suddenly supplied with as calm an expression as he could. I stunned and incarceroused most of the attacking men, but there was a particularly determined mercenary who I was ultimately forced to kill. I didn't want to do it nor did I enjoy it, but the man was trying to kill my hosts and enslave their daughters, including a 7-year-old girl. Harry shrugged his shoulders and then lowered his voice as he continued. I hope you won't judge me too harshly, Neville. I was trying to protect my friends. Right away, Neville rapidly shook his head and waved his splayed-out hands in front of his chest. Harry, I trust you, he replied, in a single rush of words. If you killed that man, it was because he needed killing. I've known you for 3 years, and I've never once seen you commit any violence that didn't absolutely need to be done. Hermione looked at Neville with clear affection, before placing her hand on Harry's forearm. I agree with Neville, Harry. I'm also grateful that you have such a well-developed mindscape now. You can put those memories where they need to be. I want you to make them useful to you, rather than a hindrance. Thank you for giving me those books, by the way. You were right. All of my memories were categorized and alphabetized for anyone's viewing pleasure. I have erected some sturdy walls and am safer from influence now. Neville looked back and forth between Hermione and Harry for several seconds with no clear idea of what they were talking about. Then, a light seemed to enter his eyes and he snapped his fingers. You two are talking about advanced occlumency. Yes, I am Neville, and I'm going to be loaning you some books as well. I have fixed my broken brain with occlumency and I want you to enjoy the same benefits that I am. Harry stared at Neville for several moments, trying to impress on him how important he thought this was. Neville's short-term memory was atrocious, so Harry knew this would help him immensely. It would also perhaps give the boy more confidence and daring. Belatedly, Harry reminded himself that he wasn't trying to turn Neville into a warrior. Neville must have seen the gravity in Harry's expression because he nodded at Harry seriously. I do already have the passive protections from Occlumency that come with basic occlusions, but I can see you think it's important I do more. I'll begin reading the books tonight just as soon as we're unpacked. When their carriage pulled up to the school's entry hall, Harry walked in without pausing to chat with anyone. To be honest, at this point Harry just wanted the whole spectacle over with, because he could feel his stomach begging for some food already. With that much in mind, they sat down at their house table and began waiting for the sorting to finally start. While Harry was carefully reining in his magic so as not to be felt by the students around him, at the moment it actually felt like it was the opposite that was happening. Harry began to feel many different eyes burning holes into his body from every conceivable direction, and with so much intensity he didn't even need his shroud to sense it all. Turning towards a particularly strong feeling of scrutiny, Harry saw a lot of long red hair as he caught Ginny Weasley staring fixedly at him. As he looked back at the girl, she rapidly turned pink, then red, then white, and then she dropped as if she was having cardiac arrest. Lavender Brown, who was sitting right next to her, grabbed her and quickly confirmed that she'd just fainted. Harry had literally no idea how to react to what he just saw. Ginny Weasley's crush appeared to be getting worse by the second. With a loud dramatic creaking noise followed by an equally loud bang, Professor McGonagall pushed open the Great Hall's doors and entered the room with a fresh batch of very small-looking people. Harry had grown so tall now that he was beginning to approach his full adult height, he hoped. As a result, these children just looked like less cute versions of Gabrielle to him. Nevertheless, Harry smiled at all of the first-year kids that filed into the room, while trying his level best to look non-threatening. He could vividly remember his first day at Hogwarts and how he'd wished the welcome had been a little bit more welcoming. After the Sorting Hats song finally ended, the children were summoned one by one to put on the hats so that they could be welcomed into their houses. Harry clapped for everyone, rather than just his house, and some of the people sitting nearby started following his lead. The sorting ended, food instantly appeared in front of everyone and they all tucked in. Harry started picking out food before he realized that his table was still extremely still and quiet. Looking up again, he saw upwards of 15 people staring at him with arched eyebrows and questioning eyes. "I had a growth spurt," Harry explained casually. "No duh," replied Seamus. "You only doubled in size over the summer and have the beginnings of a 5 o'clock shadow." "We caught that part. What we wanted to know is the 5 W's. Well then, in order of who, what, when, where, and why, I, Harry Potter, grew, over the summer, while living in France with distant relations of mine, because that's what teenagers do as time passes." Hermione and Neville choked out laughter through their foods of choice and then smiled at Harry. "I grew an inch over the summer," Neville pointed out helpfully. "Half an inch," Hermione chimed in, with a huge smile. Everyone else at the table just continued to look at the three of them as if they were crazy. It was the twins who ultimately saved Harry from the awkward silence. "Well, thus ends the seeker career of Harry James Potter," began George. "We will miss him," added Fred, with a grin. "He was a good man," Fred finished. As Harry laughed at the twins' antics, he was reminded once again that they really are fantastic guys. "I'm not dead, guys, I'm just a late bloomer. I'll be jumping on a broom soon to see if I can still move like I want to, or if I have any skill in another area." After that, the conversation slowly moved on to other things. Dumbledore stood up and everyone quieted down, waiting for the man to speak. "Welcome and welcome back to all of you students out there. I have just a few announcements to make before you can be escorted back to your dormitories. Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has once again increased the size of the banned articles book by several pages. This list has now become 2 separate books available upon inquiry. I've actually read them both myself and let me tell you that they are riveting. I also have the obligation of telling you all that the Quidditch House Cup will not be taking place this year." There was an immediate explosion of outrage from the entire school and an extremely loud "Fought" from Fred and George. "I have further items to mention," Dumbledore interrupted. "The Quidditch House Cup is cancelled because of an event taking place at the school this year. Hogwarts, for the first time in several centuries, will be hosting the Tri-Wizard Tournament." "Fought," Fred and George managed to inject loudly, once again, over the general yelling of the other students. "That's correct," Dumbledore announced, as if he were talking about the weather. "The 3 schools, Hogwarts, Durmstrang and Beauxbaton, will be coming together this year, to take part in the Tri-Wizard Tournament. The 3 schools will each submit their students to be chosen by an impartial judge. Then, the chosen champions of each school, will take part in 3 large trials and several smaller trials, as the year progresses. 1,000 galleons in eternal glory will go to the winner. However, this is not a competition to be taken lightly, as wizards can and indeed have lost their lives in the past to this challenge. That is why the International Games and Sports, Mr. Crouch, Mr. Ludo Bagman and I, have instated a minimum age restriction of 17. Fred and George once again loudly and vocally complained because as it turns out they're only 2 months shy of 17 and they wouldn't make the cut. Dumbledore was staring right at the twins with a wry grin as he continued his speech. There will also be several competitions between the 3 schools' regular population. This will include a dueling tournament, a scholastic decathlon and an inter-school Quidditch Cup. The entire school exploded in excitement at this new news and Fred and George looked mollified for the very first time since Dumbledore had begun speaking. Dumbledore was giving the twins a knowing look at this point, as if he'd been stringing them along since the very beginning. Tryouts for the different teams will take place a week from now. Madam Hooch will be running the tryouts for the Quidditch teams, so that students will be impartially chosen for their skill rather than their houses. Furthermore, there are going to be 2 new faces amongst our staff this year at Hogwarts. We will be graced with a new potions professor, Mr. Slughorn, who was a teacher many years ago, is known as having been one of the best and boom. As the wide double doors to the great hall slammed open, one of the ugliest men Harry had ever seen, haltingly limped into the room. He was a war veteran and that was the only way to describe him. He was extremely disfigured, with curse wounds and poorly healed injuries everywhere, had a fake leg and was missing an eye. The eye that he'd put into the socket to replace it was massive, electric blue and swiveling around in his head as if it had a mind of its own. It was an extremely unsettling thing to see. Mr. Moody here is going to be joining us as our defense against the dark arts professor, Dumbledore continued, completely undaunted. He's a celebrated ex-Auror of the highest caliber, so he'll have a lot to offer in his classes. The Great Hall was very quiet as Moody sat down at the head table. Conversations didn't restart again, for a good long while, as the man's electric blue eye swiveled around in his head. When the twins finally turned back towards Harry, it was Fred who began speaking first. Best get back on that broom of yours and see if you can move like you used to. George injected his own question immediately after. You're like twice the weight now, aren't you, Harry? I weigh only 1/3 more, thank you very much. Harry smiled and crossed his arms in mock affront. I might just surprise you guys, but we'll all find out together, won't we? I'll meet you at the pitch within the next few days. The twins nodded and smiles of excitement were shared around. Katie, Alicia and Angelina were staring at Harry with looks of extreme curiosity on their faces. They'd always mothered Harry as the much smaller and weaker boy, and now it looked like his transformation was of intense interest to them all. Harry saw the girls' looks, and yet he could also feel that they weren't just perversely enjoying his new looks. He knew that they'd invested a lot of time and effort in him over the years, and they truly wanted what was best for him. Angelina was the first one to speak. Harry, if Seeker doesn't work out, you can always try for Keeper and make use of those excellent Seeker reflexes. We're no longer in possession of an Oliver Wood in the posts after all. You could just grab some pom-poms and cheer for us if you want, Katie added, while giving Harry a comically embellished leer. I appreciate the options, but first I'll get on a broom to see if I can still move like I want to, Harry replied, while smiling at Katie and Angelina. Ron was currently giving Harry the stink eye from down the table, and he wasn't going to any effort to hide it. What this meant was that the twins, Alicia, Angelina and Katie, were all looking back and forth between the two of them with curious expressions on their faces. Harry figured it was safe to assume that Ron was angry at the attention he was currently receiving. When Hermione put her hand on his waist and smiled at him, he sent her back a strong hug with his aura, conveying both his appreciation and love for her. Another welcoming feast tradition was Draco Malfoy walking over, to spout off whatever hateful nonsense he had in mind at the time. As it turns out, today would be no exception. When Draco waltzed up to the Gryffindor table, he was shaking his head with a look of absolute disgust on his face. Potter, Potter, Potter. I heard that you spent the summer in France, with a small flock of Vila. Subhuman creatures, Potter. Abominations. Have you no shame? At this point, Harry was begrudgingly impressed with Malfoy. Over the summer, he'd made good use of his Mindscape to become as confident and self-assured as he could possibly become. For that reason, he'd actually been wondering what Malfoy could possibly say to piss him off. Well, this had sure as hell done it, thus, in a completely absurd kind of way, it was ingenious. Harry was neck-deep in a cold and vengeful rage. He thought about Flur, Apolline and little Gabby, being reduced to subhuman creatures by the likes of Draco. Then, as he took in Malfoy's gleefully smug expression, coupled with all of the professors carefully playing dumb up at their table, Harry suddenly decided that enough was enough. Malfoy's behavior had been out of control for far too long, and if the professors weren't going to do something about it, then the students would have to do it themselves. There was a rather dramatic change at Hogwarts this year after all, and judging by his behavior so far, Malfoy had completely overlooked its significance. Without saying a word, Harry suddenly rose to his feet, gave the professor's table an exceptionally meaningful look, circled the table, and began approaching Malfoy with purposeful strides. Draco looked surprised at Harry's rapid approach and then surprised again at his increased size. As Harry walked closer, the boy blanched and stepped back several steps in his alarm. Then, when giggles broke out throughout the Great Hall, Draco's face flushed in embarrassment and he finally stood his ground. Of course, Malfoy would have been told about Harry's growth spurt, but unfortunately for him, his supreme arrogance made him brave. Well, not anymore. By the time Harry walked up to within 2 feet of Draco, hundreds of people were watching, including those same professors who'd been so happy to act oblivious just 20 seconds earlier. That's when Harry did something that surprised the living hell out of absolutely everyone. Harry smiled a wide and happy smile at Malfoy and then greeted the boy as if they were the oldest of friends. Draco. I'm so excited to see you. Harry's voice was both sarcasm-free and filled with easy charm. I'm really looking forward to this year, Draco. You see, you and I are finally going to become very close friends. In the past, your close relationship with Professor Snape has always kept away all of your admirers in the other houses. Well, not anymore, Draco. With Professor Snape no longer on staff, I can already see dozens of students from the other 3 houses that'll be looking to get to know you better. Oh, you are going to be very popular this year, Draco. Even as he spoke, Harry saw the moment that Malfoy figured out his real intentions. Very suddenly, Draco realized the true significance of Harry's friendly words, and his face became parchment white as a result. Then, just a moment later, Harry saw that same understanding grow onto every other face within the Great Hall. Every student that Draco had ever taunted, insulted, pranked or attacked, while being protected by Snape, began beaming evil and twisted smiles in the boy's direction. Over the next 10 to 15 seconds, well over 200 teenagers throughout the entire Great Hall suddenly started planning overly complicated revenge plots and brainstorming ideas with their seatmates. With an expansive arm movement, Harry gestured at all of the newly ecstatic-looking young wizards and witches. Look, Draco. Look at how popular you are. We, all of us, are going to be calling upon you very, very soon, Draco. Feel free to look forward to it. Harry smiled cheerfully one last time before returning to his table and dropping into his chair. After pulling in his seat, Harry turned back toward his food, with a completely serene expression upon his face. Even after Harry sat back down at his table, the Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor tables all stared their openly gleeful hostility at Draco from every single direction, piercing him with their eyes. And the last of the blood present in Draco's face slowly drained away, as he staggered back towards the safety of his table. As Draco Malfoy ducked for cover amongst the Slytherin table's ranks, every single professor sitting up at the Great Hall's head table suddenly felt like they were going to be ill. Harry Potter had just fomented a state of complete anarchy at their school, and the worst part about his actions was that they didn't have any right to complain. They didn't have a single leg to stand on. Only a few moments earlier, every single professor present in the Great Hall allowed Malfoy to run his filthy mouth with impunity, because over the last 3 years, Snape's over-the-top protection and Dumbledore's infinite forgiveness policy had made punishing the boy far more trouble than it was worth. It hadn't happened all at once, but more and more often over time, the teaching staff had found themselves turning a blind eye to Draco's persistent bullying. And now they were going to pay for it. Every single second of their unprofessionalism, negligence and apathy, was finally turning around to bite them in the ass. Harry Potter was cutting the professors out of the disciplining process entirely, because they couldn't be relied on to do their jobs. He was seeking justice by any means necessary. He was declaring no less than total war on Draco Lucius Malfoy. And no less than 3/4 of the student population had rallied to his cause with the fanaticism of religious extremists. For the foreseeable future, the teaching staff would have to babysit the Malfoy heir 24 hours a day, if they wanted to keep him out of the school's hospital wing. What's more, they weren't going to succeed. With no less than 200 people determined to get revenge on the boy, Draco Malfoy was going to find his life at Hogwarts extremely difficult from this day forward. At the tail end of those thoughts, the professors all started feeling a pair of piercing green eyes digging holes into their heads, causing them to turn towards the Gryffindor table and the boys sitting among their ranks. And they knew. Harry Potter wasn't just punishing Draco. He was also punishing them. The intensity of his unblinking stare and the meaningful look on his face made that much as clear as day. For a very long series of moments, no one sitting down at the Gryffindor table said a single word. What Harry had just done was so wildly out of character, no one even knew how to react. One thing was for certain though. Draco Malfoy was doomed. That, began Fred slowly and in a very serious voice, was the most charming death threat I have ever seen. I can't even believe how quickly you rallied together the entire school. Every house but Slytherin will be pranking and hexing Malfoy by the end of the day, George added, while beaming a madman's smile. Oh Harry. You became so scary over the summer. Everyone sitting nearby nodded in perfect unison, before breaking out into somewhat manic laughter. Harry merely smiled and continued to eat his food as if he had no idea what his friends were even talking about. After dinner, Harry and the rest of the Gryffindors were led back to their dormitory, where he began to write out a letter to Fleur. The two of them intended to shamelessly burden Dobby in this regard, which would allow them to talk to each other extremely quickly. Dear Fleur, the plan has worked, at least so far. I kept close to Hermione and Neville the whole day, and they were both just about perfect. We were extremely nonchalant as we went about our business, which caused most people to just shake their heads and roll their eyes. There is an exception though. A few of the girls at my school look like they're being blasted with Vila allure when they look at me, which of course means I found myself missing you at random moments, throughout the entire day. On the whole, the day was a success, but that isn't to say there wasn't any drama. The very first thing that boy Ron did is call me a git and scream about the injustice of it all. He hasn't said 2 words to me ever since. I find myself not all that torn up about it. I plan on focusing on my grades far more this year, and he's never been scholastically inclined. That thought makes me feel disloyal, but that makes no sense. I truly don't have time to play endless games of chess with him this year. I want to use my talents and excel for the first time, instead of hiding behind the moniker Just Harry. The second thing that happened took place during dinner. A boy named Draco Malfoy, who has always antagonized me, approached my table and began saying some very rude things. I moved close to him, and for the very first time in my life I used pure physical intimidation. It was subtle enough, no showboating I promise, but it worked and he was freaked out. I also pointed out that the professor he's always hid behind to get away with his bullying is no longer on staff. I said that part loudly. By the end of dinner, there was a minimum of 200 students from 3 of the 4 houses who were looking for some payback. Draco will not have an easy time of it this year. I was officially informed about the Tri-Wizard tournament just an hour ago. While I did in fact know about the tournament, I was unaware of the other events taking place between the schools. I deemed flying a waste of valuable time this summer, and it was. I was in a race just to be able to walk properly with all the growth I was experiencing. Now I wish I'd been just a little more immature and tried to keep up with my flying anyway. Over the next few days, I'll be trying out my flying. I have no idea whether or not I can still move like I could before, but I sincerely hope that I can. If I become part of my school Quidditch team, I will foist a Hogwarts jersey at you when we play your school, and I will expect you to wear it. I hope your first day back was fun, and you didn't miss me too terribly. A little is okay though. Yours truly, Harry James Potter. Dobby, can you assist me getting this letter to Fleur, please? Harry held up the letter because Dobby was both extremely fast and infinitely reliable. Pop. Yes sir. If she doesn't wish to reply at this time, then I'll be back momentarily. Dobby had clearly been anticipating his need and had been waiting. Pop. Harry spent the next 40 minutes reading his arithmancy textbook while trying to deny that he was waiting for a return letter. He figured that Fleur was in fact returning one, when Dobby didn't return within 5 minutes. Pop. The lady had some return writing to do, as she'd only just arrived back to her rooms when I got there. Dobby handed over a much more refined-looking letter than the one Harry had written. Dear Harry. People or sheep, no. I knew my plan would work, I had no doubts. Your friends Hermione and Neville didn't let you down, so I find I already love them. This Ron boy is no loss to you, Harry. You feel disloyal and sad about a boy who disregards your feelings so often. That is a sign of both your great nobility and stupidity. Oh dear. Even I don't think you'll ever hear a straightforward compliment from me. I finally noticed my compliment insult this time, but I refuse to change it. I desire for my Harry to be as successful as he can possibly be. You humbled me this summer, and I will not accept just anything from you. If I don't find your school screaming your praises when I arrive 2 weeks before Halloween, I will be very upset with you. You are a Delicor in all but name now, and we demand the best out of you. I do not believe today was the first time you ever physically intimidated someone. When I first broke into the study when we met, you were already rolling out of the way while simultaneously pulling a wand. The look in your eyes was intense, focused, deadly. In my arrogance, I did not think much of it at the time, but for the people who know you, that kind of intensity must have been intimidating. Even before the magical explosion and the physical growth that followed, you were a warrior. We know this, for if it were not true you would be long dead. This Malfoy is too dumb to live. He repeatedly baits the bear and will someday have his head removed. I don't think it should be you who actually does so. If you are patient, he will eventually get himself removed by his own actions. It sounds like you have aided others in removing him, which is a tactic I approve of. I had a somewhat eventful day returning to school. We do not have so much pomp and circumstance as your Hogwarts does in arriving to school, although we do have a feast. The idea that you had to travel to London to board a train only to go back to school is comical. What about girls who live in Hogsmeade? Did they also have to commute to London? My school has a main entrance and a very large flow bank. I arrived at school not even 10 minutes after eating breakfast with Gabrielle. Gabrielle already misses you terribly and was sulking the last I saw of her. I imagine you would think it's all terribly cute. I perhaps miss you a little already, which is all you desired of me anyway. I did often think of you today as I wished the men at my school had even a fraction of your block-headed willpower. I realized how much I was taking your restraint for granted when I had to stun a boy at lunch. I saw that he was about to propose marriage or something equally absurd in front of the entire school, so I acted quickly and subtly. I spent the entire day trying out for the right to take part in the delegation going to Hogwarts. The tryouts will continue for the next few weeks. Only a little under 2/3 of my school will be coming, so they all must be the most skilled of their years. I easily destroyed my competition and am expected by my headmistress to be our champion. Harry Potter. I have no desire to sit in those Quidditch stands and watch you be attacked by rogue bludgers, a Dementor, struck by lightning or mauled by a dragon. If you absolutely must play this Quidditch, you will promise to play it as safely as possible, for I like my hair silver blonde not silver gray. If you desire to give me your school jersey then do so, but I will never give it back. I might even wear it depending on how cold it is outside. My school is quite good at Quidditch, so I fear I am only saying yes out of a desire to cheer for the underdog. I will be anxious to hear if you've retained your rumored skill on a broom. I believe you will, for a broom is a magical construct and you are a magical creature. You are the heir, Harry. We both know this. I think you will find you are as fast if not faster than you were before. Stay in touch as often as you can and be safe, Ari. Sincerely yours, Flur Delicor. Harry fell back on his bed and blushed at being called her Harry. He blushed even more when he realized that he was holding the letter to his nose and honest to God smelling it. Oh dear gods, I'm truly screwed, Harry muttered to himself. What have you got there? A sullen voice called out the question, from the bed next to Harry's. Ron was standing there and looking at Harry with poorly concealed anger on his face. A letter from the family that housed me this summer, Harry replied. Oh yeah, this family of French Vila that I was never told about. Bet they were oh so much better than my family, Ron muttered darkly. You know exactly why I went there this summer, Harry replied, in a tired voice. I had a problem with my magic that only they were qualified to help me with. I wouldn't have been good company the way I was. Whatever. Ron flounced towards the door as if he was disregarding the conversation entirely. I don't have time for this. Ron walked back out of the room. Whatever pressing business Ron had at 8 Dementors on his first day back at school, Harry had no idea. Pulling his bed hanging shut, Harry decided that he'd practice flying a broom in his Mindscape tonight and then experiment with the air element tomorrow morning. If, in the 40 hours he has available in his sleep he can figure out how to best use his immense magic on a broom, he might become quite fast indeed. I am the heir, Harry repeated to himself with a small smile, as he started dozing off. It was worth a try anyway. A lot happened in the 3 days following everyone's return to Hogwarts. So far at least, the student body was far too busy settling into their various classes to grab their brooms and run outside, even though every Quidditch player in the entire school desperately wanted to. In the meantime, Harry spent his every waking hour working on his secret side project. When Harry woke up at 5 am on Hogwarts's first day of classes, he was determined to find out whether or not he was elementally aligned with the air, and then if he was, he wanted to try to make contact with it. With that idea in mind, Harry made quick work of getting dressed, ran down to the library, and quickly located a book called Elementary Guide to the Elements. In the book was a series of steps aimed towards determining if you have an elemental affinity. Within the book's first few pages, it cheerfully explained that to have an elemental affinity wasn't actually all that rare. It became quite a bit more serious a few pages later, when it explained that developing an affinity to the point of seeing it affect the world around you was extremely rare indeed. If the book was to be believed, Harry's creation of an air wall was extremely advanced stuff and really shouldn't have been possible. While reading the book, Harry found himself becoming increasingly afraid that the air wall he'd made was just a fluke byproduct of his massive magical reserves. The book made it seem much more likely that it was just his powerful magic doing something miraculous in response to his desperation. According to the book, hundreds of people a year experience what they think is an elemental affinity, only to find out later that it was merely accidental magic. After reading the book, Harry ran outside to complete his usual 10-mile obstacle course around the Black Lake. He didn't want to slack off now just because he was back at school. After he was done with that, however, he walked out to the Quidditch pitch, where he sat down in a wide and empty section of stands. According to Elementary Guide to the Elements, to reach out to your elemental affinity you must be an excellent occlumencer, which Harry was, and then it said you must be in an area that contained your element, which he hoped he always was. The book finally said that he must reach a perfect state of calm and then wait for subtle cues that he was communing with his element. The book was vague on this part, but said that it was usually an extremely profound experience. Over the next few minutes, Harry settled into a full lotus and steadied his breathing until he was completely relaxed. He knew because of his occlumency books that in regards to anything meditative or eclectic it was best to remain extremely patient and avoid frustration. For that reason, he didn't expect to succeed that morning or indeed any morning soon. He just sat there free of emotion, and let his thoughts fall off of his awareness without catching hold. For about an hour, Harry just sat like that, and found himself feeling pretty damn centered as a result. In his super relaxed state, Harry heard the wind moving about the stadium and it involuntarily made him smile. He associated those noises with the movement and freedom he'd lacked so much in his childhood. He'd been peacefully taking it all in for quite a while, when it finally happened. Harry felt warm, which was odd. While it wasn't that unusual to be warm, it wasn't really a warm morning. The warmth was on the wind and was swirling around his body. While carefully controlling his enthusiasm, Harry listened with as open a mind as he could. The warm breeze began swirling around his legs, then torso, then his arms, as if it were a small animal. It was friendly, close and affectionate. Harry smiled because he'd started to feel like the air around him felt like Gabrielle. Then he heard it. He could hear distant yet nearby laughter, as if it was sound caught in a wind. The breeze seemed to approve of Harry's mental imagery regarding its appearance, for the laughter was definitely both young and feminine. Harry felt the warmth explore him over and under his clothes. The breeze ruffled his wild untamable hair, and Harry received the sense that it approved of such a hairstyle. Then it settled around his right hand, where it began coaxing him to look at it by lifting his hand inside of a pocket of air. Opening his eyes, Harry looked down at his hand and saw a small sphere. Gods only know how he saw it, for the sphere wasn't white like a tornado but invisible. Nevertheless, Harry saw it upon his hand, swirling atop his upturned palm. Harry gazed at the air cavorting on his hand as if it was dancing in enthusiasm. Harry felt his magic calling for him to embrace this creature, this feeling, so he followed his instincts. "We'll have fun together," Harry mused quietly, to the sprite that he couldn't quite see but saw and felt right there on his hand. "Yes," the air replied in the smallest, sweetest, little voice. "I am a playmate of yours. We will dance in the air, race, dive and swirl. We have been together for a while now but you were unable to see or hear me. I have wished to find form for someone who enjoys me. You are not my master, for no one ever is, but I become more than I am when I am with you. I am freedom personified when alone, but lack the consciousness to enjoy it. Your magic guides you and makes more of me, so we shall have fun." Harry smiled and nodded at the little sprite. "We'll move well together." "Yes," agreed the air. "I am Athir once again, as I have been before. This will be fun." When their first encounter ended, Harry was left with traces of a breeze lingering against and around him. Athir was noticeable only as a shifting patch of pressure, ever present and sliding along his skin. Her presence was smooth and warm, and after getting used to it, Harry found that he liked the sensation. He was close to his affinity. She adored him and he loved her in return. With a whoop of unbridled enthusiasm, Harry bounded down the stands like an absolute maniac, and sprinted back up to the North Tower in record time. In the 2 days that followed, Harry had never let a single moment go by where he wasn't subtly manipulating the air. He went out of his way to move Athir around in ways he imagined she might enjoy, for this wasn't just a one-way transaction. Thankfully, Harry was able to do all of this without moving, and he could also focus on his school work because of his overdeveloped occlumency. Not only that, but when he went to sleep at the end of his first day, he found Athir inside of his mindscape both alive and moving. She'd taken up residence inside of his core and was enjoying the huge space immensely. It was a good thing that Harry's affinity training was so low-key and subtle, because the only other thing he was doing was dramatic in the extreme. Harry spent his first few days of classes completely swamped with both arithmancy and runes revision, to the point it looked like he was preparing for his newts. Hermione didn't just want Harry caught up. She wanted him caught up to her unbelievably high standards. Of course, this was a feat of memorization that would have been completely impossible before, but was merely onerous now. Another dramatic development was Ron's reaction to Harry dropping divination. When the boy found out about Harry's choice to begin taking runes and arithmancy instead, he reacted as if the decision was a betrayal of some kind. A reaction that had Harry shaking his head in confusion. Considering the fact that Ron couldn't say one civil word to Harry when they were together, he found it extremely odd that Ron was acting so butthurt about this. Truly, Harry'd have thought Ron would be glad for any excuse to be away from him, but no. Instead, the boy was acting as if Harry was a traitor of some kind. As things stood, Harry and Ron would still see each other in all of their core classes, as well as the class care of magical creatures. It was an extra elective that Harry still had every intention of going to, primarily out of loyalty to Hagrid. Harry was taking an extra class now, and the workload would have been quite the challenge if not for his well-developed mindscape. Nowadays, he could flip through the pages of a textbook to scan its contents. Then, when he went to his mindscape or sleepscape, he could study what his subconscious brain had already picked up, for hours on end, at his leisure. Harry and Hermione had already read all of their current semester's textbooks cover to cover, and now they did quite a bit of revision while sleeping. Needless to say, they were both becoming extremely well prepared for the upcoming school year. "It just feels like cheating is all," Hermione suddenly called out towards the ceiling, after throwing aside her books. "I have almost twice as much time to prepare as everyone else. It's just not right." After scoffing and shaking his head, Harry smiled at his over-earnest friend. "Hermione, how do you think the rest of us felt with your near-perfect recall of the written word? You've been cheating all along according to most Ravenclaws." Even as Harry laughed to take the sting out of his words, he turned to square up with his bushy-haired friend. "Look, Hermione, I think you should stop thinking of studying like a competition between yourself and the rest of the school. Learning is more like golf than any other sport. You're playing to improve your game, and it achieves nothing for you to worry about anyone else's performance. I think the more we're capable of learning, the better and happier we'll end up being. I'm not going to worry about how my grades affect some poor student's self-esteem." Hermione stared at Harry for a good long time, before collapsing backwards onto the couch with her head on his lap. "I'm glad you said that just now, Harry. I was falling into my old habit of lording my massive brain over people. It's a hang-up of a lonely childhood," she admitted softly. Harry leaned back in their couch, looking at Hermione with a soft smile on his face. "I unearthed all of my childhood memories, with the help of 2 extremely capable, Vila mind healers, and they slept for almost 24 hours afterwards." When Hermione arched an eyebrow, Harry just nodded again because yes, it had been just as bad as it sounds. "The Delicor ladies got off lucky. I slept for nearly 2 days straight. My life has not been a pretty picture, but I will share it with you because you're family. I will, however, be telling it to you in short snippets as time goes by, because I already know that it'll make you sad." Harry shrugged as if to say, "Sorry, can't be helped." Hermione nodded and smiled up at her friend. "Whatever my lil bro thinks is best." Harry ran his hand through Hermione's long auburn hair and smiled. "Thank you for waiting, Hermione. I think I should point out before I tell you anything that Occlumency has made my memories more abstract, so at this point they make me stronger rather than hurt me. Do you get where I'm coming from?" Hermione nodded seriously at first, but then a full power shit-eating grin appeared on her face. If you will recall, I predicted this exact outcome at the end of last year. Remembering Hermione in the hospital wing saying something very similar, Harry belted out, "Well, I'll be damned." You did. Hermione smiled happily and poked him in the ribs several times. Ah, nothing feels better than a good "I told you so," Harry. Soak it up, sis, because with my new vast intelligence it won't be happening anymore. Harry adopted a very overdone arrogant face. That's big sis to you, little bro, Hermione declared both casually and dismissively. Now stop putting it off and spill about 5 minutes of life content. That seems like a decent start. Harry nodded and leaned back, once again running his hands softly through her unruly hair. Well, my mom's sister Aunt Petunia always resented my mother for. Harry continued on for another 6 or 7 minutes, laying a foundation for why his relatives behave the way they do, without getting into any of the more graphic details. Next time I'll describe my early life, now that you understand their messed up motives and psychology. Harry stretched out because unbeknownst to him, he'd been tensing up as he talked about the Dursleys. Hermione bit her lower lip and looked extremely troubled. You haven't even described anything that they've done to you yet and it's already painting a pretty bleak picture. It's definitely bleak, Harry cheerfully replied. That's why I must insist we speak of my past only during sunny days on the lawn. That's an inspired idea, Harry. I'll bring the revision material with us, Hermione added. Looking over at Hermione, Harry smiled even as he shook his head. My own. Try to remember that you can study for several hours at a time in your sleep now. An hour or two of idle activity during the day might even be a productive change for you. This summer, someone asked me if I had any hobbies, and when I didn't have an answer, it made me feel unhealthy. And speaking of this past summer, I actually have a letter to write, Harry admitted, while rising to his feet. At Harry's mention of a letter, Hermione started making cartoonish, kissy faces at him, until he belted out in laughter. When did you meet Dobby? He's amazing, Hermione immediately gushed. He was able to keep me from making a grievous error in judgment regarding house elves. I was thinking of house elves by human standards and I wanted them freed by any means necessary. He sat me down, told me off, and explained what house elves really are. If you didn't evolve him like you did, I'd still be laboring in ignorance right now. They need us, they need our magic, and so they've made us need them in return. It's symbiotic. I still want to give them some more representation though, Hermione mused, mostly to herself. Harry nodded and smiled at his friend as he rose up to his feet. It was nice that he could drag Hermione away from studying long enough that they could actually connect with each other like this. He smiled again as he walked up to his room and bed. Pulling out a paper and quill he began to write. Dear Flur, my original intention was to send you a letter the last 2 nights, but I ended up swamped doing 2 very time-consuming and important things. I beg your forgiveness, but I also didn't want to send you empty letters, without any visible progress. One thing I managed to do was catch up on a whole year's worth of arithmancy and ancient runes. As of an hour ago, I'm being told that I'll be among the most prepared in both of those classes, by none other than Hermione, the brightest witch of our generation, Granger. This of course means that with the exception of 1 or 2 people, I'll be demolishing absolutely everyone in both of those classes. My now ex-friend Ron was further angered that I changed electives and dropped that useless class divination. I'd understand if he wanted to spend time with me, but since he's angered by my very presence all day, in the end I'm just baffled. Neville has been reading up on advanced occlumency and is beginning to reach the point of making a Mindscape. He's diligent where Ron is lazy and he's making excellent progress. I really am very proud of him. The second thing I did leads into an apology that I owe you. I never should have doubted you. As it turns out you were right. I am the heir. On my second day here, I woke up early, studied a guide to connecting with your elemental affinity and began seeking it out. After reading the book, I can now tell you that I accomplished what should usually take about 10 years of dedicated meditation and toil, in only 1 morning. My affinity loves me, has always been watching over me and we've become very close. I've been learning how best to play with the air within my mindscape and it's amazing. The air's not really an offensive force per se. She's way too friendly for that. Her name's Athir and she reminds me of Gabrielle. She wants to run, jump and move with endless enthusiasm. She'll never allow me to level buildings with a sweep of my arm, but I am going to be fast. On my feet, in the air, doesn't matter. She both guides me to be more graceful and lends me agility at the same time. The effect is cumulative to the point I can move like an Olympic gymnast mixed with a jungle cat or something. While she can hinder other people like she did at the Quidditch World Cup, I'm under the impression she hates doing that kind of thing. Last and perhaps most importantly, my connection with Aether seems to make me feel more whole. There's been a lot of that this year for me. It feels like all of the puzzle pieces are finally fitting together. A 7th-year Ravenclaw girl asked me out yesterday morning, at random, while I was studying in the library. Even she seemed surprised. I smiled at her and politely told her that while she's lovely, dating her would be impossible since I have no idea who she is. I felt bad, but she seemed to take it well. Is that what your life is like? I have been missing you. Hermione only gives me positive feedback and constructive criticism. I'm getting a seriously big head, Flur. I need your witty banter to keep me grounded. You also sound so much better saying my name than anyone around here. I miss the silent H. In regards to your last letter, I am now all but certain that I'll make the Quidditch team, and I insist that you keep the jersey. If you don't wear it, I'll let Gabrielle know that you have it and she'll steal it. I'm even more certain that I'll be excelling scholastically by the time you arrive. It's not so difficult now that I can study in my sleep. Please tell me some of the 5 W's with your return letter. What have you been up to, when, where, and why? Throwing in a how would be great too. Hurry up and get over here so that we can hang out. Yours truly, Harry Potter. After finishing his letter, Harry smiled and asked aloud, Dobby, would you be so kind? Pop. Another friendly 3-page letter to Fleur, I assume, Dobby prodded, with a smirk. Yes, it is in fact quite friendly, Harry said, while laughing in defeat. I get it, Dobby. I'll be seeking to further my relationship with the fair Fleur at some point, but she's a tricky customer, so bear with me, okay? I only advocate that you be self-aware, Harry, that's all. You're doing a great job with her and she adores you. Dobby looked completely confident in Harry and he soaked it up like the sun. Love you, Dobby, now get to work. Harry grinned at the excited-looking elf as he waved his hands in a shooing motion. With pleasure, sir. Dobby gave a snappy salute and then he was gone. Harry pulled out some charcoal rubs and paper and started practicing his drawing. Again, he was actually quite good, in his own rather biased opinion, and improving every day. He'd kind of cheated and scanned like 30 art instruction books into his Mindscape for reference, but hey, any hobbyist would do the same right. 50 minutes later, Harry had finished a pretty decent rendition of the Northern Tower from an aerial perspective, when he heard a very welcome noise. Pop. A letter floated onto Harry's lap and Dobby was walking out of the room. No time for witty banter from me, sir, it's hers you want. Pop. Harry shook his head and then turned towards the letter in his lap. Dear Harry. Oops, I mean, dear, Ari, go ahead and picture me saying it in my sexy voice. I figured you were getting settled into your new classes and thus had very little time to quill together a letter. What I didn't expect was such an enormous amount of productivity. 2 classes worth of studying in merely 3 days is a huge deal, even with a Mindscape, and to Hermione's legendary satisfaction even. I have nothing to add about this ex-friend of yours, since you're far better off now and you know it. Neville will grow into a better, more self-aware man very soon and just in time for me to meet him. I look forward to it. You were dumb to have ever doubted me, for I am Fleur Delicor and thus above reproach. You are the heir. I knew it and I told you so. Ah, that felt good. I believe you because I trust you, Ari, but your level of development into your elemental affinity is obscene and you really are not a wizard. You are about as human as a dragon is, Ari Potter. This is going to be fun to watch, and I can't wait. Crumb is going to have to earn his title as the best in the world. Do you really think that blackmail is the right way to get me to do anything, Ari? I shall dig a hole and hide the jersey before Gabrielle gets her hands on it. That young lady's reaction to your presence does sound eerily similar to my life. For that girl to surprise even herself with her sudden confession, you must have been pumping out some serious animal magnetism. I suspect it's partially due to the calm competency you've started operating with nowadays. Women are suckers for confidence, but only if it's paired up with ability. I imagine the girl was saddened by your rejection but also a little relieved when you did so nicely. You are the mythical male Vila, Ari, a true monster in the making. I must warn everyone. I have missed you too, Ari. I am experiencing the exact problem you were while here in school, only more so. You are the only person who tells me no in anything, and can relate to me on a normal plane. I have realized why I posture so much here. It is because I have been treated like a queen by my sycophants until naturally I believed my own hype. I am trying to be more relatable to a select few, and there is one girl named Celine who I like to believe could be a friend. She is an extraordinary witch and we are different like night and day. She is a potions mastery student while I suffered through to the levels I needed. She is dark-haired and short, unlike me. She is sweet and rather naive, which is also counter to my personality. I believe we are so different that we will not chafe each other too much. I hope to introduce you to her when we meet again at Hogwarts. Same rules apply however. Do not, under any circumstances, pull your so-called male Vila charms on my friend. You are my, Harry Potter, and no other Bobaton's girl may have you. Tryouts for the right to go to Hogwarts are still ongoing. I have since 2 days ago been exempt and have been studying and relaxing. Have you been practicing your drawing? Is there a piano for you to practice on in that barbaric castle of yours? Are you making new friends? Did you read that mystery novel I sent you with? Have you been running? Do you even lift, bro? If I will be forced to endure your company in the upcoming months, I demand that you be sufficient eye candy. I would write more but someone is knocking on my door and Dobby is waiting to return the letter. Sincerely yours, Flur Delicor. Her Harry. She'd said it again. Fleur obviously wanted Harry to stay away from the Bobaton women, but she didn't seem as possessive of him in regards to the Hogwarts girls. That seemed to imply that it was less about a possessive attitude and more about pride. Harry lay on his back looking at the ceiling, deep in thought, during which time he continually resisted the urge to write an immediate reply. The goal was for the letters to have real news and not seem needy. After resisting the urge to grab a quill for long enough, he started getting tired so he decided to fall asleep and get some work done. The 4th day at Hogwarts started out similar to any other for Harry, as he awoke well before dawn refreshed and ready to go. As bizarre as that sounds, it's the truth. Between containing his magic properly and using a Mindscape, Harry needed way less sleep nowadays, which was a good thing because 5 am was when he ran his 10-mile obstacle course around the lake. Of course the obstacles had caught the interest of the witches and wizards of the school, who'd assumed they were all part of an obscure ritual of some kind. No one had any idea that they were all just the obstacles for a purely physical exercise. Harry smiled like a lunatic as he flew through the course and sometimes that almost felt literal. He was playing with Athir who helped him in many small ways. She guided him to avoid unnecessary movements, improved his balance, reduced air resistance, buffeted the ground when he had to drop, whispered encouragement, and was just a joy to have around. That's what Athir was after all. She was joy and movement personified. With her assistance Harry had begun finishing his morning run in only 2/3 of the time and had started a second lap. After Harry finished running, Dobby always showed up with another of his excellent magically fortified nutrition smoothies. This one smoothie was so well designed and nutritious, it was theoretically the only food Harry needed to consume for an entire day. Thankfully, his higher than normal metabolism paired with his extremely strenuous exercise routine, demanded that he eat a lot purely to make up the calories he'd burned. Following the smoothie, Harry ran up to the room of requirements for his daily weight conditioning. What this meant was that by breakfast every morning, Harry was always starving. He was perhaps the only man at Hogwarts who was rivaling Ron in food consumption, but the foods he ate were cooked by Dobby and quite nutritious. So far this year, Harry had taken his time while performing all of his daily grooming rituals, and for the first time ever he was dressed in clothing that actually fit him. As it turns out, with Appeline's gift cards and Dobby doing the shopping, it wasn't all that hard to be well tailored. Knowing that he was well put together gave Harry an additional jolt of confidence, which allowed him to walk with a bonus bit of spring in his step. Both his good habits from the summer and the Delicors' influence on his fashion were suiting him well. It was a good time to be Harry Potter. As Harry was approaching the Great Hall, he felt what could only be Fred and George, running up to flank him on both sides. "Good morning." "Not so, ickle, Harry Potter," George finished before continuing by himself. "We aren't waiting anymore for people to figure out the new school term. Fred continued speaking from where his brother stopped. Today for sure, we're getting on our brooms, and we're dragging you out with us. The tryouts for the school team are in just 3 days. Aren't you concerned about them? Playing it cool, Harry nodded seriously so that he didn't end up appearing arrogant. I'm quite a bit bigger than I was, but I'm really not all that much heavier, so I might be okay. Still yes, I am nervous, and I'll meet you at the pitch after school today. With that agreed upon, Harry, Fred and George all nodded at each other in an oddly synchronized fashion, as if in that moment they'd become triplets. Of course, when they entered the Great Hall just 15 seconds later, they were still laughing at their own antics. Joking around like this was a good change of pace for Harry, who didn't have as much comedy relief in his life without Ron around. Not only that, but Harry was still being stared at by the majority of the school population these days, so it was nice to joke around with guys who don't care what other people think. Harry was still smiling in amusement as he sat down on the left of Hermione and to the right of Alicia Spinnet. Fred and George sat down across from him. After making quick work of eating their breakfasts, Fred and George found themselves staring off in Ron's general direction. They were becoming increasingly annoyed by his reaction to the new Harry. Fred leaned forward on his arms and rubbed his temple in frustration. My brother and I tried talking to Ron again last night, but as per usual he's taking it rather hard that you dare have something good happen to you. George leaned in like his brother as he deftly balanced an apple on the back of his hand. I have a theory, but I'm not a big fan of it. If you don't make the Quidditch team because you're now so dashingly handsome and tall, he may cool down a little. We'd both rather the little git just grow up and realize that it's not all about him, Fred growled, while quite obviously simmering in anger. He smiled all of a sudden, and looked over at his brother. I'm feeling a rush of creativity running through me, George. George smiled back at this brother and rapidly rose to his feet. Oh yes, dear brother. Let's go be creative. The twins hurried out of the Great Hall, while giving their brother a sidelong look of evil. Harry had come to understand in the past that when the twins are being creative, it meant that someone was going to find themselves the recipient of a rather elaborate prank. He wasn't close to Ron anymore, but he was still capable of feeling bad for him in that moment anyway. When Hermione looked down the table at Ron, Harry could clearly see that she was sad, and that thought made him sad in return. At exactly the same time, if Harry had his way, Hermione wouldn't end up with Ron. Ron was too immature to deal with other people being, well, more than him. Hermione is a better witch in every conceivable way than Ron is a wizard. Harry knew that the only really likely outcome would be that Ron would tear her down, in order to build himself up. Needless to say, Harry would intervene if he ever saw it going that way, but until it did he'd keep his opinions to himself. Moving with a spring in his step, Neville slid into the vacated spot across from Harry and smiled while grabbing some toast. How's the new school term been treating you so far, Neville? The question was mostly rhetorical. Harry could see right away that the boy had very few complaints, based on his wide and happy smile. Good, and I have you to thank for that, Neville replied. With that statement, his face lit up and it was even more obvious that he was way happier than usual. Oh, how so? Harry hastened to demolish his very healthy-looking but enormous breakfast as he waited for the answer. I am finally remembering the things I hear in classes, Neville replied, while giving Harry a significant look and a smile. I don't have a broken brain anymore, exactly like you described. Harry sent his arm across the table and they shook hands. Good man. I knew it would help and I also knew that you'd take it seriously. How well developed. Not very impressive yet, but I'm working on it every day, Neville replied, with a shrug. I've erected some flimsy barrier walls, yes, but more importantly I've built myself a bookshelf to store memories. Excellent idea, that bookshelf, thank you, Hermione. Hermione smiled and shrugged. Well, if I didn't suggest you start a library, I wouldn't be living up to my own image now, would I? So what are you guys going to do with your free time, now that you're not cramming a whole year's worth of school courses into Harry's brain? Neville looked bemused. Harry had pulled off the impossible yet again, and yet he was being told to keep it a secret. The twins are dragging me out to see if I can still fly, Harry replied, while moving his fork as if it was dive bombing. I'm going to go watch, and catch him when he falls, Hermione added, between bites of apple. While Hermione's answer was funny, Neville found himself shaking his head. Hermione. Harry here could be 7 foot tall, 300 pounds, and he'd still outfly anyone we've ever met. Looking over at Harry, Neville quietly added, just shake your head yes or no. Are you even truly worried? Harry sat perfectly still for several seconds in a row, just looking at both Neville and Hermione. Then he shook his head in a negative, with a look of chagrin in his face. We are not Ron, Neville declared, while giving Harry a serious look. If you're going to do well, then we're both very happy for you. Hermione and Harry beamed both at what Neville had said and his newfound assertive attitude. Well, I have plans to meet Hannah Abbott in the 4th-year greenhouse, to tutor her, Neville explained with a happy smile. I've always really liked that girl. Harry found it really refreshing for someone to be forthcoming about how they feel. Ron had never admitted to liking a woman or how he thinks of anything that isn't either food or Quidditch. Harry leaned forward and whispered across the table. Are you going to ask Hannah to be your date to the Yuletide ball? At first Neville blushed, but then he firmed up his resolve and nodded. Actually, now that you've brought that up, I was wondering if you know how to dance, and if you do, would you arrange to teach me? It's yet another thing that I've been putting off learning for the longest time. If you'd asked me that question just 4 months ago, I'd have confidently declared that I have no idea how to dance, Harry replied with a grin. As a happy coincidence, over the summer I was taught a wide variety of dancing, by some of the most graceful ladies in the entire world. If I'm even half decent by their standards, then I should be pretty accomplished. If you can find a female partner to practice with, I'll show you what I know. No offense intended, Neville, I don't think I'd want to pair up with you myself. Harry injected the joke into his voice. Hermione immediately waved her arm in the air and said, oh me, I'd love that. I mean, I do know how to dance already, but I don't know if what I know is the same as current wizarding styles. I wouldn't like to find out that I'm wrong at the ball. Even though he thought Hermione was worrying over nothing, Harry was happy to get his sister involved. While I doubt the dancing styles are all that different, the more variety we have, the more fun we'll have at the ball. Ooh, I love this new easy-going, self-assured Harry, Hermione gushed. Last year you would have run away from the very idea of dancing, as if it was a dragon. This all sounds like so much fun. Harry was enjoying Hermione's enthusiasm for something that wasn't studying, and he dedicated himself to making the upcoming dance as fun as possible for his female friend. Okay Nev, just tell us when you want to get together and we'll hash it out. Neville looked quite relieved. I'll get back to you on that later then. I'm not all that coordinated, so it'll probably take several lessons. No hurry, just don't wait too long or you'll become nervous and that doesn't help in anything. Harry was already packing his stuff up for class, as they wrapped up their conversation. Then, all of a sudden, he had a thought. Neville, I do some exercising in the form of running every morning. Do you want to join me? The more you use your body, the more coordination you can expect to have. Neville looked thoughtfully at Harry before he bobbed his head noncommittally. Let me get back to you on that, Harry. I'm interested, but not all of us can exist on 4 hours sleep. I'll probably join a couple times a week at most, but I'd still like to try. Okay, sounds good. Let's get moving or we'll be late to class. Harry slung his beaten-up book bag over his shoulders as everyone else picked up their gear. After classes ended, Harry, Fred, George, Angelina, Alicia, Hermione and Katie started walking down the various lawns of the school, heading in the direction of the Quidditch pitch. With the exception of Hermione, everyone had brooms in hand, were chattering excitedly and were clearly looking forward to flying. The only damper on the ultra-buoyant atmosphere was the fact that Harry kept receiving concerned looks from everyone regarding his size and weight, and he couldn't reassure his friends without blowing most of his biggest secrets. Instead, Harry was extremely careful to make himself look at ease, as if he were at peace with whatever happened today and wouldn't have any hard feelings. Sure enough, all of the Griffs present appeared to relax somewhat, even as they continued to hope for the best. Quite a few people from all of the other schoolhouses were taking an interest in the Gryffindor's current actions, and were beginning to follow them at a medium distance, but they weren't the reason Harry ended up rolling his eyes. Draco Malfoy, his goons and several of his housemates, were sitting around on the lawn, but at Harry's approach, they all rose up to their feet and blocked the path towards the pitch. Harry could immediately tell that Malfoy intended to bait the bear. Potter, you can't seriously expect to beat anyone to the snitch now that you're a normal size, can you? We all know the only reason you ever won a match was because you were so damn small on such an overpowered broom. It was a wonder that Draco could still act so pompous with his hair up in a wild, clearly hexed, updo. Everyone from both groups were staring at the exchange between the two of them, as if they were just waiting to throw down at any second. What this meant to Harry was if he wanted to stop a full-on gang war, he was going to have to be pretty decisive. Well, fine, Harry could do decisive. Draco, I beat you to the snitch while flying on a Nimbus 2000, while you were piloting a 2001, and I had 2 rogue bludgers hunting me down the whole entire match, Harry pointed out in a loud and clear, but completely deadpan voice. Ooh. All of the bystanders just standing around and watching immediately yelled as if Harry's words were a kick to the groin. It took several moments for the mob to stop loudly enjoying themselves. Harry's got a point there, Malfoy, but maybe that's more because you seriously suck, Fred drawled. Out casually. I mean Malfoy did buy his way onto the Slytherin team in the first place, pointed out George. They haven't been a real threat ever since, Fred added, with perfect timing and a massive smile on his face. I'm going to make you pay for your disrespect, you blood traitors. Draco suddenly screamed, as he instantly lost every scrap of his self-control. Unbeknownst to both Harry and the twins, Malfoy had been pranked at least 100 times since Harry had rallied the school together 4 days earlier, and his temper was on a razor's edge. His face turned a bright red at their heckling, to the point that he looked like he might pass out like Ginny had. Then, all of a sudden and without any warning, he pulled out his wand and cast a high-impact curse, directly at Harry's face. While Harry was surprised Draco was attacking him in front of so many witnesses, that didn't mean that he wasn't ready to react. After sidestepping the boy's curse, Harry recruited Athir around his body, letting her guide him towards faster speeds and sharper movements. During the single second that followed, Harry made excellent use of his newfound agility, leaping to the left, completing a quick spin back to the right, and then dashing towards Malfoy from an unexpected angle. Draco was clearly shocked by the speed that Harry was moving at, because he was waving his wand back and forth as if he was having a seizure of some kind. He was trying to aim another curse at Harry. He didn't yet understand just how outclassed he really was. Draco had no idea that it was already too late. Dashing inside of Draco's extended wand arm, Harry slapped the boy hard across the face, using all the force of his rapidly moving body. Malfoy immediately went down hard on his back, with small trails of blood leaking from both his mouth and nose. Within the next instant, Harry had leapt back to the line of his friends, but this time he had Draco's wand in his right hand. Just before both groups could grab for their wands, Harry put up a hand palm out and barked out the word, "Enough. One more move from any of you and Draco here will need a new wand, because I'll snap this one in two." Even as he made that threat, Harry moved so that he was holding Draco's wand in both of his hands just above his upraised knee. Everyone immediately stopped moving, in order to stare at Harry instead. After staring right back at the Slytherins for several seconds in a row, Harry suddenly gestured towards the Quidditch pitch. "This fight is completely pointless. If you think you're the best, then prove it. We have the Quidditch tryouts in only 3 days' time. I suggest you start practicing though, because not a one of you are a match for a Gryffindor." Turning towards Malfoy next, Harry gave the boy a look of utter contempt, mixed with equal amounts of disgust. "Just look at the meager skills that your so-called pure blood has graced you with, you ridiculous little pansy. Are you still trying to tell people that you are the pinnacle of magical breeding? You were just beaten down by a single hard physical slap. You're obviously no match for even a physically fit Muggle Draco, and now even you know it. Go cry it off. I'll leave this wand somewhere public, to be found after you've left." With that said, Harry casually turned away from Draco, with the express purpose of dismissing him. "Ooh." The swelling crowd once again yelled towards the sky as if Malfoy had been kicked in the crotch, and they didn't stop jumping around for about 10 whole seconds. At this point, Draco was blushing a bright red with humiliation, but he continued to stare daggers at Harry as he slowly rose to his feet. "You wouldn't dare break my wand, Potter. That would get you expelled." Turning back around, Harry calmly returned his gaze to Draco's still bleeding face. After another prolonged moment, where Harry just stared at Draco, he started shaking his head as if the boy were too stupid to live. "Well, maybe. I suppose I might get expelled for breaking your wand. You, on the other hand, will definitely get both expelled and arrested for casting an unprovoked high-impact curse at me, in front of about 40 witnesses. Do you want to go to the headmaster's office to see who gets in more trouble? I'll make a point of asking for a pensive review, which is my right under the rules of the school." Harry shrugged, staring at Malfoy as if waiting for his decision. Draco's eyes immediately widened to the size of saucers. It was as if he'd never even imagined himself being subject to the same rules as the rest of them. Until now, he'd been sheltered by Snape so thoroughly, consequences like expulsion had never even been a possibility to him. As a result, Draco just stood there, frozen still and bleeding, for several moments in a row. Finally, Draco covered his nose with his hand, turned towards his goons and spluttered out, "Let's go. We have better things to do." The whole group of Slytherins marched away, trying to look tough even in retreat. Fred and George were quiet for several seconds following Draco's retreat, but then with picture-perfect timing they both yelled towards the sky. "That was so wicked. That really was extremely well done, Harry," Hermione beamed. "I love how, so far this year, you haven't even cast any spells at him, but he's been repeatedly humiliated anyway. It's like you're going out of your way to beat the crap out of him like a muggle would. For a completely brainwashed blood purist like Malfoy, your treatment of him must hurt even worse than the slap just did." They all laughed. "That was amazing though, Harry." Katie looked awestruck as she took a step closer. "Where did you learn to move like that?" At first Harry just shrugged. It didn't work. His friends just continued to stare at him. Finally, Harry drew in a deep breath and gestured at his new body. He felt bad about it, but he really didn't have much choice but to bend the truth a bit. He adopted a chagrined look on his face and rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, you see, I was growing very quickly over the summer, and I actually started becoming extremely clumsy as a result. I eventually took up running an obstacle course every day to get used to my new body. It worked of course, and I can successfully walk without tripping over my own feet. I kind of overcompensated at some point however, and I've become quite agile now. If you want to join me running in the morning, I created a version of the course here." Harry gestured towards the various wooden structures along the lakeshore. "I run it every morning at around 5:30 am. One of the 7 mysteries of Hogwarts answered, and as per usual the answer is Harry Potter," Angelina drawled, with a smirk. Angelina, Katie and Alicia looked like they might wake up early, not necessarily to take part but instead just to witness him running the course. "Well yes," Harry admitted, with yet another shrug. "I didn't feel like explaining it to anyone, so I just didn't bring it up." Harry wanted to move on, so he pointed at his broom and then the pitch. Guys, weren't we going to fly today?" That night at dinner, the entire group of Gryffindor Quidditch players came rolling back into the castle, enjoying a loud outpouring of enthusiasm. They were pushing each other and making a ruckus, as they sat down at their table in the Great Hall. Seamus Finnegan looked at the group of them from where he was sitting down the table, with Ron on his other side. After a few moments he started waving his arm for their attention. "What's got you lot so riled up?" "Oh nothing, just the fact that the Hogwarts Quidditch team is going to be entirely composed of Gryffindors this year." Angelina had a wide and happy smile dominating her entire face. "What about the 6'3" seeker over there?" injected Ron, while giving Harry a sneer. George and Fred looked at each other and then adopted completely embellished looks of depression on their faces. "Yes, about our Harrykins," George started. "He is not as good as he was," Fred finished, while still looking comically devastated. Ron perked up immediately. "Really? No you twit," both Fred and George bellowed at exactly the same time. "He's better. He's so much better," called out Alicia. "He's so graceful in the air now, it's like he's barely touching his broom. It more than makes up for his size changes." "That's bull," Ron ranted immediately. "There has never been a seeker taller than 5'9" in the entire history of professional Quidditch. He's far too heavy so his max speed could never. And yet Harry was moving as fast as I've ever seen him fly and catching snitches from positions that I've never even seen before," announced Alicia, easily interrupting Ron. "But..." At first Ron seemed to deflate into himself, but then he glared at Harry as if he'd stolen Christmas. George and Fred looked at each other in silent communication before Fred nodded and turned back towards Ron. "You know Ron, Being furious at other people for their good fortune and talent is the sure sign of a loser. I'm not a loser. Ron had clearly yelled that far too loudly, because people at the other tables started chuckling at him. You're not even trying to get better at Quidditch or school, Fred replied in a cool voice that was rising in volume, despite his better intentions. I never see you practicing or studying a single damn thing. Yet you seem to believe you should be Quidditch team captain or something equally absurd like head boy. Ron's face was beet red, as he launched to his feet and stormed out of the hall. I'm not sure that's going to help, Harry pointed out, in a low voice. Fred shook his head, rested his elbows on the table and began massaging his temples. No. Sorry Harry. It won't. George froze his glass of water with a well-performed glacius spell, wrapped the glass-shaped block of ice in a handkerchief and then handed it to his brother, to use for his new headache. What Fred just did is actually similar to you slapping Malfoy, except we don't hate Ron. Did you think the slap would change Malfoy's behavior? Harry nodded at George because he immediately understood where the boy was coming from. It sucked, but the twins obviously thought that Ron was all but a lost cause. Belatedly, Harry turned towards a Hermione who was studying her food, and sent his aura shroud around her to let her know he cared. She looked up at him and smiled, but her heart just wasn't into it. Harry hated seeing Hermione down like that, so during the next few moments he began doing some very quick thinking. Hey Neville, do you want to have your first dance lesson tonight, now that you're done with the lovely Hannah? At first Neville looked a little bit reluctant, but then he saw how Harry was gesturing towards a visibly upset Hermione with his eyes. I think that's a brilliant idea, he finally announced, with all of the enthusiasm that he could muster. Turning back towards Hermione, Harry performed an elaborate courtly bow. I'm going to need a lovely lady assistant, please Hermione. Maybe I'll allow you to make me dance as well. Between Harry's persistently positive and cheerful aura and the idea of dancing, Hermione couldn't help but cheer up. She was soon back to her normal self and having a great time with the dance practice. Like, subscribe, and turn on notifications for more magical what-ifs.